Chapter 1. Through Rebirth. In the Tianwu continent, nestled within the Taicang mountain range, there lies a serene and picturesque pool of water. "Hurry, submerge the body," spoke a masked man dressed in black with an urgent tone. "Yes, young master." Another man, clad in the same dark attire, replied promptly, dragging a lifeless form toward the edge of the pool. Splash! With a resounding crash, a massive splash erupted as the body was unceremoniously cast into the seemingly bottomless depths of the pool, quickly disappearing beneath the surface. Time passed uncertainly, and suddenly, the corpse at the bottom of the pool opened its eyes wide. "Where am I?" Gurgle, gurgle. Yang Chao, struggling with the weight of his heavy head, was unexpectedly jolted awake as a fierce pressure from the water surged into his throat. "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" Gazing into the pitch-black waters below, an intense wave of fear washed over Yang Chao. The immense pressure made his chest and head throb painfully. Those teetering on the brink of death often awaken incredible vitality. Splash! Splash! Just as Yang Chao felt he could no longer hold on, he finally burst through the water's surface. In that moment, he was overtaken by a profound sense of relief for having survived. Ha! 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 With the last remnants of his strength, Yang Chao struggled to swim to the edge of the pool, desperately inhaling the long-missed fresh air. "That treacherous Xiaomei? I merely passed out, and you plunged me into the depths of this water. Just wait." Yang Chao muttered with fervent indignation. He recalled it was a Sunday night, playing cards with his girlfriend Xiaomei at the park. Yet, at a crucial moment, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, and he promptly lost consciousness. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a cacophony of metallic clashes resonated from the sky. Could it be someone is filming a movie here? Yang Chao shook his still dizzy head and began to rise slowly. Curiosity piqued. He ventured to investigate and ascertain the nature of this peculiar place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that instant, dazzling white streaks of light zipped past, followed by a colossal tree plummeting downward towards Yang Chao. What the hell is happening? Startled by the approaching tree, Yang Chao swiftly dove into the safety of the nearby underbrush. Before him, two figures soared through the air, a man and a woman, wielding swords and unleashing fierce waves of sword energy at one another. In an instant, the air was filled with a tumult of sword energy, a dazzling display of flashing blades intermingling, while the surrounding trees and rocky cliffs trembled under the onslaught of their attacks. The woman resembled a celestial goddess descended from the heavens, ethereal and breathtakingly beautiful. Draped in a gown of purest white, her cold, captivating gaze surveyed the world with an air of superiority, her exquisite visage akin to an untainted ice lotus blooming in the snow, noble and aloof. In stark contrast, the man clashed with the woman, a sinister aura emanating from him, instilling a palpable sense of dread from a distance. He appeared enigmatic and unfathomable. Such beauty and this level of combat, could it be that a notable director is shooting a period film here? Exhausted, Yang Chao found a clean spot to sit and began to watch, genuinely captivated by the unfolding spectacle. "Dongfang Yunbing, do you feel an insatiable itch all over?" The man, whose eyes glimmered with malice, wore a diabolical smirk upon his lips. "Lu Wuxia, you despicable scoundrel, what poison have you administered?" Dongfang Yunbing's eyes flickered with alarm, her stunning face now adorned with an alluring blush. "Don't fret, Lady Dongfang, it's not a deadly toxin. Surely you've heard of the infamous yin-yang harmony powder?" Lu Wuxi's expression was one of malevolence, his gaze glinting with greedy intent. "Yin-yang harmony powder." Dongfang Yunbing's complexion paled, and shock coursed through her mesmerizing eyes as she exclaimed, "Curse you, Lu Wuxia, for daring to poison me thus. Lady Dongfang, I advise you not to resist foolishly. You might find that you rather enjoy the experience, and perhaps even develop feelings for me." Lu Wuxia chuckled darkly, his face illuminated with a sinister light. "Despicable, even if I perish today, I will not let you succeed." Dongfang Yunbing's voice was icily resolute, her breathtaking gaze sharp and defiant. With her sword in hand, she unleashed a barrage of lethal sword energies, each imbued with a dazzling frost. Her attacks were ferociously wild, with every strike a desperate gambit for survival. "Ha! Dongfang Yunbing, I hold no interest in a battle of attrition." Once the effects set in, You shall certainly seek my assistance to break the toxin's hold. Lu Wuxie wore a ghastly grin as he danced in the air, skillfully avoiding a direct confrontation with her. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yunbing was consumed by rage, utterly resolved to fight to the last breath. In a flash, the two engaged in thousands of exchanges. At that moment, the effects of the yin-yang harmony powder surged within Dongfang Yunbing, infusing her complexion with a hint of rosy hue, despair glimmering in her eyes. Dongfang Yunbing, today there shall be no salvation for you. Seizing an opportunity, Lu Wuxie thrust his palm, sending Dongfang Yunbing hurtling through the air. Bang! She coughed up blood, her body plummeting like a kite severed from its string, directly towards Yang Chao below. Damn it, this isn't a movie. Caught entirely off guard, Yang Chao found himself struck directly by Dongfang Yunbing. Crap! He cursed under his breath, instinctively deciding to play dead. Dongfang Yunbing cast a cold glance at Yang Chao before turning her focus back to Lu Wuxie. At this point, the toxin within her was wreaking havoc, and her formerly icy, stunning gaze had begun to soften and seduce. Ha! Dongfang Yunbing, aren't you usually so dignified? Today, I shall mold you into a willing servant. Excitement flared across Lu Wuxie's face, his eyes gleaming with wickedness as he slowly approached Dongfang Yunbing. Wounded, Lu Wuxie was not unscathed himself without the effects of the yin-yang harmony powder. He would never have stood a chance against her. As Dongfang Yunbing's gaze became increasingly dazed, her usual chill was replaced by a warm allure, as though she might succumb at any moment. Chapter 2. A fortuitous encounter. He, why fair maiden, fret not. This young master is on his way to rescue you, and soon you shall discover the immense joy of being in my company. With a wicked smile, Lu Wuxie could hardly contain his impatience, disregarding everything else as he lunged toward Dongfang Yunbing to him. Young Lingchen, who feigned death nearby, was nothing more than a worthless wretch devoid of any cultivation. Posing no threat whatsoever. Despicable scoundrel, die. Just as Lu Wuxie was about to close the distance, a piercing cold glint emanated from Dongfang Yunbing's eyes. With a swift motion of her right hand, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, crashing violently into Lu Wuxie's danta. Vixen, Lu Wuxie let out a heart-wrenching scream, utterly unprepared, as Dongfang Yunbing's vengeful strike sent him hurtling backward, spewing blood mid-air. Swish to swish to swish. Perish! The chilling light in Dongfang Yunbing's eyes flickered continuously as her figure darted forward like lightning, her sword flashing with a dazzling brilliance, swiftly slicing through Lu Wuxie's neck. A cruel twist of fate. Lu Wuxie's massive head rolled right to Yang Lingchen's feet. What the hell? She has killed him. Upon witnessing Lu Wuxie's head come to a stop before him, Yang Lingchen's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, and no longer able to care for anything else, he scrambled to his feet, bolting frantically into the distance. Whoosh! Just as Yang Lingchen managed to escape a short distance, a series of sharp, slicing sounds pierced the air behind him. In the next heartbeat, Dongfang Yunbing's ethereal form materialized before Yang Lingchen. With a flick of her wrist, the icy blade of her sword pressed against his throat. Coughed. My lady, please remain calm. I was merely passing through, having seen nothing. I swear I will not alert anyone. Yang Lingchen's voice trembled slightly, fear almost causing him to kneel. You wish to live or die? Dongfang Yunbing's exquisite eyes cast a frigid glance at Yang Lingchen. I wish to live. I wish to live. Yang Lingchen nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Excellent. The iciness in Dongfang Yunbing's gaze softened somewhat. In this desolate wilderness, she knew that the only one capable of saving her now was this unremarkable youth devoid of power. Bang, bang, bang. With no time to ponder further, Dongfang Yunbing's delicate hand moved like a flash of lightning, rapidly striking several times before Yang Lingchen. My lady, what are you planning? Yang Lingchen was utterly bewildered, feeling as though he had been rendered immobile. Oh, more nonsense. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was chillingly cold. As her words fell, she seized him and swiftly soared toward a nearby cave. Bang. Dongfang Yunbing unceremoniously tossed Yang Lingchen to the ground. At that moment, she was on the brink of collapse, unable to think of anything else. Gradually, her pristine white robes began to slip away. Gulp. Watching the scene unfold before him, Yang Lingchen swallowed hard, fully aware of what was about to transpire. He could not deny that Dongfang Yunbing was the most perfect woman he had ever encountered in his life. She possessed a tall, alluring figure Captivating curves, long, lustrous hair cascading like a waterfall, an ethereal beauty, and exquisitely delicate, rosy lips. Even her cold, elegant demeanor was unmatched by any star. Though excitement coursed through him, a flicker of worry lingered in the depths of his heart. After all, this breathtaking beauty was a ruthless killer. If she chose to eliminate him afterward, it would truly be a tragedy. Dongfang Yunbing approached young Lingchen, gazing at him with profound intensity. "Fairy, let us converse amicably. This was your initiative, so please refrain from resorting to murder to silence me afterward." Yang Lingchen clung to the last thread of his sanity. Yet, Dongfang Yunbing paid him no heed and embraced him instead that a day passed in the blink of an eye. Dongfang Yunbing lay peacefully asleep in Yang Lingchen's embrace. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen's back had been scraped raw against the stones, yet he dared not move. Fearing he might disturb this lady, that he pondered how he might protect himself should she awaken at that moment. He felt the long lashes of Dongfang Yunbing flutter slightly. She was waking up? What to do? Yang Lingchen's mind raced, and he quickly devised a plan to feign vulnerability and evoke sympathy in an instant. He appeared as though a great actor, his eyes glistening with moisture, a hint of tears forming. The crystalline droplets trickled down his cheeks, giving him the appearance of someone utterly heartbroken, as if he had just endured a terrible ordeal. In that moment, Yang Lingchen had no choice but to play the victim. Suddenly, Dongfang Yunbing's eyes snapped open, and a bone-chilling aura of murderous intent shot forth from her gaze in an instant. Yang Lingchen felt the temperature in the cave plummet, a shiver of terror coursing through him. Nevertheless, he remained unmoved, still wearing a look of despair, tears staining his face. Seeing Yang Lingchen's despondent expression, Dongfang Yunbing's eyes gleamed with cold light, given your apparent hopelessness. "You must not wish to live. Allow me to grant you that wish." With that, her delicate hand shot out, gripping Yang Lingchen's throat. "Cough, cough, that it's over. It seems that my act of despair has failed." Yang Lingchen felt a wave of despair wash over him as he struggled for breath, his face turning purple as he fought to free himself, but to no avail. In mere moments, Yang Lingchen began to roll his eyes back, his limbs twitching slightly. Just as he felt his life slipping away, her slender fingers finally loosened their grip. "Cough, cough, cough. Please spare me, celestial sister. I am but a victim myself. You cannot resort to such treachery." Yang Lingchen gasped for breath, inhaling the fresh air with fervor. "Damn it, this woman is terrifying. I nearly lost my life at her hands." With a silent curse, he cautiously inched away from her, attempting to create some distance. Dongfang Yunbing fixed her gaze on him, her sword drawn and poised against his throat. "Damn it, if I must die, so be it." Sensing the icy blade against his neck, Yang Lingchen slowly closed his eyes. Moments later, Dongfang Yunbing's hand swept forward, unleashing a formidable force that sent Yang Lingchen into unconsciousness. Chapter 3. The Reclamation of the Soul. After much deliberation, Dongfang Yunbing ultimately turned and slowly exited the cave. Her heart was a tumultuous storm of emotions regarding the man who had forcefully taken her innocence. Despite her myriad feelings of resentment and anger, she could not bring herself to harm him. Time slipped away, and when Yang Lingchen finally regained consciousness, he found the cave devoid of Dongfang Yunbing's enchanting presence. Struggling to support his weight, he slowly rose, feeling the raw pain from his back, which had been scraped raw against the stones. The excruciating sensation drew a sharp intake of breath. Gazing at the alarming bloodstains on his legs, a faint smile crept upon Yang Lingchen's lips. He had never expected that the stunningly beautiful woman would still be a maiden. He recalled the mysterious woman's breathtaking visage. His heart fluttered in his memory. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered. Incomparable to any other, that moment. He could hardly believe he had shared such an intimate bond with a woman of such unparalleled beauty. Just as Yang Lingchen struggled to stand and prepare to leave the cave, a sudden, excruciating pain tore through his mind, as if his very being were being ripped apart. Could it be? I have actually traversed realms. Shock and disbelief flooded Yang Lingchen's features in his previous life. He had been an avid reader of web literature, often fantasizing about one day transcending reality to become a protagonist of epic proportions. Little did he expect that he would experience such a phenomenon himself. After a moment of reflection, Yang Lingchen endeavored to calm his swirling emotions, carefully sifting through the sudden influx of memories that now filled his mind. Through these memories, he learned that the world he had entered was called the Tianwu continent. This vast expanse was immeasurable, stretching beyond comprehension, with the circumference of the entire planet reaching unfathomable distances. Simultaneously, Xiao Ruoqing was acutely aware that this realm was predominantly governed by the art of cultivation. It was rumored that those who ascended to the pinnacle of power could not only traverse the skies with utmost freedom, wielding the astonishing might to move mountains and fill seas, but also acquire the miraculous ability of immortality that I in this world. Only the strong garnered the reverence of the masses, while the weak were akin to insignificant ants, left to suffer indignities and oppression. Wealth, power, and the allure of beauty, all coveted treasures, were inextricably linked to formidable strength. However, to Xiao Ruoqing's astonishment, the body he had traversed into bore an identical name to his former life, Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen was the young master of the Yang family in Hanyang City, possessing the cultivation of the third layer of the gathering origin realm. Indulged since childhood, he was uneducated and notorious for his malevolence, earning the title of the infamous wastrel of Hanyang City that a few days prior, Yang Lingchen fortuitously heard whispers of a miraculous spirit gathering fruit hidden deep within the Taicang mountain range, said to enable cultivators of the gathering origin realm to break through two minor realms consecutively. Driven by insatiable greed, he hastily set off towards the mountain with only a handful of servants. Yet, unbeknownst to Yang Lingchen, this entire scenario was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy aimed at him. The news of the spirit-gathering fruit was nothing but a fabrication deliberately leaked to entice him into the depths of the Taicang mountain range. Upon venturing deeper into the mountains with his entourage, he was ambushed by two formidable assailants clad in black. The prospect of cultivation in this world intrigued him. Thus, he resolved to give it a try. Yang Lingchen endeavored to calm the tumult within his heart, then settled into a cross-legged position, preparing for his inaugural cultivation session in this lifetime. Boom! Boom, boom. Gathering origin realm, 4th layer. Gathering origin realm, 5th layer. Gathering origin realm, 6th layer. Good heavens, could it be that I have become a prodigy since my transmigration? As he felt the surging power within him, Yang Lingchen's eyes widened in sheer astonishment and disbelief. After all, his previous self had only possessed the strength of the 3rd layer of the gathering origin realm, and now, inexplicably, he had broken through to the 6th layer. This transformation was utterly beyond comprehension. At that moment, a piece of ancient jade adorning his chest inadvertently came into contact with a drop of blood on his hand. Instantly, the jade emitted a brilliant white light, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight, leaving behind a mysterious jade pendant on the ground. What in the world is this place? Yang Lingchen surveyed his surroundings with heightened vigilance. He found himself in an entirely unfamiliar space imbued with an aura of mystery. Cackling to cackling to cackling. Just then, a chilling and sinister voice echoed from behind him. "Show yourself!" Startled by the sudden terrifying laughter, Yang Lingchen whirled around, yet found nothing. Cackling to cackling. "The heavens have not forsaken me. After 1,000,000 years, I never anticipated that on the brink of my soul's dissolution, I would encounter a pure yang-bodied at that moment. A terrifying and ghastly specter materialized before Yang Lingchen. The specter's gaze was ablaze with fervor, as if beholding an unparalleled treasure, fixated on Yang Lingchen. "Are you human or ghost?" Yang Lingchen trembled at the sudden appearance of the specter, instinctively retreating several steps. "Whether I am human or ghost is inconsequential. What matters is that I have set my sights on this body of yours." As soon as the words left its lips, the specter transformed into a beam of white light and swiftly plunged into Yang Lingchen's consciousness. Da-da-da-da. Yang Lingchen let out a piercing scream of agony. A wave of excruciating pain surged from the depths of his soul, jolting him awake. He realized, with a start, that this was an attempt to seize his body. This was the last vestige of resistance in Yang Lingchen's mind. At present, within his consciousness, the specter was ravenously devouring his soul. Chapter 4. A violent confrontation with Xiao Jiji, old rascal. I will not yield. Yang Lingchen summoned every ounce of his spirit, launching a frenzied counterattack. Now at the precipice of life and death, if he did not retaliate, his very essence would be completely consumed. "You insolent brat! To dare resist before me is sheer folly." The specter grinned ominously, intensifying its assault on Yang Lingchen's soul. "You little wretch! Your soul is on the verge of collapse, yet you still wish to devour me. Such delusions. Yang Lingchen bellowed, refusing to submit, continuing his relentless counteroffensive. Through the ongoing struggle of consumption and resistance, Yang Lingchen gradually discerned that the specter was not as formidable as he had initially believed, thereby bolstering his resolve and confidence to fight back. You foolish child, cease your futile struggles. Even if my soul is nearing dissolution, you cannot hope to withstand me. Surrender your soul to me, and you shall become the sovereign of this land, wielding dominion over all in this realm. The specter began to tempt Yang Lingchen. Old rascal, with such childish tricks, you think to deceive me? I see you are gravely mistaken. Yang Lingchen remained undeterred, fervently channeling his spirit as he evaded while counterattacking within his consciousness. Prolonging this conflict is futile. My soul has been eroded for 1,000,000 years, and I stand on the brink of annihilation that if this continues, I might truly meet my end. The specter's impatience began to mount. As time pressed on, its essence gradually weakened. Initially, it had assumed it could easily overpower Yang Lingchen, but as the confrontation unfolded, it realized its own soul was on the verge of collapse from the moment it entered Yang Lingchen as consciousness. This had become a life-or-death struggle. Either it would successfully seize the body, or it would vanish entirely from existence. Under the specter's relentless consumption, Yang Lingchen also faced immense depletion, his body rendered exceedingly frail. After all, the specter was a top-tier powerhouse from 1,000,000 years ago. Despite its soul nearing dissolution, it was not something Yang Lingchen could easily contend with. That to endure for so long was already miraculous. At this moment, Yang Lingchen felt a profound despair settle within him, and he sensed that he was nearing his breaking point. Should he continue to be consumed in this manner, his journey through time would come to a premature end. Cackling. Fear not, child, from this moment forth, your body shall belong to me. A sinister grin crept across the specter's lips as it lunged toward Yang Lingchen's soul. This time, it intended to entirely consume Yang Lingchen's essence and complete the body snatching. Damn it, if I am to perish, let it be together. A fierce determination ignited in Yang Lingchen's eyes. He chose not to flee but to charge directly at the specter. However, at that moment, he was no match for the specter. In mere moments, a significant portion of Yang Lingchen's soul was devoured. Just as he neared his limit, a surge of spirit erupted from the depths of his essence, swiftly merging with him. This sudden emergence belonged to the previous owner of Yang Lingchen's body. As the two souls fused, Yang Lingchen instantly reversed the tide of battle. What? How can you possess two souls? The specter exclaimed in utter terror. Die, old fool. Yang Lingchen charged fiercely towards the specter. Young man, two souls against one. This is hardly fair play. The specter, now gravely weakened, appeared as if it might dissipate at any moment. What a rascal. Now you wish to speak of fairness. Where was your sense of honor before? Yang Lingchen showed no signs of hesitation, continuing his relentless assault on the specter's essence, that he understood the specter's terror. Should he allow it to regain its composure, it could very well attempt to seize his body once more. I refuse to accept this. The specter howled in desperation, and soon, all fell silent at this moment. Yang Lingchen found himself in a state of profound shock, gasping for breath as he struggled to assimilate the sudden influx of memories. It turned out that the specter was named Lingchen, a master of alchemy and formations from the divine realm 1,000,000 years ago. After inadvertently obtaining the ancient artifact, Haotian Jade, he became the target of a relentless hunt by the entire divine realm. Ultimately outnumbered, his physical form was destroyed, and his soul had taken refuge in the space of the Haotian Jade. Yang Lingchen meticulously sifted through the memories within his mind. Just then, he discovered an incredibly profound cultivation technique among Lingchen's memories, the Haotian method. According to Lingchen's recollections, Yang Lingchen realized that this was a premier cultivation method in the divine realm, with a cultivation speed hundreds of times greater than ordinary techniques. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Lingchen swiftly settled into a cross-legged position and began to cultivate according to the Haotian method's incantations. Instantly, an abundance of spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave, converging toward Yang Lingchen. Boom, 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 gathering origin realm, 7th layer. Gathering origin realm, 8th layer. Time elapsed without his notice until Yang Lingchen's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Gathering Origin realm, at which point he gradually came to a halt. At this moment, Yang Lingchen wore an expression of sheer astonishment, unable to fathom how, after merely practicing for a brief period, he had astonishingly ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Gathering Yuan realm. It is noteworthy that for the preceding 15 years, he had been regarded as the infamous wastrel of Hanyang City. Yet now, within the mere span of a single day, he had advanced from the 3rd layer of the Gathering Yuan realm to the 9th layer. Truly a miraculous feat. In this world, the cultivation realms are categorized as follows: Gathering Yuan, Mingxian, Tongxian, Wensu, Ruxian, Guixian, Lingxian, Linghai, Wangzhe, and Huangzhe. Do not fret about memorizing the realms. Once you reach a certain level, I shall mark the subsequent realms for you. Each realm is further divided into 9 layers. Brother, rest assured, from now on, I shall be you, and you shall be me. Your enemy shall be avenged by me. Through his memories, Yang Lingchen recalled that the one who had slain his predecessor was 2 masked assailants. Although their faces were concealed, their eyes bore an unervingly familiar glint. He was confident that upon seeing that person again, he would undoubtedly recognize them. Subsequently, he activated the Haotian Jade, and in a fleeting moment, he reappeared within that cave, with the Haotian Jade merging into his body. Chapter 5. The Elder's Challenge after cultivating the Haotian technique. Yang Lingchen had completely mastered the entire space of the Haotian Jade at this moment. He was enshrouded in a coat of dark, foul filth, fully aware that this was likely the result of the marrow cleansing process, especially considering he was currently practicing the divine-level Haotian technique. Gazing at his repulsive state, he slowly exited the cave and returned to the familiar waterside. With swift and decisive movements, he shed his tattered garments and plunged into the pool, meticulously scrubbing himself clean. Once he had thoroughly washed away the grime, he set off, following the memories in his mind, towards the outskirts of the Taicang mountain range. Before him stood an imposing and majestic city, its towering walls constructed from colossal black stones, exuding an unyielding strength akin to iron. Upon passing through the formidable city gates and entering the city, he was greeted by an array of classical buildings that brimmed with charm. The bustling streets were teeming with people. Enthusiastic vendors shouted their wares, while numerous powerful warriors navigated through the throng. Yang Lingchen felt like a Na'vi country bumpkin, wide-eyed and filled with wonder at the sights around him. Isn't that Yang Lingchen? Just then, a voice laced with mockery emerged from behind him, a young man clad in resplendent white attire, handsome and exuding an air of superiority, regarded Yang Lingchen with malicious amusement. Taunting, look at you in such a disheveled state. Surely, you are begging on the streets. Yang Lingchen furrowed his brow slightly, but quickly recalled detailed information about the individual. With a cold smirk, he replied, So, you are the infamous Xiao Jigide. It is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you. The speaker was none other than Xiao Jiji, the youngest son of the head of one of the 4 prominent families in Hanyang City. The Xiao family, whose cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the Gathering Yuan realm. He had often bullied the former Yang Lingchen. You little brat. You seek death. Xiao Jiji's eyes flashed with a chilling light as he furiously struck out at Yang Lingchen. Having been tormented by the mockery of his name throughout his life, he could hardly believe that the current Yang Lingchen dared to call him Xiao Jiji so brazenly that if it were the old Yang Lingchen, he would undoubtedly have been severely injured by such a strike. However, with his cultivation now at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Gathering Yuan realm, he regarded Xiao Jiji with disdain. Bang! A crisp sound of shattering echoed, followed by Xiao Jiji's anguished wail, but he knelt on the ground, his face contorted with pain, veins bulging, displaying torment. Yang Lingchen slowly approached him, placing a foot mercilessly on his face, coldly stating, calling you Xiao Jiji was out of respect. Since you object so vehemently, you might as well change your surname to Mei. There is no name more fitting for you than that. Having endured bullying from Xiao Jiji since his youth, Yang Lingchen, now having traversed into this world, would not allow such tyranny to continue unchallenged. Yang Lingchen, you little bastard, I will ensure your family's annihilation. Xiao Jiji roared in agony, his voice laced with venomous hatred. Unfazed, Yang Lingchen's gaze darkened as he pressed down harder, causing Xiao Jiji's right cheek to sink beneath his foot. Crack! Xiao Jiji howled in pain, his face contorting grotesquely from the excruciating agony that a crowd had gathered around, drawn by the commotion. When did Yang Lingchen become so formidable? Indeed, just recently, he was seen being beaten by Xiao Jiji. Today, it's as if he is transformed into a different person. Numerous spectators displayed expressions of astonishment that in Hanyang City. While Yang Lingchen was notorious as a debauched scion, that reputation was relative to the average person. Among the younger generation of the four prominent families, he was undeniably regarded as a waste. Yang Lingchen paid no heed to Xiao Jiji any longer and decisively strode towards the Yang family's direction. The Yang family, as one of the four great families of Hanyang City, was led by Yang Daolin, one of the four supreme powerhouses of the city. Their estate was vast, with walls crafted from fine green bricks and gates made of precious millennium golden silk Namu wood, exuding an air of nobility and luxury. Who dares to trespass in the Yang family? Upon reaching the entrance, he was abruptly halted by a guard. Yang Guang, are you blind? You can't even recognize me? Yang Lingchen shouted angrily, realizing that if he did not assert his identity soon, he might indeed be ruthlessly expelled by his own guards. Master, I apologize. I didn't see clearly. Yang Guang trembled in fear and quickly stepped aside. Following his memories, Yang Lingchen hastened towards his quarters. Young master, what happened to you? A girl in a green dress, his childhood maid, Xiao Rua, inquired with concern. Xiao Rua, prepare a clean set of clothing for me. Yang Lingchen instructed before hastily making his way to the bath, feeling utterly disheveled and in dire need of rejuvenation. The Xiao family, one of the four great families of Hanyang City. Dr. Zhou. How is my son? A middle-aged man with a piercing gaze and a cold demeanor asked impatiently. This man was none other than Xiao Shuoming, the head of the Xiao family, and the injured Xiao Jiji was his youngest son. Your son's condition is stable, but an elderly man with graying hair hesitated, his words trailing off. But what? Xiao Shuoming pressed urgently. Yang Daolin, I demand your son pay with his life. Xiao Shuoming's eyes were icy. His teeth gritted in fury. Chapter 6. A transformed Yang Lingchen in the courtyard of the Yang family estate. Yang Kuan, are you tired of living? How dare you deceive me? Yang Jihao's eyes gleamed with malice as he raised his hand and struck decisively. Are you certain you didn't team Miss C? Yang Jihao asked gravely. How could that be? He was clearly dead. Yang Jihao's brow furrowed, lost in deep contemplation. Young master, what shall we do next? Yang Kuan asked cautiously. Do not worry. We were all masked, and he was knocked unconscious by me. He could not possibly recognize us. Yang Jihao replied coldly. After a thorough cleansing, Yang Lingchen donned a pristine white robe, his exquisitely sculpted features radiating an air of noble elegance. He felt quite satisfied with the visage of this body. Young master, the head of the family requests your presence in the reception hall. Just then, Xiao Ruo approached him. The reception hall? Could there be an esteemed guest? Yang Lingchen frowned, filled with curiosity, and promptly made his way to the hall, the Yang family's reception hall. The higher-ups were locked in a tense standoff with members of the Xiao family. The atmosphere thick with hostility, as if an intense confrontation could erupt at any moment. Yang Daolin, if you do not surrender the one who has reduced my son to this state today, do not blame me, Xiao Shuoming, for lacking regard for our past friendship. Xiao Shuoming's voice was cold to the extreme, his fury nearly bursting forth from his chest, evidently having reached an unparalleled level of rage. Xiao Shuoming, are you certain you are not jesting? Yang Daolin's face displayed a look of perplexity. The Tio claim that his son had incapacitated Xiao Jiji was something Yang Daolin could never believe. Not even under duress. After all, his son's cultivation was merely at the third layer of the gathering essence realm, while Xiao Jiji had already reached the pinnacle of the fifth layer. Their strengths were simply not on the same level. Father, you called for me to that moment of intense tension. Yang Lingchen pushed the door open and strode in. Upon seeing Yang Lingchen enter, the members of the Xiao family glared at him with fierce indignation. Chun'er, did you strike Xiao Jiji? Yang Daolin's brows furrowed slightly as he pointed at the pitifully injured Xiao Jiji on the stretcher. Indeed, I was the one who struck him, but it was Xiao Jiji who initiated the conflict. I merely retaliated in self-defense, and many witnesses were present at the scene. Then, Yang Lingchen recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. You sharp-tongued brat, you harmed my son and dare to distort the truth here, confusing right and wrong. Xiao Shuoming coldly rebuked. Yang Daolin, this brat has crippled my son, and today I shall likewise cripple him, but if you dare to intervene, Our family shall become irreconcilable foes, destined for mutual destruction. Head of the family, since this matter was instigated by young Lingchen, he should handle it himself. The eldest elder, Yang Tianqing, spoke with an indifferent tone, devoid of emotion. Head of the family, I concur with the eldest elder's opinion. As the young master, Yang Lingchen spends his days idly, causing trouble everywhere. You cannot allow our entire Yang family to suffer because of him. At this moment, the third elder, Yang Tianming, also stepped forward to support the eldest elder's words. Humph. Yang Daolin let out a cold snort, his piercing gaze sweeping over the third elder like a sharp sword. Instantly, the third elder felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His body chilled, and he quickly lowered his head, daring not to utter another word. Xiao Shuaming, the situation is quite clear. Your son lacks skill and initiated the attack. Even if he is crippled, it is merely the consequence of his own actions. Should you wish to oppose the Yang family, feel free to try. Yang Daolin's voice was frigid, exuding no fear. Well, Yang Daolin, I shall see how long you can protect him. Having harmed my son, this matter will certainly not be brushed aside so easily. Xiao Shuaming cast a cold glance at Yang Lingchen, then stormed out of the Yang family residence with his kin, driven by fury. His choice to depart was primarily due to his apprehension of Yang Daolin's profound and inscrutable strength. Head of the family, Yang Lingchen is now 15 years old. According to clan regulations, if the young master cannot surpass his peers at this age, the Elder Council has the right to dismiss him from his position. The eldest elder, Yang Tianqing, stated coldly once more. Head of the family, I agree with the eldest elder to AT-15. Yang Lingchen is only at the third layer of the Gathering Essence realm. He truly lacks the qualifications to continue serving as our young master. The fifth elder, Yang Beiyun, also chimed in. Elders, I believe your points are valid, that I wonder who you think is qualified to replace me. Yang Lingchen sneered, stepping forward, no longer remaining silent, feeling as though this group of elder statesmen regarded him as inconsequential. I propose the eldest elder's grandson, Yang Zizhou, AT just 16. He has already reached the 9th layer of the Gathering Essence realm, making him a top-tier talent even in the entirety of Hanyang City. The third elder, Yang Tianming, eagerly spoke up. Eldest elder, what do you think? Yang Lingchen inquired, looking toward the eldest elder. I believe Zihao possesses the strength and is qualified to hold the position of young master. Yang Tianqing replied with a stoic expression, his demeanor serious. Very well, do not say I am not giving you a chance. Tomorrow morning at the family martial arts stage, if Yang Zihao can defeat me, then the position of young master shall be his. Yang Lingchen sneered, speaking without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianqing's lips curled into a faint smile as he turned to Yang Daolin and asked, Head of the family, what do you think? In Yang Tianqing's view, Yang Lingchen was merely setting himself up for humiliation, a foolhardy endeavor that a mere third-layer Gathering Essence realm waste attempting to defeat a 9th-layer expert was akin to chasing a pipe dream. Let it be as Chun'er suggests. Yang Daolin furrowed his brow. At that moment, he was unsure of what his son was truly contemplating. However, according to clan regulations, the young master indeed could be re-elected if he could not surpass his peers. The head of the family is wise. We take our leave. Yang Tianqing laughed heartily, filled with self-satisfaction as he exited the meeting hall to AT this moment. Yang Tianqing felt immense joy, as once his grandson became the young master. The power of the Yang family would fall into his lineage to Chun'er. You were too impulsive just now. Do you realize that? Yang Daolin spoke in a deep voice. Father, rest assured. Tomorrow, I will surely win. Yang Lingchen replied, then summoned all his internal energy, instantly revealing his formidable strength at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Gathering Essence realm. Whoa! Yang Daolin was immediately stunned by the sight before him. Wasn't his son at the 3rd layer of the Gathering Essence realm? How had he suddenly broken through to the pinnacle of the 9th layer? 9th layer of the Gathering Essence realm. Chun'er, when did you advance to the 9th layer? Yang Daolin's face displayed an expression of extreme astonishment. Father, in truth, I have long been at the pinnacle of the 9th layer. I merely prefer to keep a low profile. Yang Lingchen replied sheepishly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ha, splendid, no less than my son. Yang Daolin laughed heartily that he did not believe a word of Yang Lingchen's nonsensical claims. This brat had always been arrogant and domineering, hardly the type to be humble. Nonetheless, Yang Daolin chose not to press further, as it was his son's secret. By the way, Chun'er, in half a month, The Tiangong will arrive in Hanyang City to recruit new disciples. You must strive to seize this opportunity, Yang Daolin remarked. Rest assured, father, I will do my utmost, Yang Lingchen replied. From Yang Daolin's eyes, Yang Lingchen perceived a glimmer of paternal expectation. Yang Lingchen was quite interested in the Tiangong, for it was the premier sect of the northern Xian domain, and those who entered were the top talents among the younger generation. Having arrived in this world, Yang Lingchen certainly did not wish to live an unremarkable life. Hence the Tiangong was a destination he must pursue. Only by joining the Tiangong, in such a gathering of prodigies, could he rapidly grow. That moment, the steward Yang Su entered and bowed, saying, "Head of the family, the city lord of Hancheng has arrived. Quickly invite him in," Yang Daolin promptly replied. Shortly thereafter, the steward Yang Su led in a distinguished middle-aged man, followed by a young woman with fair skin and striking beauty. The visitors were none other than Han Tianling, the city lord of Hanyang City, and his daughter, Han Ruoxue. The Han family, like the Yang family, was one of the four great families of Hanyang City. But the Han family was the foremost among them, with Han Tianling serving as the city lord. Upon seeing Han Ruoxue, a surge of indescribable emotion coursed through Yang Lingchen's soul, and memories of Han Ruoxue flooded into his mind. At that moment, Yang Lingchen realized that Han Ruoxue was, in fact, his fiancée in the past. To win Han Ruoxue's favor, the former Yang Lingchen had gone to great lengths, yet she had shown him no affection, even harboring extreme dislike for him. "Tianling brother, what brings you here today?" "Please take a seat." Yang Daolin greeted Han Tianling with great warmth. "Greetings, Uncle Yang," Yang Lingchen said respectfully. "Greetings, Uncle Yang." Han Ruoxue also offered a graceful bow to Yang Daolin. "Brother Daolin, you are too polite that I have come today to discuss a pressing matter," Han Tianling replied, his expression indicating discomfort and a hint of awkwardness. "You are too polite, my friend, that we have known each other for many years and share a deep bond. Please feel free to speak. Anything within my power, I shall do my utmost to assist," Yang Daolin said calmly, maintaining a composed demeanor. Alas. Han Tianling sighed heavily before continuing, "Brother Daolin, I have come today to annul the engagement." "Annul the engagement?" Yang Daolin's brows knitted tightly, fully aware of his son's deep affection for Han Ruoxue, yet never expecting Han Tianling would come to call off the engagement. "Uncle Yang, I understand that you and my father had an agreement years ago, but matters of marriage cannot be forced. Over the past decade or so, Yang Lingchen and I have grown up together, yet we have not developed any special feelings for each other, and if we are bound together against our will, it will surely lead to unhappiness in the future." Han Ruoxue eloquently expressed her prepared speech in one breath. Sigh. "Chinner, what do you think of this?" Yang Daolin sighed, clearly recognizing Han Ruoxue's lack of affection for his son. After Yang Lingchen spoke, all present exhibited expressions of utter astonishment. Particularly for Han Ruoxue, she could scarcely have anticipated that Yang Lingchen would so readily agree to annul their marriage, especially considering the relentless harassment he had subjected her to over the past few years. Yang Daolin's face was etched with profound regret. "Thank you, Uncle Yang," Han Ruoxue said with a respectful bow, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her at that moment. Her resolute decision to call off the engagement was not due to any particular disdain for Yang Lingchen, but rather stemmed from her unwillingness to marry a man of such meager capabilities. Conversely, Yang Lingchen's agreement to the annulment was primarily motivated by his desire to no longer play the role of a sycophant devoid of dignity. In the past, he had lavished considerable wealth upon Han Ruoxue in a futile attempt to win her favor, even pilfering 100,000 gold coins from his family to purchase the long sword she now held. When Yang Daolin discovered this, he had been infuriated to the point of nearly striking Yang Lingchen dead. After all, 100,000 gold coins represented half a year's worth of the family's income. Yet, Han Ruoxue had always accepted whatever gifts Yang Lingchen had bestowed upon her without hesitation, exhibiting an insatiable greed. After his rebirth, Yang Lingchen harbored no fondness for such a selfish and avaricious woman, regardless of her breathtaking beauty. Within the memories of Ling Juechen, Yang Lingchen unearthed a top-tier divine movement technique, the phantom body technique. This technique not only proved exceptional for evasion, but also granted him the upper hand against any opponent of equal rank in combat. However, mastering a divine technique required an extraordinarily high level of comprehension from the practitioner. Stealthily, Yang Lingchen infiltrated the Haotian Jade space, dedicating himself tirelessly to the practice of the phantom body technique. Repeating the movements tirelessly, The night passed swiftly. After a night of diligent training, Yang Lingchen finally achieved the rudimentary level of mastery in the phantom body technique. Although merely at the foundational stage, he felt confident that he could outpace all talents of the same realm. Even when faced with formidable opponents several small realms above him, he believed he could escape unscathed, as this was a top-tier technique from the divine realm. The following morning, after a thorough grooming, Yang Lingchen departed from his residence with renewed vigor, striding purposefully towards the Yang family's martial stage. The arena was teeming with numerous Yang family youths, all gathered to witness the impending confrontation between Yang Lingchen and Yang Zihao. Almost no one believed Yang Lingchen stood a chance, for in their eyes, he was merely at the third layer of the gathering essence realm, while Yang Zihao had already ascended to the ninth layer. The disparity in strength was vast, leading to the general consensus that victory was unattainable for Yang Lingchen. Brother Zihao, once you become the young master, do take good care of us. How is it that you are so formidable? Brother Zihao, under young Master Zihao's wise leadership, our Yang family will undoubtedly become the foremost family in Chanyang City. Surrounding the martial stage, a group of youths lavished praise upon Yang Zihao, showering him with compliments. At that moment, Yang Zihao reveled in the adulation, basking in the warmth of attention, convinced that the position of young master was already his for the taking. When Yang Lingchen arrived at the martial stage, Yang Daolin and the elders of the Yang family were already seated atop the platform. My apologies for being late, Yang Lingchen said as he ascended the stage, continuing, Elder, please summon your grandson. At that moment, Yang Zihao leaped into the arena, declaring, Lingchen, I advise you to concede gracefully. Otherwise, fists have no eyes, and should I inadvertently injure you, I would find it difficult to explain to the family head. You foul beast. Yang Lingchen thought, as he locked eyes with Yang Zihao, finally confirming his suspicion that Yang Zihao was the one responsible for the death of his predecessor. Elder, I've recently made some progress in my cultivation, so my control over strength may be somewhat lacking, that if I inadvertently cripple Brother Zihao, you mustn't blame me. Yang Lingchen disregarded Yang Zihao, instead smiling at Elder Yang Tianqing. Young master, feel free to unleash your abilities. As long as you can injure Zihao, I will not hold you accountable. Yang Tianqing replied with hearty laughter. Now that the elder has spoken, I am relieved that to show my respect. I shall allow Yang Zihao 3 moves. Yang Lingchen said, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Brother Lingchen, since you are so confident, I shall not hold back. Yang Zihao retorted before launching a powerful strike at Yang Lingchen. He was seething with rage, eager to obliterate Yang Lingchen on the spot. Yet he hesitated, aware that Yang Lingchen was Yang Daolin's only son, and Yang Daolin was notorious for his fierce protection of his offspring. With a swift flash, Yang Lingchen nimbly evaded the formidable blow. First move, he remarked calmly, a faint smile playing on his lips. The spectators below were left in a state of shock, their disbelief palpable as they gazed at Yang Lingchen. Although Yang Zihao's previous strike had been casual, it was a feat beyond the capability of someone at the third layer of the gathering essence realm to evade so effortlessly. Since Yang Lingchen had not employed his profound energy, the crowd remained oblivious to his true cultivation level. Seeing his first attack fail to subdue Yang Lingchen, Yang Zihao struck again, this time delivering a punch with all his might that he intended to spare Yang Lingchen no opportunity to escape. He aimed to resolve the matter swiftly. Bang! Yang Zihao's forceful punch was again easily dodged by Yang Lingchen. Second move, he stated, his expression impassive, though a mocking smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Yang Daolin wore a faintly pleased expression as Yang Zihao's frustration mounted from failing to land a hit. He gradually lost his composure, his temper flaring. Lingchen, if you have the ability, then stop dodging. A person he had once regarded as worthless was now evading his fierce attacks with ease, which darkened Yang Zihao's countenance significantly. Fine, I shall grant you one chance, Yang Lingchen declared, a glimmer of cold amusement illuminating his features. You seek death. Yang Zihao moved like lightning, launching a fierce kick at Yang Lingchen. Yet, to his astonishment, Yang Lingchen effortlessly caught his foot. 3 moves have passed. Crack! With a sudden, forceful grip, Yang Lingchen crushed Yang Zihao's leg, fracturing the bone. Da-da-da-da-da. The excruciating pain elicited a series of agonizing wails from Yang Zihao. At that moment, Yang Lingchen, channeling a surge of Haotian energy, unleashed a devastating kick to Yang Zihao's dantian. Yang Zihao screamed in agony once more, propelled backward by the overwhelming force. Zihao. Yang Tianqing bellowed, his form darting like the wind as he rushed to Yang Zihao's side. Urgently assessing his injuries, that my apologies, elder. I did not anticipate Brother Zihao would be so fragile. Had I known, I would have held back. Yang Lingchen feigned innocence, not sparing a glance at Yang Zihao again. Fully aware that his opponent's future was irrevocably ruined. Yang Lingchen, how dare you cripple Zihao's Dantian? I will have your life. Yang Tianqing's eyes widened in fury, his voice cold as ice, radiating a palpable murderous intent. Like a bolt of lightning, he lunged at Yang Lingchen, unable to swallow the bitter pill of losing his prized disciple at the hands of the latter. Yang Tianqing, you seek death. Yang Daolin transformed into a dazzling flash of white light, arriving just in time to strike Yang Tianqing in the back. Bang! Poof! Yang Tianqing was sent flying by the overwhelming force, spitting blood mid-air, rendered incapable of further resistance. Old fool, perish! At that moment, Yang Lingchen executed the phantom body technique, dashing toward Yang Tianqing with astounding speed. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed as Yang Lingchen's foot connected with Yang Tianqing's neck before he even hit the ground. You! Yang Tianqing's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock and horror. Even in his final moments, he could not fathom that he would meet his demise at the hands of a junior. The members of the Yang family stood in stunned silence, gazing at Yang Lingchen in utter disbelief. Yang Tianqing was the backbone of the Yang family, and yet he had been so effortlessly slain. Even Yang Daolin was taken aback by his son's decisiveness and resolve in action. Yang Zihao plotted to murder the young master 2 days ago in the Taicang Mountains. Today, Yang Tianqing attempted to kill the young master as well, that if I do not eliminate him, he will continue to seek vengeance against me. Yang Lingchen said, his expression dark and voice low. His lack of hesitation in slaying Yang Tianqing stemmed from the undeniable murderous intent directed at him by Yang Tianqing. If he did not take the opportunity to eliminate him, he would have to remain on guard for all time. The onlookers fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to voice a word, for Yang Lingchen's reasoning was undeniably sound. Although Yang Lingchen's actions were somewhat ruthless, his resolute and courageous demeanor as the young master of the Yang family is precisely what everyone yearns to witness. Even the 3rd and 5th elders, who typically disapprove of Yang Lingchen, remained silent at this moment. You are not Yang Lingchen. The true Yang Lingchen has already been slain by me and Yang Kun. Yang Zihao, with a face full of despair, erupted in a furious roar. Just moments ago, he had been filled with ambition and eager anticipation to become the young master of the Yang family, yet the outcome far exceeded his expectations. Damn it, if you wish to die, don't drag me down with you. Upon hearing Yang Zihao's words, Yang Kun was instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, finally admitting it. I indeed came perilously close to being killed by you, but fortune favored me, and I narrowly escaped, Yang Lingchen remarked with a cold smirk. Upon hearing that his son nearly lost his life, Yang Daolin's eyes radiated an icy glare. Such audacity, daring to lay a hand on my son. Bring forth these 2 rascals and chop them into pieces to feed the dogs. Yang Daolin bellowed with fury, a chilling aura of murderous intent swiftly enveloping the gathering. Master, spare my life, I am innocent. It was all Yang Zihao's doing. He forced my hand. Yang Kun, trembling and frightened, prostrated himself on the ground. That moment, the Yang family shadow guards swiftly escorted Yang Zihao and Yang Kun out. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, aside from diligently cultivating, Yang Lingchen perused an extensive array of classical texts, his heart brimming with an intense curiosity for this unfamiliar world. Concurrently, news of Yang Lingchen's victory over Yang Zihao rapidly spread throughout the entire Hanyang city. After all, for many years, Yang Lingchen had been notorious as the infamous waste of Hanyang city. On this day, Yang Lingchen intended to procure some medicinal herbs for alchemy, planning to elevate his cultivation to the Mingxian realm before recruiting new disciples for the Tianyuan Palace. Only by reaching the Mingxian realm could he confidently stand out among the numerous prodigies, given the exceedingly stringent requirements for new disciples at the Tianyuan Palace. However, Yang Lingchen currently possessed a scant number of gold coins, prompting him to seek out Yang Daolin. Yang Daolin had always been exceedingly fond of his son. Upon hearing that Yang Lingchen intended to buy medicinal herbs, he promptly bestowed upon him 100,000 gold coins. This was utterly unimaginable in the past, as Yang Linchen's low cultivation level had limited Yang Dalin's support to merely 1 or 2,000 gold coins at best, with the gold coins in hand. Yang Lingchen exited the Yang residence, striding purposefully towards the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce. "Master, the young master has departed," the steward Yang Su reported. "Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will ensure the young master's safety," Yang Su said respectfully before withdrawing. The Tianwu Chamber of Commerce is the largest trading establishment in the Tianwu continent, with branches scattered across every corner of the realm. The Tianwu Chamber. One can acquire a plethora of exceedingly rare medicinal herbs and mysterious treasures, provided they are willing to pay the price. Even if something is not available at the chamber, they will issue quests for individuals throughout the continent to assist in the search. It is said that the power behind the Tianwu Chamber is vast, with even numerous mighty empires refraining from provoking it lightly. Even in times of war between nations, the Tianwu Chamber remains an unshakable presence. Thus, a famous adage has emerged in the Tianwu continent. Empires may flow like water, but the Tianwu Chamber stands firm like iron. Chapter 8. A slap in the face today, Yang Lingchen donned an exquisite light blue robe. His long, thick hair elegantly tied up, that a resolute expression graced his handsome face, rendering him a stark contrast to his former debauched image as he stepped into the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce. "Esteemed young master, how may I assist you?" A tall and graceful female attendant approached him with unwavering enthusiasm. After all, those who frequent the Tianwu Chamber for purchases are all prominent figures in Hanyang City. Thus, the attendants are carefully selected from among many, each possessing cultivation levels above the 6th layer of the Gathering Yuan realm. "I require some medicinal herbs," Yang Lingchen stated, handing over a meticulously prepared list to the beautiful attendant. "Young master, the herbs you seek are quite precious and expensive. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" The attendant maintained her smile, her tone gentled. "No problem. Please prepare the herbs for me," Yang Lingchen replied without hesitation. "Very well, young master. Please wait a moment while I arrange for your herbs," the attendant said respectfully. "Do you have alchemy furnaces available?" Yang Lingchen then inquired. "Certainly, please follow me," the attendant replied. Under the attendant's guidance, Yang Lingchen arrived at a private chamber on the 2nd floor of the Tianwu Chamber, where various levels of alchemy furnaces were displayed. The attendant began to elaborate on the details. "Young master, this light blue furnace is the Tongxian Ding, valued at 200,000 gold coins, a precious relic left by a top-tier alchemist. This bronze-colored furnace is the Taiqing Ding, bequeathed by the ancient alchemist Taiqing Zhenren, valued at 300,000 gold coins." The attendant continued to provide a detailed account of the origins and prices of the furnaces. Hearing the exorbitant prices, Yang Lingchen felt a twinge of helplessness. As these furnaces were far beyond his budget, that moment, the Haotian jade within him vibrated slightly. His intuition suggested that there must be something extraordinary within this chamber, for the Haotian jade would not respond without reason. "Are there any other alchemy furnaces available?" Yang Lingchen asked, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Of course, young master. Please follow me," the attendant replied, her brows slightly furrowing as she led him to an inconspicuous corner. That moment, Yang Linchen's gaze was immediately drawn to a pitch-black furnace. "What on earth? This item seems rather unremarkable. Why would the Haotian jade react to it?" Yang Lingchen pondered with confusion. "Young master, this black furnace has been housed in our Tianwu chamber for several hundred years. Its exact origins are unclear. That if you desire it, it can be yours for 5,000 gold coins," the attendant stated. "This black furnace appears rather ordinary. Could you possibly lower the price a bit?" Yang Lingchen steadied his thoughts, still maintaining his composure. "This black furnace is already very reasonably priced," the attendant replied. 2,500. "How about that? For 1,005, the attendant took a step back. 2,006. Yang Lingchen replied again. 4,000. The attendant bit her lip and stated. After an intense round of haggling, Yang Lingchen ultimately secured the mysterious black furnace for 3,000 gold coins. After stowing the furnace in his storage pouch, he returned to the 1st floor. "Oh, is that not Yang Lingchen?" Just then, an elegant and melodious voice rang out from behind him, but he turned to see Han Ruoxue, adorned in a pale pink silk dress, gliding gracefully towards him, accompanied by a strikingly handsome young man. This young man was Lin Beiyang, the youngest son of the Lin family's master in Hanyang City, a top-tier genius with cultivation at the 1st layer of the Mingxian realm. "Ah, Miss Han." Yang Lingchen merely cast a cursory glance at Han Ruoxue, speaking in a neutral tone. "Yang Lingchen, I heard you defeated Yang Zihao and even killed Yang Tiansheng. Did I ask this true? Han Ruoxue inquired with a charming smile, her curiosity evident that it's mere gossip, not to be taken seriously. With my strength, how could I possibly kill the Grand Elder? Yang Lingchen chuckled, choosing not to reveal too much of his true self in front of this woman. Just then, the tall female attendant approached him. Young master, the medicinal herbs and alchemy furnace you requested have been prepared. However, we currently have only this last Lingyuan fruit available. The attendant smiled as she spoke. No matter, one will suffice. How much in total? Yang Lingchen asked calmly. The total is 61,000 gold coins. You may pay 60,000, she replied. Thank you, miss. Yang Lingchen swiftly produced the 60,000 gold note from his pocket and handed it over, subsequently collecting the herbs into his storage pouch. Lingyuan fruit. Han Ruoxue could not help but exclaim, then added, Yang Lingchen, could you give that fruit to me? The Lingyuan fruit is an exceptionally rare spiritual fruit that, when consumed by cultivators at the 9th layer of the Gathering Yuan realm, can increase their chances of breaking through to the Mingxian realm by 20%. Han Ruoxue had come to the Tianwu chamber specifically for this fruit. I'm afraid not, Miss Han. This Lingyuan fruit is equally important to me, Yang Lingchen said without hesitation, firmly refusing Han Ruoxue. He did not wish to entangle himself further with a woman like her. Though Han Ruoxue was beautiful, she was not his type, as her character was excessively calculating. In the past, he had always catered to her whims, like a sycophant. Yang Lingchen, that Lingyuan fruit is mine now. Name your price, Lin Beiyang declared, looking at Yang Lingchen with an air of arrogance. The aloofness of Lin Beiyang is not without its reasons. Although both he and Yang Lingchen belong to the younger generation of the 4 prominent families of Hanyang City. Lin Beiyang has been regarded as a prodigy since childhood, while Yang Lingchen has long been known as a notorious good-for-nothing. Were it not for Han Ruoxue, Lin Beiyang believed that he would never have any interactions with someone like Yang Lingchen throughout his life. Miss Han, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Lin Beiyang stated. Yang Lingchen completely disregarded Lin Beiyang, striding towards the entrance of the Tianwu Merchant Association. As he observed Yang Lingchen's departing figure, Lin Beiyang's expression darkened instantly. He never anticipated that this so-called good-for-nothing would dare to ignore him so brazenly. Thus, Lin Beiyang followed suit, determined to make Yang Lingchen understand the severe consequences of his insolence. Meanwhile, Han Ruoxue's expression was equally frigid. She too was astonished by Yang Lingchen's audacity in disregarding her face. Originally, she had hoped to leverage the spirit essence fruit to achieve a breakthrough to the Mingxian realm, thereby shining brightly during the recruitment of new disciples at Tianyu Palace. Noticing Lin Beiyang's stormy demeanor as he exited, a subtle smile of satisfaction flickered across Han Ruoxue's lips, and she followed him out. Yang Lingchen, hand over that spirit essence fruit. For the sake of the Yang family, I shall not make things difficult for you, Lin Beiyang coldly declared, fixing his gaze on Yang Lingchen. Lin Beiyang, it seems your mind is not quite right. Have I provoked you in any way? Yang Lingchen retorted icily. You're courting death, Yang Lingchen. Lin Beiyang had never been insulted in such a manner, and just as he was about to take action against Yang Lingchen, Han Ruoxue approached, her voice calm as she said, Yang Lingchen, if you relinquish the spirit essence fruit, I shall compensate you with double the price. How does that sound? You presumptuous woman, do I look like someone in need of money? Being the young master of the Yang family? Yang Lingchen replied, his eyes devoid of warmth as he glanced at Han Ruoxue. You. Han Ruoxue was momentarily at a loss for words, utterly taken aback by Yang Lingchen's transformation from the humble sycophant she once knew to someone who now completely disregarded her. This drastic change ignited a fierce rage within her. What are you stammering about? Return the Lingxiu sword to me. Since we are no longer engaged, how dare you keep the sword I gifted you? Do you possess such audacity, or is your father aware of your shamelessness? Yang Lingchen retorted with a derisive laugh. Originally, he had wished to ignore this woman for the sake of their family's long-standing ties. Yet her incessant posturing compelled him to respond. This sword was a gift from my fiancée. Now that the engagement has been annulled, you must return it to me. Otherwise, I shall seek it from your father. Yang Lingchen stated with a cold smirk, his eyes filled with indifference and resolve. Humph! With a furious cry, Han Ruoxue exclaimed, Yang Lingchen, you scoundrel, return the Lingxiu sword to me. At that moment, Han Ruoxue was utterly stunned, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. She never anticipated Yang Lingchen's agility would be so remarkable, swift enough to leave her no chance to react. Lin Beiyang, do you not relish in showing off? If you can muster 10,000 gold coins, I shall return the Lingxiu sword to her. In that case, it would be akin to your gift to her, Yang Lingchen said, ignoring Han Ruoshua's furious glare and instead regarding Lin Beiyang with a disdainful expression. As if he were a mere jester. Yang Lingchen, I shall repeat myself. Hand over the spirit essence fruit and return the Lingxiu sword to Miss Ruoshua, or do not blame me for being ungracious. Lin Beiyang's eyes glinted with coldness, an imposing aura subtly emanating from him. By this time, a crowd had gathered on the street. Their curiosity piqued as they awaited the unfolding of this confrontation. What a fool, Yang Lingchen scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Beiyang before turning to leave, uninterested in engaging with a second-generation scion who relied on familial power. Seeking death, Lin Beiyang shouted, suddenly extending his hand to strike Yang Lingchen's back with force. Anticipating Lin Beiyang's ambush, Yang Lingchen was prepared. Though he turned to walk away, he remained alert, for Lin Beiyang was the youngest son of the Lin family patriarch, and Yang Lingchen did not wish to initiate the conflict. However, if Lin Beiyang were to strike first, he would have ample justification to retaliate with ferocity that in an instant. Yang Lingchen's figure transformed into a mere shadow, successfully evading Lin Beiyang's surprise attack. Simultaneously, with lightning speed, Yang Lingchen swung his palm towards Lin Beiyang's face. Slap. Ah! Lin Beiyang cried out in anguish, his right cheek swelling dramatically, turning a vivid shade of red. Is this what you call consequences? Yang Lingchen mocked, his eyes brimming with scorn, leaving no room to conceal his contempt for Lin Beiyang. You little bastard, die! Clang! Lin Beiyang roared in fury, drawing his long sword, a flash of cold light slicing through the air as he struck violently at Yang Lingchen. At that moment, his singular thought was to eliminate Yang Lingchen to alleviate his pent-up rage. Clang! Yang Lingchen unsheathed the Lingxiu sword, skillfully countering Lin Beiyang's ferocious assault with his own exquisite swordplay. Whoosh at whoosh. The onlookers were astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. Even Han Ruoshu stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. Prior to this, Yang Lingchen had been notorious as Hanyang City's infamous good-for-nothing. Although rumors had circulated in recent days about his victory over Yang Zhihao and the slaying of Yang Tianqing, no one had truly believed them. Until this moment, the crowd finally accepted the reality of Yang Lingchen's triumph over Yang Zhihao. Yang Lingchen, if you dare, kill me. Lin Beiyang glared at Yang Lingchen with venomous eyes, refusing to concede despite being at a disadvantage. Slap. Damn you, still pretending to be impressive. Yang Lingchen's gaze flashed with a fierce glint as he unleashed a flurry of slaps across Lin Beiyang's face until it resembled that of a pig's head. Yang Lingchen, one day, I will kill you. Lin Beiyang howled in agony, having never experienced such humiliation throughout his life. Ignorant fool. Yang Lingchen delivered a powerful kick to Lin Beiyang's chest, forcefully pinning him to the ground. Crack! With a bone-crunching sound, Lin Beiyang let out another wretched scream as his entire ribcage caved in beneath Yang Lingchen's foot. I once thought you were someone of worth, yet it turns out you are nothing but a fool. Now that you have been beaten into a pig's head, how dare you continue to act pretentious? Should you leave Hanyang City, you would be oblivious to your impending demise, Yang Lingchen remarked mockingly, lightly patting Lin Beiyang's face in derision. Having said that, he turned and strode away, leaving a crowd of astonished onlookers in his wake. Yang Lingchen now possessed a clearer understanding of his combat prowess. At the very least, he felt confident in defeating individuals at the first or second level of the Mingxian realm. Yang Lingchen, one day, I will annihilate your Yang family. Lin Beiyang glowered at Yang Lingchen's receding figure. His eyes filled with malice as he silently vowed that moment. Han Ruoshua found herself suddenly intrigued by Yang Lingchen. She even felt a twinge of regret over the annulment of their engagement. In the Yang family's main residence, the head of the family, Yang Daolin, exclaimed, "What a clever lad! He truly is my son, capable of defeating Lin Beiyang, who is at the Mingxian realm, despite the disparity in their levels." Yang Daolin laughed heartily, a proud and contented expression adorning his face. But what if the Lin family seeks retribution? The steward, Yang Su, inquired anxiously to no need for concern. This is merely a conflict among the younger generation. Lin Yaoyang is not one to escalate matters, Yang Daolin replied, his demeanor calm and composed. Upon returning to the Yang family's residence, Yang Lingchen quietly entered the Haotian Jade space. He then retrieved the newly purchased alchemy furnace and embarked on his first endeavor at alchemy. Despite possessing the memories of Ling Juechen, Yang Lingchen felt a wave of anxiety. After all, he had never truly engaged in the art of alchemy himself. Yang Lingchen focused intently on controlling the alchemical flames, meticulously sorting the medicinal ingredients before carefully placing them into the furnace. One by one, that he was currently attempting to concoct the breakthrough pill suitable for the Mingxian realm. Should he succeed, he would be assured a breakthrough to that realm. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed, and under Yang Lingchen's unwavering concentration, a batch of breakthrough pills was finally completed. Gently, he opened the alchemy furnace. Wow! I truly am a genius. Upon seeing the several exquisite breakthrough pills within the furnace, Yang Lingchen's face lit up with excitement. Unable to contain his jubilant cheers, after calming his exhilaration, Yang Lingchen began to concoct other medicinal pills, for cultivation certainly relied on the support of such elixirs. With a sufficient supply of pills, Yang Lingchen felt confident he could elevate his cultivation to even greater heights in a short span of time. The identity of an alchemist is held in high esteem within the Tianwu continent. Whether for cultivation, injury, poisoning, or illness, one cannot do without the support of medicinal pills. Alchemists are categorized into junior, intermediate, advanced, and supreme levels. The higher the grade of the same medicinal pill, the more effective its results. Naturally, however, pills cannot be used without limit. Excessive consumption can lead to instability in one's foundation. However, the extraordinary elixirs can be used without limitation, thus elevating the status of a master alchemist far above that of ordinary practitioners. Before long, Yang Lingchen successfully concocted a considerable number of exceptional Mingxian pills. The Mingxian pill is a type of elixir capable of enhancing the mystical energy of the Mingxian realm, allowing for rapid cultivation improvement upon consumption. With the boundary-breaking pill in hand, the next step would be to transcend the Mingxian realm. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During this time, Yang Lingchen's cultivation successfully advanced to the first layer of the Mingxian realm. Both of the martial techniques he mastered were of divine grade, particularly the soul-devouring slash, which could deliver a fatal blow to adversaries at critical moments, making it Yang Lingchen's current trump card. Meanwhile, he discovered a divine, shape-shifting technique, the shadow transformation art, within Ling Juechen's memories. Upon reaching mastery, this technique would not only allow him to change forms at will, but also to conceal his presence. Chapter 10. The first trial time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon it was the day when Tianyuan Palace would recruit new disciples that is the premier sect of the North Xin domain. Tianyuan Palace's criteria for accepting new disciples were notoriously stringent. Essentially, only one or two exceptionally gifted prodigies from each city would qualify for the precious opportunity to participate in the assessments at Tianyuan Palace. Thus, aspiring to become a disciple of Tianyuan Palace necessitated enduring a series of rigorous selections. Firstly, candidates must not exceed the age of 18. It is worth noting that in the entirety of Hanyang City, merely a handful of individuals could attain the 9th layer of the Gathering Essence realm before the age of 18. On this day, Hanyang City bustled with activity, as it was a momentous occasion for Tianyuan Palace's recruitment of new disciples. At the central square of Hanyang City, an enormous arena was erected, serving as the assessment platform for the new disciples. The square was already teeming with people, not only local residents, but also numerous talented youths from other cities who had come in hopes of joining Tianyuan Palace. The 4 prominent families of Hanyang City regarded this recruitment with utmost seriousness. For those who could enter Tianyuan Palace, it would signify a monumental leap, akin to a fish leaping over the Dragon's Gate. At this moment, the 4 prominent families occupied different corners of the square. Today is the day Tianyuan Palace recruits new disciples. We are counting on you, Yang family, Yang Daolin said, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Rest assured, Father. I am certain I will secure a spot among the new disciples of Tianyuan Palace. Yang Lingchen replied, his gaze resolute, as though it could pierce through any obstacles. After his transmigration, Yang Lingchen's greatest aspiration had been to pursue the path of immortality, with Tianyuan Palace serving as the first critical stepping stone on his road to prominence. Meanwhile, in the direction of the Lin and Xiao families, 2 resentful gazes covertly scrutinized Yang Lingchen. These malevolent stares belonged to Lin Beiyang of the Lin family and Xiao Jiji of the Xiao family. Beside them stood a distinguished young man of remarkable presence. Yang Lingchen paid no heed to their animosity. In terms of genuine combat prowess, even if they united, they could never be his match. Should they continue to overestimate themselves, Yang Lingchen would not hesitate to incapacitate them all. Just then, a robust, sharp-eyed, middle-aged man strode confidently onto the arena. This man was none other than Hanyang City's lord. Han Tianling did. As soon as he appeared, the scene fell silent, enveloped in stillness. Greetings everyone. I am Han Tianling, the host for this recruitment event. Let us extend a warm welcome to the prodigious emissaries from Tianyuan Palace, the ethereal Ling Yinyun and the distinguished Dongfang Jie. Han Tianling proclaimed with a smile, leading the applause. Instantly, the square erupted with thunderous applause. The moment the applause commenced, a breathtaking figure descended gracefully beside the VIP section of the arena, resembling a celestial maiden. She was a girl who seemed to have emerged from a fairyland, clad in an exquisite white gown. Although a delicate veil adorned her face, it could not obscure her chilly, noble aura. Her captivating eyes, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss, ensnared the gazes of all who beheld her. This enchanting girl was none other than Ling Yinyun, the prodigious emissary of Tianyuan Palace. Concurrently, another formidable presence emerged, a tall, strikingly handsome young man exuding an extraordinary aura. This was Dongfang Jie, the other prodigious emissary of Tianyuan Palace. Although Yang Lingchen could only glimpse him from a distance, he sensed the depth of Dongfang Jie's power was unfathomable, far surpassing that of the patriarchs of the four prominent families of Hanyang City. What astonished Yang Lingchen even more was that these two individuals appeared to be of a similar age to him. Yet their strength was significantly more terrifying than that of Hanyang City's lord. Dongfang Jie surveyed the surroundings with a piercing gaze before producing a menacing wooden puppet from his storage ring. This is the assessment puppet of Tianyuan Palace. Defeating it will qualify you for the first trial. Additionally, participants must be under the age of 18. Violations will bear consequences. Dongfang Jie's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Upon hearing his words, the youths preparing to participate in the assessment gasped collectively, for the aura emanating from the puppet was that of a peak-gathering essence realm practitioner. Let the challenges commence. Han Tianling declared, stepping forward to preside over the first trial. As the challenges began, numerous youths at the 9th layer of the gathering essence realm confidently ascended the arena. Bang. Next, Han Tianling said expressionlessly. His tone I see why to everyone's surprise. Half an hour passed, and not a single challenger succeeded. Junior sister Ling, the talents of Hanyang City are quite lacking. Had we known, we would not have come here, Dongfang Jie remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. Since we are here, let us give them a chance, Ling Yinyun replied, her voice calm and melodious, like a mountain stream. Just then, Han Ruoshua gracefully stepped onto the arena. With her graceful figure and steady aura, she confidently approached the assessment puppet. In the face of the puppet's fierce assault, she appeared completely at ease. Clearly, Han Ruoshua had successfully advanced to the Mingxian realm. Before long, she managed to repel the assessment puppet, making her the first contestant from Hanyang City to triumph in the first trial. At this moment, Xiao Jijuan of the Xiao family strode onto the arena with his head held high. He was one of Hanyang City's four prodigies and the twin brother of Xiao Jigai. As expected, Xiao Jijuan also successfully advanced to the second round. Shortly thereafter, Lin Beiyang and Lin Beichen of the Lin family similarly triumphed over the assessment puppet. As one of Hanyang City's four prominent families, the Lin family's younger generation clearly exhibited superior strength compared to the other families. As the first round neared its conclusion, Yang Lingchen approached the arena at a leisurely pace. With his current strength, dealing with a peak-gathering essence realm assessment puppet would require no more than a mere finger. After Yang Lingchen successfully passed the trial, the members of the Yang family could hardly contain their joy, their faces alight with excitement. Meanwhile, Han Tianling wore an awkward expression. Had he known of Yang Lingchen's capabilities, he would not have heeded his daughter's advice to call off the engagement. Congratulations to the 5 of you for successfully advancing to the second round. Next is the ranking battle, where the top 2 contestants will earn the opportunity to proceed to the assessments at Tianyuan Palace. Following this, Dongfang Jie announced the rules for the second round of assessments. The second round would consist of ranking battles, where each participant must face the other 4 contestants, with the top 2 securing the invaluable chance to undergo assessments at Tianyuan Palace. According to the draw, Yang Lingchen drew number 1, Xiao Jijuan number 2, Lin Beichen number 3, Lin Beiyang number 4, and Han Ruoshu number 5. According to the competition rules, Yang Lingchen's first opponent would be Xiao Jijuan from the Xiao family. Chapter 11. The second round of assessment, the first match. Yang Lingchen versus Xiao Jijuan. Han Tianling announced. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Jijuan leaped onto the arena without hesitation, his demeanor cold as he glared at Yang Lingchen, venomously declaring, "Yang Lingchen, prepare to die." Yang Daolin furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he inquired, "Chen'er, do you feel confident? Father, if I were to eliminate him, would you be able to manage the aftermath?" Yang Lingchen asked with a playful smile. "Regardless of whom you eliminate, I can handle it," Yang Daolin replied, his eyes radiating an air of supremacy. "Father, you mustn't boast," Yang Lingchen retorted before swiftly leaping onto the arena like a great rock taking flight. "Young Master Dongfang, Miss Ling, I wish to clarify something first," Yang Lingchen said, cupping his hands in a respectful greeting. "What is it?" "Speak freely," Dongfang Jie responded with a calm and indifferent demeanor. "That if Xiao Jijuan intends to kill me, should I happen to eliminate him, would that be considered a violation?" Yang Lingchen asked, his gaze unwavering. "Such an act would not be deemed a violation. Tianyuan Palace does not interfere in matters of life and death among you," Dongfang Jie replied, maintaining his placid expression. "Let the duel begin," Han Tianling proclaimed loudly. "Prepare to die, Yang Lingchen." With the finality of Han Tianling's words, Xiao Jijuan swiftly unsheathed his long sword, its blade glinting ominously in the sunlight as he fiercely slashed toward Yang Lingchen. Clang! Yang Lingchen let out a cold snort, his elegant sword unsheathing in an instant. With a swift application of the phantom body technique, he darted toward Xiao Jijuan like a wraith. Clang, 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 whoosh, whoosh, clang. Banged as Yang Lingchen reached the foot of the stage. Xiao Jijuan's body collapsed heavily onto the arena, blood gushing from his neck. At this moment, Xiao Jijuan had already lost his breath, his eyes wide open in shock. In that instant, silence enveloped the scene. Not a sound to be heard. Even Ling Yinyun and Dongfang Jie in the stands could not help but cast a surprised glance at Yang Lingchen. Junior. Xiao Shuaming, consumed by grief, rushed onto the stage, tightly embracing the lifeless body of Xiao Jijuan, the agony in his eyes evident and heart-wrenching. "You little bastard, return my son's life." Xiao Shuaming's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, charging towards Yang Lingchen like a madman. "Father, deal with him." Yang Lingchen's figure flickered, lightning fast, as he evaded to stand behind Yang Daolin. "Xiao Shuaming, you seek death." Yang Daolin's voice rang out coldly, and a terrifying aura erupted from him as he waved his hand, unleashing a powerful shockwave that surged towards Xiao Shuaming like an unstoppable tide. Poof, da-da-da-da. Xiao Shuaming let out a heart-wrenching scream, propelled into the air by Yang Daolin's casual strike, akin to a kite with its string cut. "Xiao Shuaming, listen closely. Should you dare to harm my son again, I will annihilate your entire clan." Yang Daolin's voice was chillingly cold, as if it emanated from the depths of the abyss, instilling fear in all who heard it. Even Ling Yinyun and Dongfang Jie displayed a hint of trepidation in their eyes. Although both belonged to the four great families, in the eyes of the people of Hanyang City, the Yang family was perceived as the weakest, both in youth and overall strength. Yet, the combat prowess Yang Daolin had just exhibited would allow him to effortlessly crush the other three families. "Yang Daolin, I never expected you to have reached the questioning void realm." Xiao Shuaming's eyes widened in terror, and upon uttering those words, darkness engulfed him as he fainted. The second match, Lin Beiyang versus Lin Beichen. Han Tianling stepped forward once more to announce. This bout was between the two sons of Lin Yaoyao. Regardless of the outcome, it bore little weight for him, as they were both his sons. "That I concede," Lin Beiyang declared without hesitation, knowing he was at the first layer of the Mingxian realm, while Lin Beichen was at the second layer. A significant disparity in their strengths. Next, Yang Lingchen versus Lin Beichen. Han Tianling proclaimed. Upon hearing his name, Yang Lingchen strode confidently onto the stage. "You brat are the one who injured my second brother?" Lin Beichen's tone was indifferent. His eyes filled with arrogance. "That it was I who did it. What can you do about it?" A cold smile graced Yang Lingchen's lips, for he detested those who pretended to be formidable before him, unaware of their own mortality, thinking that defeating that waste, Xiao Jijuan, granted them the right to act arrogantly before me. Today I shall show you that there are greater talents beyond you. Lin Beichen's gaze turned icy. As the #1 genius of Hanyang City, He had not anticipated that young Lingchen would dare speak to him in such a manner. Your brother acted just as arrogantly, yet he ended up a beaten dog. Yang Lingchen scoffed derisively, his tone dripping with mockery, seeking death. Lin Beichen's fury ignited, and he unleashed a powerful palm strike, imbued with a chilling killing intent, hurtling toward Yang Lingchen. Stop! Yang Lingchen shouted, evading with agility to the side. What? Is it only now that you wish to beg for mercy? Is it too late? Lin Beichen's voice dripped with sarcasm, his face a mask of disdain. The city lord is yet to signal the start. You are in violation of the rules. Do you realize? Such behavior could result in the revocation of your qualification for the assessment, Yang Lingchen admonished sternly. This. Lin Beichen turned to look at City Lord Han Tianling. Begin. Han Tianling's expression darkened as he commanded, that whoosh that slap, that as soon as Han Tianling's words fell, Yang Lingchen transformed into a blur, striking Lin Beichen's face with a swift slap. Da-da-da. Lin Beichen emitted a pitiful scream, sent flying and crashing heavily to the ground below the stage, losing consciousness instantly. Lin family head, do remain calm. Your son has merely sustained some external injuries. Yang Lingchen chuckled, brimming with pride. Umph. Lin Yaoyang snorted coldly, his anger palpable. This boy had audaciously seized the opportunity to ambush his son. Lin Beichen was his most promising son, with hopes of entering Tianyu Palace, yet now he lay unconscious, rendering him unable to participate further in the assessment. Next, Han Ruoxue versus Lin Beiyang. Han Tianling announced, Sister Ruoxue, you should concede. You stand no chance against me, Lin Beiyang said with a smile. Although he harbored feelings for Han Ruoxue, the opportunity to enter Tianyu Palace took precedence over any romantic sentiments. After all, entering Tianyu Palace meant leaping into a promising future. That remains to be seen. Han Ruoxue replied, a hint of confidence gracing her beautiful eyes. Begin. Han Tianling instructed that as his words concluded, Han Ruoxue and Lin Beiyang engaged in battle. Both were at the first layer of the Mingxian realm, but Lin Beiyang had entered the realm several months earlier. However, Lin Beiyang was clearly holding back, not wishing to harm the woman he admired. Yet Han Ruoxue pressed forward without restraint. Gradually, Lin Beiyang's patience waned, and he unleashed his most adept killing move, determined to defeat Han Ruoxue. With a swift stroke of his sword, he aimed a fierce thrust at Han Ruoxue. At that moment, Han Ruoxue dodged, unsheathing her sword to meet his attack head-on. Just as their blades were about to clash, Han Ruoxue's sword suddenly shifted, gliding through the air and striking Lin Beiyang's wrist. Instantly, Lin Beiyang's sword fell from his grasp, and Han Ruoxue delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him tumbling off the stage. You actually broke my flying swallow sword technique, Lin Beiyang exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. This flying swallow sword technique has long been thoroughly studied by me, Han Ruoxue retorted, her eyes filled with disdain. Lin Beiyang had held nothing back against Han Ruoxue. In attempts to impress her, he had repeatedly showcased the flying swallow sword technique before her. He relished the admiration in her gaze, unaware that she had been diligently analyzing the flaws in his technique all along. Chapter 12. Before departure at this moment, Lin Yaoyang's face was ashen, his fury blazing within. Wishing to rush forward and slap his utterly foolish son to death, he could hardly believe that his son, in such a crucial moment, had let his feelings for Han Ruoxue cloud his judgment. Had Lin Beiyang triumphed over Han Ruoxue, he would have secured a place among the top two, granting him a precious opportunity to enter Tianyu Palace for the assessment. With Xiao Jijuan now dead at Yang Lingchen's hands and Lin Beichen knocked unconscious, only 3 competitors remained. With Han Ruoxue's victory over Lin Beiyang, the top 2 spots were undoubtedly claimed by Yang Lingchen and Han Ruoxue. Next, Lin Beiyang versus Yang Lingchen. Han Tianling announced that I concede. Lin Beiyang declared without hesitation, fully aware that he was no match for Yang Lingchen. To enter the arena would only be to humiliate himself without any purpose. The final match, Yang Lingchen versus Han Ruoxue. Han Tianling proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing his name, Yang Lingchen flickered, leaping gracefully onto the stage. Likewise, Han Ruoxue glided elegantly onto the stage, initially considering conceding, but realizing that this was a selection assessment for Tianyu Palace. If she conceded outright, she risked being overlooked by the palace's envoy, which would be a significant loss. Young Lingchen, shall we merely spar? You wouldn't truly harm me, would you? Han Ruoxue's voice was soft and melodious, akin to a songbird. Then return the money I spent on you earlier, and I might consider going easy on you, young Lingchen replied with a sly smile. Are you even a man? Quibbling over a trivial sum. Han Ruoxue retorted, her beautiful face flushed with indignation. Whether I am a man or not, you can come to my house tonight and find out. Young Lingchen smirked, a hint of mischief in his grin. You lecher. Han Ruoxue glared furiously and scolded, her delicate hand slicing through the air as she struck towards Yang Lingchen. In response to Han Ruoxue's attack, Yang Lingchen remained composed, his left hand tucked behind him as he effortlessly deflected her blow with his right hand. Of course, Yang Lingchen would not genuinely harm Han Ruoxue, as their families had been close friends for years, and they had grown up together, sharing a strong bond in the blink of an eye. Dozens of exchanges had passed in response to Han Ruoxue's words. Yang Lingchen merely smiled faintly, choosing not to utter a word that moment. Lingchen gracefully rose from her seat in the stands, her melodious voice resonating like celestial music as she announced, You two should prepare yourselves well. Tomorrow, we shall depart for Tianyuan. As soon as Lingchen's words fell, her figure vanished from the spot like a wraith, followed closely by Dongfang Jie, who also exited the scene this instant. The Yang family members were overwhelmed with excitement, barely able to contain their exhilaration that if Yang Lingchen could join Tianyuan, it would signify the imminent rise of the Yang family. For Tianyuan was a renowned top-tier sect in the North Xin region, and even a mere outer disciple was not someone an ordinary city lord could easily provoke that moment. The most disheartened individual was undoubtedly Lin Yaoyang, whose two sons he had expected would surely secure an opportunity to undergo the Tianyuan assessment. Who would have thought that his elder son had been knocked unconscious by Yang Lingchen, while his younger son fell victim to Han Ruoxue's prowess? The mere thought of this filled Lin Yaoyang with fury, as if a massive stone were lodged in his chest. Ha, Daolin, you really know how to keep a secret. Your nephew Lingchen possesses such astonishing talent, yet you managed to conceal it so well. Just then, Han Tianling approached with Han Ruoxue, a warm smile gracing his face. Yang Daolin cleared his throat and chuckled. Ahem, Tianling, your niece Ruoxue is no slouch either. Nephew Lingchen, I have a humble request. Han Tianling said slowly, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Please, Uncle Han, speak freely, Yang Lingchen replied, harboring profound respect for Han Tianling. Now that both you and Ruoxue have passed the selection assessment for Tianyuan, with your talents, your future achievements are bound to be extraordinary, that if you both succeed in entering Tianyuan, I hope you can look after Ruoxue. Han Tianling spoke earnestly. Rest assured, Uncle Han, that we have practically grown up together. Should she find herself in need, I will do my utmost to assist her, Yang Lingchen solemnly promised. Haha, with your word, Uncle can rest easy. Han Tianling laughed heartily. Han Ruoxue remained silent, casting a furtive glance at Yang Lingchen, feeling that he possessed a considerable amount of cunning. After all, the Yang Lingchen of the past had been a carefree idler, seemingly aimless and with pitiful cultivation. Now, he had transformed into the foremost genius of Hanyang City. This rascal was far too adept at putting on a facade. With such formidable strength, he had pretended to be a wastrel for all these years. Han Ruoxue mused internally. Following this, Yang Daolin and Han Tianling exchanged a few more pleasantries before they all departed the scene, in the family lord's courtyard. Yang Daolin imparted heartfelt advice. Morning, when you are out in the world, you must remain as discreet as possible. Approach every endeavor with careful consideration, that if you are unsure, never engage in direct confrontation. Should you encounter an unavoidable battle, either refrain from striking or ensure that you leave no hidden dangers for yourself. A flicker of reluctance shone in Yang Daolin's eyes as he regarded his soon-to-depart son, yet he swiftly concealed it, for Yang Lingchen had grown up and was now ready to venture out into the world. Upon returning to his quarters, Yang Lingchen fell into deep contemplation as he prepared to leave the Yang family. A twinge of nostalgia gripped his heart, for this was the place he had called home since childhood. Although Yang Lingchen had traversed through time, his soul had melded seamlessly with that of the previous Yang Lingchen, rendering them indistinguishable. That on the following morning, as the first rays of dawn broke, Yang Lingchen arose early, meticulously attending to his grooming. Accompanied by Yang Daolin and his family members, he made his way once more to the central square of Hanyang City. Today, he donned a splendid white robe, intricately embroidered with exquisite patterns that shimmered in the sunlight. His profound eyes sparkled like stars, and his handsome visage bore a hint of resolute determination. Ha, Daolin, you have arrived. Han Tongling exclaimed jovially upon spotting the Yang family, to be by the time the Yang family reached the square. The Han family had already gathered. Tianling, you arrived quite early, Yang Daolin remarked with a smile. Just then, a massive dark vessel appeared in the distant sky, emanating a mysterious glow, and it swiftly descended onto the central square. Ling Yinyun, her visage obscured by a veil, stepped forth from the vessel, clad in a form-fitting garment that accentuated her graceful figure. You may board now. It is time to depart, she declared, her voice cool and refreshing like a mountain spring. Yang Lingchen and Han Ruoxue exchanged heartfelt farewells with their kin before boarding the dark vessel. Chapter 13. Tianyuangong Assessment. The flying vessel was powered by spirit stones, capable of continuous flight as long as sufficient spirit stones were supplied. Once aboard, Yang Lingchen and Han Ruoxue sought a quiet corner by the window to sit together. Before long, the vessel roared to life, gazing out the window at the vast expanse of land below. A surge of ambition welled within Yang Lingchen. This world was replete with countless unknowns, awaiting his exploration and discovery. Yang Lingchen, you have concealed yourself too well. Possessing such formidable strength, yet you have feigned being a carefree wastrel. Han Ruoxue remarked with a pout, her tone laced with annoyance. Ahem, that was merely a display of modesty. Do you understand the concept of humility? Yang Lingchen coughed lightly, feigning seriousness that he could hardly divulge to Han Ruoxue that he had traversed through time. Was your previous affection for me genuine or merely an act? Han Ruoxue inquired earnestly, her bright eyes fixated on Yang Lingchen. That it was all an act. It cannot be taken seriously, Yang Lingchen replied with a resigned smile. Despite Han Ruoxue's ethereal beauty, she was not his type. That I don't believe you. Back then, you went so far as to steal over 100,000 gold coins from Uncle Yang to present me with the Lingxiu sword, only to be punished by him for an entire day. Han Ruoxue retorted playfully, skepticism etched across her delicate features. Just then, the vessel gradually came to a halt, and several youths began to board one after another. Throughout the journey, they made several stops, and hundreds of young talents from nearby cities boarded the vessel. Each of these newcomers carried themselves with an air of arrogance, all boasting cultivation levels above the Mingxian realm. Under Dongfang Jie's stern warnings, the atmosphere remained hushed, with no one daring to raise their voices in the blink of an eye. Several days slipped by. On this day, the vessel steadily entered a mysterious mountain range. Before long, it came to rest before an imposing and ancient-looking mountain gate. The scenery here was breathtaking, with towering peaks shrouded in mist, abundant spiritual energy, and an undeniable aura of ethereal beauty, truly a paradise on earth. This was the entrance to Tianyuangong. This moment, the square before the mountain gate was teeming with people, with dozens of vessels docked and over 10,000 young men and women disembarking from them. These youths were the prodigies from various cities across the North Xian region. Please wait quietly here. Shortly, an outer elder will arrive to oversee the assessment, Ling Yinyun instructed softly before her graceful figure floated away. Nestled among the continuous mountain ranges, Tianyuangong was composed of countless peaks, enveloped in swirling clouds and rich in spiritual energy, reminiscent of a celestial realm. To possess such a vast mountain range and establish a profound foundation while welcoming disciples from all corners of the world. Tianyuangong's deep heritage was beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. This time, the square was a sea of faces, densely packed with people. Yang Lingchen estimated that there were at least tens of thousands present, young talents hailing from thousands of cities across the southern province. As a superpower, Tianyuangong attracted countless gifted youths to participate in the assessment whenever new disciples were recruited. However, the criteria for admission were exceedingly stringent. Candidates must be under 18 years of age and possess a martial arts aptitude of at least 4th grade. Additionally, they must pass the rigorous tests of the assessment tower. Soon, Yang Lingchen successfully registered at the sign-up station, and the next step was to queue for the age and aptitude evaluation. Tianyuangong possessed a wondrous device known as the Heavenly Measurement Stone, which upon placing one's hand upon it and inputting their spiritual energy could accurately determine age and aptitude level. Those who qualified would proceed to the second round, awaiting the subsequent pressure tower assessment. Chen Baichuan, 15 years old, aptitude 5th grade, strength Mingxian realm 1st layer. Zhang Wuji, 19 years old, disqualified. Han Ruoxue, 15 years old, aptitude 5th grade, strength Mingxian realm 1st layer. The assessments continued throughout the day until the afternoon, when it finally came to young Lingchen's turn. Looking at the heavenly measurement stone before him, he felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of his aptitude. Carefully, young Lingchen tentatively input a trace of spiritual energy into the stone, and it emitted a faint glow. Ignoring the jeers of the onlookers, he inputted more energy. The stone lit up once, then twice, and continued to illuminate the third, fourth, up to the eighth time. Yang Lingchen, age 15. Strength Ming Xian Realm First Layer. Aptitude 8th grade. That a gasp escaped from those who had originally mocked Yang Lingchen, their eyes widening in shock and envy. The 8th grade talent is undoubtedly a rare phenomenon, a gem among countless stones. Theoretically, the higher the talent, the greater the achievements one may attain in the future. However, the cultivation realm has never lacked exceptionally gifted prodigies, for without genuine growth, such talents are hardly worth mentioning. After all, in the world of cultivation, the mortality rate is alarmingly high. Among 1,000 geniuses, the fact that even one can ultimately succeed is considered remarkable. The Tianyuan Palace holds Yang Lingchen's talent in high regard, promptly registering him in their records. The first round of age and talent assessments concluded swiftly, with over 20,000 participants, yet only slightly more than 10,000 qualified. With the first round behind them, everyone was instructed to rest in place, as the second round at the Tianfeng would commence the following morning. That an elder from the Tianyuan Palace spoke with a resounding voice, announcing, "The Tianfeng is a mountain designated for testing willpower. Only the first 2,000 to reach its summit will be eligible to join the Tianyuan Palace." Yang Lingchen chose a clean spot to sit cross-legged. After a day of observation and understanding, he had garnered a preliminary insight into the Tianyuan Palace. The number of disciples in the Tianyuan Palace reached an astonishing 100,000, with 5,000 core disciples, 20,000 inner disciples, and the rest categorized as outer disciples. Among them, the most esteemed disciples are the 4 holy sons, whose authority, it is rumored, surpasses that of many elders. Typically, new disciples are classified as outer disciples, occupying the lowest tier within the Tianyuan Palace. They are required to complete a set number of tasks each month to earn contribution points. In the Tianyuan Palace, the common currency consists of contribution points and spirit stones. Spirit stones assist in cultivation, while contribution points can be exchanged for martial arts techniques and various precious resources. Outer disciples must accomplish at least one task each month to receive a spirit stone as a reward. In contrast, the treatment of inner disciples is significantly superior, affording them a higher status within the sect, independent courtyards, and generous monthly spirit stone rewards. As the night swiftly passed, the following morning saw all the young individuals who had successfully passed the first round standing energetically in the Mountain Gate Square, awaiting the arrival of the Tianyuan Palace elders. That moment, a middle-aged man clad in the robes of an outer elder of the Tianyuan Palace emerged slowly. "Now, we shall commence the second round of assessments. The mountain on the left is Tianfeng, our Tianyuan Palace's peak. All participants may begin their ascent. The first 2,000 to reach the summit will become outer disciples of the Tianyuan Palace, while the rest will be eliminated. Let the challenge begin," proclaimed the middle-aged elder in a booming voice. As soon as his words fell, over 10,000 youths eagerly surged towards Tianfeng, their spirits high with anticipation. With over 10,000 contenders and only 2,000 slots available, everyone rushed towards the peak, fervently hoping to be among the first to reach the summit. Suddenly, an invisible pressure enveloped them without warning, making each step arduous and halting their progress. The moment Yang Lingchen set foot on Tianfeng, he felt as though he were burdened by a 1,000-pound boulder. Had he not been prepared, he might have been pinned to the ground instantaneously. The peak towered into the clouds, and the pressure only intensified as one ascended. Those lacking unwavering willpower would find it impossible to climb. Fortunately, Yang Lingchen possessed a commendable physical strength and an exceptional willpower that far exceeded the average, allowing him to navigate the ascent with relative ease compared to others. The scale of Tianfeng was immense. Even with thousands climbing simultaneously, there was no discernible impact at that moment. The young climbers summoned their strength, exerting every ounce of effort to ascend towards the peak, with no one choosing to surrender despite being drenched in sweat. After a period of acclimatization, Yang Lingchen gradually increased his speed, leaving his opponents far behind until he reached the second position. "Wow, this girl is incredibly fast," Yang Lingchen thought in astonishment, for ahead of him was an enchanting young girl, possessing both youthful charm and remarkable physical attributes. Her speed was astonishing, making it difficult for even young Lingchen to catch up. These two youngsters display impressive talent, the elder observed, noting young Lingchen and the charming girl's remarkable pace, which had already distanced them from the rest. Half an hour passed, and through relentless effort, young Lingchen finally caught up to the lovely girl, matching her stride. How can she run so fast with such a size? At that moment, young Lingchen inadvertently cast a glance at the girl, a natural reaction for a man, not indicative of any lewd intentions, but merely a consequence of her striking appearance. The charming girl, noticing his gaze, playfully scolded him, her rosy cheeks flushed with indignation. Ahem. Young Lingchen coughed lightly, rendered momentarily speechless by her retort, but he refrained from further glances, recognizing the awkwardness of being caught in the act. Accelerating once more, he ascended, gradually surpassing the charming girl. What a strange boy. Faster than me? She mused, quickening her pace to keep up with young Lingchen. Hey, how come you're so fast? The girl inquired, her curiosity piqued. Pervert. If you keep staring, I swear I'll gouge out your eyes, she exclaimed, her expression adorably fierce. I truly did not mean to. You can't help but stand out. Young Lingchen hastily clarified, genuinely unintentional in his glance. Humph. Then why is your speed so exceptional? The charming girl pressed. And why are you so prominent? Young Lingchen replied playfully, attempting to lighten the mood. How dare you tease me? She retorted, launching a swift strike imbued with an invisible force towards young Lingchen. Such a fiery temper. Young Lingchen chuckled, deftly evading her attack while countering with a strike of his own. As the exchanges continued, young Lingchen grew increasingly astonished by the girl's formidable strength. She was indeed a remarkable opponent. Confident in his own combat abilities, he had never found anyone in his realm to rival him until now. What a powerful pervert, the girl thought, equally taken aback. She had never encountered anyone who could stand against her in the same realm. Realizing the intensity of their duel, young Lingchen decided to retreat swiftly, evading her strike and scaling the peak with haste. Pervert! If you dare run away, I'll make sure you regret it, she shouted, chasing after him with determination. Good grief. Why does she act like a live wire? I haven't even done anything. Young Lingchen sighed, unwilling to waste time in this skirmish, especially with the assessment still ongoing. Hours passed as they climbed tirelessly, and eventually, both young Lingchen and the charming girl reached the summit of Tianfeng. Congratulations on becoming outer disciples of the Tianyuan Palace, proclaimed Elder Wang Xianfeng, nodding approvingly at the two young individuals. After registering their identities and receiving their outer disciple tokens, young Lingchen finally learned the girl's name. Feng Xueqing. Pervert, if I catch you again, you'll be in for it, Feng Xueqing warned, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of menace. After some time, others began to arrive at the peak, and ultimately, the first 2,000 young men and women succeeded in their assessments, all receiving their outer disciple tokens. Young Lingchen surveyed the surroundings but did not spot Han Ruoxue among the crowd. His gaze then shifted to the eliminated group, where he found Han Ruoxue, her expression one of disappointment. Elder Wang Xianfeng approached and addressed the new disciples. Now that everyone has received their identity tokens, I have a few reminders. First, your identity token symbolizes your status within the Tianyuan Palace and must not be lent to others. Second, the token contains your identity information and records your contribution points. Lastly, as new disciples, I encourage you to familiarize yourselves with the Tianyuan Manual, which contains the palace rules and various information about the sect. Through this understanding, young Lingchen learned that in order to obtain martial arts techniques, elixirs, and cultivation resources within the Tianyuan Palace, one must exchange contribution points, which are earned through completing tasks, for the sect is not a charitable institution. It requires disciples to contribute in order to sustain its many members. The outer disciples lack a master, and each day, an elder from Tianyuan Palace instructs everyone in the outer courtyard on their cultivation. New disciples are only provided with basic techniques and martial skills. For more advanced techniques, they must complete tasks to earn them. Under the arrangement of the steward, all new disciples are assigned to their respective accommodations, which are rather modest, consisting of merely a small room. Chapter 15. Viciously beating Chen Ming holding the dormitory plaque, young Lingchen searched diligently until he finally located his residence. That it was a cramped room, barely 10 square meters in size, containing nothing more than a solitary bed. Bang. Just then, Yang Liqing's door was violently kicked open, that a burly youth with a fierce expression swaggered in, brandishing a spiked club and striding with an air of arrogance. Behind him followed a dozen or so lackeys, their cultivation levels hovering around the third and fourth tiers of the Lingchen realm. Kid, hand over the new disciple gift package obediently from now on. In this area, I'll be your protector, the robust youth proclaimed with an air of extreme bravado, regarding Yang Liqing with disdain, as if he were merely an ant beneath his feet. Get out. A cold glint flickered in Yang Liqing's eyes, and an icy, bone-chilling aura emanated from him, that he had always adhered to the principle of avoiding trouble. But should anyone dare to provoke him, he would show no mercy. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? It seems I must teach you a lesson so you can understand just how many eyes the King of Horses has, the burly youth retorted, swinging his club without hesitation toward Yang Liqing. How foolish, seeking death that a sharp light flashed in Yang Liqing's eyes as he darted forward like a specter, delivering a powerful kick to the burly youth's chest. Bang. The robust youth was sent flying, his body akin to a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Banged up, bang. How dare you? I'll make sure you regret this. Yang Liqing showed no signs of stopping. Instead, he rushed forward with lightning speed, snatching the spiked club from the youth's grasp and swinging it wildly. Da-da-da-da-da. The cries of the burly youth echoed as he was relentlessly struck at this moment. His lackeys finally snapped out of their daze, eyes wide with rage, as they brandished their clubs and charged at Yang Liqing, that a fierce glint flashed in Yang Liqing's eyes, and without a hint of fear, he swung the spiked club, plunging into the crowd, and unleashing a tempest of furious blows, to bang that in no time. The dozen lackeys lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. Did I ask this guy even human? A new disciple managing to take down a group of senior disciples so effortlessly. I know him. We participated in the assessment together. That a crowd of onlookers, outer disciples, gathered at Yang Liqing's dormitory door. Their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Hand over all your spirit stones, or I'll break your legs. Yang Liqing's gaze was fierce, his tone laced with a chilling ferocity. Kid, don't go too far. Do you know who protects our fierce tiger society? The burly youth, though battered, still attempted to threaten Yang Liqing. Banged up, bang. Still pretending to be tough, Yang Liqing unleashed another flurry of strikes with a spiked club, transforming the burly youth's visage into a grotesque mask of a pig. Stop, and I'll give it to you. Fear flooded the burly youth's eyes as he scrambled to retrieve a few spirit stones from his storage bag. Is this all you have? You think a handful of spirit stones can appease me? Yang Liqing yanked the storage bag from him with force. And you lot, hand over your storage bags, or I'll break your legs. With the spiked club in hand, Yang Liqing's demeanor was brimming with arrogance, resembling a beast poised to strike. Under his overwhelming presence, the lackeys trembled as they relinquished their storage bags one by one. Yang Liqing rummaged through them, gathering all the spirit stones before tossing the empty bags back to their owners. The outer disciples watching were left dumbfounded by this new disciple's audacity. You better watch out, kid. The burly youth spat venomously before scrambling away in a panic. That I in Tianyuan Palace, as long as there are no casualties and disputes among disciples, the higher-ups generally refrain from intervening. That I in this small realm of the outer disciples. Only the most exceptional could survive amidst the ruthless competition. Returning to his dormitory, Yang Liqing meticulously counted the spirit stones he had just acquired. Over 200 in total. Is this truly the legendary spirit stone? Although Yang Liqing had inherited Ling Juechen's memories, it was his first time witnessing genuine spirit stones. Feeling the rich spiritual energy contained within, he was filled with excitement and eagerly began refining them. He sat cross-legged, focused, arranging the spirit stones neatly before him. Channeling the Haotianju with all his might, he commenced the continuous refinement of the spirit stones, carefully cleansing his internal meridians with his spiritual energy. Hours passed in a blink. This moment, Yang Liqing reached a critical juncture of breakthrough. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength, drawing in a tidal wave of spiritual energy into his body. Boom. Lingchen realm, second layer. Last, Yang Liqing successfully broke through to the second layer of the Lingchen realm. Gazing at the empty spirit stones in his hands, he felt a pang of regret. Normally, over 200 spirit stones would be insufficient for a small breakthrough. However, after reaching the pinnacle of the first layer over the past month, coupled with the aid of these spirit stones, he managed to advance. Then, he located a technique in his memories for cultivating exotic fire, choosing this path primarily for the sake of convenience and alchemy in the future. The next morning, Yang Liqing departed his residence, heading towards the task hall. That I end this world. Rapid ascension is inexorably linked to vast resource support. And to obtain abundant resources, one must undertake tasks. As Yang Liqing walked, he soon encountered a group of individuals, among them the burly youth he had brutally beaten the day before. Without a word, they surrounded him, led by a young man clad in white brocade, exuding an extraordinary air. Onlookers, wary of being caught in the fray, opted to circumvent the scene. You're the one who attacked my subordinate? The brocade-clad youth's expression was haughty, his gaze filled with disdain, completely dismissing Yang Liqing. So what if I did? Yang Liqing assessed the youth, noting his stable and restrained aura, with eyes sharp like blades. He was likely at the 7th layer of the Lingchen realm. Yang Liqing understood his own strength clearly. He might manage to contend with someone at the 6th layer, but against a 7th layer cultivator, he was bound to lose, especially with a group of aides backing him. Kneel and hand over your spirit stones, then slap yourself 100 times, and this matter will end here. Before the brocade-clad youth could finish his sentence, Yang Liqing darted forward like lightning, delivering a powerful punch directly to the youth's face. You little brat, you're courting death. Banged up, bang. How dare you act so high and mighty? Yang Liqing, disregarding everything else, quickly drew out the spike club and unleashed a storm of strikes that he knew that the brocade-clad youth was the strongest. He needed to take him down first to have any chance of survival. You little brat, you're asking for AT this moment. The brocade-clad youth's lackeys finally reacted, swinging their clubs at Yang Liqing with fierce intent. Surrounded by a group of cultivators at the 5th and 6th layers of the Lingchen realm, Yang Liqing found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining several blows. However, he paid little heed to the pain. As long as he could grab hold of one person, he would strike with all his might. Soon, several of them collapsed from the onslaught, while Yang Liqing himself was not faring any better, covered in wounds and bruises. Under the reckless and desperate combat style of Yang Lingchen, those who besieged him no longer dared to charge recklessly, for no one wished to become the next unfortunate soul knocked to the ground. Curse you all! I will eventually bring you to ruin. Yang Lingchen shouted in fury, seizing the moment of hesitation among the crowd to slip out of the encirclement, disappearing into the bustling throng in no time. You little scoundrel, you're doomed for daring to ambush me. At that moment, the white-robed youth slowly rose from the ground, his once handsome visage now resembling that of a bruised pig. Brother Chen Ming, are you all right? A robust youth cautiously approached. Slacker, tell me now, are you injured? Chen Ming, filled with rage, landed several resounding slaps across the stout youth's face. He was infuriated, and the stout youth, oblivious to the danger, dared to inquire about his well-being, which only fueled Chen Ming's ire. Chapter 16. Ungratefulness at the Tianyuan Palace. Within the outer sec mission hall, Yang Lingchen strode purposefully toward the mission board, grabbing 7 or 8 mission slips in one breath. Among them were tasks to hunt second-tier demonic beasts, seek medicinal herbs, and procure demon cores. The Tianyuan Palace was nestled within the northern Desolation mountain range. After departing from the palace, Yang Lingchen hurried toward the mountains without pause. Along the way, he exerted every effort to slay any demonic beast he encountered that he could conquer, and he diligently harvested any medicinal herbs in sight. His journey was not solely for the completion of tasks. Honing his skills was equally paramount. Throughout his trek, Yang Lingchen practiced the Phantom technique, employing his newly learned God-slaying sword technique whenever he faced demonic beasts. Both techniques were among the pinnacle of divine arts. Thus his progress was rather slow. Although the cultivation of these martial skills was painstaking, once he grasped the fundamentals, they exhibited a formidable advantage far beyond his peers that in the blink of an eye. 7 days had passed. Through Yang Lingchen's relentless efforts, both the Phantom technique and God-slaying sword technique had shown remarkable improvement at this moment. Whenever he executed his movement technique, he could instantly leap dozens of meters. A speed that, when unleashed in combat, would yield immeasurable advantages. Help! Is there anyone from Tianyuan Palace? One day, while Yang Lingchen was training in the mountains, he suddenly heard a desperate cry for help that he rushed toward the sound's origin. There, he beheld a breathtakingly beautiful young woman fleeing in a frenzy, closely pursued by a 10-meter-long armored lizard. Young Lingchen assessed the situation and realized that if he did not intervene, the young woman would undoubtedly perish. Moreover, the demon core of the armored lizard was precisely what he had been seeking. As one of his tasks required procuring it in a flash, Young Lingchen activated his movement technique, appearing before the young woman to block the ferocious charge of the armored lizard. However, upon seeing Young Lingchen, the beautiful young woman did not utter a word of gratitude. Instead, she seized the opportunity to flee, disappearing from sight. The armored lizard, measuring nearly 10 meters in length and clad in impenetrable scales, opened its massive jaws, viciously fixating its gaze on the unexpected human. This lizard is massive. Young Lingchen felt a surge of dread under the lizard's menacing glare. Yet, he did not choose to retreat. Despite the lizard's formidable strength, it was not entirely insurmountable. Besides, he had the advantage of speed. If the battle turned dire, he could always escape. Roar! The armored lizard, incensed by the audacity of the tiny human, let out a furious roar. Its colossal tail sweeping violently toward Young Lingchen, that a thunderous crash echoed as trees were mercilessly toppled by the lizard's tail, wreaking havoc in its wake. Should he be struck, it would spell certain doom. Young Lingchen remained undeterred, employing the phantom technique in conjunction with the god-slaying sword technique to strike fiercely at the armored lizard. The sound of clashing steel rang out. Yet his ordinary sword could barely inflict any damage upon the lizard's formidable scales. The blind armored lizard became increasingly frenzied, its tail thrashing wildly. Young Lingchen sought a safe spot to recuperate his energy, planning to retrieve the demon core once the lizard had exhausted itself. After a brief period, Young Lingchen successfully restored his energy and, after some time, defeated the armored lizard. Just as he prepared to collect the demon core, a voice called out, "Halt! I discovered this armored lizard first, and I was the one who injured it, giving you the chance to slay it. Thus, the demon core rightfully belongs to me." Unbeknownst to him, the beautiful young woman had reappeared behind Young Lingchen, that he frowned. Having encountered shameless individuals before, but never such audacious ones, he dismissed her entirely and proceeded to take the demon core. "You brat, hand over the demon core, or I will ensure you have no place in the outer sect of Tianyuan Palace." The young woman spoke with an icy tone. Young Lingchen, in a flash, delivered a resounding slap to her face. He could no longer tolerate her behavior. He had saved her life, yet instead of gratitude, she sought to seize his demon core. The young woman let out a piercing scream, thrown back by the force of the slap, her right cheek swelling instantly. "You little brat, you're dead. Do you have any idea who I am?" As she slowly rose, her gaze burned with resentment. "You insolent wretch, do you dare to harm Lingchen's sister?" A figure appeared in the distance, landing before Young Lingchen in an instant, exuding a chilling aura. Sensing the terrifying presence, Young Lingchen positioned the young woman behind him, silently bracing for confrontation. The newcomer was a tall, athletic young man clad in the attire of an inner sect disciple. "Brother, to save me," the young woman struggled to speak, that Li Tianqing's gaze was sharp as he addressed Young Lingchen. "Let go of my sister, or I will annihilate your entire clan." Young Lingchen had initially intended to release the young woman, but Li Tianqing's sudden arrival left him hesitant, that if he let go now, he would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit. "Why don't you ask why I harmed your sister?" Young Lingchen retorted, "No need for questions. Release my sister and sever an arm. I may grant you a chance at survival." Li Tianqing replied coldly. "I saved your sister's life. Yet she repays kindness with malice and seeks to steal my demon core, that if you wish to save her, toss me your storage bag." Young Lingchen tightened his grip, maintaining a vigilant stance. Cough, cough. The young woman gasped for breath, her face turning pale, veins bulging, and eyes wide with terror. "Stop. Here is my storage bag, that if you harm my sister, no one in Tianyuan Palace will be able to save you." Li Tianqing threatened, then removed his storage bag, tossing it to Young Lingchen. "Now back away 100 meters, and I shall release your sister." Young Lingchen's voice was frigid. The young woman cried out in anguish, her screams piercing the air. "You wretched woman, I'll make sure you regret this." Young Lingchen slapped her repeatedly, transforming her face into a swollen mess, before vanishing into the trees with a flicker of his movement technique. "You seek death." Li Tianqing dashed toward the spot where Young Lingchen had vanished. "Brother, I will kill him." The young woman's eyes were filled with vengeful fury. "Cinny, do not worry, as long as he remains in Tianyuan Palace. We will find him, Li Tianqing replied, his gaze icy, that a mere outer sect disciple dared to humiliate him in such a manner, assaulting his sister and extorting his storage bag. This was an affront beyond measure. Chapter 17. Taking advantage of the fire in a secluded cave within the northern Desolation mountain range, Yang Lingchen summoned the Haotian jade from within him, placing it into the earth before entering its inner realm. He retrieved Li Tianqing's storage bag and poured out over 2,000 spirit stones, along with numerous precious herbs. Gazing at the glimmering stones, excitement sparkled in Yang Lingchen's eyes. With these spirit stones, he was confident he could break through to the third layer of the Mingxian realm. Having done a good deed only to be met with ingratitude, Yang Lingchen's frustration was indescribable. However, the moment he beheld the spirit stones, his discontent vanished without a trace. Originally, he had no intention of retaliating against the young woman, but circumstances had escalated beyond his control. Having already made an enemy of her, he decided to press his advantage further. With the Haotian Ju activated, he began to ceaselessly absorb the spirit stones in his possession, simultaneously converting the spiritual energy into profound energy, launching an assault towards the third layer of the Mingxian realm. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed at this critical juncture. Yang Lingchen had reached the pivotal moment for his breakthrough. Gritting his teeth, he took out all the remaining spirit stones. As he refined and absorbed them one by one, Yang Lingchen soon found himself on the threshold of the third layer of the Mingxian realm. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, he successfully broke through to the third layer of the Mingxian realm. Looking at the more than 2,000 spirit stones that had been consumed, Yang Lingchen felt a pang of heartache. If others were to learn that he had ascended from the first layer to the third layer of the Mingxian realm in just a few days, they would undoubtedly be left utterly astonished. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary person could never refine spirit stones at such a rapid pace. Typically, a practitioner in the Mingxian realm could refine at most a handful of low-grade spirit stones in a single day. Yet Yang Lingchen could refine them without restraint, all thanks to the divine-grade cultivation method, Haotian Ju, that he practiced. It seemed he needed to devise a way to earn spirit stones. The only viable option at present was alchemy. Relying on medicinal pills to accumulate spirit stones, Yang Lingchen contemplated inwardly. Departing from the Haotian Jade space, Yang Lingchen reappeared in the Beihuang mountain range. 3 days swiftly passed, during which his god-slaying sword technique and phantom technique became increasingly proficient. Reaching a realm of consummate mastery. 1 day. As he traversed a dense forest, he heard the unmistakable sounds of clashing weapons emanating from within. Driven by curiosity, Yang Lingchen cautiously crept towards the source. Concealing his aura, he lay quietly among the thick foliage. Peering through the dense branches, he beheld a fierce battle unfolding between a man and a woman, both vigorously wielding their swords against one another. It was Feng Xueqing. Yang Lingchen recognized the woman as Feng Xueqing, who had participated in the assessment alongside him. To his astonishment, Feng Xueqing's cultivation had already reached the third layer of the Mingxian realm. What astonishing talent she possessed! The young woman moved with grace and elegance, her voluptuous figure swaying with each motion as her sword released waves of sword energy towards her opponent. How impressive! Yang Lingchen quietly observed. Thoroughly intrigued at that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a Xianling ginseng not far away. The Xianling ginseng. Suddenly, Yang Lingchen understood the reason for their confrontation. The two were vying for this rare herb. The Xianling ginseng was an exceptionally precious earth spirit herb, capable of directly elevating a practitioner in the Mingxian realm by a minor level upon consumption. The Xianling ginseng must be mine. Yang Lingchen resolved internally. With his current cultivation in the Mingxian realm, obtaining this herb would allow him to ascend another minor level. He suppressed his presence and stealthily advanced towards the ginseng. Feng Xueqing, this Xianling ginseng is mine for the taking. If you persist in your interference, do not blame me for being ruthless. The young man's eyes glinted with a sinister chill. Chen Junj, with such meager abilities, how dare you compete with me? Who gave you the audacity? Feng Xueqing taunted as she engaged her opponent. Feng Xueqing, you are courting death. Chen Junjie exploded with rage. He loathed any mention of his appearance. And Feng Xueqing had struck a nerve, igniting his fury with a fierce swing of his sword. A brilliant sword energy cleaved through the air, carrying an aura of dread and intent to kill straight towards Feng Xueqing. In a swift motion, Feng Xueqing evaded the strike and retaliated, forming a sword formation that darted towards Chen Junjie. Faced with her formidable array, Chen Junjie furrowed his brow and retreated hastily. Although his cultivation was significantly superior, he harbored trepidation towards her sword formation that as the battle raged on. Both combatants were blinded by their fury. However, due to their comparable combat strength, neither could gain the upper hand in the short term. At that moment, they exchanged blows, staggering backwards several meters. Suddenly, young Lingchen, like a bolt of lightning, appeared beside the Xianling ginseng. Without hesitation, he plucked the ginseng and transformed into a blur, vanishing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already several dozen zhang away. "You rogue, stop right there!" Feng Xueqing cried indignantly, promptly employing her technique to chase after young Lingchen. "That you're asking for death." Chen Junjie, enraged by the theft of the ginseng, seethed with fury. Yang Lingchen fled wildly, with Feng Xueqing hot on his heels, while Chen Junjie was left far behind. Despite being at the 7th layer of the Mingxian realm, his speed paled in comparison to that of Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing. "You scoundrel, you're finished. How dare you steal my Xianling ginseng?" Feng Xueqing grew increasingly alarmed as she pursued, her top-tier technique failing to keep pace with Yang Lingchen's speed. "Little tiger girl, you'll never catch me. Keep chasing, and you might just lose your balance." Yang Lingchen laughed heartily, accelerating once more, disappearing into the depths of the forest. "Ah, this is infuriating. You rogue, one day I shall break your third leg." Feng Xueqing fumed. Yang Lingchen changed direction, setting out to hunt demon beasts in the mountains, seeking to hone his physical body, that he placed great importance on the cultivation of his physique. A robust body not only granted him a decisive advantage in close combat, but also enhanced his defensive capabilities. There were times when spiritual energy was depleted, yet his physical cultivation could still sustain his combat prowess. 3 days swiftly passed again, during which Yang Lingchen slew countless second-tier demon beasts, solidifying his cultivation further. One day, he discovered a cave, intending to consume the Xianling ginseng. Just moments ago, he noticed the herb's potency waning. If not consumed promptly, it risked becoming ineffective. Chapter 18. Feng Xueqing's anomaly in the Haotian Jade space. Yang Lingchen cautiously retrieved the Xianling ginseng, then opened his mouth, swallowing it piece by piece. Instantly, a wave of intensely rich spiritual energy surged within him. Yang Lingchen promptly settled into a meditative posture, hastily refining the overwhelming spiritual energy. Within him, the energy boiled like scalding water, wildly coursing through his entire being, the pain almost compelling him to cry out. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, persevering, fervently channeling his profound energy as he aimed for a breakthrough to the 4th layer of the Mingxian realm. With relentless determination, Yang Lingchen soon felt the formidable barrier of the 4th layer of the Mingxian realm. Boom! The 4th layer of the Mingxian realm. A satisfied smile crept onto Yang Lingchen's lips as he reflected on his achievements over the past few days. It is worth noting that typically, it would take an individual at least a year to ascend from the 2nd layer to the 4th layer of the Mingxian realm, whereas he had accomplished it in merely over 10 days. Upon breaking through, Yang Lingchen exited the Haotian Jade space and hastily made his way towards the Tianyuan Palace. At that moment, a melodious voice suddenly rang out. Almost immediately, a young woman clad in an exquisite light blue gown, possessing an alluring figure and breathtaking beauty, obstructed his path. This enchanting woman was none other than Feng Xueqing. Is this not the enchanting Miss Xueqing, who embodies beauty, wisdom, charm, and kindness? Might I inquire as to the reason for your obstruction? A sheepish smile adorned Yang Lingchen's face. Hand over the Xianling ginseng, or I shall have no choice but to castrate you today. Feng Xueqing's gaze was icy, radiating an aura of menace. Yang Lingchen chuckled awkwardly, replying, "I apologize, Miss Xueqing, but I couldn't find anything to eat last night, so I had to make use of it as a late-night snack. You scoundrel! I vow to ruin you!" Anger flared in Feng Xueqing's eyes. With a swift motion, she unleashed a razor-sharp sword energy that cleaved through the air, imbued with a chilling intent to kill, aimed directly at Yang Lingchen. "Little tiger girl, you think you can ruin me?" Yang Lingchen sneered, employing his technique just in time to narrowly evade the formidable strike, that he then brandished his sword and charged at her, launching a counterattack that in the face of such a prodigious talent as Feng Xueqing. Yang Lingchen proceeded with utmost caution. Since his arrival in this world, she had been the most exceptional genius he had encountered. Had this confrontation occurred yesterday, he would have likely only been able to achieve a stalemate with her. However, having successfully broken through to the fourth layer of the Lingchen realm, he now felt confident in his ability to prevail. Empowered by the might of the god-slaying sword technique, Yang Lingchen swiftly gained the upper hand, forcing Feng Xueqing to retreat repeatedly. Of course, at that moment, Yang Lingchen did not unleash his full strength, for there was no deep-seated enmity between them. Moreover, he could distinctly perceive that Feng Xueqing's swordplay harbored little lethal intent. At most, she merely wished to teach him a lesson. Little tiger girl, with such meager prowess, do you dare to castrate me? Yang Lingchen chuckled wickedly. Vile rogue, I shall certainly see to your castration. Feng Xueqing retorted with a delicate yet furious tone, her hands swiftly conjuring several long swords that floated in midair, forming a formidable sword formation, which then shot rapidly towards Yang Lingchen's lower body. What the hell? Yang Lingchen exclaimed. Despicable and shameless, you madwoman. If you do not cease, do not blame me for being impolite. Faced with the terrifying sword array, Yang Lingchen executed a hasty roll on the ground, narrowly evading the onslaught, before darting towards Feng Xueqing like lightning, landing a powerful palm strike against her ample bosom. Bang! With a resounding crash, Feng Xueqing was sent soaring backward by his strike. Vile rogue, you are doomed. Struggling to rise, Feng Xueqing's eyes almost blazed with fury. At that moment, her sole desire was to vanquish this shameless scoundrel. Her countenance turned frosty as she transformed into a dazzling white flash, racing toward Yang Lingchen. Vile girl, are you relentless? If I do not subdue you today, I shall take your surname. Bang. Yang Lingchen's palm once more struck Feng Xueqing's form. What the hell? Yang Lingchen felt a surge of dark delight that Vile rogue, I shall certainly kill you. Feng Xueqing was utterly enraged. Never in her life had she endured such humiliation. Bang. Yang Lingchen swiftly flickered, delivering another vicious slap to Feng Xueqing. Vile rogue, despicable and shameless. Feng Xueqing was on the brink of collapse in a matter of moments. This scoundrel had taken advantage of her repeatedly. That moment. Yang Lingchen seized an opportune moment, snatching the long sword from Feng Xueqing's grip. Simultaneously, his right hand darted out and clutched her throat. Little tiger girl, do you submit? Vile rogue, if you dare, kill me. Otherwise, I shall ensure you are sold to a brothel as a male prostitute. Feng Xueqing glared at Yang Lingchen with her stunning eyes, a cold fury radiating from her as she struggled desperately. Yet, Yang Lingchen's grip was as unyielding as steel, tightening around her throat, and she gradually began to struggle for breath, veins bulging on her forehead, her eyes wide with terror. Do you believe I would strip you bare and hang you from a tree? Yang Lingchen feigned a ferocious demeanor, loosening his grip slightly. Cough, do you dare? Feng Xueqing gasped. Her breath labored. Feng Xueqing possessed formidable strength, a super genius capable of challenging those above her level. And for a moment, Yang Lingchen was uncertain of how to proceed. Surely, he could not truly kill her. Do you truly think I would hesitate to act against you? Do you believe I would violate you before ending your life? A sinister smile crept across Yang Lingchen's lips. Vile rogue, do you think I fear you? If you have the guts, come at me. Feng Xueqing scolded, her disdainful gaze fixed upon Yang Lingchen. Slap, slap. Yang Lingchen swiftly struck around her, sealing her acupoints and meridians, rendering her motionless on the ground. Very well. Since you are so bold, do not beg for mercy later. Yang Lingchen began to remove his garments with an eager demeanor. Hurry and take them off. Do continue. Could it be you are too small? Feng Xueqing regarded Yang Lingchen with contempt. What the hell? Yang Lingchen was left speechless. This tiger girl was truly unfazed. He could not possibly strip down completely. Suddenly, an idea struck Yang Lingchen, and a wicked smile formed on his lips. He approached Feng Xueqing, gently removing her outer garment. Vile rogue, what are you planning? Feng Xueqing's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as Yang Lingchen drew near. Nothing, merely giving you a massage, he replied with a mischievous grin. Vile rogue, you dare, Feng Xueqing shouted, her heart racing at the sight of Yang Lingchen's wicked gaze. That I asked at the extent of your courage. Do you still dare to provoke me? Yang Lingchen smirked. Yet I have no interest in your little lady parts. Instead, let me give you a good scratch. Yang Lingchen steadied his racing heart, and without further ado, slipped his hand beneath Feng Xueqing's armpit, scratching gently. Da-ha-da-ha. Yang Lingchen, you scoundrel, Remove your hand this instant. Feng Shuiqing burst into uncontrollable laughter. Still quite bold, are we, unwilling to yield? Yang Lingchen sneered as he continued his ministrations. Ha ha. Stop. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Feng Shuiqing's seductive and enchanting voice echoed through the forest. Call me husband to hear me, and I shall release you. Yang Lingchen grinned wickedly. Da-ha-da-ha-da, you scoundrel, I shall kill you. Feng Shuiqing laughed and cursed simultaneously. Not calling, are we? Then I must continue. Yang Lingchen chuckled malevolently, resuming his playful assault, unable to resist the allure of her delicate skin. Ha-ha-ha. Husband, spare me. Having been tickled into a frenzy, Feng Shuiqing finally began to plead for mercy. Not calling, are we? Then I must continue. Yang Lingchen's grin remained wicked as he persisted, captivated by her soft and flawless skin. Ha-ha-ha. Husband, spare me. Finally, Feng Shuiqing began to plead for mercy. Da-ha-ha. Just then, the previously tranquil Feng Shuiqing trembled all over. Gradually, a blush suffused her exquisitely beautiful cheeks, rendering her stunningly beautiful, akin to a vibrant flower blooming in spring. What the hell is going on? What is this expression? Why does she appear to be enjoying it? Could it be that I have tickled her senseless? Yang Lingchen was utterly bewildered, his eyes wide with confusion. Little girl, are you all right? He inquired with curiosity, reluctantly releasing Feng Shuiqing's perfect hand. Yang Lingchen, you are finished. I shall ensure your third leg is broken. Feng Shuiqing scolded, her face gradually regaining its composure at that moment. Her stunning eyes bore into Yang Lingchen, as if concealing countless sharp blades, ready to rend him asunder. Feng Shuiqing, do we not share a minor grudge? I merely took a spirit herb from you. I can return it later, that I shall take my leave now. Yang Lingchen hastily proclaimed, delivering several slaps to her, easing her restraints before leaping away, vanishing into the dense foliage. Yang Lingchen, you despicable, shameless, vile rogue, await your reckoning. Feng Shuiqing shouted angrily, her voice brimming with indignation. Recalling her earlier reaction, her exquisite cheeks flushed crimson as a ripe apple, her enchanting eyes ablaze with fury. Never had she felt so humiliated before a man. Yet, curiously, that peculiar sensation had indeed been quite pleasurable. In all her years, she had never experienced such a feeling. Within the inner gates of Tianyuan Palace, brother, have you found that scoundrel? Lingchen's beautiful eyes blazed with anger. As if ignited by a raging inferno, she harbored immense resentment towards Yang Lingchen. Never had anyone dared to treat her in such a manner. Sinny, do not fret. I have already dispatched people to investigate. However, with tens of thousands in the outer sect, finding him is no simple task, Li Tianqing replied, his gaze chilling, his voice low and restrained, that an outer sect disciple had not only struck his sister but had also dared to challenge him. A grievance he could hardly swallow. I will ensure he suffers a fate worse than death. Lingchen's teeth ground together, her eyes radiating deep-seated malice, as if she wished to devour Yang Lingchen whole. At the outer gates of Tianyuan Palace, Chen Ming's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixated on the robust youth before him. The sturdy youth spoke in a low voice, filled with reverence. Very well. This time I shall ensure his limbs are broken. A chilling malice glimmered in Chen Ming's eyes, that I end the mission hall of Tianyuan Palace. He also exchanged a considerable number of beast corpses for an ample amount of merit points. After meticulous calculations, he had amassed over 20,000 contribution points. With these points, Yang Lingchen procured numerous alchemical materials necessary for crafting Mingxian realm pills. The time for alchemy has arrived. With the Mingxian pills in hand, Yang Lingchen is confident in his ability to swiftly break through to the Tongxian realm. Bang. You little bastard, today I shall shatter your limbs. At that moment, the door was violently kicked open, and Chen Ming, his gaze icy and his face contorted with malice, stormed in, flanked by a dozen lackeys. Damn it, seeking death. Yang Lingchen's eyes narrowed, a surge of fury igniting within him. Without a second thought, he swung his wolf-toothed club and charged at Chen Ming. Bang da bang da bang da bang. Letting you flaunt your arrogance, letting you disturb me, letting you call yourself this young master in my presence, letting you be so hideous, letting you have such a filthy mouth. As Yang Lingchen shouted in rage. He unleashed a relentless barrage with his club that he had been preparing to concoct pills when Chen Ming intruded. Fortunately, he had not yet begun, otherwise an entire batch of pills would have been ruined. In the face of overwhelming strength, within mere breaths, Chen Ming was reduced to a swollen mess, resembling a pig's head. His followers, terrified by Yang Lingchen's brutality, retreated in fear. They were acutely aware of Yang Lingchen's nature. He either refrained from striking, or once he did, he would pummel his opponent mercilessly until they could no longer retaliate. "You little bastard, you're finished. Offending me, the Tiger Society, means there will be no place for you at the outer gate of Tianyuan Palace." Chun Ming fixed his venomous gaze on Yang Lingchen, and despite his current disheveled state, he still attempted to speak defiantly. "Crack, crack. You dare act tough?" Yang Lingchen brought down 2 more blows with ferocity. With the sound of bones snapping, Chun Ming's feet were instantly shattered. Youngsters may be arrogant, but to be foolishly so is courting death. Having already been knocked to the ground, to still feign bravado is sheer folly. Yang Lingchen extended his right hand and lightly patted Chun Ming's face, adopting a condescending tone filled with disdain. "You." Chun Ming felt a surge of anger, blood rushing to his head, and fainted on the spot. "Is that all? I thought you were someone of significance." Yang Lingchen scoffed derisively, snatching Chun Ming's storage bag and kicking him aside. Subsequently, Yang Lingchen departed his residence. He had chosen not to continue alchemy there, as it required a tranquil and undisturbed environment, that a disturbance at a crucial moment could lead to significant losses, that he found a secluded spot to securely hide the Haotian jade before entering its space. Yang Lingchen took out the alchemical furnace and meticulously sorted the medicinal ingredients. Drawing upon Ling Juechen's memories, he carefully ignited the alchemical fire, controlling the heat with utmost caution, and began placing the ingredients into the furnace one by one. Though he possessed the memories of the alchemy god, this was merely his second attempt at alchemy, and he was somewhat inexperienced in technique that, of course, his inexperience was only relative to Ling Juechen, the alchemy god. Compared to ordinary alchemists in the Tianwu continent, his skills were already commendable. Bang. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, he successfully refined a batch of top-tier Mingxian pills to hada top-tier Mingxian pills. Yang Lingchen erupted into hearty laughter, thoroughly satisfied with the results of this alchemical endeavor. With the Mingxian pills, his cultivation could rapidly ascend. He then immersed himself once more into the art of alchemy. Hours flew by. After meticulous effort, Yang Lingchen successfully produced 20 batches of pills. Among them, 10 were high-grade Mingxian pills intended for sale, crafted with care to avoid drawing attention. As for the top-tier pills, he intended to keep them for himself. After a brief tidy-up, Yang Lingchen stealthily exited the Haotian jade space and made his way to the outer trading square. His intention was to sell some pills and earn some contribution points and spirit stones. At the Tianyuan Palace, outer disciples trading square, Yang Lingchen found an unoccupied stall, set up a table, and displayed several high-grade Mingxian pills neatly, that he then erected a sign before his stall, stating clearly, "High-grade Mingxian pill." Valued at 1,000 contribution points each, or 30 low-grade spirit stones. The outer trading square was a designated space for outer disciples to trade goods. Here, many sold weapons, herbs, or martial techniques. Naturally, one would seldom find anything particularly precious here, as most items were low-grade weapons and beginner techniques. After all, truly valuable items were rarely brought here for sale. Once again, the realms Jun, Mingxian, Tongxian, Wenxi, Rushuan, Guxian, Lingxian, Linghai, Huangzhe were mentioned. Chapter 20. Provocation.as Yang Lingchen carefully displayed the high-grade Mingxian pills. Their radiant glow quickly caught the attention of many passers-by. Instances of individuals directly offering high-grade Mingxian pills for sale were almost unheard of. Walk past and miss out at your own peril. Yang Lingchen shouted with all his might that high-grade Mingxian pills, now at a special price. Only 1,000 contribution points or 30 spirit stones each. Under Yang Lingchen's vigorous promotion, his stall was soon surrounded by a throng of people. This was a high-grade Mingxian pill, a rare treasure in the outer world. Within no time, the pills in his hands were sold out. Gazing at the bountiful 10,000 contribution points and over 1,000 spirit stones, Yang Lingchen's smile nearly reached his ears. That it is worth noting that the cost of the medicinal materials he used for these pills was merely over 3,000 contribution points that in the blink of an eye. He had made a profit of over 100,000 contribution points. Anyone would be grinning from ear to ear. Many, frustrated for not securing a Mingxian pill, stomped their feet in irritation, their faces filled with regret and dissatisfaction. After all, these were high-grade Mingxian pills, which far surpassed the efficacy and enhancement of initial-grade pills. Observing the crowd that lingered, Yang Lingchen smiled and said, "Dear fellow disciples, do not fret. Tomorrow, I shall return to sell more high-grade Mingxian pills, along with other advanced pills. Please prepare your contribution points or spirit stones. Having said this, young Lingchen left the trading square, content, and made his way briskly to the redemption hall. With 10,000 contribution points in hand, young Lingchen felt as if he were walking on air, his steps light, as if the wind carried him. That it was akin to a destitute individual suddenly winning a $5 million lottery. The joy and excitement were beyond words. Young Lingchen sought out a secluded forest, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Once assured of solitude, he slipped into the Haotian jade space, ready to begin alchemy anew. Meanwhile, news of the high-grade Mingxian pills spread like wildfire throughout the outer trading square of Tianyuan Palace. In no time, many turned their attention to the trading square for the following day. The emergence of high-grade Mingxian pills was nothing short of a thunderous shock for the outer disciples, especially for those at the 7th or 8th level of Mingxian realm. At this juncture, their progress through meditation to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had slowed considerably, with spirit stones being exceedingly precious and scarce. Difficult to procure, pills became their best option for advancement. Inside the Haotian jade space, after several hours of focused alchemy, young Lingchen successfully refined all the medicinal materials into pills. After completion, he found a quiet spot within the space to begin his cultivation. Sitting cross-legged, he retrieved dozens of top-tier Mingxian pills from his storage bag, refining them one after another, continuously absorbing the pure spiritual energy contained within. As the pills were absorbed and refined, young Lingchen's cultivation advanced swiftly, soon reaching the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the Mingxian realm. It was only then that he paused, fully aware that a breakthrough in realm was not solely reliant on the accumulation of pills, but required the careful honing of time. Pills could elevate one's cultivation quickly from the initial stage to the peak. However, a breakthrough in realm necessitated the accumulation of time and relentless training in real combat. Some prodigies, with their insights into cultivation, could swiftly break through realm barriers that in contrast, those with lesser talents, even with the finest pills, could only reach the peak of a minor realm without advancing to the next. Having only recently broken into the 4th layer of the Mingxian realm, young Lingchen was in no rush for immediate advancement to the next level. That he understood that a hasty breakthrough could lead to an unstable foundation, jeopardizing his future path of cultivation. The following morning, at the outer trading square of Tianyuan Palace, young Lingchen returned to the stall he had occupied the previous day. On this occasion, young Lingchen had just set up his stall when he was immediately surrounded by a throng of eager individuals, all clamoring impatiently for the exquisite Mingxian Dian. His astonishment, the business was thriving beyond his expectations. Dear fellow disciples, due to the recent surge in prices, the cost of the elixirs has risen significantly, necessitating a slight adjustment in pricing. That isn't just price gouging. Some in the crowd expressed their dissatisfaction vocally. Alas, I had no choice but to raise the prices. The medicinal materials I acquire have also increased in cost. Young Lingchen explained with a hint of resignation. Give me 2 Mingxian Dawn, I want 1 detoxification pill, in an instant. The crowd descended into a frenzy of purchases, young Lingchen's price hike failing to dampen their enthusiasm for the high-grade elixirs. I would like several Hawan Dawn, remarked a man clad in thick layers, his voice somewhat muffled. Fun. Why are you so bundled up? Do you think no one can recognize you? A man in the crowd couldn't help but chuckle upon spotting him, prompting a ripple of laughter. What are you all laughing at? Who's pretending to be a virtuous gentleman here? Wu Yifan retorted angrily, hastily snatching up the Hawan Dawn before making his exit. Make way. Make way. At that moment, a group of arrogant youths swaggered in, brazenly shoving aside anyone purchasing elixirs. Kid, here are 10 spirit stones. I want all your elixirs. A haughty young man draped in a blue brocade robe approached, flanked by several subordinates, all of whom possessed formidable abilities at the 7th or 8th level of Mingxian. You seem to be gravely ill, young Lingchen sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. You're courting death. The arrogant youth huffed, his anger boiling over as he swung a hand towards young Lingchen. However, young Lingchen was prepared. He swiftly countered with his wolf-toothed club. The clash resounded, followed by a blood-curdling scream as the youth's hand met with young Lingchen's weapon, instantly swelling into a grotesque bruise. Disable this brat. If anything goes awry, I'll take the blame. The youth snarled, his face contorted in rage. Instantly, his 7 or 8 subordinates, their eyes gleaming with menace, lunged at young Lingchen. Undaunted, Yang Lingchen drew his Qingling sword, employing exquisite swordplay and agile movements to engage them. With flashes of light, after a flurry of strikes, the group of Mingxian-level disciples found themselves incapacitated, sprawled on the ground in agony. "Do you know who I am, kid? How dare you lay hands on my people?" The arrogant youth glared at Yang Lingchen, teeth clenched out. "Of course. Aren't you my dear grandson?" Yang Lingchen replied nonchalantly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "You little bastard, just wait." The youth shot Yang Lingchen a venomous glare before attempting to flee. Seizing the opportunity as the youth turned, Yang Lingchen swung his club with ferocity. "Let us see you insult your grandfather. Flaunt your arrogance. Now tell me, who is the little bastard?" With Yang Lingchen's exceptional agility and the element of surprise, the arrogant youth was swiftly besieged by a relentless onslaught that I in no time. He was left battered and bruised, his once handsome visage now resembling that of a swollen pig's head. "You will surely die," the youth seethed, his eyes brimming with hatred and murderous intent. Bang! Yang Lingchen delivered a decisive blow to the youth's front teeth, blood gushing forth as teeth scattered across the ground. Then, as if kicking a stray dog, he sent the youth flying. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The disciples of Tainuangu, witnessing the scene, stood dumbfounded, incredulous at the sight of the proud youth. The younger brother of the talented Mo Zaheo, being so utterly humiliated. "Dear fellow disciples, those wishing to purchase elixirs should hurry. After today, I may not return." Yang Lingchen called out once more. Indeed, he had no intention of returning, for he had nearly earned his contribution points, and selling elixirs here drew too much attention, conflicting with his desire for a low profile. Upon hearing Yang Lingchen's words, the crowd surged forward once more, eager not to miss this rare opportunity, as such high-grade Mingxian dawn would be unattainable in the future. Although Yang Lingchen had crafted a considerable quantity of elixirs, they quickly sold out amidst the fervent buying frenzy. Chapter 21. A beating at Tainuangu. Atop the Yinyan Peak, two graceful and enchanting figures stood poised against the backdrop of the sky. "Euro, do you believe we can truly find someone like that?" A voice, ethereal and dreamlike, resonated softly. "Sister Yin, in this Tainuangu, seeking a talent that surpasses Sikong Jie seems to be akin to scaling the heavens." Lin Euro replied, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. "No, I firmly believe we will find him, that I trust Elder Tianji's divination. That person is undoubtedly within Tainuangu, and moreover, a newly initiated disciple," Ling Yinyan asserted, her beautiful eyes reflecting unwavering determination. "Even if we find such an individual, how can one with such low cultivation possibly catch up to Sikong Jie in a short time?" Lin Euro asked, her brow furrowed in concern. "How can we know the outcome without trying? Must I truly marry the hypocritical Sikong Jie?" Ling Yinyan's expression bore the weight of helplessness. "Sister Yinyan, let us venture to the outer sect these days. Perhaps Elder Tianji's prophecy will indeed come to fruition." Lin Euro proposed at the outer sect trading square. Yang Lingchen had just finished packing his belongings and was preparing to depart. "Brother Lingchen, what brings you to set up a stall here?" At that moment, a sweet, melodious voice suddenly rang out that a graceful figure rushed toward him and enveloped him in a warm embrace, resting her entire being against him. What on earth is happening? Yang Lingchen looked bewildered, staring at Feng Xueqing. "Xueqing, who is this?" A young man clad in a white long robe, with handsome features, approached, his brow slightly furrowed as he inquired, "Xueqing, your taste seems rather lacking. Even if you wish to reject me, there is no need to settle for a waist like this one at the 4th level of Mingxian." Xiao Junyi's gaze towards Yang Lingchen was laden with unmasked disdain. "This is my personal matter. I do not require Brother Xiao Junyi's concern," Feng Xueqing replied, her voice as calm as still water, devoid of any emotional inflection. "Xueqing, in the future, do not associate with those who are ugly. Otherwise, they might think you have a liking for them." Yang Lingchen naturally wrapped an arm around Feng Xueqing's delicate waist. Yang Lingchen had no desire to get involved in this mess, but Xiao Junyi's venomous words labeling him as a waste were intolerable. "Xueqing, look at the company you keep. Not only is he ugly, but he is also hard of hearing." Understanding Feng Xueqing's intentions, Yang Lingchen discerned that she was merely leveraging Xiao Junyi to chastise him, while simultaneously using him to extricate herself from Xiao Junyi's advances. It was an ingenious plan that served her well. Having seen through Feng Xueqing's thoughts, Yang Lingchen was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. ensuring he would capitalize on it fully. After all, Feng Xueqing was undeniably a rare beauty, her striking figure capable of outshining all others. Got it from now on. I'll listen to you. Feng Xueqing responded playfully, her heart ignited with a fierce anger at the audacity of the lecherous Xiao Junyi. Xiao Junyi's expression darkened significantly as he abruptly raised his hand, preparing to strike young Lingchen. Seeing Xiao Junyi's move, Feng Xueqing was filled with delight, ready to make her escape, but young Lingchen unexpectedly seized her, positioning her behind him. Crack! Ah-da-da-da! With a crisp sound of bone snapping, Xiao Junyi's hand broke, and he let out a piercing scream. Bang! 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 At that moment, young Lingchen wasted no time and unleashed a storm of strikes upon Xiao Junyi, leaving him sprawled on the ground, utterly incapacitated. Now tell me, who is the one courting death? Who is the waste? Young Lingchen heavily stomped on Xiao Junyi's face, coldly declaring, under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for young Lingchen to triumph over Xiao Junyi, especially considering that Xiao Junyi is a formidable warrior who has reached the 9th level of the Mingxian realm. His downfall stemmed largely from his carelessness, compounded by young Lingchen's cunning use of Feng Xueqing as a human shield to launch a surprise attack. The outer disciples gathered at the trading square displayed expressions of utter astonishment, taken aback by the terrifying prowess of this alchemist disciple to AT that moment. Feng Xueqing stood agape, her mind racing as she thought. This despicable rogue is far too brutal. How dare he use me as a shield? You little bastard, how dare you ambush me? I will not let this go. Xiao Junyi glared at young Lingchen with icy eyes, gritting his teeth. Bang. Bang, did I find your gaze quite displeasing? Let me gift you a pair of panda eyes. Young Lingchen sneered and delivered 2 heavy punches to Xiao Junyi's face, instantly transforming his eyes into a pair of bruised orbs. Xueqing, let's go. I shall treat you to a delightful meal, he said, wrapping his arm around Feng Xueqing as they strolled out of the square. Then I will follow your lead. Feng Xueqing nodded, showing no resistance, and even leaning closer to young Lingchen. In a secluded and tranquil spot, young Lingchen reveled in holding Feng Xueqing, finding her even more enchanting than the stars and socialites of his previous life, her figure particularly alluring. Little girl, could it be that you've genuinely developed feelings for me? He mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. That it's strange to like you. Feng Xueqing's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of flirtation in her smile as she leaned closer to young Lingchen. Unable to resist, his lips instinctively moved to meet hers. Suddenly, Feng Xueqing's knee forcefully collided with his lower body. Caught off guard, young Lingchen swiftly shifted to the side. Bang! He cried out in excruciating pain. Bang! 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 AT that moment. Feng Xueqing's delicate fists rained down upon him like a tempest. Despicable rogue, feeling good now? My tofu is delicious, isn't it? Feng Xueqing beamed with a radiant smile. Not tasty, young Lingchen managed to reply through gritted teeth. Have you realized your mistake? Feng Xueqing teased with a playful laugh. That I understand, my lady, I was wrong. He quickly pleaded for mercy. That am I beautiful? Feng Xueqing mimicked young Lingchen's earlier tone. Was it enjoyable touching just now? Enjoyable! Bang, bang, bang. Feng Xueqing unleashed another flurry of punches. Not enjoyable! Bang, bang, bang. How dare you say it's not enjoyable when I'm so well endowed? She chided. This time, young Lingchen wisely chose to remain silent. I shall let you off this time, she said, a triumphant smile on her face as she turned and sauntered away. Meanwhile, young Lingchen lay on the ground. Racked with pain, he pondered why Feng Xueqing's cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid, and her ability to challenge opponents of higher realms was on par with his own. Feng Xueqing, you little minx, just wait. One day I will have my way with you, he vowed, slowly rising and cautiously checking himself. Thankfully, his quick reflexes had saved him from a more grievous injury. Otherwise, he might have faced a catastrophic fate. The other bruises on his body would have to be healed through cultivation. His earlier inability to fight back was primarily due to the sharp pain from below, which rendered him momentarily incapacitated, compounded by Feng Xueqing's overwhelming strength. Chapter 22. The outer sect Xin list in the blink of an eye. 3 days had swiftly passed. During this time, young Lingchen's severe injuries had fully healed. The announcement clearly outlined the specifics of the upcoming outer sect competition, including the generous rewards and registration details. Initially, young Lingchen held little interest in this so-called competition. However, upon seeing the rewards listed, his heart raced with excitement. The top 10 finishers would receive 200,000 contribution points and 1,000 spirit stones. The third place would earn 500,000 contribution points and 3,000 spirit stones. The second place would garner 700,000 contribution points and 5,000 spirit stones, while the first place would receive a staggering 1 million contribution points and a full 10,000 spirit stones. Additionally, the top 3 competitors would be granted a precious opportunity to join the inner sect ahead of schedule. With only a month remaining until the competition, disciples wishing to participate had to register a month in advance. It seems I must venture to the Xian list arena. I have but a month to break through to the 6th level of the Mingxian realm, Lingchen thought to himself. The Xian list arena was a martial arts arena specifically established by the Tianyuan Palace for the outer sect. Here, the more victories one achieved, the higher their ranking. To partake in the Xian list battles, a fee of 1,000 contribution points was required per match. Victors would earn 800 contribution points, though the sect would take a 20% cut. Despite this, countless disciples were eager to fight for their rankings on the Xian list, as such rankings represented a prestigious honor. Lingchen's desire to compete stemmed primarily from a wish to hone his combat skills in preparation for the forthcoming outer sect competition. Upon his first arrival at the outer sect Xian list arena, Lingchen felt as though he had stepped into an underground fighting ring. The place was bustling with activity. Throngs of people appeared exceedingly excited and animated, with many placing bets on the outcomes of the matches. After successfully registering with the overseeing elder, Lingchen received his unique ranking card. Currently, he ranked 22,500 on the Xian list. The outer sect of Tianyuan Palace boasted a disciple population exceeding 70 to 80,000. Yet only around 20,000 had come to contest the Xian list, as many lower-ranked disciples refrained from participating. A disciple like Lingchen, possessing only the 4th level of the Mingxian realm, was a rarity. Achieving a long winning streak and a high victory rate on the Xian list could significantly elevate one's ranking. The arena featured several constructed platforms, designed to facilitate the outer sect disciples in their quest for Xian list rankings. The management philosophy of Tianyuan Palace had always been to encourage combat among disciples, as they understood that only through continuous battles could one grow into an unparalleled powerhouse. That a short while later, it was Lingchen's turn to take the stage. Who is this kid? Only at the 4th level of the Mingxian realm. Is he here to entertain us? No way. A mere 4th level of the Mingxian realm dares to join the fray? Kid, hurry and get off before you end up crippled. As Lingchen stepped onto the platform, the crowd erupted in derisive laughter and scornful taunts. Betting on Lingchen to win pays 20 to 1. Betting on Chong Wei pays 1 to 20. Just then a cheerful voice rang out. I want to bet on Chong Wei for 5,000 contribution points. I, too, bet on Chong Wei to win 1,000 contribution points. I'll bet on Chong Wei 10,000 contribution points. The young man managing the bets began to sweat profusely, clearly anxious, as he did not believe Lingchen stood a chance against Chong Wei, who had just defeated a 7th-level Mingxian realm disciple. The disparity in their strengths was glaring. That I'll bet on myself to win 10,000 contribution points. Without hesitation, Lingchen used his identity token to wager 10,000 contribution points. All right, Lingchen, from this day forth, you are my brother. Yang Ming, that go for it. I believe in you. The betting overseer, Yang Ming, beamed with joy. His previous anxiety vanished as he smiled widely. Having just collected over 2 million contribution points betting on Chong Wei to win, if Chong Wei were victorious, he would have to pay out over 100,000 contribution points. Now that Lingchen had bet on himself for 10,000 contribution points, it felt as though fortune had smiled upon him. At least he no longer had to worry about losing. Begin. With the commanding voice of the elder officiating the arena, Chong Wei let out a ferocious roar, charging towards Yang Chenling like a savage beast. That a sharp glint flickered in Yang Chenling's eyes. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, and he swung his staff with tremendous force, tracing a resplendent arc that struck Chong Wei squarely. Bang. With a dull thud, Chong Wei spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flung backward by the impact, unconscious even before he hit the ground. Hiss! The crowd gasped in shock, the atmosphere instantly heavy with silence. This was utterly absurd. Chong Wei, at the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the Mingxian realm, had been sent flying by Yang Chenling, who was merely at the 4th layer. Soon, a chorus of furious curses erupted, with everyone angrily accusing Chong Wei of throwing the match, while he lay there, already in a stupor. That moment, Yang Ming wore a face of dismay, slumping in his seat like a deflated balloon, cursing inwardly. Damn it, what a massive loss. 100,000 contribution points, with a 20-to-1 payout. That amounted to a staggering 2 million contribution points. Even if there were over 1 million spent on Chong Wei, he would still be losing nearly 1 million. Of course, 1 million wasn't something Ouyang Ming couldn't afford. It was just painfully hard to swallow 0.2 million contribution points. Bring it on, Yang Qinling said nonchalantly, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Brother, you're really taking advantage of me. Ouyang Ming grumbled as he transferred 2 million contribution points. Don't say I didn't warn you. You'd best not set my odds too high, or you might end up suffering terribly. Yang Qinling kindly advised, mindful not to be too ruthless after winning a fortune so easily. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ming quickly pulled Yang Qinling aside and whispered, Brother, would you mind revealing the true extent of your strength? Invincible below the 9th layer of the Ming Xian realm. Yang Qinling's lips curled into a confident smile before he stepped back onto the stage. While a barely perceptible smile crept onto Ouyang Ming's lips, he sensed a tremendous opportunity unfolding. Before long, it was Yang Qinling's turn again, and this time his opponent was a young man at the early stage of the 8th layer of the Ming Xian realm. Come, place your bets. Betting on the vulture to win pays 5-to-1, while Yang Qinling pays 1-to-5, that Ouyang Ming announced loudly, adjusting the odds significantly lower for both the vulture and Yang Qinling. I'll bet on the vulture, 10,000 contribution points. Damn it, I'm all in. This is my last bit of wealth. 50 contribution points, all on the vulture. I refuse to believe I can lose again. The crowd predominantly backed the vulture, as he was far superior to Chong Wei. Witnessing the crowd's support for the vulture, Ouyang Ming couldn't help but grin widely. The elder officiating the arena declared the battle to commence. You little brat, get off the stage. The vulture sneered, his face twisted in malice. Whoosh! Yang Qinling's figure vanished like a specter, reappearing above the vulture's head in an instant. Bang, da bang, da bang, da bang, da in just a few breaths. The vulture was struck into unconsciousness by Yang Qinling's relentless blows. This really someone from the 4th layer of the Ming Xian realm. Indeed, this is beyond comprehension. Damn it, my last bit of wealth is gone just like that. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, eyes wide in disbelief. The happiest person in the moment was undoubtedly Ouyang Ming, as he had just won nearly 2 million contribution points in the following bouts. Yang Qinling continued his triumphant march, maintaining an astonishing streak of 50 consecutive victories. His relentless wins drew the attention of many, and his ranking on the Xian list soared into the top 100. Sister Yun, this Yang Qinling is indeed remarkable. Look at his prowess. He should easily rank within the top 100 in the outer sect, that a girl clad in a pink dress remarked. You underestimate him too much. His true combat ability far exceeds what we've observed thus far, Yun softly replied. Then, Sister Yun, do you think he might be the one we are searching for? Lin Yuruo inquired softly. He is indeed the one I brought from Hanyang City. If all goes as predicted, he should be the one Elder Tianxi divined about. There was a hint of certainty in Yun's eyes. Sister Yun, are you so fond of him due to his handsome looks? Lin Yuruo teased. What's wrong with that? Men can admire beautiful women. Can't women appreciate handsome men? Do you think I prefer bulky brutes? Yun retorted. You don't know, but I heard from Sister Lingchen that the more muscular a man looks, the less capable he is in that regard, and that those strong men usually have little to offer. Lin Yuruo leaned closer to Yun, whispering conspiratorially. You little minx, you're getting bolder by the day. Yun gently pinched Lin Yuruo's waist. Just then, it was Yang Qinling's turn to take the stage again. This time, his opponent was a formidable individual at the 9th layer of the Ming Xian realm, Xiao Junyi, who had previously been ambushed by Yang Qinling, who cleverly used feng shui etching as a shield during the attack. You little bastard, today I will ensure your limbs are rendered useless. Xiao Junyi's eyes blazed with unrestrained fury, as if he intended to incinerate Yang Qinling. Who are you calling a little bastard? Yang Qinling replied with a faint smile, his demeanor relaxed. You little bastard, of course. Xiao Junyi retorted without a second thought. Oh, did everyone hear that? He just called me a little bastard. Yang Qinling laughed, his face alight with mockery. Da-ha-da-ha. The crowd erupted in a laughter. You're seeking death. Xiao Junyi, seething with rage, drew his sword and surged towards Yang Qinling like a gust of wind. Wait. Yang Qinling quickly interjected. You little brat. Now you want to beg for mercy? Isn't that a bit late? Xiao Junyi's eyes glinted with a menacing light. The elder hasn't even called for the start yet. Your urgency is a provocation towards the elder. Do you realize how disrespectful that is? Yang Qinling's expression grew cold as he spoke sternly. Elder Lu, I absolutely meant no disrespect. Xiao Junyi quickly turned to the officiating elder. It's fine, you two may begin. Elder Lu waved his hand, his expression calm. Whoosh, bang dot bang dot bang dot bang. Under Yang Qinling's torrential assault, Xiao Junyi was struck hundreds of times in mere moments, collapsing into unconsciousness. Crack dot crack dot crack dot crack. Without hesitation, Yang Qinling decisively shattered Xiao Junyi's limbs, showing no mercy to his enemies. You little bastard, so despicable. The excruciating pain jolted Xiao Junyi back to consciousness, and he shouted hoarsely, Child, this is called the art of war. Someone as thoughtless as you should never step onto the stage to duel. If this were outside the sect, what difference would it make to courting death? Yang Qinling stepped closer, lightly patting Xiao Junyi's face, his tone dripping with derision. Damn, this kid is too despicable. Tisich, what do you know? Yang Qinling is using his wits. Anyone who steps onto the stage so recklessly has only themselves to blame. The crowd of supporters for both Xiao Junyi and Yang Qinling erupted into fierce verbal clashes. Sister Yun, this guy is truly shameless. But I must admit, I find that bad boy charm rather appealing. Lin Yurua gazed at Yang Qinling with a hint of admiration. Seeing Yang Qinling successfully take down Xiao Junyi, Yun let out a sigh of relief. The melancholy she had felt dissipated like mist. After defeating Xiao Junyi, Yang Qinling chose not to continue his challenges. After several consecutive battles, he sensed he was on the brink of a breakthrough, rendering further fights unnecessary. Leaving the Xian List arena, Yang Qinling strode towards the exit at that moment. He suddenly felt a piercing gaze fixated upon him. An unsettling, bone-chilling glare at a young man dressed in the robes of an inner sect disciple, exuding an extraordinary aura, was staring intently at Yang Qinling, accompanied by a graceful, statuesque girl. At last, I have found you, wretch. Today, your demise is inevitable. Li Tianxing's voice was icy and piercing, as though it emanated from the depths of a desolate abyss. Damn it, why am I so unfortunate? At this moment, Yang Lingchen could only hope that Li Tianxing would consider the presence of the law elder. Otherwise, today would truly spell disaster. Humph. Still thinking of escaping? Li Tianxing scoffed coldly, his figure moving like a specter as he pursued Yang Lingchen. Soon, Yang Lingchen found his path blocked once more by Li Tianxing. That be why this time, several outer disciples had gathered to watch the spectacle. But upon seeing the inner disciple robes donned by Li Tianxing, they all recoiled several meters in fear. Within Tianyuan Palace, the disparity in status between outer and inner disciples was vast, almost immeasurable. Even if an inner disciple were to kill an outer disciple, the most they would face would be a month or two of confinement. Brother, spare his life but cripple his Dantian. I want to keep him as my pet. Li Sini's eyes glinted with malice as she spoke through clenched teeth. Damn you. How long has it been since you last saw a man? Why are you looking at me with such hunger? With your pathetic appearance, even if you stripped naked, I wouldn't be interested. Yang Lingchen retorted with a smirk, his tone merciless. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was the sister of the inner disciple Li Tianxing. How bold was Yang Lingchen to speak so? He knows not the peril he invites. Enraged beyond measure, Li Tianxing raised his hand and struck fiercely at Yang Lingchen. Without flinching, Yang Lingchen met the blow with one of his own. Bang! Yang Lingchen was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he arched gracefully through the air. Seizing the advantage, Li Tianxing attacked again, but at this juncture, Yang Lingchen had lost all capacity to retaliate. Just as Li Tianxing's palm was about to smash into Yang Lingchen's chest, a stunning figure flashed past, whisking Yang Lingchen aside. The boom, that Li Tianxing's strike landed on the ground, sending dust and debris soaring into the air, obscuring the sky. Who are you to impede me? Li Tianxing's gaze turned cold, his eyes filled with suspicion as he regarded Ling Yingyun. You, an inner disciple, come here to bully an outer disciple. Do you not feel shame? Ling Yingyun's voice was crisp and clear, like a cold spring flowing. I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Li Tianxing's eyes remained fixed on Ling Yingyun, wary of this sudden appearance, as he realized he could not discern her cultivation level. At this moment, Yang Lingchen finally saw clearly that the one who had saved him was a girl of extraordinary beauty. Clad in snow-white attire, she appeared to be around 18 years of age. Her captivating eyes drew one in, her cherry lips glimmered like pearls, and her elegant brows resembled a gentle crescent moon. Her long, white neck lent her an air of grace and nobility, evoking a strong desire for conquest in those who beheld her. Just then, Elder Lu from the Xianbang arena approached, his expression grave as he spoke in a low voice. Li Tianxing. The Xianbang Hall prohibits private duels. Even as an inner disciple, you cannot break this rule. Elder Lu held Yang Lingchen's talent in high regard. This young man was undoubtedly one of the most outstanding disciples among the outer ranks, and he did not wish to witness such a talent meet a tragic end here. Boy, I will spare you for now as a favor to Elder Lu, but make sure to keep your neck clean for me to claim in 2 months. Li Tianxing's face darkened as he spoke coldly. Indeed, the Xianbang Hall has strict rules against private duels. Even as an inner disciple, he must abide by them. Chapter 24. I will become the first saint's son, Li Tianxing. Are you merely relying on your few extra years of cultivation to act so recklessly here? If you consider yourself a man, let us meet on the life and death platform in 2 months. Do you dare? Provocation shimmered unabashedly in Yang Lingchen's eyes. For now, he could only resort to goading, as it was his only avenue of escape. After all, Li Tianxing's cultivation had already surpassed the mysterious realm, far beyond what he could contend with at this moment. Just then, Lin Yuro leaned in closer to Ling Yinyun, whispering, Yinyun, I suspect he might not dare to accept Yang Lingchen's challenge, although Lin Yuro spoke softly. Her voice was clear enough for everyone present to hear that I don't think he dares either. Just look at him. He seems quite cowardly. Yang Lingchen's challenge is likely beyond his courage to accept. Ling Yinyun smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Yinyun, it's said that timid men are lacking in other aspects as well. I wonder if that's true. Lin Yuro chuckled. Cough, cough. That might be the case. Ling Yinyun coughed lightly, her face flushing crimson. Many outer disciples present wore expressions of disbelief. It seemed that one must never be timid or fearful in the future. Otherwise, if something truly went awry, it would be disastrous. All right, little brat, I accept your challenge. Otherwise, others might genuinely think I fear an outer disciple like you, and I'll let you live for another 2 months. Li Tianxing shot a cold glance at Yang Lingchen before departing the Xianbang Hall, with Li Sini. Thank you, Elder Lu. Yang Lingchen respectfully bowed. Yes, you possess considerable talent. I hope you can create a miracle in 2 months. Elder Lu replied before turning to leave, as he had to continue overseeing the battles in the Xianbang. Yang Lingchen, aren't you going to thank us both? Lin Yuro teased. Yang Lingchen clasped his hands in gratitude, bowing once more. I am eternally grateful for the life-saving assistance from both beautiful ladies. Regarding these 2 stunning women, Yang Lingchen felt a deep sense of gratitude. Moreover, he could clearly sense that their powers were far beyond that of Li Tianxing. Did I ask that all the thanks you offer? Lin Yuro asked playfully. Then how about I treat you both to a meal? Yang Lingchen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Isn't it said that heroes save beautiful women, and the ladies usually repay them in kind? Why is it that when we 2 beauties saved you, you only offer to take us to dinner? Lin Yuro chimed in with a laugh. Cough, cough. Then how about I offer myself in return? Yang Lingchen replied, a bit awkwardly, though in his heart he thought he wouldn't mind if the 2 ladies were willing. You wish, come, treat us to a meal, but you must cook it yourself, Lin Yuro insisted. No problem, we'll go hunt some game at the outskirts of Beiwang Mountain, and I will prepare my specialty barbecue for you 2 lovely ladies, Yang Lingchen said readily. Are you sure you can cook? And that it will be edible? Lin Yuro eyed him skeptically, her eyes wide with doubt. That of course it will be edible. I graduated from New Oriental, but I haven't yet asked for the names of the 2 beauties. Yang Lingchen inquired. That I am Lin Yuro, and this beautiful lady is Ling Yinyun. You must be sure to express your gratitude to Yinyun, for she was the one who saved you just now. Lin Yuro introduced them promptly. Thank you, Miss Ling, for your life-saving grace. Yang Lingchen said, sincerely, no need for such formality. In truth, my saving you is also for a matter in which I require your assistance. Ling Yinyun spoke slowly, her voice cool. No problem. As long as it is within my ability, I will not hesitate. Let us first procure some food, and we can chat while we eat. Yang Lingchen replied. Tianyuan Palace is situated within the Beiwang Mountains. Upon exiting the mountain gates of Tianyuan Palace, the trio made their way toward a picturesque hillside. This area was a haven of natural beauty, attracting many young disciples seeking leisure. The process of cultivation can be tedious and monotonous, prompting many male and female disciples to occasionally step out for some wholesome recreation. Just then, a series of intermittent female voices echoed from ahead. The 2 ladies seemed to grasp the context, their faces flushing with embarrassment, making them all the more charming. Soon, young Lingchen had skillfully prepared the game, expertly roasting it over the fire. Young Lingchen, you are merely at the pinnacle of the fourth layer of the mysterious realm. How is your strength so formidable? Lin Yuro asked, her face filled with curiosity. Both ladies were intrigued by Yang Lingchen's combat prowess. It is rare in Tianyuan Palace to find someone capable of challenging several minor realms, with only Sikong Jie being comparable. Yet, even he could only surpass 3 minor realms. Because I am a genius, Yang Lingchen replied with a nonchalant smile, exuding confidence. Then how did you offend Li Tianxing? He is a practitioner of the Xianjing realm, with cultivation far exceeding your own. Lin Yuro continued to pry. The story is as follows that as soon as Li Sini came to mind, Yang Lingchen ground his teeth in fury, and he recounted the entire incident of saving Li Sini in detail. How could there be such an ungrateful woman? If I encounter her again, I shall tear her mouth apart. Lin Yuro exclaimed angrily. Miss Ling mentioned earlier that you have a matter for me. What is it? Yang Lingchen asked. From this day forth, you will pretend to be my man, Ling Yinyun, that I need you to become the #1 saint son of the sect within a year. Can you achieve this? Ling Yinyun's lips curled into a faint smile, her stunning eyes fixed intently on Yang Lingchen. In that instant, Yang Lingchen felt as though the temperature around him had plummeted to an icy point. He sensed a strong urgency that should he dare to refuse, she might not hesitate to end his life at this moment. Lin Yuro suddenly fell silent, gazing expectantly at Yang Lingchen. Miss Ling, impersonating your man is no problem. But are you jesting about becoming the first holy son within a year? Yang Lingchen furrowed his brows and replied. The heavenly Yuan Palace boasts 4 holy sons, each possessing strength that is at least at the peak of the 9th layer of the Wengxu realm. Yet I am currently merely at the 4th layer of the Mingxian realm. The progression from Mingxian to Tongxian and then to Wengxu makes it exceedingly difficult for me to believe I can break through to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Wengxu within a year. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Ling Yinyun tore off the shawl from her shoulders, revealing a vast expanse of snow-white skin. One could not deny that Ling Yinyun's figure was extraordinarily alluring, her skin as fair as jade. Leaving Yang Lingchen momentarily entranced. Miss Ling, please remain calm. You removed that yourself, and it has nothing to do with me. Yang Lingchen stammered as a long sword was suddenly pressed against his neck. You have already taken advantage of me. So can you achieve this? Ling Yinyun's voice turned cold. I will definitely do it. Yang Lingchen hastily responded, fearing that if he did not comply, she might sever his neck with her sword. A month from now, you must secure first place in the outer sect competition. At that time, I shall publicly declare our relationship, Ling Yinyun stated with a frigid demeanor. Why have you chosen me? Yang Lingchen inquired, his curiosity piqued. For now, you lack the qualifications to know. Ling Yinyun replied coldly that I have a request. Yang Lingchen began. Speak. Ling Yinyun's voice remained icy that if I become the first holy son, you must be my woman. Yang Lingchen declared, resolutely refusing to be merely a pawn. Ling Yinyun's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yang Lingchen before she finally said, agreed. You have my word. I shall become the first holy son. A confident smile graced Yang Lingchen's lips. Chapter 25. The Outer Sect Competition at the Heavenly Yuan Palace, on Smoke Cloud Peak. Sister Yinyun, do you truly have such faith in Yang Lingchen? Lin Yuro inquired. His talent is extraordinary, particularly his remarkable ability to challenge those above his level, which is truly astonishing, Ling Yinyun replied thoughtfully. Indeed, not only is he exceptionally handsome, but his prowess in overcoming challenges is also unparalleled. I wonder, however, if he is equally exceptional in other areas, Lin Yuro teased, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Lecherous girl, could you not fill your mind with such frivolities? Ling Yinyun responded with exasperation, in the Haotian jade space. Yang Lingchen was fervently operating the Haotian art, striving with all his might to ascend to the 5th layer of the Mingxian realm. At this moment, he was enveloped in an incredibly dense aura of spiritual energy, which surged toward him like a relentless tide. Simultaneously, his hands moved in intricate and esoteric gestures, each motion appearing mysterious and profound. Soon, he felt himself nearing the threshold of the 5th layer of the Mingxian realm. Boom, boom, boom. Under Yang Lingchen's near-maniacal assault, the barrier to the 5th layer of the Mingxian realm shattered instantaneously. The unceasing stream of spiritual energy continued to flood into his body without pause. Yang Lingchen showed no signs of stopping. He quickly produced numerous elixirs and began to refine them. After consuming hundreds of pills, he successfully elevated his cultivation to the peak of the 5th layer of the Lingchen realm. Even after achieving this breakthrough, young Lingchen did not halt his advancement. With ample contribution points and elixirs at his disposal, he no longer needed to worry about resources, that he focused particularly on refining the god-slaying sword technique and the soul martial skill. Soul Devour Slash, the latter being Yang Lingchen's most formidable weapon at present. That as 20 days passed, Yang Lingchen's cultivation made further strides, successfully reaching the peak of the 6th layer of the Lingchen realm. Concurrently, both the god-slaying sword technique and the phantom body technique experienced significant enhancements. On this day, Yang Lingchen finally resolved to emerge. As merely a day remained before the outer sect competition, that he adjusted himself to peak condition and departed from the Haotian Jade space. He also visited the exchange hall, spending 100,000 contribution points to acquire a profound-grade weapon, the heaven-piercing staff. Yang Lingchen was uncertain why, but he had an inexplicable fondness for using a staff. To him, the exhilarating sensation of wielding a staff was incomparable to any other weapon. The following morning, at the outer sect competition square of the Heavenly Yuan Palace, the venue was bustling with a sea of people, a vibrant atmosphere indicating that the annual outer sect competition had commenced. This competition was undoubtedly the most anticipated event of the Heavenly Yuan Palace, for outer sect disciples comprised 70% of the total population. In the square, 100 massive arenas were neatly arranged, allowing for simultaneous contests across all platforms. The outer sect competition operated under a challenge system, with a total of 20,000 participants. As a new disciple, Yang Lingchen found himself ranked at the very bottom. According to the challenge rules, one could only challenge 100 ranks above them, meaning Yang Lingchen would need to achieve at least 200 consecutive victories to secure a place in the outer sect's top 10. A daunting task indeed. The rewards for this competition were substantial, prompting many powerful disciples to prepare eagerly, while those of lesser strength sought to seize this rare opportunity to attain a commendable rank and stand out. The outer sect competition also drew a considerable number of inner sect disciples who came to spectate. As the competition unfolded with fervor, it soon became Yang Lingchen's turn to compete. However, few spectators on his arena held any faith in his success. After all, the competitors in this round all wielded strength at least at the 6th layer of the Lingchen realm, while Yang Lingchen's cultivation was decidedly inferior. To everyone's astonishment, Yang Lingchen surged forward with unstoppable momentum, achieving 10 consecutive victories. Each battle resolved with a single strike of his staff. Given that each match involved challenging 100 ranks above, Yang Lingchen's ranking swiftly climbed to 19,000 after his 10th victory. He showed no intention of stepping down. With Yang Lingchen's formidable display, his winning streak continued to escalate. During this series of victories, no opponent could withstand a single blow from his staff to expedite the process. He wasted no time. As soon as the referee called for the start, he charged into action without hesitation. As Yang Lingchen's victories accumulated, his arena became a hub of excitement, with spectators eagerly speculating on the limits of his prowess. Some predicted 50 consecutive wins, others 70, but they were destined to be proven wrong. 40 victories, 60 victories, 80 victories. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and Yang Lingchen's streak had reached 80 wins. His impressive performance drew the keen attention of numerous high-ranking outer sect officials, as no new disciple had ever achieved 10 consecutive wins before. Yet, Yang Lingchen had managed to secure 80 victories, and his streak showed no signs of stopping. At this point, discussions shifted from how many victories Yang Lingchen could achieve to who could withstand a blow from his staff. Meanwhile, at a nearby arena, a stunning maiden with a fiery figure and breathtaking beauty was also racking up 80 consecutive victories. If Yang Lingchen were to catch a glimpse, he would undoubtedly recognize her as Feng Xueqing. After another hour, Yang Lingchen's winning streak soared to 160 victories, coinciding with Feng Xueqing's own achievement of the same number. At that moment, both Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing captured the attention of the entire Heavenly Yuan Palace outer sect. Countless outer sect disciples rushed to witness their displays, causing other arenas to lose focus. In this moment, Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing had monopolized all the attention of the outer sect competition. "Brother, you must help me take revenge. That little bastard broke my leg." Chen Ming glared at Yang Lingchen with a chilling gaze, seething with resentment. Let him revel in his arrogance for now. There will be plenty of time to deal with him later. replied a striking young man, Chen Jun, the foremost among the outer sect. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen noticed a nearby arena that attracted even more spectators than his own, primarily due to Feng Xueqing's alluring figure and captivating beauty. The competition persisted, and so did the winning streaks of both Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing. 170 victories, 180 victories, 190 victories, 200 victories. At this moment, the entire outer sect erupted in excitement as the top 10 contenders of the outer sect competition were born. Remarkably, both Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing, as new disciples, had achieved 200 consecutive victories. In that instant, they became idols for all outer sect disciples of the heavenly Yuan Palace. Chapter 26. The brutal beating of Chen Jun. At this moment, the grand elder of the outer sect, Yuan Yang, ascended the high platform with a steady gait. His piercing gaze, sharp as a sword, swept across the audience, and instantly, the atmosphere became eerily silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the top 10 of the outer sect competition. The next phase will be the ranking battles among the top 10, Yuan Yang proclaimed in a loud voice, his words resonating clearly in everyone's ears. According to the rules of the ranking battles, each participant would face off against the other 9 competitors, and the final standings would be determined by the number of victories achieved. The one with the most wins would be crowned the champion of the competition. At this moment, Yang Lingchen finally spotted Feng Xueqing. You little vixen, if I don't make you submit today, I won't share your surname. Yang Lingchen silently vowed. Simultaneously, he sensed several hostile gazes directed at him, yet he paid them little mind. Among the current top 10 disciples of the outer sect, he felt no pressure except from Feng Xueqing. Yang Lingchen was acutely aware that he had offended numerous individuals in the outer sect, but such matters seemed trivial now, and he was determined to secure first place in this competition, achieving that would grant him entry into the inner sect. As the ranking battles commenced, the first match was Yang Lingchen against Mo Zihai. You little brat, so you dare to injure my younger brother? Mo Zihai's voice was icy, his eyes glinting with a hint of deadly intent as he fixed his gaze on Yang Lingchen. I've hurt many people. How am I to know which one is your brother? Yang Lingchen retorted with a cold laugh, revealing his disdain. That you're quite arrogant. Today, I shall break your limbs and let you understand the consequences of your hubris, Mo Zihai declared. Almost immediately, like a great rock spreading its wings, he lunged at Yang Lingchen with ferocity that astonished the onlookers. Faced with Mo Zihai's violent assault, Yang Lingchen's eyes sharpened, and he swung his staff with the swiftness of a dragon emerging from the sea. The strike, imbued with an overwhelming force, struck Mo Zihai's wrist, causing a sickening crack. Crack! Mo Zihai screamed in agony, his wrist shattered, the bone fragments glaringly exposed. Originally, Yang Lingchen had intended to resolve the matter with a single blow. But given the opponent's arrogance and threats, he felt no obligation to hold back. That he swung the staff mercilessly again. Despite the excruciating pain, Mo Zihai attempted to evade, finally realizing the true terror of Yang Lingchen. However, in terms of agility, he could not match Yang Lingchen. Bang, 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 crack, 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 crack. Yang Lingchen relentlessly targeted Mo Zihai's limbs. The platform echoed with Mo Zihai's wails, his cries piercing through the arena, drawing the attention of all present, even those engaged in battles on other platforms. Feeling better now? Your skills may be lacking, but your arrogance is unmatched. Yang Lingchen glanced at Mo Zihai before emotionlessly stepping down from the platform. In the outer sect of Tianyuan Palace, as long as no one was killed or rendered incapacitated, the higher-ups generally refrained from intervening. After all, in this brutal cultivation world, only the fittest survived. Only the most exceptional disciples were worthy of the sect's focus and nurturing. Witnessing Yang Lingchen's brutality, those he had previously defeated felt a wave of relief wash over them. After all, they had merely been knocked off the platform without sustaining serious injuries. Just then, another spine-chilling scream echoed, persisting for several minutes before it ceased. Yang Lingchen turned his gaze and saw Feng Xueqing wielding a staff, mercilessly striking at her opponent's limbs. Bang! A distinct cracking sound followed. Observing this, Yang Lingchen instinctively tightened his legs, recalling how he had narrowly escaped being bested by her last time. A shiver of fear coursing through him. Oh, ruthless. This little demoness. As the ranking battles continued, Yang Lingchen surged forward with unstoppable momentum, quickly achieving 7 consecutive victories. Simultaneously, the little demoness Feng Xueqing also secured her 7th win. Soon, Yang Lingchen's 8th match began, and this time his opponent was none other than the recognized top disciple of the outer sect. Chunjun, you little brat, are you the one who injured my brother? Chunjun's eyes blazed with fury. Who the hell are you? What is your brother to me? Young Lingchen replied, exasperated that I've struck many. How am I to know who your brother is? You arrogant fool. After defeating a bunch of useless opponents, you think you're invincible. Chunjun's expression turned icy. He was the acknowledged top disciple of the outer sect, and no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner throughout his years there. Seeking death, Chunjun bellowed, swinging his sword, unleashing a fierce sword aura aimed directly at Yang Lingchen. With a swift movement, Yang Lingchen dodged the lethal attack effortlessly while simultaneously swinging his staff at Chunjun. The staff, infused with overwhelming energy, sent Chunjun staggering backward. Though he retreated several steps, he remained uninjured, his expression now grave as he realized Yang Lingchen's strength far surpassed his initial estimations. Initially, Chunjun had gauged Yang Lingchen's abilities to be at the pinnacle of the Mingxian realm, but after witnessing Yang Lingchen's earlier strike, it was evident that his combat prowess exceeded that realm entirely. Yang Lingchen had no time for idle banter and unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks. Clang, 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 Chunjun struggled to fend off the onslaught of Yang Lingchen's strikes. Bang, 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 Chunjun cried out in despair. After only a few exchanges, Yang Lingchen disarmed him, sending his weapon flying. Crack, 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 crack. Yang Lingchen's staff rained down upon Chunjun's limbs like a tempest. Subsequently, with a powerful kick, Yang Lingchen sent Chunjun flying, plunging the arena into a profound silence. Chunjun, the top disciple of the outer sect, a figure revered by countless disciples, had been so easily defeated, his limbs broken by Yang Lingchen. At this point, Yang Lingchen had achieved 8 consecutive victories, and his next challenger was none other than Feng Xueqing, who also arrived with an impressive record of 8 wins. Since Chunjun had been rendered incapacitated by Yang Lingchen, he chose to forfeit against Feng Xueqing without contest. You shameless rogue, I advise you to concede now, or else I shall kick you until you regret it. Feng Xueqing threatened playfully. Little tiger girl, you lack the ability to make me concede, Yang Lingchen replied, a wicked smile spreading across his face as his gaze lingered on her alluring figure. Chapter 27. The first of the outer sect, you shameless rogue. It seems I was too lenient with you last time. Feng Xueqing's voice rang out, clear and melodic, reminiscent of a lark taking flight. Little tiger girl, it appears my last teasing didn't suffice. Yang Lingchen smirked, his eyes glinting with mischief. Shameless rogue, silence yourself. Feng Xueqing glared, her beautiful eyes seemingly aflame with indignation. Little tiger girl, mark my words, one day I will conquer you. Yang Lingchen vowed, recalling how close he had come to defeat at her hands. Having never been bested by a woman before, he silently swore to himself that he would subdue this little tigress. Only by conquering Feng Xueqing could Yang Lingchen find some peace in his heart. After all, it would be somewhat more acceptable to be beaten by his own woman. You won't have the chance, for I shall break your third leg shortly. Feng Xueqing laughed, her voice ringing with a hint of mischief. With such confidence, why don't we make a wager? Yang Lingchen proposed, a devilish smile gracing his lips, his eyes filled with provocation. What kind of wager? Feng Xueqing inquired, curiosity etched on her exquisite features. That if you lose, you shall become my concubine, Yang Lingchen declared, pride evident in his demeanor. And if you lose, Feng Xueqing countered, a playful glint in her eye. Then I shall be your husband, Yang Lingchen replied, his tone nonchalant, as if victory was assured. Very well, I accept, Feng Xueqing responded without hesitation. Are you certain you won't back down? Yang Lingchen asked, disbelief evident in his expression as he pondered the unexpected fortune of this wager. Why would I back down? Feng Xueqing replied, her smile radiant like flowers blooming in spring. I'm curious why you agreed. Yang Lingchen pressed, his eyes filled with intrigue. Because you're quite handsome, pleasing to the eye, and I happen to need someone to swat away the flies around me. She answered with a playful smile. Feng Xueqing suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of cleverness. Regardless of the outcome of this wager, she had secured a means to deal with bothersome flies in the future, all of which could be entrusted to Yang Lingchen. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Lingchen replied, very well, it is settled that I in that instant. Yang Lingchen recognized Feng Xueqing's true intention. She aimed to use him as a shield. Nevertheless, he was more than willing to assume this role, for Feng Xueqing was the most captivating girl he had ever encountered, capable of igniting a man's desires. Not only did she possess a youthful visage and ample curves, but she also emanated an ethereal aura, as if she were not of this mundane world. The battle for the championship was about to commence, as the voice of the Grand Elder resonated. Feng Xueqing surged forward like a gust of wind, swiftly striking towards Yang Lingchen with incredible speed. Yang Lingchen, unarmed, engaged her in a contest of palm techniques, although both were at the 6th level of the Mingxian realm. Their combat prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary 2nd-level Tongxian practitioner. Meanwhile, high above the outer sect of Tianyuan Palace, a breathtaking figure floated amidst the clouds, her enchanting gaze fixated on Yang Lingchen on the arena. Filled with confusion and curiosity, the championship battle continued, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing had exchanged over 100 blows. With each passing moment, Yang Lingchen grew increasingly astonished. Since his arrival in this world, he had never encountered anyone of comparable cultivation who could match him. Of course, he still had his secret techniques, such as the god-slaying sword technique and the soul-eating slash. But he had no intention of employing them at that moment. Feng Xueqing was equally taken aback, thinking to herself, how can this scoundrel be so formidable? Even in that place, few could contend with me at the same level. Blast it, that sly woman. Yang Lingchen narrowly evaded a kick and lunged towards Feng Xueqing's chest. She swiftly countered with her own palm strike, that in the blink of an eye, several hundred exchanges passed, and Yang Lingchen gradually gained the upper hand. However, he dared not unleash his full strength. After all, she was to be his future partner, and he could not afford to harm her. As the battle persisted, their styles began to evolve. Feng Xueqing, perhaps weary from the intensity, ceased her previous ferocity, and it felt less like a duel and more like a friendly spar. They began to dance in a mesmerizing display, with Feng Xueqing's pristine white garments billowing in the wind, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending to earth. Her lustrous black hair flowed gracefully, enhancing her ethereal beauty, while her porcelain skin shimmered under the sunlight. Much like that of a fairy, Yang Lingchen, too, was strikingly handsome, clad in resplendent white robes that accentuated his elegance. His long, thick hair was tied up high, exuding a gallant charm, and the hint of a smile graced his sculpted features, which seemed chiseled by the hands of a master artist. Their palm techniques clashed together, creating a scene as beautiful as that of a golden boy and jade girl engaged in a graceful dance. At that moment, Yang Lingchen halted his assault, leaping forward to catch Feng Xueqing, holding her close in his embrace. She ceased her attacks, and they remained locked in a tight embrace, silence enveloping them. The spectators below were left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was happening? After a long pause, Feng Xueqing playfully chided, "Scoundrel, how long do you intend to hold me?" Her voice carried a hint of bashfulness. "That I wish to hold you forever, until the end of time and the stars themselves collapse." Yang Lingchen replied, his melancholic gaze fixed on Feng Xueqing, as if etching her image deeply into his heart. "You don't think such a cliché approach could win me over, do you?" Feng Xueqing teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. Clearing his throat, Yang Lingchen replied awkwardly, "Well, little tigress, according to our agreement, you should now be my woman. Is it all right for me to embrace you a bit longer?" A sheepish smile crept across his face. "Do you like me?" Feng Xueqing inquired, her bright eyes brimming with anticipation. "Of course." Yang Lingchen responded without hesitation. "What do you like about me?" she asked curiously, resembling an innocent little girl. "You're beautiful, ample, adorable, full of personality, and incredibly talented. These are all qualities I admire," he replied, sincerity shining in his eyes. "Scoundrel, you lecherous rogue," Feng Xueqing retorted, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson akin to a ripe apple. "And what do you think of me?" Yang Lingchen inquired with a smile, his gaze filled with expectation. "Aside from being handsome and talented, it seems you lack any other redeeming qualities," she mused, her tone laced with playful teasing. "Do you like it?" Yang Lingchen asked seriously, his eyes reflecting a sense of urgency. "That I do. Those two traits are precisely what I seek. They are indispensable, for I, too, have a penchant for handsome looks." Feng Xueqing responded with a radiant smile that lit up the surroundings. At that moment, the Grand Elder, Yuanyang, approached, prompting Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing to quickly part ways. That Yuanyang then announced the final results of the competition. Yang Lingchen had secured first place, Feng Xueqing second, and Chen Jun third. The top three would be granted the opportunity to enter the inner sect early. Congratulations on becoming disciples of the Tianyuan Palace. Please follow me for registration. Yuanyang said with a beaming smile, filled with pride that at long last, they had entered the inner sect, and Yang Lingchen could not contain his joy. Within Tianyuan Palace, entering the inner sect signified a true apprenticeship. Under Yuanyang's guidance, they traversed several peaks to arrive at the assessment hall of the Tianyuan Palace. The assessment hall served as the venue for disciples' promotions. However, since Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing had placed first and second in the competition, they were spared the assessment and could register directly. The inner sect of Tianyuan Palace consisted of 7 peak masters: Tianyuan Peak, Tianxin Peak, Tianji Peak, Tianxian Peak, Tiandan Peak, Tianjin Peak, and Tianqi Peak, with Tianyuan Peak serving as the master peak, where the palace master resided. Chapter 28. Lingchen's apprenticeship at the master hall of the Tianyuan Palace. The palace master spoke with a voice that was both cold and melodious, as if it descended from the heavens, carrying an undeniable authority. Yuro, the disciple who secured first place in the outer sect competition, I wish to take him as my disciple. Please bring him to me. She was a woman who seemed to have emerged from a realm of immortals, draped in an exquisite white gown that flowed gracefully, resembling a celestial being. Though her face was partially veiled by a layer of snow-white gauze, her stunning eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, deep and enchanting, capable of ensnaring anyone who gazed into them. Yes, master, Lin Yuro replied with a respectful bow before gracefully retreating, her movements as delicate as a flower swaying in the wind. Internally, Lin Yuro was in a state of shock, pondering why her master would choose to take young Lingchen as a disciple. She simply could not fathom what made this young man, who had only just emerged in the competition, so extraordinary that it prompted her usually aloof master to personally inquire about him. Simultaneously, the moment Yang Lingchen claimed victory, a sensational piece of news exploded like a bombshell, reverberating throughout the entire Tianyuan Palace. Moments ago, the first beauty of Tianyuan Palace, Ling Yinyun, publicly declared that Yang Lingchen, the first-place winner of the outer sect competition, was her man. As soon as the news broke, it stirred an uproar within Tianyuan Palace, with nearly all inner sect disciples and core disciples eager to uncover Yang Lingchen's background. They were curious about what kind of man had captured the affection of Ling Yinyun, the most stunning beauty in Tianyuan Palace. Ling Yinyun not only possessed breathtaking beauty, but also exhibited extraordinary talent in her cultivation. At the age of 17, she had already reached the 9th level of the Wuxu realm. Her every gesture could captivate hearts, akin to a resplendent flower blooming in spring. Naturally, a woman of her caliber was surrounded by suitors, from inner sect disciples to core disciples. There were even rumors that the esteemed Sikong Shengzi harbored affections for Ling Yinyun. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen remained blissfully unaware of these affairs, as he was currently registering his identity information in the assessment hall. By personal choice, Feng Xueqing opted for Tianyuan Peak, the very mountain where the palace master resided. Yang Lingchen, on the other hand, chose Tiandan Peak, the only peak dedicated primarily to alchemy, and also the one with the fewest disciples. His decision stemmed from the fact that Tiandan Peak offered greater opportunities to engage with precious medicinal materials, which would significantly aid his cultivation and future endeavors. Scoundrel, you better put in the effort to cultivate. If anyone bothers me, you must stand up like a man and protect me. Feng Xueqing exclaimed, her voice clear and bright, tinged with playful reproach. Who would dare to disturb you, I would break all their limbs. Yang Lingchen replied with utmost seriousness, determination evident in his gaze. Feng Xueqing was indeed a girl he held in high regard, embodying nearly all the virtues he admired. She possessed an alluring figure, her graceful curves igniting the imagination. She was stunningly beautiful, her delicate features seemingly crafted by divine hands, and her talent was exceptional, showcasing remarkable potential in her cultivation. Feng Xueqing is not only tall but also exceptionally charming. Her playful demeanor evokes an irresistible desire to protect her. Most importantly, she radiates an ethereal aura that seems entirely otherworldly, as if she has descended from a realm of immortals. This is what you said. She quipped that if anyone dares to disturb me, I shall inform them that Yang Lingchen is my man. With a mischievous smile, Feng Xueqing's expression sparkled like the sun on a spring day. You wouldn't bring me a heap of trouble, would you? Yang Lingchen felt as though he had fallen into a pit, a wry smile of helplessness gracing his features. That's hard to say. This young lady's beauty is like a flower, And wherever she goes, she is sure to attract a swarm of admirers. Feng Shuiqing blinked her beautiful eyes, a hint of pride glimmering within them. Fine. If anyone dares to harass you, just mention my name. I fear no trouble, Yang Lingchen declared, his tone brimming with confidence and responsibility, that he understood that a beautiful woman would inevitably have her suitors. As a man, if he could not even handle the flies buzzing around her, what right did he have to claim her? Just then, a breathtaking figure appeared in the assessment hall. It was Lin Yuruo, the disciple of the palace master. Lin Yuruo, what brings you here? Yang Lingchen exclaimed, surprise flashing across his face upon her arrival. Yang Lingchen, come with me to Tianyuan Peak. The palace master wishes to see you, Lin Yuruo said sweetly, her voice as melodious as a mountain spring. The palace master wants to see me. Surely this must be a mistake. I haven't committed any wrongdoing. Yang Lingchen queried, his face clouded with confusion. You haven't done anything wrong. The palace master wishes to take you as her disciple. Hurry up, Lin Yuruo urged, her tone tinged with urgency. The palace master wishes to accept me as a disciple. Yang Lingchen frowned, his heart filled with perplexity. Stop dawdling, come with me at once, Lin Yuruo insisted, her demeanor betraying a hint of impatience. All right, can you bring Shuiqing along? She is also vying for a spot on Tianyuan Peak, Yang Lingchen proposed, his gaze filled with anticipation. Very well, follow me, Lin Yuruo replied, leading the way with an elegant grace, while Yang Lingchen and Feng Shuiqing trailed behind. Such a rogue. How could the palace master possibly take you as a disciple? Feng Shuiqing inquired softly, curiosity lacing her tone. I truly have no idea, Yang Lingchen admitted, his own confusion evident. Yang Lingchen, have you met the palace master before? Lin Yuruo asked, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. That I really don't know. I suppose I'll find out once I meet her. Yang Lingchen mused, still puzzled by the palace master's sudden interest in him. After traversing several mountain peaks, they finally arrived at a grand mountain, its majestic summit piercing the clouds, as if reaching for the heavens. The trio mounted a flying beast and soared to the peak. Once Feng Shuiqing was settled, Lin Yuruo escorted Yang Lingchen to the palace master's grand hall. Gazing upon the imposing structure, Yang Lingchen was utterly astounded. Such architecture would be nearly impossible to replicate on Earth. Upon entering the palace master's hall, he beheld a woman of enchanting grace, adorned in opulent attire, exuding an air of elegance, her face veiled in snow-like gauze. Though her visage was partly concealed, her stunning eyes seemed to possess a captivating magic that ensnared anyone who dared to meet her gaze. Master, I have brought him, Lin Yuruo announced, her tone filled with reverence. You may leave. The palace master's voice resonated, as enchanting as a celestial melody, carrying an irresistible allure. Yes, master, Lin Yuruo replied, bowing as she exited. Disciple Yang Lingchen, paying respects to the palace master. He proclaimed, bowing deeply, his demeanor respectful and sincere. Yang Lingchen, from this day forth, you shall be my closed-door disciple. Do you have any objections? The palace master's melodious voice commanded authority, leaving no room for dissent. In no objections. Disciple Yang Lingchen pays respects to master, he stammered, overwhelmed by the presence of such a breathtaking woman, surrendering completely to the moment. Come closer. I wish to observe you more closely, the palace master beckoned, her voice gentle as a spring breeze stirring the surface of a lake. Yes, master. Yang Lingchen bowed his head, unable to meet her gaze, trembling as he approached. That I one bite. Lift your head and draw nearer. She coaxed, her voice imbued with a captivating softness that was impossible to resist. Yes, master. That as he approached, the weight of her presence bore down upon him like a mountain, each step a Herculean effort. The palace master extended a flawless hand, her finger delicately lifting his chin as she remarked, You are indeed quite handsome. This hand, more exquisite than fresh snow and more radiant than divine jade, seemed to belong to an ethereal being from a dream. Yang Lingchen was taken aback by the sheer beauty of her touch, though it felt oddly familiar. He couldn't place where he had seen it before. If the master were to take advantage of me, should I resist? He pondered, ultimately deciding it was wiser not to oppose her. Here, take this. It is the Tianyuan sword cannon. Practice diligently. Should you fail to master it within a month, there will be consequences. The palace master's expression turned icy, her voice chilling the very air around them. What is happening here? Yang Lingchen thought, feeling the weight of the situation. "Thank you, master," he said, bowing deeply, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Yuruo," the palace master called out. "Yes, master," Lin Yuru responded promptly, re-entering the hall. "Arrange for Yang Lingchen's residence in the Tsun Pavilion," the palace master instructed coldly, devoid of any emotional inflection. "Yes, master," Lin Yuru replied, her astonishment evident at the palace master's decision. "Regarding the matter of accepting Yang Lingchen as a disciple, do not let it spread for now. You may leave," the palace master commanded, her tone brooking no argument. "Yes, master." Yang Lingchen and Lin Yuru bowed and exited. Chapter 29. The eighth layer of the Mingxian realm. Junior brother Lingchen. "Do you happen to know our master?" Lin Yuru inquired. Her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity that it was her first time witnessing such attention from the master towards a new disciple, especially since she had been the sole disciple for many years. "Not at all. I've never met her," Yang Lingchen replied thoughtfully. His tone resolute, he was filled with curiosity regarding why the palace master had chosen him as a disciple, puzzled beyond comprehension. "Junior brother Lingchen, our master treats you exceptionally well, bestowing upon you the Qian Pavilion." Lin Yu remarked enviously, a glimmer of longing in her gaze. "Is the Qian Pavilion particularly special?" Yang Lingchen asked, his curiosity piqued. "Though it is not an independent peak, Tiyun Pavilion is the most unique location on Tianyuan Main Peak. It is tranquil, rich in spiritual energy, and ideal for cultivation." Lin Yuruo elaborated, her voice as clear and delightful as a songbird. "That sounds wonderful. I do enjoy peace and quiet," Yang Lingchen expressed, his face alight with anticipation as he envisioned the pavilion. By the way, junior brother Lingchen, you may encounter considerable trouble ahead," Lin Yuruo said with a mysterious smile. "Trouble? What kind of trouble?" Yang Lingchen asked, his brow furrowing with concern. "Let them announce it. What trouble could that possibly bring?" He responded casually, his expression calm. "Do you know who Yin Yin is?" Lin Yuruo asked, her tone turning serious. "That I'm not quite sure. Does she hold any special status?" Yang Lingchen queried, his intrigue intensifying. "Yin Yun is the most beautiful woman in Tianyuan Palace and one of the 4 great holy sons. So her suitors are numerous within the palace," Lin Yuruo explained, her voice rising slightly to emphasize the gravity of the situation. "Her suitors come looking for trouble with me. Will they?" Yang Lingchen asked, a flicker of worry surfacing within him. "What do you think?" Lin Yuruo shot him a disapproving glance, her eyes seemingly urging him to think for himself. After traversing several picturesque mountain paths, they finally arrived at the Yin Pavilion. This was a courtyard nestled against a cliff, surrounded by breathtaking scenery, lush trees, blooming flowers, and birds cheerfully singing in the branches. Additionally, the spiritual energy here was exceptionally dense, enveloping the area in a delicate mist, offering an atmosphere of serene isolation, perfect for immersive cultivation. Once Yang Lingchen was settled in, Lin Yuruo took her leave from Qian Pavilion. Yang Lingchen felt immense satisfaction with the elegant and tranquil setting, relieved that he would no longer have to worry about disturbances during his practice. The rewards for the recent outer set competition were quite generous, including 100,000 contribution points and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. At present, his contribution value has surpassed 4 million, and he possesses approximately 20,000 lower-grade spirit stones. With such worth, it is likely that many core disciples cannot compare to him. Yang Lingchen stealthily infiltrated the Haotian jade space and extracted a vast quantity of spirit stones. Beginning the process of refining them, at this moment, he sat cross-legged amidst a pile of spirit stones, as the Haotian technique activated, causing the surrounding spirit stones to transform into wisps of white spiritual energy. These ethereal currents danced around him like lively serpents, enveloping him in their embrace. After several hours, Yang Lingchen finally encountered the bottleneck of the 7th layer of the Mingxian realm. "Break for me," he bellowed, his voice resonating as if to pierce the heavens. A resounding boom echoed within him, akin to the sound of thunder, as he successfully shattered that barrier and ascended to the 7th layer of the Mingxian realm. Without a moment's pause post-breakthrough, Yang Lingchen consumed an array of medicinal pills. With the support of the supreme Mingxian pill, it wasn't long before his cultivation surged once more. Early stage of the 7th layer of the Mingxian realm. Mid-stage of the 7th layer of the Mingxian realm. Pinnacle of the 7th layer of the Mingxian realm. At this juncture, Yang Lingchen once again approached the bottleneck of the 8th layer of the Mingxian realm. He continued to refine the remaining spirit stones around him, striving for a vigorous push to break through to the 8th layer. His thirst for power was immense. As the day of his duel, with Li Tianqing drew near, and he certainly did not wish to perish upon the arena. Moreover, countless challenges awaited him. Lacking sufficient strength would only leave him open to ridicule. Time passed swiftly, and after several more hours of persistence, he finally broke through to the 8th layer of the Lingchen realm, utilizing medicinal pills to elevate himself to the pinnacle of the 8th layer. Following his breakthrough, young Lingchen took out the Tiang Yuan Sword Classic to begin his comprehension. He could not forget his master's instructions. If he failed to master it within a month, who knew what punishment awaited him? The thought of Dongfang Yunbing's terrifying aura sent shivers down his spine. Since his transmigration, apart from the immortal he had encountered once, the master of Tiang Yuan Palace was undoubtedly the most formidable figure he had ever seen. 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. And through Yang Lingchen's relentless study, he finally cultivated the Tiang Yuan Sword Classic to a minor success. The Tiang Yuan Sword Classic was the most profound martial art in Tiang Yuan Palace. And apart from Dongfang Yunbing and the Grand Elder, no one else had practiced it thus far. Exiting the Haotian Jade space, he planned to visit the Inner Sanctum's exchange hall. After this bout of cultivation, he had completely exhausted his spirit stones and nearly depleted his medicinal pills. After donning a set of inner disciple robes and tidying himself up, young Lingchen departed from Tian Pavilion. The Inner Sanctum's exchange hall was a grand structure imbued with an air of antiquity, its ancient walls bearing the marks of time, clearly having withstood countless years. The items available for exchange here were of a far superior quality compared to those in the Outer Sanctum's exchange hall. Presenting his identity token, Yang Lingchen spent 3 million contribution points to exchange for a plethora of alchemical materials, along with some spirit stones, before exiting the exchange hall. "You little bastard, today no one can save you." Li Tianqing and Li Sini approached with icy glares, blocking Yang Lingchen's path. Their eyes brimmed with hatred and murderous intent, as if they intended to devour him whole. "That Li Tianqing, are you so eager to meet your demise?" Yang Lingchen remarked with a hint of a cold smile, his expression dripping with disdain and mockery. He was far from intimidated by Li Tianqing now. "You little bastard, if you have the guts, come to the life and death platform with me right now," Li Tianqing said with a chilling tone, exuding an aura of menace. "Lead the way," Yang Lingchen scoffed, his tone brimming with fearlessness. Since Li Tianqing seemed intent on courting death, Yang Lingchen saw no reason to decline his invitation. "Let us see how you die later," Li Tianqing retorted before turning to depart, with Yang Lingchen following closely behind toward the Inner Sanctum's life and death platform. At the Tiang Yuan Palace, the life and death platform was a place of solemnity. "Yang Lingchen, are you certain you wish to accept Li Tianqing's challenge?" The elder in charge of the arena frowned, a hint of concern in his eyes. "Absolutely," Yang Lingchen replied resolutely, his gaze unwavering. "Do you understand the difference in cultivation levels between you two? Don't say, I didn't warn you. Once you step onto the life and death platform, fate will be left to the heavens. You can still back out now if you regret it." The elder's voice was filled with genuine concern. "Thank you for the reminder, elder. I understand," Yang Lingchen said respectfully, bowing with determination. "Since you refuse to heed my advice, please sign the life and death contract," the elder declared, shaking his head in resignation that he had heard of Yang Lingchen. Knowing he was the champion of this year's outer sect competition and merely 15 years old, a true prodigy. Chapter 30, Slaying Li Tianqing. Swish. Swish. Yang Lingchen and Li Tianqing, without hesitation, each signed a life and death contract. At that moment, numerous inner disciples gathered around, their curiosity piqued, many of whom recognized Yang Lingchen. After all, he was the champion of the outer sect competition, and many inner disciples had been present to watch that day. "This fellow is Yang Lingchen. He doesn't seem particularly special. Perhaps the saintess of Yin simply has a preference for pretty boys." True enough, aside from his handsome appearance, he seems rather unremarkable. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their voices a cacophony of doubt and confusion. "You little bastard, no one can save you today," Li Tianqing glared at Yang Lingchen, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "You filthy wretch, you better advise your brother. Otherwise, you'll be the one crying later." Yang Lingchen shot a derisive glance at Li Sini, his eyes laced with mockery. "Seeking death, are we?" Li Tianqing's eyes glinted dangerously as he suddenly swung his sword towards Yang Lingchen, the third-layer cultivator of the Tongxian realm. His strike was imbued with a violet sword energy, swift as lightning, slicing towards Yang Lingchen with lethal intent, as if to cleave him in two. Faced with such a genius, Yang Lingchen did not dare to be careless. He quickly drew the Qingling's sword, its blade gleaming with a chilling light, and executed the first stance of the Tiang Yuan sword classic to counter the incoming sword energy. Meanwhile, high above in the clouds, a stunning figure observed the inner sanctum's life and death battle. This brat has some nerve, daring to practice his sword against his opponent in a life and death match. Dongfang Yunbing smiled alluringly, her expression a blend of admiration and curiosity. At that moment, the elder presiding over the arena looked on in disbelief at young Lingchen. As an elder, he had witnessed countless prodigies throughout his life, but he had never encountered a youth so astonishingly gifted. Swish. Yang Lingchen managed to slice a gash across Li Tianxing's chest, blood instantly staining his garments. Swish, swish, swish da-da-da-da-da. After several strikes, Li Tianxing's limbs were completely severed by Yang Lingchen's swordplay. Holding his sword, its tip resting on the ground, Yang Lingchen stood tall upon the arena, his chiseled features strikingly handsome. His visage sharply defined as if sculpted. His outwardly carefree demeanor was belied by the fierce glint in his eyes, commanding respect from all who beheld him. The brothered, Li wept bitterly, tears streaming down her face as she attempted to rush onto the platform, only to be halted by the elder. Kneel, slap yourself 100 times, and shout that you are a wretch. I will then spare Li Tianxing, Yang Lingchen said coldly, his gaze devoid of compassion as he regarded Li Sini. Yang Lingchen, you better spare my brother. He is the disciple of the grand elder of Tianxian Peak. Li Sini glared at Yang Lingchen with venomous eyes, her voice thick with rage. Swish to swish, Li Tianxing let out another chilling scream, his cries echoing in the air. Stop, I'll kneel. Li Sini cried out, immediately dropping to her knees, for her brother was her only family and the one who had treated her the best in her life. She could not bear to see him perish on the arena because of her. In that moment, Li Sini deeply regretted her earlier decision. Why had she acted so ungratefully? Slap, that I am a wretch. Slap, that I am a wretch. Li Sini continued to strike her own face, the sound crisp and clear. Sini, stop, Li Tianxing howled, his voice filled with agony and helplessness. After delivering 100 slaps, Li Sini's face had swollen grotesquely, a sight to behold. Swish. Yang Lingchen swiftly swung his sword, severing Li Tianxing's neck. To brother, Li Sini, in a frenzy, leaped onto the arena, holding her brother, whose neck gushed blood, her tears flowing like a torrent. Sini, you must take care of yourself. Do not seek revenge. Li Tianxing managed to utter his final words, and then his eyes closed completely, his body growing limp and lifeless. Yang Lingchen, I will kill you, Li Sini screamed, charging at Yang Lingchen. Her gaze filled with a primal rage, as if she intended to devour him whole. Bang. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Lingchen delivered a powerful kick, sending his adversary flying. When it comes to enemies, he cares not whether one is a beauty. I have already knelt. Why must you still kill my brother? Li Sini glared at Yang Lingchen with a venomous gaze, her voice a wretched cry of despair. That I apologize, but when it comes to dealing with foes, my words hold no integrity. You can only blame yourself. I had intended to save your life, yet you repaid kindness with malice, seeking to seize my demon core and even contemplating my demise. Having spoken, Yang Lingchen turned and departed the scene, his figure resolute and unwavering that if not for being in Tianyuan Palace, he would have truly desired to slay this woman at that moment. Yang Lingchen, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. I swear. Li Sini gritted her teeth, coldly fixating on Yang Lingchen's retreating silhouette, her eyes brimming with deep-seated resentment, as if she wished to imprint his figure upon her heart. In the days that followed, Yang Lingchen lived quite comfortably. By day, he prepared wild delicacies for barbecues and sipped tea, while by night, he immersed himself in frenzied cultivation within Haotian Jade. Many inner disciples and core disciples had intended to teach Yang Lingchen a lesson. Unfortunately, he remained sequestered within Tian Pavilion, leaving these admirers of Ling Yinyun powerless for the time being. Clang. This Yang Lingchen is exceedingly bold, daring to kill my disciple. A cold voice emanated from an elder with a piercing gaze. This man was none other than Shan Yin, the grand elder of Tianxian Peak, his expression dark and foreboding, as if it could drip with malice. Master, Li Shidi was slain on the arena. It is not prudent for us to seek revenge directly. A core disciple spoke, his expression revealing his dilemma. Keep a close watch on him. Once he leaves Tianyuan Palace, ensure he meets his end at my hands. Chen Yinling's tone was chilling, reminiscent of a voice from the depths of hell. Understood, Master, Wang Yuan replied respectfully, lowering his head, unable to meet Chen Yinling's gaze, that moment. Young Lingchen was in Tian Pavilion, enjoying a barbecue and savoring his personally brewed red wine. Meanwhile, Lin Yuro and Ling Yinyan appeared at the entrance of Yang Lingchen's courtyard. Sister Yuro, Sister Yinyan, you've come. Please have a seat and try my latest brew of red wine. Yang Lingchen greeted them warmly, arranging a few chairs with a radiant smile. Shitty Lingchen, you certainly know how to enjoy life. Lin Yuro exclaimed as she plopped down, devouring the food with abandon as though she hadn't eaten in days. Delicious. Is it truly that good? Ling Yinyan inquired with curiosity, her gaze fixed on the barbecue. Sister Yinyan, you must try it. And this red wine, you've never tasted anything like it. Yang Lingchen urged, pouring each of them a glass of the wine that shimmered enticingly in the sunlight. Ling Yinyan took a delicate sip, her eyes lighting up with surprise that I didn't expect you could brew wine. Sister Yinyan, take your time. Red wine should be savored, Yang Lingchen said with a smile that radiated warmth like a spring breeze. From now on, I entrust our meals to you. Is that acceptable? Lin Yuro stated, her eyes glinting with anticipation. Sister Yuro, do not say meals. Even if you were to entrust people to me, I would have no objections. Yang Lingchen replied with a mischievous smile, a hint of teasing in his gaze. You cheeky boy, if you wish for us to entrust ourselves to you, that is feasible, but I fear your frail form cannot handle the two of us. Lin Yuro, having indulged in a fair amount of wine, now sported a rosy complexion that made her appear particularly alluring, her words laden with innuendo. Wretched girl, if you wish to offer yourself, do not drag me into it. Ling Yinyan retorted, playfully pinching Lin Yuro's waist, her face flushing slightly. Ahem. Sisters, do try this freshly roasted hare. Yang Lingchen quickly changed the subject, wary of the direction their conversation had taken, as he noted Lin Yuro's seemingly demure exterior belied a remarkably bold nature. Chapter 31. Ancient ruins in the blink of an eye. 10 days had swiftly passed. His strength had successfully ascended to the 9th layer of the Mingxian realm on this day, as Yang Lingchen was wholly absorbed in cultivating the Tianyuan sword cannon. An exquisite figure suddenly appeared without warning at Tian Pavilion. Clad in a form-fitting, pure white gown, she accentuated her enchanting form perfectly. Her icy, beautiful eyes bore an air of sovereign authority, akin to a noble snow lotus. Untouched by the mundane world, disciple Yang Lingchen pays respects to master. Upon seeing the visitor, Yang Lingchen promptly bowed in deference. Well done. In just a little over 10 days, you have mastered the Tianyuan sword cannon. Truly worthy of being the disciple I have taken note of. Dongfang Yunbing remarked coolly, it is all due to Master S' adept guidance that I have made such rapid progress. Yang Lingchen responded without hesitation, flattering her with a compliment. With an ethereal grace, Dongfang Yunbing reclined elegantly on a long bench, casually stating, Chinner, I feel a bit weary. Shall I give you a massage, master? Yang Lingchen suggested, his heart racing at the prospect, mentally preparing for the consequences of his words. Dongfang Yunbing murmured softly, then closed her stunning eyes, lying quietly on the bench. Thump, thump, thumped out at that moment. Yang Lingchen's heart raced uncontrollably that he cautiously approached Dongfang Yunbing from behind, his trembling hands gently resting on her smooth, delicate shoulders in that instant. He felt as though he were on the brink of suffocation. This was a woman of unparalleled renown throughout the northern Xian domain. Her every whim could determine the fates of countless lives. Dongfang Yunbing's figure was exceedingly soft and alluring, her shoulders mesmerizingly beautiful, nearly leaving him breathless. Yang Lingchen meticulously kneaded her shoulders and arms, her exquisitely smooth skin making it difficult for him to let go. You're quite tense, Dongfang Yunbing remarked softly, her eyes still closed at a bit. Yang Lingchen admitted, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves. Am I truly that intimidating? Dongfang Yunbing's voice took on a slightly softer tone. It is because Master is as breathtaking as a celestial being that I find myself somewhat anxious. Yang Lingchen replied in a lowered voice. And how do I compare to Ling Yinyan and Feng Shueqing? Dongfang Yunbing asked with a hint of amusement. Your technique is quite commendable. Where did you learn it? Dongfang Yunbing inquired further. The Imperial Luxury Club. Yang Lingchen answered honestly. What sort of place is that? Dongfang Yunbing asked curiously. That IT is a venue dedicated to providing massage services. Yang Lingchen explained softly. Dongfang Yunbing chose not to elaborate further, quietly relishing Yang Lingchen's ministrations. 2 hours drifted by in a tranquil haze. Very well done. I shall be frequenting this place in the future, Dongfang Yunbing declared, vanishing from Tian Pavilion in an instant. Damn, I am not a masseur. Yang Lingchen finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Those 2 hours had been unbearably torturous. Giving a massage to such an extraordinary beauty was a challenge that few could withstand, let alone when the individual was the most powerful ruler in the region. Another 7 days slipped by unnoticed. During this time, his cultivation had once again advanced, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Mingxian realm. With his newfound strength, Yang Lingchen devised a plan to embark on a journey of exploration while completing several tasks. Exiting Tian Pavilion, he made his way to the task hall within the inner sanctum of Tianyuan Palace. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to a task poster at the entrance of the hall. Piquing his curiosity as he approached it hastily, IT detailed that the 4 major sects had uncovered a newly unearthed ancient ruin deep within the North Desolate Mountains. Due to the antiquity of the site, only martial artists below the Asking Void realm were permitted entry. Consequently, the higher-ups of Tianyuan Palace had posted this announcement, inviting adventurous young disciples to partake in the exploration. Yang Lingchen examined the specific location of the ruin closely, then resolutely turned and exited Tianyuan Palace. Unbeknownst to Yang Lingchen, at that very moment, a shadow flitted stealthily behind him. This was Wang Yuan, a disciple ranked among the top 10 of the inner sect. After Yang Lingchen left Tianyuan Palace, he activated his phantom technique, entering full-speed mode. However, as he executed his swift movements, Wang Yuan inadvertently lost sight of him. At this moment, Wang Yuan was utterly astonished. As a top 10 disciple of the inner sect, he had never anticipated losing track of a Mingxian realm practitioner. Nevertheless, he remained calm, for he understood that Yang Lingchen's destination was the ancient ruin. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under Yang Lingchen's rapid pace, he finally arrived at the depths of the North Desolate Mountains. At this moment, he was exceedingly close to that ancient relic. Nearby, Yang Lingchen also discovered a considerable number of individuals, including disciples from the Tianyuan Palace, as well as some from other sections. The Beihuang Mountain Range is a vast expanse of mountainous terrain, with the 4 major forces of the southern region situated around its periphery. Thus, the excavation of this ancient relic has naturally drawn the young disciples from the other 3 sects to venture forth in exploration. Yang Lingchen proceeded along the path towards the entrance of the ancient relic. At the entrance, he encountered several powerful middle-aged individuals, who, judging by their attire, seemed to be elder figures from the 4 major sections. The emergence of the ancient relic would inevitably incite conflict among the sects. Hence, each sect, in order to ensure their disciples do not suffer losses, would dispatch some formidable elders to oversee the situation. Yang Lingchen arrived at the camp of the Tianyuan Palace. At that moment, a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, stepped forward. He was Sun Tiancheng, an inner elder of the Tianyuan Palace. Everyone, take heed. Once the relic opens, exercise utmost caution around the other sects that do not let carelessness cost you your lives. Sun Tiancheng admonished with a grave expression. Just then, the true visage of the ancient relic began to materialize. All right, the relic has commenced. Everyone proceed inside, Sun Tiancheng declared. With the opening of the ancient relic, disciples from the 4 major sects surged forth one after another. The 4 major sects of the southern region are Tianyuan Palace, Dian's sect, Luocha Palace, and Jinyuan Pavilion, with Jinyuan Pavilion being the most powerful, while the other 3 sects are relatively equal in strength. Yang Lingchen entered the mysterious ancient relic alongside the crowd. Suddenly, he sensed a flicker of cold light, and he swiftly turned his gaze, yet saw nothing. In that instant, a sense of vigilance ignited within him. Moments ago, he had felt as though a ferocious raptor was fixated upon him, an extraordinarily intense sensation. Once everyone had entered the relic, the entrance behind them abruptly closed without warning. At that moment, the throng of thousands fell into a state of panic. Each person hurriedly sought an exit, only to be met with disappointment, as the entrance they had just traversed seemed to have never existed. After a long while, amidst the futile search for an exit, many began to explore the vast expanse of the relic, reasoning that since they could not leave in the short term, it would be prudent to search thoroughly for any precious treasures within. Chapter 32. The sword of immortals and demons. Upon confirming the disappearance of the exit, young Lingchen wasted no time and resolutely advanced deeper into the secret realm. Having entered this ancient relic, he was determined not to leave empty-handed, lest he squander this rare opportunity. From the grand scale of the ancient relic, young Lingchen could clearly deduce that it was likely the resting place of a powerful ancient being. Moreover, he unexpectedly uncovered a terrifying secret. This relic was ensnared within a formidable killing formation known as the Killing Formation. To break this formation, it required the participants to turn upon one another until half of them perished, at which point the exit would reappear. However, this formation was relatively simple for young Lingchen to navigate. After all, Ling Juechen was a master of formation techniques in the divine realm, and having inherited his memories, this mere killing formation posed little challenge for him. Before long, young Lingchen arrived at a palace shrouded in a mysterious aura. At that moment, a young man approached from the distance, clad in the robes of an inner disciple of the Tianyuan Palace. This individual was none other than Wang Yuan, one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Tianyuan Palace. For reasons unknown, young Lingchen's heart raced at that moment, and as the man drew closer, his sense of unease intensified. Although Wang Yuan wore a serene smile, young Lingchen's deep-seated apprehension lingered. Thus, he discreetly heightened his guard, quietly grasping several explosive poison pills in his hand. Just as Wang Yuan was about to approach, young Lingchen swiftly launched the explosive poison pills, vanishing from sight in an instant. Boom, boom. As young Lingchen unleashed the explosive pills, Wang Yuan swiftly sensed the danger and quickly summoned his internal energy to shield himself, retreating rapidly. However, even so, he was caught in the blast, leaving his robes tattered, though he sustained no severe injuries. Nonetheless, he looked utterly disheveled. Kid, consider yourself fortunate this time, but within this ancient relic, I refuse to believe I cannot capture you. Wang Yuan glared at the spot where young Lingchen had disappeared, his eyes cold enough to seem ablaze. Meanwhile, young Lingchen found himself in a space imbued with profound mysteries, an area rich in spiritual energy. He traversed this peculiar space, and before long, he heard a cacophony of voices in the distance. Cautiously, he approached to find a grand hall surrounded by a throng of people, and at the center stood a sword radiating a chilling light. Many sought to draw this extraordinary sword, yet before they could even approach, the sword's fierce aura repelled them, sending them flying back to a celestial-grade artifact. Upon closer inspection, young Lingchen discerned that this sword was an exceedingly rare celestial-grade artifact. His heart surged with excitement. This was indeed a celestial-grade artifact. Its power far surpassed that of ordinary spirit artifacts. Weapons are categorized into ordinary weapons, spirit artifacts, magical artifacts, and Tao artifacts, each further divided into 4 levels. Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The might of a magical artifact is vastly superior to that of a spirit artifact, as magical artifacts can recognize their master and grow in power alongside their owner's cultivation, even having the potential to evolve into a Tao artifact or divine artifact. Inside the hall, countless individuals attempted to draw the sword, yet none succeeded. Young Lingchen remained unperturbed, for he was certain that, within the entirety of the relic, no one else possessed the ability to draw this extraordinary sword. Anyone who can draw this sword shall be handsomely rewarded, declared a stunningly beautiful young woman, her voice ringing out above the crowd. Young Lingchen surmised that these individuals hailed from Jianyuan Pavilion, the most powerful faction in the southern region at this moment. Young Lingchen's greatest dilemma was how to seize the opportunity to extract the sword. Successfully refining this sword would undoubtedly elevate his strength to an entirely new level. That I'll go for it. Young Lingchen silently resolved, discreetly shedding his Tianyuan Palace robes before gradually approaching. One Jianyuan Pavilion disciple after another attempted to draw the sword. None were able to come close. After about half a quarter of an hour, it was finally young Lingchen's turn. "What is your name? I don't recall seeing you before," the stunning young woman inquired. Her tone icy, her gaze scrutinizing. "Oh no, will I be recognized? Go ahead and give it a try," the beautiful young woman urged coldly, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Understood." Young Lingchen replied and began to approach the extraordinary sword. At that moment, everyone was astounded, as this new disciple had not been repelled by the sword's aura. Young Lingchen casually glanced around, realizing that he was encircled with no escape in sight. Breaking free would not be an easy task, his mind raced. Yet he could not devise an optimal strategy. It seemed he could only draw the sword and force his way out, with both hands. Young Lingchen gripped the hilt of the extraordinary sword, and as he did so, he noticed two ancient characters inscribed on the hilt, immortal and demon. Thus, the sword was named the Sword of Immortals and Demons. With a mighty pull, Young Lingchen attempted to draw the sword, yet it remained immovable. The beautiful young woman, witnessing this, felt a pang of disappointment. She could keenly sense that this was no ordinary sword. At that moment, Young Lingchen silently recited a command in his mind, exerting all his strength to draw the sword, and in an instant, he succeeded in extracting the Sword of Immortals and Demons. Clang, buzz, 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 buzz. The Sword of Immortals and Demons, once unsheathed, emitted a resonant hum, radiating a chilling light and exuding an overwhelming aura of lethality, causing the surrounding disciples of Jianyuan Pavilion to stagger back and retreat. Bring it here. The stunning young woman gazed at the Sword of Immortals and Demons with rapt attention, her voice brimming with eagerness. Yes. Young Lingchen replied respectfully. Then, wielding the sword, he gradually approached the beautiful young woman. Damn it, whether I can obtain this Sword of Immortals and Demons hinges on this very moment, Young Lingchen thought to himself. Just as he was about to reach the young woman, he suddenly struck, swinging the Sword of Immortals and Demons towards her. The beautiful young woman was the strongest amongst the group, likely at the peak of the 9th layer of the Xian realm, far beyond Young Lingchen's capability to confront directly. Thus, he opted for a surprise attack. If he could eliminate her in one blow, that would be ideal. If not, he would make a swift escape. Bang! However, in the face of such a stark difference in strength, Young Lingchen's full-force strike was effortlessly evaded by the beautiful young woman. Without hesitation, he unleashed dozens of explosive poison pills while simultaneously propelling himself away at high speed. Boom, boom. The explosive poison pill instantaneously obliterated over a dozen disciples of the Sword Yuan Pavilion. You seek death, boy. The stunningly beautiful girl revealed a frosty demeanor, her figure darting towards Young Lingchen like a bolt of lightning. Goodness, how is this which so fast? In that moment, Young Lingchen hastily quickened his pace, frantically fleeing through the ruins, squeezing through every crevice he encountered. Nonetheless, he still failed to shake off the beautiful girl trailing him. What on earth am I to do? Young Lingchen's heart raced with anxiety. His strength was merely at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Mingxian realm, while the opponent stood at the peak of the Tongxian realm, a chasm of disparity. Damn you, I know I'm quite handsome, but there's no need for such relentless pursuit. As he fled desperately, Young Lingchen cursed under his breath. Chapter 33. The celestial red demon dragon. At that moment, Young Lingchen suddenly spotted a small gap in the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively dove through it. Just as he entered, the beautiful girl, too, acted swiftly and unhesitatingly followed suit. Boom. With a deafening crash, the gap sealed shut completely. Young Lingchen, however, had no time to ponder his predicament as he dashed away, fleeing for his life. Not long after, he was forced to halt as a deep water pool blocked his path. Cough, cough. Beautiful lady, let us talk this over and I'll return this sword to you. Could you possibly spare my life? Young Lingchen said, his expression awkward at this moment. He was genuinely hoping to barter the sword for his survival. Tell me, how would you like to die? The beautiful girl's voice was frigid, her eyes filled with a murderous intent aimed squarely at the odious boy before her. Is it truly possible to choose my method of dying? Young Lingchen weakly inquired, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Out of my boundless mercy, I grant you a choice. Speak. The girl's expression remained indifferent. Devoid of any emotion, that I wish to die with pleasure. Young Lingchen's gaze suddenly ignited with fervor, fixating intensely on the exquisite girl. Since she clearly had no intention of letting him off, he would not resign himself to fate. Foolish mortal. The beautiful girl's eyes turned as cold as ice, and without hesitation, she swung her sword fiercely at Young Lingchen. Although he knew he could not win, Young Lingchen refused to surrender meekly. He swiftly darted to the side. The girl's strike landed brutally in the water pool behind him. Roar. Suddenly, an immense figure shot out from the pool with terrifying force that, oh no, it's the celestial red demon dragon. Faced with this colossal creature, Young Lingchen turned pale, devoid of any color. Lowly human, how dare you disturb my healing? You shall pay for this, the celestial red demon dragon bellowed in human speech. radiating fury. At this moment, the stunning girl also turned pale with fear, retreating rapidly. Lord Dragon God, it was all this woman's doing. Eliminate her, and I shall take my leave, young Lingchen declared, sprinting away at full speed. The beautiful girl followed suit, hastening toward the exit. Roared at a massive figure suddenly materialized at the exit, blocking it completely. Lowly humans, where do you think you are going? The celestial red demon dragon mocked, its colossal tail sweeping toward the two with a roaring wind. Beautiful lady, shall we join forces to vanquish this beast? It clearly is gravely injured, and we may yet have a chance. Young Lingchen shouted as he dodged desperately. How can I trust you one flee at the last moment? The beautiful girl retorted coldly, her voice laced with skepticism. She did not believe young Lingchen's words. If this boy suddenly bolted, her fate would be sealed. Just then, the beautiful girl found herself cornered by the demon dragon. Perilously close to her in that critical moment, young Lingchen brandished the immortal demon sword and struck fiercely at the demon dragon's tail without hesitation. Rest assured, I swear upon my honor, I shall not flee, he quickly assured her. Swish, roar. The celestial red demon dragon's tail was grievously wounded, blood gushing from the gash. Lowly human, how do you possess the immortal demon sword? The dragon's expression shifted to one of fear, its voice trembling. You little brat, this beast fears the sword in your hand. Hand it over to me, and I shall slay it, the beautiful girl urged, her eyes filled with desire. Catch. Young Lingchen readily tossed the sword to her, prioritizing his life over the immortal demon sword. Upon receiving it, the girl charged at the celestial red demon dragon without hesitation. The dragon appeared genuinely terrified of the immortal demon sword. Ordinary spirit weapons hardly fazed it. Yet the immortal demon sword inflicted significant harm with each strike. However, even wielding the immortal demon sword, the girl found herself at a distinct disadvantage, while young Lingchen, armed with the Qingling sword, attempted to assist. But his strikes felt no more effective than mere tickling. That moment, young Lingchen found himself dizzy, having been struck repeatedly by the dragon's tail, his vision swirling with stars. Were it not for his robust physique, he would have long since perished. The exquisite girl was no better off. Her injuries were just as severe, leaving her in a state of utter disarray. Bang! The girl was struck by the dragon's tail, sent hurtling toward young Lingchen. Without a moment's thought, he caught her and seized the immortal demon sword. Charging forward, at this point, the girl had been rendered unconscious, leaving young Lingchen to rely solely on himself. Beast, I will fight to the death, young Lingchen cried, wielding the immortal demon sword, his eyes aflame with determination, charging recklessly at the celestial red demon dragon. Roar! Just then, the dragon opened its gaping maw, ferociously attempting to swallow young Lingchen whole. What a massive mouth this creature has, young Lingchen thought, suddenly enveloped in darkness as he was consumed by the dragon. Inside the dragon's mouth, he refused to relinquish hope for survival. He narrowly evaded the dragon's razor-sharp teeth, but was ultimately swallowed whole. Following the dragon's throat, he found himself within a vast stomach sac, surrounded by corrosive gastric fluid, struggling to breathe as he felt himself being digested. Young Lingchen could distinctly sense his clothing decaying rapidly. He immediately activated the Haotian formula, summoning all his strength to resist the corrosion while swinging the immortal demon sword. Roar! The celestial red demon dragon writhed in agony, rolling on the ground. Young Lingchen was tossed about by the dragon's thrashing. Yet he persisted, frantically stabbing inside the dragon's belly, aware that this was his only chance for survival. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Under young Lingchen's relentless assault, the celestial red demon dragon writhed in agony, soon losing its breath entirely. With a final push, young Lingchen managed to pierce through the dragon's belly, laboriously emerging from its insides. That moment, young Lingchen was drenched in the dragon's blood, his clothing completely disintegrated. His eyes glowed with a crimson hue, and suddenly, a wave of unrestrained desire surged within him. Without a moment's thought, he leapt into the nearby water pool, hoping to quell the raging fire within him. Young Lingchen let out a heart-wrenching scream. Soon, he lost all sense of reason, consumed by primal urges. That moment, the beautiful girl slowly opened her eyes, shaking her head to regain her clarity. When she turned to face young Lingchen, she saw his eyes ablaze with hunger, akin to a famished tiger, as he approached her step by step. "Hey, you little brat, what are you planning to do?" The stunning girl struggled to rise, desperately trying to flee. At that moment, she understood the gravity of the situation. This boy had undoubtedly fallen victim to the dragon's poison. She knew the nature of the dragon, those afflicted by its venom that were essentially doomed. Yet, in her weakened state, she was no match for young Lingchen Bang. Before she could take more than a few steps, young Lingchen seized her in his arms. "You little brat, if you dare to lay a hand on me, no one in the entire southern province will be able to save you," the beautiful girl shouted, her voice filled with fury and fear. At this moment, she felt utterly despondent. Chapter 34. Reunion with Xueqing. A day swiftly passed. Miraculously, the injuries on the beautiful girl had completely healed, and she was now in a state of cultivation. Suddenly, at this moment, young Lingchen finally regained consciousness. My heavens, what on earth have I done? Young Lingchen felt a buzzing in his head. Staring blankly at the girl, sitting cross-legged, completely dazed in an instant, the stunning girl opened her eyes wide, filled with fury, and without hesitation, struck young Lingchen, sending him flying. Damn it. Young Lingchen's body was hurled into a pool of water, creating a massive splash. Without a second thought, he turned and fled into the distance. Just moments ago, he had sensed the overwhelming intent to kill emanating from the girl. If he did not escape now, he would undoubtedly face death. "You bastard, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death." Upon exiting that space, young Lingchen finally exhaled a long sigh of relief that he realized that he had likely fallen victim to the venom of a flood dragon. Although he wished to make amends with the beautiful girl, the terrifying killing intent in her gaze instantly quashed that thought. It was imperative to save his own life first. I have unexpectedly broken through to the Tongxian realm? At that moment, young Lingchen was astonished to discover that his cultivation had unconsciously advanced to the Tongxian realm. He endeavored to calm his emotions and continued to scavenge within the ancient ruins. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. One day, as young Lingchen passed through a valley, he suddenly heard the sounds of a fierce battle within. Cautiously, he crept closer. From a distance, he beheld a voluptuous girl being cornered by a man, with no escape in sight. "Feng Xueqing, as long as you agree to be mine, I shall let you go," a chilling voice echoed. "Wang Xianfeng, with your pathetic self, you make me nauseous," Feng Xueqing retorted coldly, her voice dripping with disdain. Wang Xuanfeng's strength was clearly superior to Feng Xueqing's. The only reason he had not subdued her yet was his fear of inadvertently harming her. At that moment, young Lingchen finally caught a glimpse of the girl's face, and fury surged within him. How dare he bully my woman? Without a moment's hesitation, young Lingchen brandished a Shinma sword and charged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Just as Feng Xueqing was on the verge of collapse, young Lingchen's figure suddenly appeared before her, fiercely attacking with his sword. Yet despite his sudden ambush, he found himself at a disadvantage. After all, Wang Xianfeng was a formidable foe at the 9th layer of the Tongxian realm. "Who is this insolent brat daring to ruin my plans?" Wang Xuanfeng's face darkened as he spoke coldly. "Damn you, I am your father," young Lingchen shouted, his eyes blazing with rage as he swung his Shinma sword at Wang Xianfeng. At that moment, Feng Xueqing regained her composure and joined the fray with her longsword. With her assistance, young Lingchen felt considerably relieved. "You seek death." Suddenly, Wang Xuanfeng's aura surged, overwhelming both young Lingchen and Feng Xueqing, forcing them to retreat unsteadily. Just then, young Lingchen swiftly unleashed a dozen explosive poison pills, and embracing Feng Xueqing, they vanished within the valley in a few leaps. Boom. "You little bastard, you seek death by ruining my plans." Wang Xuanfeng's face turned icy as he glared at the vanishing figures of young Lingchen and Feng Xueqing, his teeth grinding in fury. "You rogue, if not for you, I would have never seen the light of day again." Feng Xueqing clung tightly to young Lingchen, her voice tinged with relief. "From now on, you are not allowed to venture out alone. Wherever you go, you must find me at the pavilion." Young Lingchen gently brushed his fingers against Feng Xueqing's nose, speaking with a hint of affection. "You rogue, do not touch my nose. It is so beautiful. What if you ruin it?" Feng Xueqing pouted, her beautiful face flushed with indignation, gazing at the innocent and charming Feng Xueqing in his arms. Young Lingchen felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He could not deny that Feng Xueqing possessed countless qualities that men yearned for. "Xueqing, you are truly beautiful. Yang Lingchen gazed deeply into her eyes. His gaze filled with affection. "What are you up to, you rogue?" Feng Shuiqing blinked her watery eyes, anticipation swirling within her. Suddenly, without giving her a chance to react, Yang Lingchen leaned in and kissed her. In an instant, Feng Shuiqing's mind went blank. She wanted to resist, yet her body felt powerless. The encounter was a raw and clumsy collision of lips, their first kiss lingering in the air. Under Yang Lingchen's fervent assault, Feng Shuiqing gradually found herself enjoying the sensation. After 10 minutes, Yang Lingchen reluctantly released her. "You rogue, my lips are swollen from your kiss." Feng Shuiqing pouted, a blush adorning her cheeks. "That how adorable." Yang Lingchen chuckled, unable to contain his amusement at Feng Shuiqing's slightly swollen lips. "You rogue, if one day I go far away, will you come looking for me?" Feng Shuiqing murmured, nestled against Yang Lingchen, a hint of sorrow in her voice. She gazed earnestly at him, her eyes brimming with expectation. "You said it. If you go back on your word, I will curse you with impotence for life," Feng Shuiqing playfully warned, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. So ruthless. Time flew by again, and 2 days passed. One day, Yang Lingchen noticed a throng of people rushing toward a distant structure. Thus, he and Feng Shuiqing made their way toward it. It was a vast, ancient complex filled with countless palaces. And before long, they arrived at a grand palace surrounded by a dense crowd. The people were divided into 4 groups, representing the 4 major sects, with the stunning girl situated among the ranks of the Jinyuan Pavilion. Yang Lingchen and Feng Shuiqing stealthily approached the Tianyuan Palace's disciple area, not wishing to draw the attention of the beautiful girl to at that moment. Yang Lingchen realized why so many had gathered. There was a massive defensive array surrounding the palace. To enter the grand halls, one had to breach this formidable array. "Everyone, we have been stationed here for several days, and no one can break the array. This cannot continue," a disciple from the Luocha Palace said, furrowing his brow. "Perhaps we should let others give it a try. With thousands of people here, surely someone can break the array." The stunning girl chimed in, her voice melodious and clear. "What Miss Nangong Yen says is reasonable. Let us allow others to attempt it," Wang Xianfeng from the Tianyuan Palace added, his gaze fixed on the exquisite girl. "I wonder if anyone here is skilled in formations? Whoever can breach this array will have my permission to enter the palace first," Miss Nangong Yen declared, her lips parting as her words echoed. Many disciples who fancied themselves adept at formations lined up, hopeful to give it a go. However, the difficulty of the array far exceeded their expectations, and all those proficient in formations returned disheartened. "Shuiqing, stick close to me. I will help you break the array," Yang Lingchen whispered to Feng Shuiqing. "You can break the array?" A flicker of curiosity crossed Feng Shuiqing's beautiful eyes as she questioned him. "Your man possesses many hidden talents," Yang Lingchen replied confidently, smiling as he led Feng Shuiqing to the forefront of the palace. Just then, Nangong Yen spotted Yang Lingchen, her eyes instantly turning cold. "You rogue, today you will meet your end." "Hold on. I can break the array," Yang Lingchen hastily interjected. "Whether you can or not is of no concern to me. I simply wish to kill you." Nangong Yen ignored him entirely, her sword slicing toward Yang Lingchen with ferocity. Yang Lingchen reacted swiftly, making a hand gesture with his left hand and instantly pulling Feng Shuiqing into the array. "Come on. Come and fight me." Yang Lingchen stood within the array, a provocative grin on his face as he gazed at Nangong Yen. Clang, clang, clang. Nangong Yen was incensed by Yang Lingchen's taunting, furiously attacking the array in a bid to drag him out. My apologies, everyone. I originally intended to breach the array and bring you all in, but you can only blame her. Yang Lingchen chuckled as he spoke. With that, he and Feng Shuiqing ventured deeper into the palace. "Nangong Yen, you must provide us with an explanation for this." "Indeed." Nangong Yen, "Because of your personal vendetta, everyone has been barred from entering. What do you propose we do?" Suddenly, the other 3 sects began to voice their grievances against Nangong Yen. Smack, smack, smack. Nangong Yan's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, her figure flickered, moving with ghostly speed, swiftly turning the speakers into battered figures, their faces bruised and swollen. "Who else desires an explanation from me?" Nangong Yan's voice was frosty, her gaze filled with menace. "How could you enter the Void Realm? How could you possibly be here?" The crowd stared in disbelief at Nangong Yen, their mouths agape in astonishment that I es it not permissible for me to break through after entering. Do you have any objections? Nangong Yan's voice was cold, brimming with an oppressive force and no objections. Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing swept through the various halls like a whirlwind, gathering treasures with fervor. Xueqing, take this heavenly tier armor artifact. Xueqing, here are several boxes of mid-grade spirit stones. Hurry and stash them away, that as they journeyed forth. The duo spared no valuable object in their path, fervently sweeping up various spirit stones, magical artifacts, and supreme techniques. However, Feng Xueqing seemed to regard these treasures with indifference, accepting only the precious armor gifted by Yang Lingchen. At that moment, Yang Lingchen stumbled upon a secluded hall, isolated by a formidable array. Utilizing his exceptional mastery of formations, he effortlessly dismantled the barrier, leading Feng Xueqing inside. Upon entering the hall, Yang Lingchen discovered it to be a hidden cave. The two proceeded cautiously through the cavern, each step taken with utmost care, for the presence of perilous traps was an unknown factor. Suddenly, Yang Lingchen sensed the burgeoning spiritual energy within the cave, which grew increasingly dense that he quickly grasped Feng Xueqing's hand, hastening towards the source of this energy. In a short while, they reached the cave's end, where the spiritual essence had intensified to an extraordinary degree, enveloping Yang Lingchen in a sensation akin to being immersed in a pool of spirit essence. Heavens, it's 10,000-year-old Xian milk, he exclaimed, realizing that the liquid dripping from above was an incredibly precious substance. Beside him lay a small pool filled to the brim with the same elixir. What luck we have! Let us gather as much as we can. Feng Xueqing exclaimed excitedly. Yang Lingchen promptly retrieved containers from the Haotian jade space, filling several barrels with the Xian milk. Xueqing, we have gathered too much. It's overflowing. Let us bathe in the Xian milk and cultivate within it. We shall refine as much as we can, Yang Lingchen declared eagerly, shedding his clothes and plunging into the pool, settling cross-legged amidst the elixir. Rogue, why are you undressing? Feng Xueqing blushed, playfully chiding him that I have no other garments. This is my only one that if it gets soiled, how shall I exit? Yang Lingchen offered as an excuse. Xueqing, you should join me. Come in and cultivate, he continued, his expression brimming with anticipation that I shall not undress. Move over a bit, she replied, not wasting time as she entered the pool, fully clothed yet still able to feel the wondrous effects of the Xian milk. Yang Lingchen fervently activated the Haotian art, channeling all his energy to refine the elixir, while Feng Xueqing matched his pace closely that I in the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed. Second layer of the Tongxian realm. Third layer of the Tongxian realm. Fourth layer of the Tongxian realm. Boom, boom, boom. With a resounding crash, Yang Lingchen achieved the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the Tongxian realm. Remarkably, Feng Xueqing also reached the same peak. At that moment, the Xian milk and spiritual energy within the cave had been completely refined by the two. Xueqing, you are truly a genius, Yang Lingchen exclaimed, genuinely impressed by her talent. Rogue, you are not lacking either, she responded, her face beaming with joy. With such extraordinary talents, shall we consider having a child together? Yang Lingchen teased with a mischievous grin that I am still quite young. I have no intention of having children just yet. Meanwhile, those from the Luocha palace grew anxious. Why are they not emerging yet? Could they have perished inside? One exclaimed. Humph, we shall remain here. They think that upon entering, the treasure shall be theirs. How naive! The leading disciple of the Yinin sect replied coldly. Meanwhile, Nangong Yin glared icily at the grand hall, her gaze filled with both fury and anticipation. Look, they are coming out! A disciple shouted at that moment. Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing emerged hand in hand, conversing and laughing as they made their way toward the hall's exit. You all are being so courteous, welcoming us like this. How could we possibly accept? Yang Lingchen quipped with a smug smile that in the instant Yang Lingchen stepped out. Nangong Yin, Wang Xianfeng, and the leaders of the other two sects lunged toward them to them. Yang Lingchen embodied a living treasure. Capturing him meant seizing a mountain of riches. Humph. Yang Lingchen snorted, gripping the immortal demon's sword tightly in his right hand, while wielding the Tongtian staff in his left. At that moment, the leading disciple of the Yinin sect charged at him, only to be struck down by a single blow from Yang Lingchen's staff, his brain splattering upon impact. Gasps of shock filled the air that he is at the pinnacle of the Tongxian realm. How could he have killed him with just one strike? That is utterly terrifying. Nangong Yin was equally astonished, realizing that Yang Lingchen's strength now rivaled her own. Just days prior, he had been at her mercy, and now he stood as her equal. Bang! Yang Lingchen swung his staff once more, causing another leading disciple from the Luocha Palace to meet the same fate, his lifeless body crumpling to the ground. Ah-da-da-da-da! Suddenly, Wang Xianfeng let out a piercing scream. Feng Xueqing was mercilessly battering him with her staff, each strike fueled with fierce determination that I in no time. Wang Xianfeng lay incapacitated, his limbs shattered and his condition unrecognizable. The Tianyuan disciples stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by the gruesome scene before them. Meanwhile, the other sect disciples, witnessing the chaos, rushed forward. Yang Lingchen, not one to be outdone, unleashed a flurry of attacks with the god-slaying sword technique, merging it with the immortal demon's sword. The air was filled with the clash of steel and the cries of battle that in a mere moment, dozens of bodies lay strewn across the ground, the stench of blood saturating the atmosphere, instilling a chilling dread. Yang Lingchen managed to subdue Nangong Yin, skillfully sealing her powers. Had it not been for the fact that she had previously been under his control, he would have wasted no time in eliminating her. With the overwhelming fighting prowess of Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing, they were, in essence, invincible within this enigmatic ancient ruin. Under Yang Lingchen's fierce onslaught, no one dared to charge recklessly, for such an act would be tantamount to seeking death. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan, who had earlier pursued Yang Lingchen, now hid himself far away, his desire to kill Yang Lingchen extinguished. He fully understood the gravity of Yang Lingchen's current strength. Any further foolishness would lead only to his demise. Release our young lady, or no one in the entire South Province will be able to save you. A disciple from the Jianyuan pavilion threatened, his voice laced with feigned bravado. Yang. Brother Yang, perhaps you should let her go. It could lead to grave consequences, a Tianyuan inner disciple advised, concern etched on his face. What is this girl's status? Is she truly that formidable? Yang Lingchen mused, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Nangong Yin is the beloved daughter of the Jianyuan pavilion's master, the inner disciple whispered furtively. What? The daughter of the Jianyuan pavilion's master. Yang Lingchen's expression morphed into one of disbelief, a wave of anxiety washing over him that in that moment, he realized he might have stirred up a considerable amount of trouble. After all, the master of Jianyuan Pavilion was the most powerful figure in the South Province, renowned throughout the entirety of the northern Xian region. Indeed, Brother Yang, you should consider releasing her. Although we can withstand your wrath for the other sex. Should anything happen to her, even the pavilion master would be unable to protect you. The Tianyuan inner disciple urged, anxiety evident in his voice. Cough, cough. Miss Nangong, what if I were to let you go? You are magnanimous enough to overlook this slight, yes? Yang Lingchen awkwardly suggested, clearing his throat at that moment. He had to tread carefully, for the girl's identity was too intimidating. Should he act rashly, not only would he face certain death, but his family and even the entire Tianyuan palace might suffer repercussions. You'd silence yourself. Nangong Yan's face flushed with anger, her chest heaving with indignation. This boy's speaking rationally. Am I to be likened to a mere pig? I shall be quiet. Yang Lingchen hastily released the seal on Nangong Yan's powers. Boy, come with me, she commanded, shooting Yang Lingchen a glare before striding away. Reluctantly, Yang Lingchen followed, his mind racing with anxiety. Sensing that the situation had escalated beyond his control, the two found themselves in a secluded corner. Nangong Yin coldly fixed her gaze upon Yang Lingchen and said, Your name is Yang Lingchen, is it not? Why, yes, he nodded, his heart racing with unease. I present you with two choices, she declared, her tone icy and her expression grave. Please, Miss Nangong, speak your mind, Yang Lingchen replied, furrowing his brow as he speculated on her demands. The first choice is to sever what you should not possess, she stated, her voice chillingly calm, a glint of ruthlessness in her eyes. And the second choice? Yang Lingchen inquired directly, unwilling to entertain the first option. For what would life hold without that? The second choice is to accompany me to the Jianyuan Pavilion as a son-in-law, she replied, her tone unwavering and her demeanor still frosty. Yang Lingchen's expression turned to one of astonishment. Son-in-law? He echoed, incredulity written all over his face. What is with that expression? Do you not bear responsibility for your actions? Nangong Yin shot a piercing glance at him, her eyes filled with accusation. If I were to become a son-in-law at the Jianyuan Pavilion, are you certain there would be no domestic violence? Yang Lingchen questioned, a hint of trepidation in his gaze. Humph. As long as you obey me and serve me diligently each day, I shall certainly not treat you poorly. Nangong Yin huffed coldly, her demeanor exuding arrogance. There is nothing to discuss. Even if you were to inform your father of the incident where I forced myself upon you, I will not become your son-in-law. Yang Lingchen declared resolutely before turning to leave. Stop right there. Nangong Yin admonished loudly. What further instructions do you have, Miss Nangong? Yang Lingchen asked, halting his steps. Are you truly so irresponsible for your own actions? Are you still a man? Nangong Yin rebuked fiercely, her voice laced with anger and disappointment. Yang Lingchen fixed her with a piercing gaze before striding directly towards her. What are you attempting to do? Nangong Yin questioned warily, adopting a defensive posture, her heart racing with anxiety. Yet, Yang Lingchen continued his advance. To that moment, Nangong Yin struck out with her palm. However, given her strength, she was no match for Yang Lingchen. With a swift motion, he raised his left hand, effortlessly deflecting her strike, and then embraced her in his arms, and no matter how she struggled, she could not escape his hold. Yang Lingchen, you want to... Nangong Yan's words were cut short as he captured her lips with his own. Under Yang Lingchen's fervent kiss, Nangong Yin, who had never before been touched by the opposite sex, soon found herself lost in his embrace. As time passed, they finally parted. From this day forth, you shall be my woman. Yang Lingchen declared he felt a twinge of guilt towards Nangong Yin. Although he had been poisoned at the time, he had indeed wronged her and tormented her for quite a while. In that moment, Nangong Yin appeared remarkably obedient, nestled against Yang Lingchen, her face radiating happiness and shyness. Yang Lingchen, you need not become a son-in-law, but you must reach the Xian realm within a year and personally propose to the Jianyuan Pavilion. Can you accomplish that? Nangong Yan's beautiful eyes widened with anticipation as she gazed hopefully at him. Of course I can, Yang Lingchen replied, his tone resolute. Then swear it. Nangong Yin insisted, her expression earnest. I swear that within a year, I will reach the Xian realm and personally propose to the Jianyuan Pavilion. Yang Lingchen vowed seriously, confidence in his talent evident. Achieving a breakthrough to the Xian realm within a year posed little challenge for him. I suppose you are still a man, Nangong Yin said, her charming face softening slightly, the corners of her lips lifting. She was quite pleased with Yang Lingchen's talent and appearance. Are you concerned about that little beauty? Yang Lingchen stammered. I assure you, I am not one to be trifled with. When Yang Lingchen and Nangong Yin made their appearance once more, they left the onlookers in a state of shock. What is happening here? They exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. They had left in a tense standoff, yet returned hand in hand, entwined in affection. Yang Lingchen had not intended to be so ostentatious, especially with Feng Xueqing still present. However, Nangong Yin clung to him stubbornly. He could not forcibly shake her off, could he? You scoundrel, what is the meaning of this? Feng Xueqing demanded, arms crossed and her gaze sharp. Ahem, Xueqing, let us speak over there. Yang Lingchen said, leading Feng Xueqing aside, his demeanor somewhat anxious. The situation is as follows. That he began, recounting the events with complete transparency, leaving nothing concealed. You truly forced yourself upon her. Feng Xueqing blinked in surprise. Her expression one of disbelief. That it was not intentional. I was under the influence of the lewd poison from that demon serpent. Yang Lingchen hastily clarified, his face filled with resignation. And no wonder she would want to kill you. So what is the current status between you two? Feng Xueqing inquired curiously, her gaze scrutinizing Yang Lingchen. She insists that I take responsibility, he replied cautiously, casting a furtive glance at Feng Xueqing. You lucky scoundrel. What a fortunate turn of events. Feng Xueqing teased, a hint of playful reproach in her tone. Are you not angry? Yang Lingchen asked, a twinge of apprehension in his heart. What do you think, if you had not wronged her? Would any of this have occurred? Feng Xueqing shot him a disapproving look. That I have stated that I acted under the influence of poison. Yang Lingchen defended himself, attempting to justify his actions. I am not inclined to concern myself with your matters. But she must refer to me as sister when she sees me. Feng Xueqing declared haughtily. Chapter 37. Return to the Tianyuan Palace, you little imp. Who do you think should call you sister? At some point, Nangong Yin approached with a displeased expression, her beautiful eyes glinting with irritation. Of course, it is you who shall call me sister. Surely you understand the principle of seniority. Feng Xueqing replied with a confident smile. You, an undeveloped brat, wish to take on the role of sister. Nangong Yin scoffed, scrutinizing Feng Xueqing with disdain. That am I undeveloped? Are you larger than I? Feng Xueqing retorted, puffing out her ample bosom as she cast a scornful glance at Nangong Yin, her eyes brimming with provocation. You shameless hussy. Nangong Yin found herself at a loss for words. Though her figure was not lacking, she could not deny the stark difference in comparison, leaving her momentarily speechless. What do you mean by that? If you are not larger than I, then you shall obediently call me sister. Feng Xueqing laughed triumphantly, hands on her hips. You are both sisters. I am the younger brother. Is that acceptable? Yang Lingchen interjected hastily, a hint of exasperation on his face. Silence. Both women exclaimed in unison. Boom, boom. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant palace, shaking the very heavens and earth. Soon after, the palaces began to tremble as if a violent earthquake were occurring. This is bad. The ruins are about to collapse. We must flee. Yang Lingchen's expression darkened, urgently pulling the two women towards the exit they had previously used. At that moment, the entire relic began to sway, and massive fissures tore through the ground, resembling a monstrous maw poised to swallow everyone whole. Countless individuals, caught unawares, plummeted into the crevices, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Yang Lingchen led the two women in a frantic dash, their feet barely touching the ground, and soon they reached the entrance they had initially used. He pulled out several spirit stones, swiftly gesturing with his hands while chanting incantations. Open! Yang Lingchen bellowed, his voice filled with authority. Boom, boom! At that moment, the previously vanished exit suddenly reappeared, a beam of light shooting forth. Yang Lingchen grasped one woman in each hand, racing toward the opening. Those near the exit also scrambled to escape, wishing they had an extra leg to hasten their flight. Just as Yang Lingchen emerged, the entrance of the relic began to collapse. By this time, only half of the individuals had made it out, while many others were still frantically rushing towards freedom. Boom! With a final deafening roar, the entrance to the ancient relic completely caved in, sending a cloud of dust soaring into the air. Witnessing this, Yang Lingchen silently thanked his stars for their swift escape. Otherwise, they would have been buried forever within the ruins alongside those unfortunate souls. Miss, are you unharmed? An elder from the Jianyuan pavilion inquired, concern and relief evident in his voice. Yang Lingchen, I must take my leave. Do not forget your promise, Nangong Yin said, her eyes filled with reluctance and hope. Rest assured, within a year, I will certainly seek you out. Yang Lingchen vowed earnestly, his gaze unwavering. I believe you will come. Nangong Yin replied before gracefully making her way to the Jianyuan pavilion's quarters. At that moment, the elders from the Dian sect and the Luo Sha Palace approached Yang Lingchen, their expressions dark and their eyes filled with malice. Brat, how dare you slay a disciple of the Luo Sha Palace? Elder Luo Tianxiang seethed, his voice dripping with fury. Luo Tianxiang, do you intend to intervene in disputes between disciples? Elder Sun Tiancheng from the inner sect of the Tianyuan Palace interjected, his expression grave. Do you know who this brat has killed? Elder Huang Zhongjuan from the Dian sect stepped forward, his gaze cold as steel. That I in this ancient relic, the trials are a matter of life and death. If one dies, it is merely a consequence of their lack of strength, Sun Tiancheng replied coldly, unflinching in his resolve. This brat has slain the youngest son of our sect leader. Are you certain your Tianyuan Palace intends to protect him? Huang Zhongjuan's eyes glinted ominously, his tone laden with threat. Sun Tiancheng's brows furrowed. The situation had escalated to a serious level. Do you know who this brat has killed? Luo Tianxiang's gaze turned venomous, fixing Yang Lingchen with an intense stare. This, Sun Tiancheng's eyelids twitched. Who? He has killed the illegitimate son of our Luo Sha Palace's leader, Luo Haoran, Luo Tianxiang stated coldly, his teeth grinding audibly. That moment, 1,000 thoughts raced through Sun Tiancheng's mind. This boy was far too unfortunate. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen was equally bewildered, lamenting his own misfortune. That was sheer luck that he had killed two worthless individuals, yet their identities were so elevated. Who would dare to kill again in the future? I cannot surrender him to you. I shall duly report this matter to the palace master, and how the palace master chooses to handle it is beyond my concern. Sun Tiancheng spoke, his tone resolute. Sun Tiancheng, I advise you to hand him over. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Luo Tianxiang replied coldly, exuding a formidable aura. Umph. If you possess the capability, then be ungracious before me. Sun Tiancheng snorted dismissively, similarly emanating a powerful presence. Ladies and gentlemen, let us maintain our composure. This is merely a conflict among juniors, and there is no need to mar the harmony at this moment. An elder from the Sword Yuan Pavilion approached, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Elder Huangfu is correct. This matter shall be decided by our palace master of Tianyuan, and how to deal with Yang Lingchen is the palace master's prerogative. Sun Tiancheng asserted. Umph. After killing the young son of our sect leader, no one shall be able to protect this brat. Huang Zhongjun scoffed, turning to leave the scene. You will meet a most dreadful end. Young man. Luo Tianxian shot a glare at Yang Lingchen and also turned away. Elder son, Feng Xueqing has also crippled senior brother Wang Xianfeng, leading to his failure to escape from the ruins. A disciple from the inner sect spoke, fear lacing his voice. Feng Xueqing crippled Wang Xianfeng. Who is Feng Xueqing? Sun Tiancheng furrowed his brow. Who was this Feng Xueqing who could also bring harm to Wang Xianfeng? Elder son, senior brother Wang Xianfeng was inappropriate towards me, and I accidentally injured him severely, Feng Xueqing said pitifully, tears glistening in her eyes. Wang Xianfeng was injured by you. How could this be? Sun Tiancheng gazed at Feng Xueqing incredulously. For Wang Xianfeng stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the profound realm, while Feng Xueqing was merely at the 5th level at that time. Senior brother Wang was already entranced by desire, which led to his downfall at the hands of a disciple. Feng Xueqing murmured weakly, a note of grievance in her voice. Sun Tiancheng looked at Feng Xueqing with confusion. He could not believe her absurd claims. No matter how infatuated Wang Xianfeng was, he could not possibly be overpowered by a girl at the 5th level of the profound realm. Sun Tiancheng found it equally unbelievable regarding the battle prowess of Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing. After all, these two youngsters were merely at the 5th level of the profound realm. Even the most gifted prodigy could not possibly be that exaggerated. Meanwhile, the exploits of Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing in the ancient ruins spread throughout the Tianyuan Palace. In the Palace Master's Hall, the higher-ups of Tianyuan Palace had largely assembled. I pay my respects to the Palace Master, Elder Sun said, bowing respectfully. Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing also followed suit, their expressions tense. Elder Sun, what urgent matter brings you to seek an audience with me? Dongfang Yunbing's voice was frosty as her gaze swept over the assembly. Palace Master, grave news. This lad has killed the young son of the Earth En sect leader and the illegitimate son of the Rakshasa Palace Master. Sun Tiancheng pointed at Yang Lingchen, his tone urgent as, oh, what if he is killed? It is not such a significant matter. Dongfang Yunbing replied nonchalantly, her expression unruffled. Palace Master, but those are the sons of the Earth En sect leader and the Rakshasa Palace Master. The Grand Elder Wang Batian interjected, worry etched upon his features that if I declare it a trivial matter, then it is indeed trivial. Do you have any objections? Dongfang Yunbing's eyes narrowed, causing the temperature in the room to plummet as a powerful pressure emanated from her. In no objections, the Grand Elder Wang Batian stammered, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Additionally, this girl has crippled Wang Xianfeng, leading to his demise in the ancient ruins, Sun Tiancheng continued, casting a glance at Feng Xueqing. What did you say, Sun Tiancheng? Wang Batian turned abruptly, his eyes wide with shock. Grand Elder, according to the disciples present, it was because Wang sought to seize the treasures from Feng Xueqing that he was ultimately crippled by her, leading to his death in the ancient ruins, Sun Tiancheng stated calmly. How could my peak die? This girl is merely at the 5th level of the profound realm. How could she possibly be a match for him? Wang Batian declared passionately, his emotions spiraling out of control. That I cannot say, Sun Tiancheng replied, shaking his head. Wretched girl, seeking death. Wang Batian's eyes turned icy as he swiftly struck a palm towards Feng Xueqing. Chapter 38. The crippling of Lingchen. Suddenly, an aura of extreme cold and terror surged forth, sweeping over the grand hall like a tidal wave. Dongfang Yunbing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her jade-like slender hand instantly unleashed a dazzling beam of white light, which roared forth and crashed into Wang Batian. Bang! With a deafening sound, Wang Batian's figure was sent flying like a kite with a severed string. A mouthful of blood erupting from his lips, tracing a shocking arc through the air. Wang Batian, how dare you act against me in my presence? Dongfang Yunbing's gaze seemed to harbor the stare of death. Locking onto Wang Batian that instant, Wang Batian felt as though he had plunged into an eternal ice cavern, trembling uncontrollably as he hastily bowed, saying, "Palace Master, please quell your anger. I acted thoughtlessly and committed a grave mistake. I beseech the Palace Master to impose punishment. The matter is quite clear. Wang Xianfeng's death is entirely of his own making. This concludes our discussion. Everyone may withdraw." Dongfang Yunbing's voice carried an icy edge, akin to the frost of winter. "Yes, Palace Master." The assembled elders bowed respectfully, trembling as they retreated in a mysterious cave within the Asking Heaven Palace. A tall and extraordinarily handsome young man emerged slowly. Dongfang's senior brother, you have emerged from seclusion? Li Xini hurriedly approached, her face alight with joy. "Yes, where are Xianfeng and Tianxing?" Dongfang Jie inquired, concern lacing his voice. "Wang's senior brother and my elder brother have been slain," Li Xini whispered, her tone thick with sorrow and anger. "That it was Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing," she added, her eyes brimming with malice. "Yang Lingchen, Feng Xueqing. Why have I not heard of them before?" Dongfang Jie frowned slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his features. "They are new disciples who recently entered the inner sect following the outer sect competition." That Li Xini hurriedly recounted their backgrounds in detail. "Such audacity, daring to kill my people. Take me to find them." Dongfang Jie's eyes turned icy, as if capable of freezing the very air. "Yes, Dongfang's senior brother," Li Xini replied, hastily leading the way. Upon exiting the Palace Master's hall, Yang Lingchen finally exhaled deeply. "Would you not care to sit with me?" Yang Lingchen smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth curling up in a teasing manner. The two strolled towards Feng Xueqing's residence, exchanging light banter. That moment, a man and a woman approached from ahead. The man was strikingly handsome and exuded an air of arrogance, his presence oppressive like an unfathomable abyss. This man was Dongfang Jie, the envoy responsible for recruiting new disciples in Hanyang City. With just a glance, Yang Lingchen could keenly sense the terrifying power of the other, akin to an insurmountable mountain, upon seeing the girl's visage. Yang Lingchen's brows furrowed slightly, for she was none other than Li Tianxing's sister, Li Xini. "You lad, I did not expect you to be Yang Lingchen. You have truly surprised me," Dongfang Jie declared haughtily, his eyes filled with disdain, as though Yang Lingchen were nothing more than an insect in his sight. "Dongfang's senior brother, may I inquire why you are obstructing my path?" Yang Lingchen suppressed his unease and asked, "Did you kill Li Tianxing and Wang Xianfeng?" Dongfang Jie's icy gaze bore down on Yang Lingchen, as if it could pierce him through. "You dare to harm my people?" Dongfang Jie's eyes narrowed, swiftly striking out with the palm, the wind from his hand howling as it hurtled towards Yang Lingchen. Though it was merely a single strike, Yang Lingchen felt the terrifying energy contained within, as if it could obliterate worlds. Without time to think, Yang Lingchen quickly shielded Feng Xueqing behind him, countering with a palm strike of his own. The immense disparity in power became immediately apparent. Yang Lingchen was sent reeling, blood spurting from his mouth and painting the air with crimson mist. "You dare to harm the man of this young lady. You are courting death in an instant." Feng Xueqing's aura surged dramatically, as if she had unlocked some formidable restriction, unleashing a terrifying presence. With a swift motion, Feng Xueqing struck out, and the air around her rippled visibly under the force of her power. Bang! Ah-da-da! Dongfang Jie was thrown back by the unexpected blow, his body tracing an arc through the air. Yet before he could land, Feng Xueqing darted forward like a specter. Slap, 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 slap. "Is my lady's man someone you can strike?" Feng Xueqing rained down dozens of slaps upon Dongfang Jie's face, her speed akin to lightning, until he was rendered unconscious. Witnessing the terrifying display of Feng Xueqing, Yang Lingchen was left dumbfounded, his heart filled with astonishment. When did this little tigress become so formidable? Her power is simply terrifying. Slap. The foul-mouthed woman glared. "What are you looking at? Are you dissatisfied?" With a sharp command, Feng Xueqing struck fiercely, sending Li Xini sprawling. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yang Lingchen, Feng Xueqing, you have the audacity to strike and injure senior brother Dongfang. Do you even comprehend who he is? Li Xini's gaze was venomous, akin to that of a malicious serpent. As she glowered at Yang Lingchen, Slap that slap that slap. Young Lingchen, uninterested in engaging in her rhetoric, retaliated with a flurry of crisp slaps that echoed loudly. Duh. In mere moments, Licini's visage became grotesquely swollen, resembling that of a pig. Enough. At this juncture, Elder Ling Chenzi from the inner sect hurriedly approached. However, Yang Lingchen showed no signs of relenting, delivering a powerful blow to Licini's dantian. For this vile woman, Yang Lingchen sought to eliminate any chance of retaliation, determined to render her utterly incapacitated. Yang Lingchen, you shall not escape unscathed. Senior brother Dongfang will not let this go. Licini's voice dripped with malice. Filled with despair and fury did I end that moment. She was consumed by hopelessness. Fully aware that Yang Lingchen had rendered her powerless, yet her heart brimmed with resentment for having not yet avenged her brother. As for whether I survive, you need not concern yourself. You are already finished. I shall spare your wretched life, allowing you to live in this world as lowly as an ant. Yang Lingchen sneered, his gaze steeped in disdain, observing the battered Dongfang Jie and Licini. Ling Chenzi bellowed, Yang Lingchen, how dare you openly commit such violence, crippling another's cultivation? Elder Ling, it is this vile woman who dared to reduce this holy son to such a state. Should she not be apprehended? Dongfang Jie, regaining consciousness, struggled to rise, his appearance utterly disheveled. You are Dongfang Jie. Ling Chenzi gazed at him incredulously, unable to fathom that the once untouchable Dongfang Jie was now in such a pitiful condition. Even more astonishing was the fact that the perpetrator appeared to be a seemingly fragile young girl. Seize them, Ling Chenzi commanded loudly. Dongfang Jie was the nephew of the palace master and the holy son of Tianyuan Palace. This matter demanded his utmost attention. And you little bastard, you are doomed for daring to cripple the holy son. This was an exceptional dual cultivation partner. He had not yet enjoyed her company. And now she had been ruined by Yang Lingchen. Slap. Feng Shuiqing unleashed several more slaps, coldly declaring, Do you believe this young lady could kill you right now? Wretched girl, you are finished. No one can save you. Dongfang Jie hissed, his eyes cold with hatred. Slap. Seeking death, Feng Shuiqing struck again. Dongfang Jie wailed in agony once more. Stop. Quickly apprehend them. Ling Chenzi shouted. At that moment, a squad of law enforcement officers swiftly surrounded Yang Lingchen. With a venomous glare, Licini sneered. Ha. Yang Lingchen, even if you ruin me, your fate will be no better, for senior brother Dongfang is the palace master's nephew. Did I end this moment? Licini's eyes were filled with deep-seated malice. Despite her own ruin, she firmly believed that Yang Lingchen's demise would be even more tragic. Just then, a clear voice rang out as Lin Yuro hurriedly approached. Elder Ling, the palace master requests that you bring them to the main hall. The palace master wishes to see them? Ling Chenzi frowned, mentally noting the palace master's concern for her nephew. Yang Lingchen, soon your fate will be worse than mine, Licini spat, her voice laden with curses. Foolish woman, Yang Lingchen scoffed, his expression one of utter contempt. Chapter 39. Shuiqing's identity in the Tianfeng world. Within the Feng clan, the head of the family remarked, Just now, the young lady summoned the power of the phoenix. We have pinpointed her location in the small world. Where is Shuiqing now? A middle-aged man, adorned in phoenix robes, asked anxiously. The young lady has descended to the lower realm, the elderly woman replied cautiously. This child is becoming increasingly reckless. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed, a look of displeasure crossing his features. Indeed, head of the family, the elderly woman responded, Did I end the main hall of Tianyuan Palace? Upon returning, Yang Lingchen kept his head bowed, feeling a twinge of anxiety, that he was uncertain whether his master would reprimand him for the recent troubles he had stirred. But we pay our respects to the palace master. The gathered crowd bowed in unison. Ling Chenzi recounted the events as they had unfolded. Feng Shuiqing struck Dongfang Jie. Dongfang Yunbing's brows furrowed slightly. Her expression one of confusion, for she knew her nephew's cultivation far surpassed that of Feng Shuiqing. And this wretched woman must have employed some kind of sorcery. That is why my nephew was reduced to such a state, Dongfang Jie hastily explained. Feng Shuiqing, why did you attack Dongfang Jie? Dongfang Yunbing inquired coolly. This brat dared to strike my man. That I did not kill him is already quite merciful, Feng Shuiqing replied icily, her voice sharp. Dongfang Jie, why did you strike Yang Lingchen? Upon hearing that Yang Lingchen had been attacked, a flicker of cold light flashed in Dongfang Yunbing's eyes. Well, that I heard he killed Wang Xianfeng and Li Tianxing, so I sought to teach him a lesson, Dongfang Jie stammered, intimidated by the fierce gaze of Dongfang Yunbing. Chun'er, are you unharmed? Dongfang Yunbing's tone softened instantly, filled with concern. What is happening? As soon as her words fell, cold sweat broke out on Lingchen's forehead. For the first time in many years, he witnessed the palace master speaking with such gentleness. Thankfully, he had refrained from punishing young Lingchen earlier. It is fortunate you are well. Dongfang Yunbing continued. I have some understanding of the matter between Li Sini and Yang Lingchen. Let this matter rest. Everyone, you may leave. Yes, palace master. Lingchen bowed and took his leave at this moment. Dongfang Jie stood in a daze, shocked to realize that his most doting aunt was the master of this young man. Meanwhile, Li Sini's expression was one of despair and resentment as she fixed her venomous gaze on Yang Lingchen. I cannot accept this. I will seek revenge. Suddenly, Li Sini coughed up blood and fainted. Yang Lingchen did not cast another glance at her. Even if her eyes were filled with venom, what could it change? Her Dantian was irreparably damaged. In the Tianwu continent, no one could save her. You vile rogue, I have avenged you today. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Feng Xueqing teased, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Of course. I am fully prepared to offer myself in return. Yang Lingchen grinned, his lips curling upward. I refuse. Feng Xueqing playfully pouted. I am hungry. Come to my place. I'll prepare a feast for you. Yang Lingchen smiled gently, taking her hand as they made their way to the Tian Pavilion. The Tian Pavilion. Feng Xueqing took a sip of red wine and cooed. You rogue, how is it that your cooking is so delectable? If you enjoy it, I shall cook for you for a lifetime. I am well versed in many cuisines. Yang Lingchen replied with a smile. You better keep your word. Feng Xueqing playfully admonished, a sweet smile gracing her lips. By the way, Xueqing, how did you suddenly become so formidable? Yang Lingchen inquired, curiosity etched on his face. What if I told you I come from another world? Would you believe me? Feng Xueqing blinked her sparkling eyes. That I would believe it, for you possess an ethereal aura that does not belong to this realm. Yang Lingchen mused thoughtfully. That I in truth. I hail from a distant place known as the Tianfeng world, Feng Xueqing stated earnestly. Yang Lingchen furrowed his brow, asking, Tianfeng world. How did you arrive in the Tianwu continent? I stumbled upon the Tianwu continent by chance. Hence I sealed my cultivation to experience the journey from weakness to strength once more. Feng Xueqing explained. That is this truly the case. You are not jesting? Yang Lingchen's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on her. It is absolutely true, Feng Xueqing affirmed with unwavering confidence. What was your cultivation level before sealing it? Yang Lingchen pressed further. In short, it surpassed the laws of the Tianwu continent. Should I unseal my powers now, the very rules of heaven and earth would be thrown into chaos. Feng Xueqing replied solemnly. With such prowess, will you not become abusive in the future? Yang Lingchen asked, concern etched across his features. That remains to be seen. If you treat me well, I shall not become abusive, Feng Xueqing replied with a playful smile. Xueqing, why not move in with me? I have plenty of rooms, Yang Lingchen proposed eagerly. You are not trying to take advantage of me, are you? Feng Xueqing asked playfully, her eyes glinting with caution. How could that be? Do you still doubt my character? Yang Lingchen said earnestly, patting his chest. You have character? Feng Xueqing sneered. You're nothing but a lecher. You little brat. How dare you speak to your husband like that? Just watch how I deal with you. Yang Lingchen immediately began to tickle Feng Xueqing, and the two engaged in playful banter, creating an atmosphere that was exceedingly warm. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Throughout this time, Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing had been inseparable, and their relationship continued to deepen. One night, as Yang Lingchen was preparing to cultivate, he heard a knock on the door. He hurriedly opened it to find Feng Xueqing standing there in a sheer nightgown. The delicate fabric clung to her alluring figure, accentuating her tantalizing curves and the modesty of her bosom, evoking a mesmerizing visual impact. The sight was so intoxicating that Yang Lingchen nearly suffered a nosebleed. You rogue, may I sleep with you tonight? Feng Xueqing asked, her big watery eyes blinking innocently, her voice sweet and soft. Of course, absolutely. Yang Lingchen exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement, thinking to himself, is my blissful life finally arriving? I enjoy being held by you, but you can only hold me, nothing more. Can you manage that? Feng Xueqing said sweetly, a hint of shyness gracing her features. How can you dress like this and expect me to only hold you while forbidding anything else? Isn't that a form of torture? Young Lingchen protested that no problem. He replied reluctantly, though he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, realizing he had no choice but to comply. Just a hug is fine. We'll take it step by step. Patience is key. Rogue, you seem quite unwilling. Feng Xueqing teased, her lips pouting adorably. How could that be? I'm thrilled. Come in quickly. Yang Lingchen urged as he pulled her inside. Xueqing, why not remove your clothing to sleep? It would be beneficial for your development, he suggested with a mischievous grin. You rogue. What are you planning? I warn you, you can only hold me. No funny business or you'll face the consequences, Feng Xueqing admonished, her beautiful eyes wide with indignation. Rest assured, my dear Xueqing, my character is renowned for its integrity, Yang Lingchen assured her with a solemn demeanor. Before long, they found themselves lying on the bed, and Feng Xueqing fell asleep shortly after. However, Yang Lingchen could not find rest. The beauty in his arms made it impossible to sleep without movement that I end the stillness of the night. Feng Xueqing groggily exclaimed, You rogue! What is that? Oh, my apologies. I forgot to put away my weapon. Yang Lingchen replied, shifting slightly. All right, let's sleep. Chapter 40. Feng Xueqing's departure after a torturous night. Morning finally broke. Yang Lingchen emerged with dark circles under his eyes, his steps unsteady, appearing utterly drained of energy. You rogue! Did you not sleep well last night? Feng Xueqing's gentle voice inquired. Not at all. I slept quite soundly. Yang Lingchen instantly denied that I did too. I slept so comfortably that from now on, I'll be sleeping here. Feng Xueqing smiled sweetly, her expression blooming like spring flowers, radiant and enchanting that we've hugged, we've kissed. And now you won't let me do anything else. Isn't that a bit much? Yang Lingchen lamented with a frown. When will we take our relationship a step further? He asked, a flattering smile plastered on his face. Then aren't we close enough already? Feng Xueqing raised an eyebrow, pouting adorably. Ahem, that what I meant was, when will we have a child? Yang Lingchen chuckled awkwardly. Umph, you rogue, I'm still quite young, and you already have such thoughts. Your mind is rather filthy. Feng Xueqing scolded, her expression a delightful mix of indignation and charm. Oh dear readers, am I truly filthy? Am I really so depraved? Yang Lingchen questioned himself, filled with helplessness. Time flew by, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the aid of the eternal mysterious milk, Yang Lingchen's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Achieving rapid progress, that he successfully broke through from the 5th layer of the Tongxian realm to the 1st layer of the Wenxi realm. Fortunately, he still possessed over 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, all obtained through perilous adventures in ancient ruins. Yang Lingchen estimated that his current strength should be enough to contend with powerful adversaries at the 9th layer of the Wenxi realm. One night, Feng Xueqing suddenly furrowed her brow, her complexion turning pale as paper. Xueqing, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Yang Lingchen asked, concern flooding his heart as he gently held her in his arms. Rogue, if one day I suddenly leave, will you still remember me? Feng Xueqing's eyes, clear as water, began to glisten, her voice trembling. Xueqing, what's wrong? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Yang Lingchen felt a sense of foreboding rising within him, his expression tense. Feng Xueqing looked at him intently and asked again, her gaze filled with expectation and unease. Rogue, remember your promise. You must remember, I am from the Feng clan of the Tianfeng world. The youngest daughter of the clan leader. I believe with your talent, you will surely find your way there. Feng Xueqing's expression was earnest, her eyes brimming with trust and hope. Xueqing, tell me, are you planning to leave? Yang Lingchen's heart sank, tightly holding Feng Xueqing in his embrace, his voice filled with panic and helplessness. Yes, Feng Xueqing nodded helplessly. My family has sensed my presence and will likely find their way here soon. In that moment, her exquisite eyes filled with tears, cascading down her cheeks like a torrential flood. Xueqing, you don't want to leave, do you? Yang Lingchen's eyes also moistened, feeling small and powerless that of course I don't want to leave. But if I stay, it will endanger the entire Tianwu continent. Yang Lingchen's tone was resolute, as if he had sworn an unbreakable oath. Brother Chun, remember your words. I will wait for you in the Tianfeng world. Feng Xueqing's gaze was filled with reluctance as she earnestly urged, my family is coming. You must not get too close to me, or you will be in danger. Suddenly, The entire Tianwu began to tremble violently. The sky darkening with ominous clouds, thunder rumbling as if doomsday had arrived. In that instant, a massive crack appeared in the void, and two figures swiftly emerged from the rift. One was an elderly woman with snow-white hair and smooth skin, followed by a strikingly handsome and arrogant young man. In an instant, the two figures appeared at Tian Pavilion. "Kid, release Xueqing, or I will annihilate your entire clan." The young man's eyes were filled with an icy, bone-chilling murderous intent, sending shivers down one's spine. Young Lingchen emitted a muffled grunt. Though the young man merely cast a casual glance his way, it felt as though he had been struck hard, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. "Chen Zixuan, that bastard! I will kill you one day." Feng Xueqing glared fiercely, positioning herself protectively in front of Yang Lingchen, her beautiful eyes radiating a cold fury. "Xueqing, who is this kid?" Chen Zixuan inquired with a hint of hostility in his gaze. "Who he is none of your concern. If you dare lay a hand on him again, don't blame me for being rude." Feng Xueqing shot a cold glare at Chen Zixuan before turning to Yang Lingchen, her expression filled with concern. "Are you all right? It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about," Yang Lingchen replied with a calm smile, doing his best to appear unfazed. The elderly woman's face bore a gentle smile, yet her tone was unwavering. "Child, may I stay a few more days?" Feng Xueqing's eyes were filled with pleading, looking pitiful. "He is a friend I met here," she explained, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. "Friends are fine, but if your father finds out, the consequences will be dire," the elderly woman warned, her gaze carrying a note of caution. "Can you give me a little time? I want to say goodbye," Feng Xueqing pleaded, her eyes brimming with desperation, her voice tinged with sorrow. "I can only grant you 1 hour. After that, you must leave with me," the elderly woman stated firmly. "Yes, thank you, Grandma." Feng Xueqing nodded, gratitude evident in her eyes. "Kid, you better behave yourself, that if you dare harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards Xueqing, I will ensure you are utterly destroyed," Chen Zixuan threatened, his gaze glinting coldly. "Let us go. Give Xueqing some time to bid farewell," the elderly woman instructed. "Yes, grandmother." Chen Zixuan nodded, feeling a sense of caution before the elderly woman, hesitant to act recklessly. A surge of rage boiled within Yang Lingchen as he thought, "Damn you. I shall eradicate your entire lineage." He etched the visage of his adversary deep into his memory. "You vile scoundrel, I shall await your approach until the day my life draws to a close." At that moment, Feng Xueqing could no longer contain her emotions. She threw herself into Yang Lingchen's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Rest assured, no one in this world can thwart our union. When we meet again, should anyone dare to impede me, I will annihilate their entire clan. Indeed, I believe in you," Feng Xueqing replied with a smile, yet tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. Yang Lingchen's heart ached fiercely since his arrival in this world. Feng Xueqing was the first girl he had genuinely cherished, and she remained his favorite. Yet he felt powerless to keep her by his side, a torment that no one could comprehend at that moment. Yang Lingchen yearned desperately for strength, knowing that only with formidable power could he secure his love and protect the one he adored. "Then give me something, lest I succumb to longing for you." Feng Xueqing blinked her tear-filled eyes, gazing at Yang Lingchen with eager anticipation. "Xueqing, follow me." Yang Lingchen took her hand and led her to a bronze mirror, then retrieved some ink and brush. They sat before the mirror as Yang Lingchen began to sketch their portraits. This was undoubtedly the most focused moment of his life. Each stroke was painstakingly crafted, his gaze imbued with profound affection and concentration. Before long, a beautiful traditional Chinese sketch emerged, capturing them with lifelike precision. Yang Lingchen clad in a groom's robe from the Han Dynasty, exuding elegance, while Feng Xueqing donned a wedding dress, radiant as a celestial being. "You rogue, you have captured my beauty splendidly, and you look quite dashing yourself. Yet I have never seen such exquisite attire before." Feng Xueqing's voice was soft, brimming with joy. "This is a ceremonial wedding garment of a great nation. Do you like it?" Yang Lingchen replied with a smile that radiated warmth. "That I do." Feng Xueqing beamed, her smile as comforting as the spring sun. "Then, when we meet again, I shall personally craft one for you," Yang Lingchen promised, his tone filled with conviction. "You must not deceive me, or you shall face my wrath." Feng Xueqing teased, her face alight with happiness. "Quickly, put this drawing away. Take it out whenever you miss me, young Lingchen urged, his eyes full of reluctance. All right. Feng Xueqing carefully tucked the drawing away, as if fearing it would be damaged. Her movements gentle and sincere. She tilted her head back and softly said, You rogue, I wish for you to kiss me once more. Yang Lingchen gazed deeply into Feng Xueqing's eyes and slowly lowered his head. This kiss was cherished by both, as Feng Xueqing poured all her emotions into it, a fervor she had never displayed before. After a long moment, Yang Lingchen reluctantly released Feng Xueqing to Qing'a. We must take our leave. Just then, the elderly woman reappeared in the Cuelong pavilion, her voice shattering the tranquil atmosphere. Feng Xueqing nodded and followed the woman into the depths of the void. Yang Lingchen remained silent, quietly watching her silhouette until it vanished beyond the horizon. Once the elderly woman departed, the world order of Tianwu continent returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. However, the high-ranking officials of Tianyu Palace were acutely aware of the events, for the terrifying pressure that had enveloped the palace had rendered everyone immobile until the woman's exit lifted the oppressive force. Chapter 41. Deceiving Ling Yinyan. Yang Lingchen stood rooted in place, utterly motionless, his gaze fixed on the direction where Feng Xueqing had vanished. In that moment, he felt as though his soul had been extracted. Rendered speechless, for the first time in his life, he deeply sensed his insignificance and helplessness. A mere glance from her had nearly overwhelmed him. Chinner, are you all right? At some point, Dongfang Yunbing's graceful figure had silently appeared in the Cuelong pavilion. Moments ago, the sky had torn asunder, revealing two terrifying figures that instilled dread. The overwhelming pressure had nearly suffocated her. Although Dongfang Yunbing had been immobilized by that fearsome force, she had witnessed the shocking descent of those formidable beings. Consumed with worry for Yang Lingchen, she rushed to the Telong pavilion as soon as the pressure dissipated. Master, Xueqing has departed. Yang Lingchen's voice was hoarse, each word laced with profound sorrow and despair. Feng Xueqing? Where has she gone? Dongfang Yunbing was aware of Feng Xueqing's residence in the Cuelong pavilion and had previously been quite displeased about it. However, upon realizing that Feng Xueqing had maintained her purity, her mood had eased somewhat. The chilling pressure they had felt was released by the very beings who had come to escort her. Yang Lingchen's voice was low and suppressed, imbued with a deep sense of powerlessness. No wonder in that instant, Dongfang Yunbing finally comprehended why Feng Xueqing had so effortlessly turned Dongfang Jie into a pig's head. Do you love her deeply? Dongfang Yunbing's tone remained as calm as a placid lake. Yes. Yang Lingchen nodded vigorously, his gaze resolute and unwavering. Dongfang Yunbing's voice softened, imbued with encouragement and hope. Thank you, Master, I shall strive to regain my composure. Yang Lingchen declared with determination in 2 months, the Grand Set competition of Beixian Domain will commence. This is a stage for the younger generation of Beixian Domain to showcase their talents. I hope you can represent Tianyu Palace and achieve an outstanding rank. Dongfang Yunbing spoke earnestly. Rest assured, Master, I will give it my all. You must adjust your mindset and focus on your training. In this world, only the strong have the right to dictate the rules, while the weak are compelled to obey. With that, Dongfang Yunbing turned and departed, her silhouette gradually fading from Yang Lingchen's sight. Only the strong can set the rules. A glimmer of unwavering resolve flashed in Yang Lingchen's eyes. In the blink of an eye. A month had swiftly passed. Throughout this entire month, Yang Lingchen had been consumed by fervent training. In the meantime, he successfully broke through to the second layer of the Wunshu realm. By day, he diligently practiced various martial techniques. And by night, he cultivated in the Haotian jade space. After a month of arduous effort, Yang Lingchen gradually emerged from the shadow of Feng Xueqing's departure point. One day, Ling Yinyan arrived at the Telong pavilion with a light, graceful step. Yang Lingchen, have you completely forgotten the promise you made to me? Ling Yanhua's voice was frosty, laced with a hint of chill. I forgot. And what of it? What can you do to me? Yang Lingchen shot her an exasperated glance. Yang Lingchen, today, I shall teach you a lesson. With that, Ling Yinyan shouted, her jade palm thrusting towards Yang Lingchen. Ling Yinyan, are you out of your mind? Yang Lingchen swiftly dodged to the side and, with a lightning-quick motion, grasped her right hand firmly. This moment, Ling Yinyan was utterly shocked. Although her earlier strike had been made with full force, she was a formidable warrior at the 9th layer of the Wunshu realm. How could she be so easily subdued by this brat? Without a moment to ponder, Ling Yinyan struck out with her left hand once more, aiming at Yang Lingchen. In response, Yang Lingchen executed a deft capture technique, securing her left hand again. Bang da 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 da. Yang Lingchen let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to the ground, rolling and wailing in apparent agony. Yang Lingchen, you did all right? Ling Yinyan asked anxiously, her delicate face a picture of panic and uncertainty, utterly at a loss for what to do. She never anticipated that Yang Lingchen would not evade her attack. What to do? I can't have truly crippled him. Can I? Ling Yinyan was now thoroughly flustered, her heart filled with regret for her earlier impulsiveness that if she had been more observant, she would have realized that Yang Lingchen was merely pretending. After howling for a while, Yang Lingchen lay on the ground, his eyes vacant and devoid of life, as if he had lost all will to live. Yang Lingchen, are you all right? Ling Yinyan asked again, her tone tinged with urgency. Ling Yinyan, you have a cruel heart, but my life is now utterly ruined because of you. Tears of despair streamed from Yang Lingchen's eyes. Ling Yinyan hurried over to him, whispering, I'm sorry, I truly didn't mean it. I acted in haste, my mind was clouded, and I lashed out. Alas, Shueching has left, and now I am reduced to this state. What meaning is there in living? I might as well die. Yang Lingchen lamented, raising his hand to strike his forehead with force. Yang Lingchen, please calm down. Your talent is truly exceptional. Do not engage in such foolish acts. Ling Yinyan hastily reached out to stop Yang Lingchen's hand. Do not hold me back. Let me die and be done with it. What use is talent if I can't even find a wife? Even if I become the strongest in the world, I will still be mercilessly mocked as a eunuch who cannot find a partner. Having said this, Yang Lingchen once again raised his palm towards his forehead. Yang Lingchen, please remain composed as long as you do not act recklessly. I would be willing to marry you. Ling Yinyan clenched her teeth, summoning immense courage as she spoke. Sister Yinyan, would you truly be willing to be my wife? A glimmer of hope reignited in Yang Lingchen's eyes. Of course I would. As long as you can regain your spirits, I will always be by your side as your wife. Ling Yinyan's gaze was unwavering. Did Dio not comfort me? How could you possibly want to marry a eunuch? I might as well die. Yang Lingchen's expression was one of despair, as if he had lost all will to live. Yang Lingchen, please be calm. That I speak only the truth. How about I vow to you? Ling Yinyan hurriedly tried to reassure him. Then you must vow to be my woman for life. Yang Lingchen's face was filled with sorrow, his voice trembling. Very well. I, Ling Yinyan, vow to be Yang Lingchen's woman for life. Should I ever renege, may I never find peace in the afterlife. Ling Yinyan solemnly made her vow. There is no need to make such a grave vow. At that moment, Yang Lingchen felt he might have overstepped. If I do not vow fiercely, what if you lose hope? Rest assured, I, Ling Yinyan, always keep my promises that I shall be your woman this lifetime, but you must help me deal with Sikong Jie. Who is Sikong Jie? Yang Lingchen raised an eyebrow, questioning with curiosity. Sikong Jie is the foremost saint's son of Tianyuan Palace, and also the grandson of the palace's elder. Ling Yinyan slowly began to explain. What is your relationship with him? Yang Lingchen continued to inquire. Moreover, he has been unruly and reckless, relying on his status as the elder's grandson. That is why I wagered with him. If I can find a disciple in Tianyuan Palace to defeat him, he will cease his pursuit of me. Ling Yinyan elaborated. That is a trivial matter. Leave it to me. Accompany me to the exchange hall. I need to exchange for some medicinal herbs for the Wushu realm. Yang Lingchen stated confidently. How have you advanced to the Wushu realm so swiftly? Ling Yinyan was filled with curiosity. Yang Lingchen's rate of breakthroughs was astonishing, and the fact that he had just reached the Wushu realm yet could defeat her, who was at the 9th level of Wushu, was indeed remarkable. Your man is a genius, you see. Yang Lingchen replied with a smug expression, pride emanating from him. Sikong Shixiao, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Wang Yuan respectfully bowed as he greeted him. Wang Yuan, what brings you to me? Sikong Jie's voice was icy, his gaze emanating a chilling aura. Someone dares to covet the Saintess Yinyan. Wang Yuan hurriedly conveyed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Who has the audacity to compete with me for a woman? Sikong Jie's voice was as cold as the depths of the 9 hells, his expression darkening like the sky before a storm. Chapter 42. The revelation. As Yang Lingchen and Ling Yinyan made their appearance in the exchange hall, they immediately drew the attention of numerous inner disciples and core members. Although Ling Yinyan had previously declared that Yang Lingchen was her man, it was only when they witnessed Yang Lingchen holding Ling Yinyan's hand tightly that they became convinced. However, the gazes directed at Yang Lingchen were tinged with pity. For anyone who had previously harbored inappropriate thoughts towards Ling Yinyan had met with a tragic end. After Yang Lingchen exchanged for some herbs in the hall, he and Ling Yinyan prepared to leave. However, just as they stepped outside, a figure suddenly approached and stood directly in front of Yang Lingchen. Clad in a purple gold robe and adorned with a crown, this man possessed an extraordinary appearance. Yet he radiated a dangerously threatening aura. Yang Lingchen's first impression was that this person was exceptionally strong, the most formidable disciple he had encountered since breaking through to the Wushu realm. At that moment, Ling Yinyan suddenly clung tightly to Yang Lingchen's arm. Yang Lingchen sensed her change and fixed his gaze intently on the man in the golden robe. "Yinyan, do you truly believe that simply finding a fool could allow you to best me?" Sikong Jie's face twisted into a mocking smile, his tone dripping with scorn. "You are the fool. Your entire family is filled with fools, and you are simply not worthy of Yinyan." Yang Lingchen's anger flared instantly, as he did not hesitate to retort. Following this, he embraced Ling Yinyan and, in front of everyone, passionately kissed her on the lips. "You are courting death." Sikong Jie's expression darkened, and without further ado, he raised his hand to strike Yang Lingchen fiercely. In that instant, his sole intention was to obliterate the audacious young man before him. "Courting death? I am seeking your demise." Yang Lingchen showed no fear, swinging his staff with force, unleashing a fierce strike that surged towards Sikong Jie. Bang! With a resounding clash, both men were forced to step back several paces. That all you've got? And you dare to pose before me?" Yang Lingchen gripped his staff, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. Sikong Jie's face darkened, his right hand subtly rubbing behind his back. The previous blow had caused him to suffer a hidden disadvantage due to Yang Lingchen's weapon. "Yinyan, how was my dogfighting technique just now?" Yang Lingchen asked with a devilish grin. "Seemed quite mediocre. Not only did you fail to defeat the dog, but it didn't even bark," Ling Yinyan replied earnestly, shaking her head. "Then I shall strike it down with my next blow." Yang Lingchen smiled lightly, his demeanor relaxed. "You have successfully infuriated me, and now you shall deeply understand what it means to wish for death." Sikong Jie seethed, his gaze cold and filled with malice, as if he intended to devour Yang Lingchen whole. "Fear not, my wife Yinyan. He is merely an enraged mad dog. That I have my staff at the ready." Yang Lingchen smiled, comforting Ling Yinyan beside him. "You are seeking death." At that moment, Sikong Jie could no longer contain himself. It was the first time in his life within Tinyuan Palace that someone dared to provoke him so audaciously. "Come at me, you foolish dog." Yang Lingchen taunted, swinging his staff with cold laughter. "Die!" Sikong Jie roared, unleashing a fierce sword aura that slashed towards Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen swiftly dodged, drawing his sword and executing the god-slaying sword technique against Sikong Jie. Clang, clang, clang. They exchanged blows for several rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. However, Yang Lingchen still had his trump card, the soul-devouring slash. "Stop!" At that moment, the figure of the law elder, Lingchen abruptly appeared and forcibly separated Yang Lingchen and Sikong Jie. Lingchen's expression was grim. He had long been aware of the battle occurring here. Seeing that it was Yang Lingchen and Sikong Jie engaged in fierce combat, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. One was the elder's grandson, and the other was the disciple of the palace master. How was he to enforce the law? "Yang Lingchen, Sikong Jie, how dare you publicly battle here? What kind of decorum is this?" Lingchen's voice was heavy with authority. "You are Yang Lingchen, correct?" Sikong Jie's expression was as dark as water, his gaze filled with frost. "Indeed, your father is Yang Lingchen," Yang Lingchen replied with a smile, a hint of mockery in his tone. "You little bastard, you seek death." Sikong Jie seethed in anger, raising his sword to strike fiercely at Yang Lingchen. "Who are you calling a little bastard?" Yang Lingchen retaliated without hesitation, meeting Sikong Jie's sword aura head-on. "I am calling you a little bastard." "Oh, calling me a little bastard? Ha ha! But I will kill you." At that moment, Sikong Jie had descended into madness, and even Lingchen found it difficult to intervene. Around them, countless disciples had gathered, drawn by the commotion. "Foolish dog! You are nothing!" Yang Lingchen taunted while countering. Laughter erupted from the crowd. At that moment, the disciples of Tinyuan Palace finally witnessed what true wit could accomplish. If you do not cease this at once, do not blame me for being ungracious. Lingchen thundered, once more forcibly separating the two. Elder Ling, it is not that I do not respect you. It is that this rabid dog pursued me relentlessly, and I had no choice but to retaliate. Yang Lingchen feigned helplessness. You little bastard, if you have the guts, let us fight on the life and death stage. Sikong Jie's face twisted in rage, his expression grotesque. Indeed, my husband. Ling Yinyun responded gently with a soft sound. Pooh. Watching the departing figures of Yang Lingchen and Ling Yinyun, Sikong Jie suddenly spewed a mouthful of old blood. At this moment, his gaze towards Yang Lingchen was filled with an unparalleled chill and resentment. Yang Lingchen's refusal to engage in a life-and-death battle with him was not out of fear, but rather because there was no deep-seated enmity between them, that he had no interest in such a nonsensical duel. That at Tiyun Pavilion, Yang Lingchen remarked, Your words are rather venomous, aren't they? You've quite literally made someone spit blood. Ling Yinyun smiled lightly, playfully chiding him that it's not that my words are particularly sharp. Rather, he is simply a young man with exceptionally poor psychological resilience, raised in pampered comfort, that a slight provocation from me has him in such a state. With such fragile mental fortitude and his arrogance, he will inevitably suffer greatly when he encounters someone stronger in the future. Yang Lingchen replied with a calm smile, his demeanor serene. You speak as if you were not a young person yourself. Ling Yinyun teased, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yang Lingchen. While I too am young, I am a young woman with a story. Once you delve deeper, you will inevitably be captivated by my charm. A hint of melancholy shone in Yang Lingchen's eyes, as if harboring boundless concerns. Yang Lingchen, are you tired? Shall I give you a massage? Ling Yinyun suddenly moved behind Yang Lingchen's chair and gently began to knead his shoulders. Why this sudden kindness? Yang Lingchen was caught off guard, astonished at her unexpected gentleness. I have vowed to be your woman for life, so of course, I must treat you well. Ling Yinyun's voice was enchanting. Akin to the song of a Oriole, as she massaged Yang Lingchen. Whether intentional or accidental, the sheer fabric of her garment slipped down unexpectedly. Yinyun, what are you trying to do? Yang Lingchen inquired, uncertain of her intentions. Feeling an involuntary tension rise within him, Ling Yinyun slowly stepped in front of him, grasping his collar firmly, her tone icy as she stated, Yang Lingchen, what do you have to say now? Do you owe me an explanation? Throughout their journey, she had increasingly felt something was amiss. Had she not incapacitated this boy? How could he still be so lively after battling with Situ Jie for so long? Yinyun, calm down, please don't act rashly. Yang Lingchen, feeling the grip on him, was immensely anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. How dare you deceive me? How can I remain calm? Ling Yinyun scolded vehemently, that I was wrong. Yinyun, please show mercy. Yang Lingchen pleaded, his face awash with panic. What about the vow I made? Ling Yinyun retorted sharply, her eyes filled with fury and resentment. Yinyun, since you swore to be my woman for life, and I am not incapacitated by you, shouldn't you be pleased? Do you truly wish to live like a widow? Yang Lingchen chuckled, attempting to diffuse the tense atmosphere with a light-hearted tone. Chapter 43. The Girl Within the Sword of Immortals and Demons. Lingchen. Are you there? Just then, Lin Yuro's melodious voice echoed from outside Tiyun Pavilion. Yinyun, you should let go now. Yang Lingchen continued to plead. I will spare you for now. Ling Yinyun huffed, finally releasing her grip. Yang Lingchen could not help but emit a piercing scream, large beads of sweat rolling down his face, his complexion turning pale instantly to AT that moment. Lin Yuro entered, her curiosity piqued. Yinyun, you're here too? Oh, Lingchen, what happened to you? I'm fine. I just accidentally bumped into something while walking. Yang Lingchen bent over, his voice trembling as he spoke. Yuro, what brings you here? Ling Yinyun inquired. The news of Lingchen and Situ Jie competing for your affections has spread throughout the entire Tianyuan Palace. So I came to check on you, Lin Yuro explained, her face alight with curiosity. Suppressing his pain, Yang Lingchen prepared tea for the two ladies. Then, hunched over, he staggered toward his room at tea that moment. All he wished was to inspect his injuries thoroughly. He felt as if he might burst from Ling Yinyun's last action. Yinyun, it's remarkable how accurate Elder Tianji's predictions were. It has barely been 6 months, and Lingchen can already hold his own against Situ Jie. Lin Yuro's face displayed astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide open. Indeed, this lad is quite the anomaly. Even I am no match for him now. Lingchen could not help but exclaim, her gaze revealing a complex emotion. Isn't that wonderful? You have already secured the wager against Sikong Jie. With Lingchen's rate of cultivation, he will soon surpass Sikong Jie, and at that point, you can completely rid yourself of his entanglements. Lin Yuro remarked, a smile gracing her lips. Yes, I too did not anticipate his rapid growth. Ling Yinyan nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction appearing on her face. By the way, Yinyan, did you just— Lin Yuro leaned in closer to Ling Yinyan, whispering softly. Nothing of the sort. He bumped into something on his own. Ling Yinyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly denied it, her eyes evasive. Who are you trying to fool? He is no fool. How could he possibly bump into that? Lin Yuro murmured, clearly skeptical. What reason do I have to deceive you? If you don't believe me, then so be it, Ling Yinyan retorted, turning her head away. When Yang Lingchen emerged once more, he found that Ling Yinyan and Lin Yuro had already departed. Once the two ladies had left, he quietly slipped into his Haotian jade space, carefully retrieving the sword of immortals and demons, ready to begin the process of refining and claiming it as his OWN that moment. Yang Lingchen infused his vital blood into the sword, simultaneously channeling his inner energy, fully focused on the ritual of refinement. This sword possessed remarkable quality. If he could completely refine it, the power it would unleash would far surpass that of any ordinary battle sword. However, just as he reached the most critical moment of the refinement, an unexpected occurrence took place. The sword of immortals and demons suddenly broke free from his grasp, emitting a melodious female voice. You naughty boy, what do you think you are doing? A spirit of the sword. Yang Lingchen exclaimed in shock, filled with astonishment, that he understood that ordinary spiritual and magical tools could not possess a spirit. Yet here was a soul residing within the sword of immortals and demons. You are the spirit. Your entire family is filled with spirits. The clear voice rang out again, laced with anger. Regardless of whether you are a spirit or not, I will refine you nonetheless. Yang Lingchen gritted his teeth and grasped the hilt of the sword, channeling his soul's power to resume the frantic refinement. Let go of your filthy hands. Do not touch me. The clear voice protested vehemently, filled with resistance. Yang Lingchen ignored her, remaining fully focused on the refinement of the sword. Just as his soul imprint was about to succeed in being inscribed upon the sword of immortals and demons, a tremendous pressure suddenly erupted from within it. Abruptly, an ethereal and breathtaking figure appeared before Yang Lingchen. You scoundrel, cease this at once. The stunning figure commanded angrily. You are not a spirit. Who are you? Yang Lingchen stepped back, clutching the sword, his expression wary as he regarded the exquisite apparition. Kneel, the beautiful figure emitted an aura of terrifying pressure once more. Yang Lingchen felt as if an immensely heavy mountain was pressing down upon him, causing his knees to buckle slightly. This pressure was comparable to that of the previous Elder Yu, if not more intense. No, I absolutely cannot kneel. This resolute thought echoed in Yang Lingchen's mind. Unbeknownst to him, he instinctively activated the Haotian ART. As he did so, the oppressive force before him vanished without a trace. You will soon know who I am. Now kneel before me and call me master, the beautiful figure commanded. Yang Lingchen bellowed back, immediately summoning the Haotian Jade, causing a formidable, vast pressure to surge toward the exquisite figure in the realm of Haotian Jade. Yang Lingchen was an absolute deity. Anyone who entered this space was subject to his complete dominance. What is this place? Cease at once. The beautiful figure cried out in alarm, panic evident in her voice. As the pressure mounted, the ethereal figure began to dissipate slowly. The beautiful figure let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yet she did not plead for mercy. Do you truly fear not for your life? Yang Lingchen paused, halting his exertion of the Haotian Jade, knowing that if he continued, the figure would vanish forever. You insignificant ant. Dare you demand I call you master? You have quite the audacity, the beautiful figure retorted coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. Such arrogance. Then perish. Yang Lingchen declared, preparing to activate the Haotian Jade once more. Scoundrel, cease this at once. The beautiful figure interjected urgently. Who are you? Why do you hide within the sword of immortals and demons? Yang Lingchen asked, his brow furrowing in concentration. That I wish to make a deal with you. I wonder if you might be interested? The beautiful figure proposed. What kind of deal? Yang Lingchen replied. Though I am not the spirit of the sword of immortals and demons, I can assist you in controlling it, that if you help me find the shaping grass, I can reconstruct my body at that time. Not only will I bestow upon you a tremendous fortune, but I will also help you locate the girl named Feng Shueqing. The exquisite, ethereal figure spoke. Do you know where Shueqing is? Young Lingchen urgently inquired. From my observations, that girl should belong to the Feng clan of the Tianfeng world, that if you assist me in reconstructing my body, I can take you to the Tianfeng world, the exquisite, ethereal figure replied. How can I trust that you are not deceiving me? Yang Lingchen's gaze was filled with skepticism as he spoke. You must place your trust in me, for the universe harbors countless parallel spaces. Without my guidance, you may never locate the Tianfeng world in your lifetime, the exquisite, ethereal figure asserted with unwavering certainty. Where shall I find the shaping grass? Yang Lingchen questioned. For now, you do not need to know, as your strength is far too inadequate, the exquisite, ethereal figure remarked, a hint of disdain evident in her eyes. This transaction is settled. How shall I address you? Yang Lingchen inquired. You may call me Ling if you wish for the Shima sword to unleash greater power. You must seek out some artifacts of equal level for it to devour, thus enabling it to swiftly advance to the level of Dao artifacts. The exquisite, ethereal figure explained. That I understand. Yang Lingchen nodded, that he was aware that many top-tier artifacts ascended in rank by consuming other artifacts. A fact he had come to know. Yang Lingchen successfully recognized the Shinma sword as his own and smoothly stored it within his dantian. Typically, spirit artifacts cannot be stored within the body. Only Dao artifacts that have undergone a successful recognition of ownership can be. Though the Shinma sword was merely a heavenly tier artifact at present, Yang Lingchen could discern that its former level was certainly not as simple as that of an artifact. Otherwise, it would not be possible to store it within his body. Following this, Yang Lingchen resumed alchemy. Now that he had broken through to the Wenshu realm, his demand for medicinal pills had significantly increased. Chapter 44. Departing for the Beishan Empire in the blink of an eye. 20 days had passed. During this time, Yang Lingchen's cultivation successfully reached the third layer of the Wenshu realm. His rapid breakthrough was primarily due to the powerful support of the supreme Wenshu pill. However, upon reaching the Wenshu realm, Yang Lingchen noticed a marked slowdown in his cultivation speed, alongside a dramatic increase in resource consumption. This time, Yang Lingchen had exhausted all his precious medicinal materials merely to break through a minor realm. Leaving him with scant contribution points to as his cultivation continued to rise, the resources consumed would inevitably escalate. One day, Lin Yuro visited Yang Lingchen's dwelling once again. Junior brother Lingchen, the Beishan Domain Grand Tournament begins in 10 days. Master has instructed us to gather in the Great Hall early tomorrow morning, Lin Yuro said, her expression tinged with anticipation. Are we departing so soon? Yang Lingchen exclaimed, surprised. This grand tournament will take place in the Beishan Empire, which is quite distant from our Tianyuan Palace. Even by flying boat, it will require 7 or 8 days of travel, Lin Yuro patiently explained. Sister Yuro, how many sects and factions will participate in this Beishan Domain Grand Tournament? Yang Lingchen asked curiously. Aside from the Beishan Empire, there are 12 major factions. This grand tournament is truly a pinnacle event for the younger generation of the Beishan Domain, Lin Yuro replied, her eyes shimmering with excitement. In previous tournaments, where did our Tianyuan Palace rank among these 12 major factions? Yang Lingchen continued to inquire. Based on past performances of the younger generation, our Tianyuan Palace has generally been among the lowest, Lin Yuro said with a hint of resignation. Are there detailed records of the contestants from other sects? Yang Lingchen asked earnestly, for he understood that knowing both oneself and one's adversary was essential for victory in battle. Yes, here, take a look. That it contains all the information regarding this tournament's contestants. Lin Yuro handed him a small booklet. Yang Lingchen eagerly opened it, discovering detailed accounts of the peak experts among the younger generation of the Beishan Domain. There were also age restrictions for this tournament. Only those under 20 could participate. The venue was located in the Beishan Empire, the largest force within the Beishan Domain. Even when combined, the 12 major factions might not stand a chance against the Beishan Empire. In the absence of the sacred ground, the Beishan Empire was undeniably the foremost dominator, and even a united front of the 12 major sects might struggle against it. The next morning, in the main hall of the palace, aside from Yang Lingchen, there were Lin Yuro, Ling Yinyun, Dongfang Jie, and Xikong Jie. Upon Yang Lingchen's arrival, Xikong Jie's expression darkened instantaneously, as if shadows were lurking around him. Dongfang Jie shot Yang Lingchen a fierce glare. his eyes brimming with hostility. Yang Lingchen paid little heed to their enmity. With his current strength, they were no more significant than grasshoppers in his eyes. That moment, Dongfang Yunbing approached, her voice icy. For this Beixian Domain Grand Tournament, you five will represent the Tianyuan Palace. Whether or not you can achieve a commendable ranking depends solely on you. Subsequently, the group followed Dongfang Yunbing aboard a massive flying boat, which also housed several elders from the Tianyuan Palace. The giant flying boat was powered by spirit stones. Theoretically, as long as it received a continuous supply of spirit stones, it could fly indefinitely. Yang Lingchen settled into a quiet spot, and soon, Ling Yinyun and Lin Yu took seats beside him. Ling Yinyun primarily sought to avoid the harassment of Sikongsjie, while Lin Yu simply enjoyed conversing with Yang Lingchen. Junior brother Lingchen, with two beautiful ladies beside you, how fortunate you must feel, Lin Yu said with a playful smile. Indeed, I am quite fortunate, Yang Lingchen replied, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Before long, the flying boat set off, its speed remarkably swift, surpassing any aircraft in both comfort and speed. As the boat soared through the sky, Yang Lingchen gazed at the endless expanse of land below, his heart filled with awe. This world held many wonders yet to be uncovered. The journey remained tranquil, with Lin Yu engaging Yang Lingchen in conversation, while the others remained relatively quiet. Over the course of the journey, Yang Lingchen gleaned some insights about the Beixian Empire from the elders of the Tianyuan Palace. Within the Beixian domain, in the absence of the sacred grounds, the Beixian Empire was the most overtly powerful force. Followed by the 12 major sections, the four strongest factions among them were the Tianjian sect, the Jinyuan Pavilion, the Moyan sect, and the Tianyi sect. The Tianyuan Palace languished at the bottom, consistently ranking last in the Beixian domain grand tournaments. 7 days passed swiftly. Suddenly, a colossal city came into view, and from afar, gazing at the vastness of the city, Yang Lingchen felt an immense shock, unable to restrain himself from murmuring, "Is this truly just a city?" The flying boat halted outside the city, for Beixian City was a no-fly zone. Unauthorized entry was perilous, as it could be perceived as a provocation against the Beixian Empire, with grave consequences. Beixian City, the imperial capital of the Beixian Empire, was located in the heart of the Beixian domain, surrounded by the 12 major sections. Thus, whenever significant exchanges occurred among sects or families, the location would invariably be set in Beixian City. With a rich history, the capital had been established in Beixian City throughout various dynasties. As the center of the Beixian domain, martial arts flourished and the city thrived. Upon reaching the foot of the Beixian imperial city, the towering walls, constructed from colossal meteorites, loomed like steel, exuding an indomitable aura. After paying the entrance fee, the group passed through the grand gates. Upon entering, they were greeted by buildings steeped in ancient charm. Bustling streets, a continuous flow of people, enthusiastic vendors, and formidable warriors, all showcasing the city's uniqueness. Under Dongfang Yunbing's guidance, the group arrived at an extraordinarily opulent estate, which spanned a vast area and was managed by dedicated personnel. This was the Tianyuan Palace's stronghold in Beixian City. The estate was exceptionally large, and Yang Lingchen selected a relatively quiet room. After days of arduous travel, everyone felt somewhat fatigued after a refreshing bath. Yang Lingchen was preparing to cultivate when a knock sounded at the door. "Sister Yinyun, Sister Yura, have you missed me after such a brief separation?" Yang Lingchen chuckled as he opened the door. Fresh from a bath, Ling Yinyun and Lin Yura exuded a natural fragrance, akin to freshly bloomed lotuses, their beauty leaving one breathless. "Junior brother Lingchen, we have just arrived in Beixian Imperial City today. Would you accompany us, two lovely ladies, for a stroll?" The boisterous Lin Yura asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "How could I refuse the invitation of two beautiful ladies, since I have nothing pressing to attend to? A stroll would be delightful, and I shall seize the chance to explore this ancient and vibrant Beixian Imperial City," Yang Lingchen replied with a smile. After exchanging greetings with Dongfang Yunbing, the trio departed from the Tianyuan Palace stronghold. Chapter 45. The forceful Dongfang Yunbing. The three of them strolled leisurely along the bustling streets of Beixian City, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. The young man was strikingly handsome, exuding charm, while the two ladies were ethereal beauties, as enchanting as celestial beings, captivating all who beheld them. Women on shopping excursions often embody a kind of fervor, whether on Earth or in the Tianwu continent, as if shopping were an innate trait. Along the way, Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuo flitted about like two joyful birds set free, while young Lingchen followed patiently behind them, unperturbed. Soon, they arrived at an exquisitely lavish clothing store. The shop was adorned with a plethora of exquisite robes and dresses, creating a dazzling spectacle. Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru, as if they had discovered a new world, immediately immersed themselves in the selection of garments, occasionally gesturing before Yang Lingchen to solicit his opinion. Yang Lingchen demonstrated remarkable patience, assisting the two ladies in choosing a number of splendid outfits. Such commonplace attire hardly seemed worthy of two enchanting beauties. At that moment, an incongruous and sarcastic voice pierced the air to a young man, dressed in opulent attire, strikingly handsome, yet with a hint of malevolence in his gaze, strode into the shop. "Ladies, I am Huang Jiahao, the holy son of the Demon Cloud sect. May I inquire your esteemed names? Would you be interested in joining my sect?" Huang Jiahao said, holding a folding fan and wearing a self-satisfied smile. "Not interested," Ling Yinyun replied coldly, rejecting him without hesitation. "Let us go, senior brother Lingchen," Lin Yuru chimed in. Wishing to avoid trouble for young Lingchen, both ladies clung to an arm of his and began to walk towards the exit. Huang Jiahao, unaccustomed to such disregard, swiftly positioned himself in front of the trio. "Do not leave, beautiful ladies. You may not recognize me, but you must have heard of the Demon Cloud sect. Aligning with me would surely be far superior to following this waste of space from the third layer of the illusory realm," he proclaimed, a self-assured smile playing on his lips. "Get lost," young Lingchen retorted, his temper flaring. "How dare you trample on me while attempting to woo women?" At that moment, he extricated his arm from the lady's grasp. "Brat, repeat that if you dare." Huang Jiahao's voice turned frigid, his expression darkening ominously. Suddenly, without warning, young Lingchen wielded his celestial staff, striking down towards Huang Jiahao like a bolt of lightning. The forceful blow, imbued with formidable energy, landed squarely on Huang Jiahao's shoulder with a resounding crack. Da-da-da-da. Huang Jiahao howled in agony. "You little wretch, I will make you wish you were never born." With a series of punishing swings, young Lingchen shattered Huang Jiahao's limbs and delivered a final blow to his dantian. "Now tell me, who is the true waste?" Yang Lingchen declared, placing his foot upon Huang Jiahao's face, a cold smile gracing his lips. "That you're finished. No one can save you now." Huang Jiahao seethed, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Yang Lingchen, uninterested in his threats, thrust his staff into Huang Jiahao's mouth, twisting it forcefully, dislodging a mouthful of teeth. "Da-da-da-woo! Huang Jiahao whimpered, genuinely terrified, realizing that his opponent was utterly unfazed by the threats of the Demon Cloud sect. "Ladies, we should depart before the city guards arrive," Yang Lingchen urged, hastily leading the two women away from the scene. "Senior brother Lingchen, you were so impressive just now. I absolutely adore the way you wield your staff," Lin Yuru exclaimed, her face alight with admiration. "Sister Yuru, you haven't seen my most magnificent form yet," Yang Lingchen replied with a mischievous grin. "Then show me at once," Lin Yuru urged. "Ahem, not right now. Perhaps another day when we find a secluded spot. I shall demonstrate for you," Yang Lingchen said with a light cough. After what felt like a brief interlude, a tremendous noise emanated from outside the Tianyuan Palace, as the entrance was forcefully kicked open. A formidable middle-aged man, exuding an intimidating aura, strode into the mansion, followed by a cadre of high-ranking members of the Demon Cloud sect. At that moment, Dongfang Yunbing emerged, her brow furrowed as she spoke in a frosty tone. "Huang Shulang, what brings you to my Tianyuan Palace?" "Huang Shulang, hand over the one who injured my son, or do not blame me for being uncivil," he hissed, his gaze icy and threatening. "There is no one here who harmed your son. Now leave," Dongfang Yunbing coldly commanded. "There are witnesses who saw your disciples disable my SON. Do you still wish to deny it?" Huang Shulang barked. "Even if my disciples did indeed harm your son, it is merely a reflection of his own lack of skill. As a prominent elder of the Demon Cloud sect, would you truly stoop so low as to seek revenge on a junior?" Dongfang Yunbing's tone was frigid, emanating a palpable chill. "Since you refuse to hand him over, do not blame me for being uncivil," Huang Shulang declared, launching a powerful strike towards Dongfang Yunbing. That a violent wave of energy surged forth, uprooting the surrounding flora. "You seek death, weasel," Dongfang Yunbing retorted sharply, her delicate hand sweeping forward, unleashing a terrifying force that struck Huang Shulang squarely in the chest. Huang Shulang was sent reeling, spitting blood mid-air. Yuta, how could you have broken through to the return to Origin Realm? This is impossible. Huang Shulang exclaimed in shock, realizing that Dongfang Yunbing had surpassed him in strength. Leave, she commanded with cold authority, her eyes glinting with lethal intent. This matter will not be resolved so easily, Dongfang Yunbing. You may protect him now, but you cannot shield him forever. Just wait and see, Huang Shulang hissed, leaving behind a venomous threat as he departed. Fully aware that continuing would serve no purpose against her superior strength, that moment, the occupants of the mansion were drawn out by the commotion, having been captivated by the sheer magnitude of the disturbance. Who disabled Huang Shulang's son? Dongfang Yunbing inquired, her voice icy as she surveyed the crowd. That master, that it was me, young Lingchen admitted, his heart pounding as he stepped forward. Dongfang Jie wore a sly smile. Clearly pleased. Truly worthy of being my disciple, to have rendered the holy son of the demon cloud sect powerless, Dongfang Yunbing remarked, her tone softening. What is going on? Just a moment ago, you were ready to devour someone. The elders and disciples murmured in confusion. Young Lingchen, equally astonished, had expected a harsh reprimand from Dongfang Yunbing, but instead found her praising his actions. Chain her from now on. Reside beside me. You are not to leave the palace without permission. Dongfang Yunbing instructed. Yes, master. Young Lingchen nodded, understanding that she was looking out for him. Understood, your majesty, the others responded and then retreated. Chapter 46. The prince's banquet in the evening. The Tianyuan Palace received an exquisite invitation, specially sent from the prince's residence. Dongfang Yunbing elegantly opened the invitation, which clearly stated an invitation to various sects to attend the celebratory banquet that evening. You five prepare yourselves. Join me for the prince's banquet tonight, she said softly. Young Lingchen felt a surge of anticipation for the event, as it provided a rare opportunity for the various factions to engage and meet the young talents of the Northern Xian region. Typically, gathering the major powers was exceedingly difficult, only occurring during the triennial Northern Xian region grand competition. Upon hearing of the banquet, everyone meticulously prepared, aware that their presence represented the Tianyuan Palace's reputation. Yang Lingchen donned the white brocade attire selected for him by Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru. Tying his thick hair up high, two strands of hair fell naturally at the sides of his forehead, giving him an appearance akin to a refined and handsome nobleman, his exquisite features resembling a finely carved sculpture. His resolute eyes bore a subtle hint of melancholy, embodying the essence of a distinguished gentleman. As Yang Lingchen emerged, he immediately captured the attention of Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru. Even Dongfang Yunbing could not help but glance at him twice. In contrast, Dongfang Jie and Sikong Jie shot him glances of displeasure, feeling overshadowed since Yang Lingchen's arrival had eclipsed their own prominence within the Tianyuan Palace. The six of them boarded two luxurious beast carriages, making their way toward the prince's residence. Along the journey, Yang Lingchen perused some of the materials collected by the Tianyuan Palace. These documents contained detailed information regarding the various influential factions. But this time, Yang Lingchen focused primarily on the details concerning the Northern Xian Empire. The Northern Xian Empire, ruled by Emperor Zhou Xintian, had been in seclusion for several years. The empire's affairs were currently managed by the empress, Xiao Qingyun. Zhou Xintian had over a dozen sons, among whom the most outstanding were Crown Prince Zhou Yuxiang, followed by the third Prince Zhou Yuhao and the ninth Prince Zhou Yuming. Historically, royal families lacked familial affection. With Zhou Xuantian's prolonged seclusion and rumored ill health, his sons had become increasingly unruly. Fortunately, Empress Xiao Qingyun maintained order. Otherwise, the Northern Xian Empire would have descended into chaos. Rumor had it that Xiao Qingyun's background was shrouded in mystery, her strength unfathomable, having married into the royal family less than a decade ago. She had been conferred the title of Empress almost immediately after her marriage. Before long, the beast carriages halted before an extraordinarily lavish residence. Yang Lingchen marveled inwardly at the opulence, thinking to himself how wealthy individuals truly know how to indulge. Dongfang Yunbing produced the invitation. Under the respectful guidance of the prince's guards, the Tianyuan Palace entourage entered a grand palace. Inside, the hall was already filled with an array of exquisite banquets and delectable dishes. Unlike other places, the tables here are all single-person tables. Upon the arrival of the esteemed Lord of the Cloud Ice Palace, I regret not being able to offer a proper welcome that moment. A hearty voice resonated through the air. Following this, a man adorned in golden python-patterned robes, strikingly handsome and seemingly around 30 years of age, approached. This individual exuded an aura as vast as the ocean. With deep, piercing eyes, young Lingchen's first impression was that this man's strength was unfathomable, perhaps even surpassing that of his master. "Your Highness, you are too courteous," Dongfang Yunbing replied with a calm demeanor. "Please, enter, Lord Yunbing," Zhou Yuxiang said politely. Young Lingchen could discern that the prince held a particular interest in his master. For reasons unknown, he felt a surge of discomfort at this moment. Perhaps it was his subconscious dislike of other men getting too close to his master. For in his heart, Dongfang Yunbing was sacred and inviolable. At that juncture, several other palace masters and sect leaders came forth to greet Dongfang Yunbing. Before long, more sects arrived in succession, and thus the banquet officially commenced. Young Lingchen scrutinized the younger generation surrounding him. Each individual possessed remarkable poise, with strengths at least at the 9th level of the Void Inquiry realm, and many had already reached the entry to the Profound realm. The realms beyond the Void Inquiry are categorized as Entry to the Profound, Return to the Profound, Spiritual Sea, Sovereign, and Emperor. Young Lingchen couldn't help but sigh. Compared to other sects, the younger disciples of Tianyuan Palace were indeed considerably weaker. The most powerful among them, Xikong Jie and Dongfang Jie, had only reached the pinnacle of the Void Inquiry realm, while Ling Yinyan and Lin Yural were merely at the late stage of the 9th level of the Void Inquiry realm. "Lord Dongfang, after 3 years, your charm remains undiminished. However, under your leadership, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace seem to be declining with each generation." A middle-aged man garbed in luxurious gray robes and with a cold glint in his eyes approached. "Huang Dingtian, who knows better than your crippled nephew about the decline of my Tianyuan Palace disciples?" Dongfang Yunbing replied with a cold smirk. "Humph." Huang Dingtian snorted disdainfully, then respectfully bowed to Prince Zhou Yuxiang, saying, "Your Highness, with the grand competition of the Northern Xian domain approaching, and given the gathering of geniuses, wouldn't it be too mundane to simply indulge in drinking? What insights does sect leader Huang have?" Zhou Yuxiang inquired with a smile. "Since the talents of various sects have gathered here today, why not allow them to spar with each other beforehand to enliven the evening's festivities?" Huang Dingtian suggested with a grin. "Indeed, sect leader Huang speaks wisely," said Feng Wujing, the leader of the Earthian sect, "that if everyone is inclined, let the great talents engage in friendly competition, though do keep it light to maintain harmony." Zhou Yuxiang replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing of the sparring, numerous young talents in attendance displayed expressions of delight that in such a setting, a remarkable performance could catch the prince's eye, leading to a promising future. Although the various sects were formidable, they still lagged considerably behind the Northern Xian Empire. The Grand Hall was expansive, and soon many talents stepped forward to issue challenges to that moment. A disciple from the Rakshasa Palace approached Tianyuan Palace. "I am Luo Haoyang. May I inquire if any disciple from Tianyuan Palace is willing to offer guidance?" He sneered. "Seeking death, I shall teach you a lesson," Dongfang Jie retorted, stepping forward boldly. "Let us see if you'll be crying later." Luo Haoyang sneered, then abruptly launched a powerful palm strike at Dongfang Jie. Not one to back down, Dongfang Jie met the attack with his own palm. Boom! After the clash, Dongfang Jie was forced back 8 steps. While Luo Haoyang only retreated it was evident that Luo Haoyang had the upper hand in strength. Aware of this, Dongfang Jie decided to take the initiative, employing his agility to deliver a swift punch to Luo Haoyang's chest. The latter, caught off guard by Dongfang Jie's speed, began to retreat under the relentless assault. Yet, it was clear to discerning observers that Luo Haoyang's defense was impeccable, consuming almost no energy, while Dongfang Jie, despite his aggressive strikes, was rapidly exhausting himself. In the blink of an eye, Dongfang Jie had unleashed over 100 strikes, but Luo Haoyang continued to defend flawlessly as Dongfang Jie's onslaught began to wane. Luo Haoyang seized the opportunity to counterattack, delivering a rapid strike to Dongfang Jie's chest that sent him flying. Under the Earthian sect, I have heard of a young genius from Tianyuan Palace who can battle across several realms. I wonder if he dares to come forth for a spar. Feng Zigung provocatively gazed at young Lingchen. That moment, it seemed the other factions also recognized that these sects were targeting Tianyuan Palace. However, no one paid much heed, for the younger generation of Tianyuan Palace had long been regarded as the weakest among the 12 great factions. The principle of falling behind means being beaten held true everywhere. Yang Lingchen would not remain passive under such provocation, that he rose, brandishing his heaven-reaching staff, and walked into the arena with an upright posture. Yang Lingchen, go for it, take him down. At that moment, a melodious voice floated from the direction of the Sword Yuan Pavilion. Yang Lingchen turned to see the stunning figure of Nangong Yin, standing in the direction of the pavilion, her lips curved in a sweet smile as she looked at him. Yang Lingchen winked at Nangong Yin, revealing a charming smile that carried a hint of allure. Instantly, Nangong Yan's heart raced, feeling a jolt of electricity, thinking, how is it that he becomes more handsome each time I see him? Yinner, do you know this lad? Seeing his daughter in a love-struck state, Nangong Ting furrowed his brow and inquired. His name is Yang Lingchen. He is your son-in-law, Nangong Yin replied. Cough to my son-in-law. How come I was not aware of this? Nangong Ting looked at his daughter in bewilderment. Well, you know now, don't you? Nangong Yin replied with a playful smile. Nonsense. How could a mere third level of the Void Inquiry realm be worthy of my daughter? Nangong Ting, he admonished. Father, Yang Lingchen is truly formidable. Why don't we make a bet? Nangong Yin suggested with a smile. What kind of bet? Nangong Ting asked that if Yang Lingchen can defeat that Feng Zhigung, will you consent to my marriage with him? Nangong Yin said sweetly. Can he defeat Feng Zhigung? Yinner, are you certain you are not jesting? Nangong Ting was skeptical, knowing Yang Lingchen was merely at the third level of the Void Inquiry realm, while Feng Zhigung had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. The gap between them was evident. Father, do you dare take the bet? Nangong Yin challenged. And if you lose? Nangong Ting stroked his beard, pondering that if I lose, I shall defer all decisions regarding my future marriage to you. Nangong Yin declared. Very well, I accept this wager. Nangong Ting replied with a smile that at that moment. Feng Zhigung revealed a cruel smile, coldly stating, Kid, having killed my cousin, you are doomed in this competition. I shall give you a lesson today. Yang Lingchen, if you lose, I will not let this matter rest, Nangong Yin shouted. Yang Lingchen turned to Nangong Yin, giving her a reassuring gesture, then without warning, swung his staff ferociously towards Feng Zhigung. Bang! Feng Zhigung was sent flying by Yang Lingchen's strike. The sheer speed of Yang Lingchen's movements, coupled with Feng Zhigung's lack of preparedness, left him taken aback. Yang Lingchen's figure followed closely, unleashing a flurry of strikes. However, he was careful not to inflict severe harm. Bang, 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 bang. Feng Zhigung cried out in despair, quickly transformed into a battered mess at that moment. Yang Lingchen seized Feng Zhigung's storage ring and kicked him towards the Earth Insect's direction. How audacious! To openly rob a disciple of my Earth Insect storage ring. The leader of the Earth Insect, Feng Wujing, bellowed in outrage. Arrogant, far too arrogant. The crowd was astonished. A mere third level of the Void Inquiry realm had overwhelmed a pinnacle expert of the Void Inquiry realm, even stealing his storage ring. Dongfang Yunbing was equally astonished. Yin Yun, did you see that? Junior brother Lingchen's strike was incredibly impressive. Lin Yurua gazed at Yang Lingchen with admiration. Yes, father, I have one. Nangong Yin exclaimed joyfully. Cough, this doesn't count. That lad clearly launched a sneak attack. Unless he can win another match. Nangong Ting chuckled. At that moment, the leader of the Earth Insect's expression darkened to an extreme that he turned to a young man beside him, coldly commanding, Zijuan, go up and deal with him. Yes, father, Feng Zijuan replied, his eyes glinting fiercely as he stepped forward, emanating the aura of the entry to the profound realm. Kid, you have some nerve to provoke my Earth Insect, Feng Zijuan said coldly. Do you have a storage ring? If not, I have no time to play with you, Yang Lingchen replied with a smile. Unaware of your impending doom, Feng Zijuan declared, swiftly slashing his sword towards Yang Lingchen, unwilling to give him the chance for a sneak attack. Yang Lingchen, undeterred, charged forward with his staff raised. Clang, clang, clang. Yang Lingchen swung his staff with increasing ferocity. Initially, Feng Zijuan could barely withstand the blows, but gradually he was forced back by Yang Lingchen's relentless assault. Bang, bang, bang. After several exchanges, Feng Zijuan could no longer endure, and was knocked down by Yang Lingchen with a single strike. Subsequently, he endured a relentless barrage of blows, leaving his entire body swollen, akin to a corpulent figure who had gained considerable weight. This is simply too exaggerated. At this moment, even Prince Zhou Yuxiang was taken aback by Yang Lingchen's formidable combat prowess. Why not let him have a match with your brother? Nangong Ting suggested. Nangong Ting, do you believe I will pluck every hair from your face? Nangong Yinjiao retorted sharply that no, I am quite satisfied with his son-in-law. Nangong Ting chuckled. That is more like it. Can the man my daughter fancies be lacking? Nangong Yin remarked. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen forcibly stripped Feng Ziju into the storage ring on his hand. Thank you for the grand gift from the Yinyuan sect, that if you are unconvinced, feel free to seek me out. Yang Lingchen declared as he walked towards the Rakshasa Palace that he sneered, I wonder if the Rakshasa Palace has anyone capable of a fight. Yunbing Palace Master. Who is this latest disciple in your Tianyuan Palace? His ability to challenge beyond his level is simply astonishing. Zhou Yuxiang inquired. Chen'er is a disciple of this palace. Dongfang Yunbing replied coolly, oh, he is a disciple of Palace Master Yunbing. No wonder his strength is so extraordinary. Zhou Yuxiang smiled. At that moment, a tall and graceful beauty emerged from the Rakshasa Palace, with skin as white as jade and looks rivaling Ling Yinyun. However, her gaze carried a hint of coldness, making it so that one could only admire her from afar. Chapter 48. So she is the master. Look, it's the first beauty of the Rakshasa Palace, Luo Qiming. Numerous young talents of the scene exclaimed in recognition. Boy, this holy maiden will make you aware of the dire consequences of provoking the Rakshasa Palace, Luo Qiming said coldly. Did you bring a storage ring? Yang Lingchen similarly replied with a frigid tone. You are seeking death. That a flicker of anger crossed Luo Qiming's face as she brandished her long sword, unleashing a dazzling glow as she swiftly struck at Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen harbored no fondness for the members of the Rakshasa Palace. Since they were enemies, he would not show mercy. Without hesitation, he charged forward, wielding his staff in a fierce confrontation. Although Luo Qiming's strength surpassed Feng Zijuan's by a considerable margin, she was merely at the peak of the first layer of the entry to Profound Realm. Thus Yang Lingchen faced no pressure whatsoever. Clang. After exchanging dozens of blows, Luo Qiming's sword was knocked away by Yang Lingchen's staff. Following this, Yang Lingchen's staff rained down upon her like a tempest. Luo Qiming cried out in agony as she was mercilessly assaulted, her face swelling within moments that at this point, Yang Lingchen pinned her to the ground, coldly stating, hand over the storage ring. This lady will not let this go. Do not even think of taking my ring. Luo Qiming fiercely guarded her storage ring, her eyes filled with resentment as they glared at Yang Lingchen. Boys, stop. Countless young geniuses in the vicinity stood up, casting unfriendly gazes at Yang Lingchen. Cough. Yang Lingchen lightly coughed, smiling. Gentlemen, do not be agitated. Those who are unconvinced may come forth to challenge with their rings. Just then, taking advantage of the crowd's distraction, Yang Lingchen squeezed a sensitive spot on Luo Qiming's body. Pervert. Luo Qiming let out an alluring cry. Handed over, Yang Lingchen seized the opportunity to swiftly relieve her of the storage ring. You pervert, you're dead. Luo Qiming was seething with rage. Her storage ring contained little of value, merely some personal items. Meanwhile, the master of the Rakshasa Palace, Luo Tiaming, was livid. Had it not been for the prince's residence, he would have killed this brat on the spot, not only for slaying his son, but also for humiliating his disciple. Yang Lingchen, probing into Luo Qiming's storage ring, sought to uncover what treasures made her guard it so fiercely. Damn, I didn't expect her clothing to be so revealing. Gazing at the assortment of intimate garments within the storage ring, Yang Lingchen felt utterly speechless. There was nothing of value. Now that he had already made a grand display, Yang Lingchen cared little for subtlety and approached the table of the Devil Cloud sect. Master Huang, didn't you say our Tianyuan Palace's younger generation is increasingly lacking? I wonder who from your Devil Cloud sect dares to accept a challenge from the youth, Yang Lingchen jeered. Arrogant, this lad is overly presumptuous. The Devil Cloud sect was no ordinary power, being among the top forces of the 12 major factions that at this moment, everyone felt Yang Lingchen had crossed the line. Master, is Lingchen a bit too presumptuous? Lin Yuru asked. He is indeed a touch arrogant, but I quite like that audacity in him, Dongfang Yunbing stated calmly. Lin Yuru sensed something amiss in Dongfang Yunbing's tone, but quickly dismissed the thought. Just then, a poised young man emerged from behind Huang Dingtian. Boy, winning against a few useless individuals has made you feel invincible. Today I, Huang Yangwei, will teach you a lesson in humility, Huang Yangwei declared coldly. Cough. Yangwei, I welcome your guidance. Yang Lingchen struggled to suppress a laugh. You little bastard, You're courting death, and if you have the guts, let us have a life-and-death duel, Huang Yongwei said with a sullen tone. Huang Yongwei detested others calling him by the last two characters of his name. For once, a core disciple of the Devil Cloud sect had called Hemingway's senior brother behind his back, and upon discovering it, he had killed him on the spot. Did a life-and-death duel? I have no objections. You may seek His Highness's opinion, Yang Lingchen replied nonchalantly. Your Highness, I request a life-and-death duel with Yang Lingchen, Huang Yongwei bowed. Palace Master Yunbing, Master Huang, if you both have no objections, this prince naturally will not mind, Zhou Yuxiang stated to Chen'er. Finish him for me, Dongfang Yunbing said placidly. Yes, Master, Yang Lingchen replied. Such bold words. Where? In this brat, Huang Dingtian's expression darkened. Yes, Father, Huang Yongwei bowed. Master Huang, why so agitated? When the time comes for a white-haired man to send off a black-haired one, do not blame the younger generation, Yang Lingchen remarked. You little bastard, you're seeking death. Huang Yongwei, consumed with rage, swung his sword towards Yang Lingchen. The sword, accompanied by a fierce sword energy, surged towards Yang Lingchen with overwhelming force. Huang Yongwei's strength was at the pinnacle of the second layer of the entry to Profound Realm, far surpassing that of Luo Qimeng. Upon reaching the entry to Profound Realm, the gap in strength between each minor realm became exceedingly vast, and in the face of Huang Yongwei's assault, Yang Lingchen summoned the Qingling sword and executed the god-slaying sword technique. He refrained from using the immortal demon sword, reserving its tremendous power as his trump card. Clang, 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 clang. At this moment, Yang Lingchen unleashed the first stance of the god-slaying sword technique, the lifeless sword Qi, which shot towards Huang Yongwei with lightning speed to swish to swish to swish to swish. In the blink of an eye, Yang Lingchen unleashed a barrage of lifeless sword Qi, turning Huang Yongwei into a sieve. Clang. With a graceful motion, Yang Lingchen sheathed his long sword and calmly approached Huang Yongwei, retrieving the storage ring from him before making his way back towards the Tianyuan Palace. Bang. Just as Yang Lingchen had not gone far, Huang Yongwei collapsed to the ground, devoid of breath. You little bastard. Return my way or rest life. Huang Dingtian bellowed, launching a palm strike at Yang Lingchen. Huang Dingtian moved with incredible speed, and the force of his palm caused many onlookers to tremble in fear. As this terrifying strike approached, Yang Lingchen realized he could not evade. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Just as the palm was about to land on him, Dongfang Yunbing appeared in front of Yang Lingchen, meeting Huang Dingtian's strike head-on. Boom! The two top-tier masters clashed with all their might, causing Huang Dingtian to stagger back several steps, while Dongfang Yunbing was also forced backward. However, Yang Lingchen was right behind her, and without hesitation, he embraced her, the two of them retreating a dozen steps before finally halting. During their retreat, Dongfang Yunbing's veil was momentarily lifted, and Yang Lingchen was momentarily stunned that it was her. Yang Lingchen's heart raced. The woman who had taken his first experience had been by his side all along. No wonder she had treated him so well. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, feigning ignorance. Master, are you all right? Yang Lingchen inquired with concern. I am fine. You should step aside, Dongfang Yunbing urged, her gaze fixed warily on Huang Dingtian. At this moment, Yang Lingchen felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Dongfang Yunbing had always cherished him. He had killed the Inyuan sect master and the son of the Rakshasa palace master. Yet she had never reproached him, shouldering all the pressure alone. Yesterday, he had incapacitated Huang Jiahao, and today he had slain Huang Yongwei, with this woman silently enduring it all for him. In that instant, he could no longer suppress his feelings. Initially, he had thought that secretly loving his master was a grave transgression. Hence he had kept his emotions at bay, constantly reminding himself that she was his master, and he should not harbor such thoughts. But now, to hell with moral propriety. Yongguo had even been with Xiaolanu. Ning Kaichen had entangled with Nie Xiaoqian. Why am I unable to pursue my esteemed master? Chapter 49. A reunion. Halt. At this critical juncture, the figure of Prince Zhou Yuxiang abruptly appeared on the scene. Master Huang, this life-and-death duel was initiated by your son. Now that he is lost, it is merely a matter of skill. Should you dare to act against me again, you shall bear the consequences. Zhou Yuxiang's expression was grim, his voice chillingly cold. As the host of this banquet, he had no choice but to intervene under such circumstances. Your Highness, please calm your anger. I admit I acted impulsively. Huang Dingtian hastily spoke. Although the strength of the Demon Cloud sect was considerable, it paled in comparison to the North Xian Empire, akin to a chick facing an eagle. There was no contest. With the prince's declaration, Huang Dingtian no longer dared to take further action. "Are you unharmed, Palace Master Yunbing?" A hint of concern flickered across Zhou Yuxiang's face. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am quite well." Dongfang Yunbing had indeed not sustained any significant harm. She had emerged relatively unscathed from the recent attack, but that's good to hear. Zhou Yuxiang then turned his gaze to young Lingchen, saying, "Your performance at the banquet today was nothing short of spectacular. I eagerly anticipate your display in the upcoming competition." "Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness," young Lingchen replied respectfully, clasping his fists in salute to AT this moment. Many young individuals regarded young Lingchen with profound respect. This was a world where strength commanded reverence. Only the powerful were honored, while the weak suffered scorn. The formidable prowess young Lingchen exhibited had successfully earned him the admiration of these youths. In that instant, even Dongfang Jie and Xikong Jie began to harbor feelings of admiration for young Lingchen. Initially, they had believed his strength to be on par with their own, if not inferior. It was only now that they realized the folly of their assumptions that at that moment, the father-daughter duo of Nangong Ting approached. "Young Lingchen, when did you become so formidable?" Nangong Yin exclaimed as she hugged his arm, her tone playful. Though she had previously harbored resentment towards him, given their past encounter, she had come to recognize many of his admirable qualities during their time in the ruins. Not only was he strikingly handsome and exceptionally talented, but being in his presence also seemed to enhance her own cultivation. Thus, she had proposed that he become a son-in-law at the Sword Yuan Pavilion. "Palace Master Dongfang, I am Nangong Yin, and I am young Lingchen's woman." Nangong Yin politely performed a bow. "Ahem, that Yinner, do not be rude. Palace Master Dongfang, please forgive my daughter. She is a bit impetuous," Nangong Ting said with an awkward smile. "Then no matter that I have long been aware that Chinner attracts young ladies. I simply did not anticipate that even the daughter of Master Nangong would be smitten." Dongfang Yunbing replied with a gentle smile, her expression softening. "Greetings, Uncle Nangong," young Lingchen said, clasping his fists and bowing deeply. This was to be his future father-in-law, and he understood the importance of proper decorum. Although he and Nangong Yin had yet to establish a profound emotional bond, he recognized that feelings could be cultivated over time. After all, he had indeed taken liberties with his daughter, and it would be unreasonable to shirk responsibility. "How did you manage to win my daughter's heart?" Nangong Ting inquired, momentarily rendered speechless. He could hardly confess that he had violated her. "All right, young Lingchen, I do not oppose your relationship, but you must never mistreat my daughter. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to deal with you," Nangong Ting warned sternly, casting a fierce gaze at young Lingchen. "Rest assured, Uncle Nangong, I shall never let Yinner down," young Lingchen replied with utmost respect. Meanwhile, Ling Yan's eyes burned with fury as she silently cursed, "You scoundrel, young Lingchen, I have sworn to become your woman, yet you have become someone else's man. You are doomed. I will surely bring you down. Palace Master Dongfang, you continue with your matters. I shall take my leave for now that I hope to visit again soon," Nangong Ting said with a smile. "It is I who should accompany Chun'er to visit Master Nangong," Dongfang Yunbing interjected. Suddenly, without hesitation, Nangong Yin planted a kiss on young Lingchen's cheek and said, "Do not forget your promise to me." Nangong Ting shook his head in resignation as he led his daughter away from the prince's residence. "Chun'er, come to my chamber," Dongfang Yunbing said, her voice calm as water, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Yes, master." Young Lingchen nodded in response. He gently pushed open the door and entered Dongfang Yunbing's room. He found it lavishly adorned and impeccably tidy. Master feeling jealous? Should I confess? He mused internally. This was unexpected. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately decided to speak the truth. Pray tell, Dongfang Yunbing's tone was casual. I violated her," Young Lingchen said softly, a tinge of guilt lacing his voice. "What?" Dongfang Yunbing's demeanor turned frigid in an instant, her anger manifesting as she slammed her palm onto the table, shattering one corner with immense force. "Calm down, master. Please calm down. There is a reason for this," Young Lingchen stammered, startled by her sudden outburst. "A reason? What justification could there be for such a despicable act as violating a girl?" Dongfang Yunbing's piercing gaze bore into Young Lingchen like a sword. "Master," the situation unfolded as follows. He then recounted in detail the events that transpired during their time in the ruins. Upon hearing his account, Dongfang Yunbing's icy expression softened slightly as she spoke. It seems this was fate's design. You must treat her well. Otherwise, should Nangong Ting become enraged, I will find it difficult to save you. I understand. Yang Lingchen replied respectfully. I am feeling a bit fatigued. Dongfang Yunbing said, stretching slightly, her alluring curves becoming evident. Leaving Yang Lingchen momentarily entranced, she leaned gently against his chest, her flawless skin laid bare before his eyes. Master. Yang Lingchen stammered, a mix of nervousness and awkwardness in his voice. What is it? Speak clearly, Dongfang Yunbing inquired softly, her tone laced with curiosity. You can simply say you want to see what I look like. There is no need for such roundabout expressions, she teased lightly. Master, I believe you bear a striking resemblance to someone I know, Yang Lingchen said earnestly. Who do I resemble? Dongfang Yunbing asked with interest. Her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity that I do not know her name, only that she is as beautiful as a celestial being, captivating and enchanting, he replied, the memory of her ethereal visage lingering in his mind. So, you wish to ascertain whether I am indeed she, correct? Dongfang Yunbing smiled, a hint of charm dancing in her expression. Yes, Yang Lingchen nodded, his gaze unwavering and fervent, that moment. Dongfang Yunbing rose suddenly, her enchanting eyes fixated on Yang Lingchen. Thump, da thump, da thump. In that instant, Yang Lingchen's heart raced uncontrollably, as if it would leap from his chest. Come here, she beckoned seductively, her finger curling invitingly. Yes. Yang Lingchen felt a rush of anxiety, yet slowly approached her. In that instant, Dongfang Yunbing gently wrapped her arms around his waist and whispered, Have you not always wanted to see? Then help me remove my veil to that moment. Yang Lingchen could no longer resist such temptation. His hands trembled with excitement as he slowly and delicately lifted Dongfang Yunbing's mysterious veil. Finally, he beheld the breathtaking beauty of this woman, the very one who had claimed his first, even after half a year. Seeing her again filled him with overwhelming nervousness, his breath quickening. That am I beautiful? Dongfang Yunbing asked, a playful smile gracing her lips as her delicate finger traced Yang Lingchen's chin. Beautiful, beautiful. Yang Lingchen gazed at this ethereal beauty, as if time itself had come to a halt. Her delicate features glowed with an enchanting radiance. Her luscious lips were a vibrant hue, her delicate nose exquisitely shaped, and her eyes sparkled with delight, resembling a crystal-clear spring, pure and captivating. Her beauty was unparalleled, akin to a snow lotus untouched by the mundane world, pure and alluring. Do you like me? Dongfang Yunbing inquired, her gaze laced with seduction, a coy smile playing upon her lips as she challenged Yang Lingchen with her eyes. I do, he replied, his mind a blank canvas, nodding absent-mindedly, as if ensnared in a dream of sublime wonder. From this day forth, you shall be my and do you accept? After Dongfang Yunbing finished speaking, she gently leaned into Yang Lingchen's embrace. Chapter 50. Master Teaches Me Cultivation. The following morning, Dongfang Yunbing sat cross-legged, her brow furrowed, clearly at a pivotal moment of breakthrough. Boom! With swift movements, her delicate hands executed complex gestures, unleashing an immensely powerful aura that erupted from her being. Simultaneously, Yang Lingchen also sat in meditation, his hands forming seals as he diligently circulated his internal energy. This moment, he felt a sudden surge of power within him, leaving no time for excessive contemplation. He resolutely refined the overwhelming spiritual energy coursing through him. Yang Lingchen had reached the critical juncture of his own breakthrough, gritting his teeth and fervently channeling his profound strength, charging madly towards the fourth level of the Wushu realm. Moments turned into hours. Boom. At last, Yang Lingchen's cultivation successfully ascended to the fourth level of the Wushu realm. He abruptly opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance flashing briefly, and he beheld Dongfang Yunbing, already dressed elegantly, sitting gracefully and sipping tea. Master, Yang Lingchen respectfully addressed her. Yes, master. He quickly donned his attire, meticulously ensuring there were no flaws. Before the grand competition, do not leave the estate. Go forth. Dongfang Yunbing resumed her frosty demeanor. Yes, master. Yang Lingchen slowly retreated, his heart filled not only with deep admiration for Dongfang Yunbing, but also tinged with a hint of fear and boundless respect. And no sooner had he exited her chamber than he encountered Lin Yuro. Lingchen, Why did you just come out now? Lin Yuro inquired with curiosity. Cough, cough. Master was diligently teaching me cultivation last night. Young Lingchen replied hastily. Look, I have made a breakthrough. Really, Lingchen, Master is truly kind to you, Lin Yuro exclaimed. Her expression filled with envy. Upon returning to his room, Yang Lingchen finally exhaled a long sigh of relief, grateful for his clever handling of the situation, having nearly revealed too much to Lin Yuro. After enjoying a comfortable hot bath in his room, Yang Lingchen quietly entered the Haotian Jade space, immersing himself in focused cultivation. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they will inevitably regress. Therefore, Yang Lingchen had never relaxed his standards for self-cultivation. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon another day had passed. The day of the North Xian Domain Grand Competition finally arrived as scheduled. The following morning, led by Dongfang Yunbing and several elders, Yang Lingchen and 4 others arrived grandly at the venue of the North Xian Domain Grand Competition. Atop North Xian Peak, all forces, including the North Xian Empire, had gathered, along with numerous cultivators from the North Xian Domain who had come to spectate. As a pinnacle competition for the younger generation of the North Xian Domain, all major factions treated it with utmost seriousness. If any sect were to claim victory, it would undoubtedly become the most sought-after sect for new disciples in the following year. While young people on Earth idolize celebrities, in the Tianwu continent, the youth revere the strong. Thus, the sect of the Grand Champion will be the one most young people consider joining first, that a sect's long-term prosperity and success are inextricably linked to the continuous influx of talented disciples. Under Dongfang Yunbing's leadership, the group took their seats in the designated area of Tianyuan Palace. Gazing at the colossal arena in the center, Yang Lingchen's blood surged with excitement that he was particularly invested in this grand competition, as he could clearly perceive Dongfang Yunbing's earnestness regarding the event. Even if it were solely for Dongfang Yunbing, he resolved to achieve an outstanding ranking. Before long, all the factions had arrived in succession. At that moment, a tall, imposing middle-aged man with a steady presence stepped onto the central stage, his piercing gaze sweeping the surroundings, instantly silencing the crowd. This man was none other than Zhou Xianzheng, the North Xian Empire's Prince of the North. The moment Zhou Xianzheng took the stage, Yang Lingchen could keenly sense from the aura he exuded that his strength was unfathomable, far surpassing even Dongfang Yunbing. From this, Yang Lingchen discerned the North Xian Empire's absolute dominance in the North Xian Domain. This North Xian Domain Grand Competition will be presided over by this prince personally. The competition consists of 2 rounds. The first round is the illusion trial, and the second round is the individual arena ranking battle. Zhou Xianzheng declared in a resounding voice that I end the North Xian illusion. Being killed does not result in actual death. Participants will be directly teleported out of the illusion. Each contestant will possess a unique identity token specifically for collecting points. Within the illusion, each time a phantom beast is slain, points will be awarded. Additionally, participants may engage in combat with one another. Successfully killing an opponent will grant 30% of their points. The higher the points, the higher the sect's ranking. A higher sect ranking will result in more allocated cities and resources, while lower-ranked sects must relinquish ownership of several cities. For instance, Tianyuan Palace controls hundreds of cities, while the more powerful Jianyuan commands over 1,000. Thus, the first round is a battle for the honor and interests of the sect, while the second round is a battle for individual rankings. The location of the illusion is atop North Xian Peak. Through the entrance of the illusion, Yang Lingchen vaguely sensed it resembled a small world. All right, all participants, please enter. The duration is 1 day. All will be teleported out after a day, Zhou Xianjing announced. Once inside, you 5 must remember to unite, Dongfang Yunbing earnestly advised. Yes, Palace Master, the 5 responded in unison. At that moment, Yang Lingchen suddenly received a voice in his mind from Dongfang Yunbing. Chener, if you fail to achieve a good ranking, I shall not let you off easily. Yang Lingchen glanced around, confirming that the others showed no reaction, thus realizing that Dongfang Yunbing had indeed used soul transmission. The 5 of them entered the North Xian illusion alongside other contestants. A total of 70 participants were present, 12 major factions, each with 5 representatives, while the North Xian Empire had 10 participants, totaling 70. Upon entering the illusion, everyone was immediately scattered across different locations. This particular illusion bore a striking resemblance to the primal mountains of the outside world, teeming with countless phantom beasts. Chapter 51, Princess Zhou Yusin. The area of this illusion was not vast. If one exerted themselves fully, they could traverse the entire illusion in merely half a day. Fortunately, the number of phantom beasts within was considerable, or else there would not be enough for the contestants to hunt. As soon as Yang Lingchen stepped into the illusion, he tirelessly began searching for signs of phantom beasts, fully mindful of Dongfang Yunbing's warning. Failing to secure a satisfactory ranking would surely bring her wrath. Since everyone had just entered the illusion, no one had accumulated points yet, and thus, there were no intense battles occurring. Perhaps due to Yang Lingchen's abysmal luck, he had been in the secret realm for over an hour before finally encountering a single phantom beast, which left him feeling incredibly frustrated that am I truly reduced to resorting to robbery and murder? Yang Lingchen muttered to himself. Meanwhile, on the exterior of North Xian Peak, the mirror image of the illusion was fully displayed outside, revealing every move of the participants clearly. At this moment, the highest-ranked contestant was Zhou Yuming, the 18th prince of the North Xian Empire, with a staggering 20 points. In second place was Zhou Yusin, the 19th princess of the North Xian Empire, with 19 points. The 11th position was held by Nangong Xiao of Jianyuanj, with 10 points. Currently, the highest-ranked participant from Tianyuan Palace was Sikong Jie, who had successfully hunted 3 phantom beasts and ranked 60th. Yang Lingchen had only managed to hunt 1 phantom beast, earning a mere 1 point, placing him at the bottom of the rankings. Dongfang Yunbing, it seems this time, your Tianyuan Palace will have to relinquish quite a number of cities. Huang Dingdan scoffed mockingly. The trial is not over yet. Your arrogance may be premature. Dongfang Yunbing retorted coldly, remaining unfazed as she firmly believed in Yang Lingchen's strength. Dongfang Yunbing, do you still expect your disciple to turn the tide for you? That kid's strength is decent, but alas, his luck is dismal. Only now has he encountered a single phantom beast that it's certain that your Tianyuan Palace will finish in last place. Feng Wuji, the master of the Dian sect, sneered in agreement. Within the illusion, after 2 hours of relentless sprinting, Yang Lingchen finally arrived in an area abundant with phantom beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a fierce battle, Yang Lingchen successfully hunted 5 more phantom beasts, raising his score to 6 points. As time passed, half a day had quietly slipped away. At this moment, the current leader, Zhou Yuming, has astonishingly amassed a total of 124 points. In second place, Zhou Yusin has reached 120 points. The top 10 positions remain dominated by competitors from the Beixian Empire. Over at Tianyuan, Yang Lingchen has accumulated 80 points, rising to 33rd place, while Sikong Jie has garnered 60 points, and Dongfang Jie has obtained 57 points. Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru have each secured 50 points. The reason Yang Lingchen has only 80 points is primarily due to the initial area he entered, which was devoid of phantom beasts, causing him to squander a considerable amount of time. At this juncture, Yang Lingchen finally encounters a disciple from the Dian sect, who is none other than Feng Zijuan, the very individual he had previously left in a state resembling that of a pig's head. Since entering the illusion, Feng Zijuan has experienced remarkable fortune, currently ranking 20th with exactly 100 points. Ahem, at last, he has encountered a prime target. Yang Lingchen gazes at Feng Zijuan with unrestrained delight. Yang Lingchen, is that you? Upon recognizing Yang Lingchen, Feng Zijuan is taken aback and immediately bolts, fully aware that he stands no chance against him. He knows that if he does not flee, he will certainly be defeated, and although one does not truly die in the illusion, he would lose 30% of his points to his opponent. Whoosh, whoosh, whooshed in less than the blink of an eye, Yang Lingchen swiftly positions himself in front of Feng Zijuan. Brother Feng, where do you think you're running off to? Yang Lingchen inquires with a grin. Yang Lingchen, I advise you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, your demise will be excruciating, Feng Zijuan retorts with a fierce countenance. You dare to threaten me? Initially, I merely intended to seize your points and send you out of the illusion. But now it seems necessary to impart a memorable lesson upon you. Yang Lingchen replies with a sinister smile. What do you intend to do? I have no interest in men, Feng Zijuan states, trembling at Yang Lingchen's chilling grin and involuntarily retreating a few steps. Curse your grandmother. I have no interest in men either. Yang Lingchen can no longer contain his frustration and charges forward like a tempest. Bang, bang, bang. After a frenzied barrage, Yang Lingchen pulverizes Feng Zijuan's body, even obliterating his lower half. Although true injury does not occur within the illusion, the sensation of pain remains exceedingly real. Yang Lingchen, you pervert, I beg you. Just kill me. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Beixian Peak, TSK. Feng Wujie, who holds the last position. It's quite uncertain now. Dongfang Yunbing remarks with a cold smile. Dongfang Yunbing. You got him. Feng Wujie snorts, his face darkening with rage. Within the illusion, Yang Lingchen, having dealt with Feng Zijuan, sends his head flying with a single strike that I end the ensuing moments. Yang Lingchen embarks on a frenzied hunt, swiftly slaying dozens of phantom beasts, elevating his ranking to 15th place. At this juncture, the participants within the illusion begin to engage in mutual combat, as everyone has accumulated a significant number of points. Just then, a rotund young lady adorned in luxurious attire approaches Yang Lingchen with deliberate slowness. Not only is the young lady plump, but she also possesses prominent buck teeth, which can be quite unsettling upon first glance. At this moment, her gaze directed at Yang Lingchen is imbued with evident malice. She is none other than the 19th princess of the Beishan Empire, Zhou Yusin. Young man, what is your name? You appear quite handsome, Zhou Yusin remarks with a sly smile. Yang Lingchen senses a palpable aura of danger emanating from her. Her strength undoubtedly exceeds the 4th layer of the entry realm. Ahem. This young lady, I am Feng Zijuan of the Dian sect. May I inquire as to the purpose of your interception? Yang Lingchen replies with a light cough. Feng Zijuan, a fine name indeed, and no wonder you are so handsome, Zhou Yusin continues. Feng Zijuan, I now present you with 2 choices that at this moment. Yang Lingchen realizes that she is indeed a princess of the Beishan Empire, explaining her formidable prowess. Fortunately, he refrains from disclosing his true name. Please, princess, let me hear your terms, Yang Lingchen responds. First, from this moment onwards, remain by my side as my male consort, Zhou Yusin states, her expression brimming with flirtation. Ahem. And the second option? Yang Lingchen inquires. Secondly, I could simply kill you now, and after the first round of the illusion trial concludes, I would take you to my side as my male consort. Zhou Yusin declares. Ahem. Yang Lingchen feels overwhelmed. This woman is indeed quite troublesome. Feng Zijuan, will you choose the first option or the second? Zhou Yusin asks with a smile. The princess is exceedingly beautiful, and I find myself utterly captivated. Thus, I shall choose the first option, Yang Lingchen replies, suppressing his revulsion. You seem to possess some sense. Now hurry and come to my side. Zhou Yusin responds with a seductive smile, revealing her formidable buck teeth, which appear quite fearsome. Beautiful princess, I am on my way. Yang Lingchen feigns eagerness as he strides toward Zhou Yusin. Zijuan, as long as you obediently follow me from now on, I shall ensure that you are well taken care of. Zhou Yusin assures him with a smile. With that, she eagerly reaches out to touch Yang Lingchen. Ugh. Yang Lingchen nearly retches. Zijuan, are you unwell? Zhou Yusin inquires that I am fine. I must have overeaten. Princess, you are truly beautiful. May I embrace you? Yang Lingchen asks. You naughty boy. Zhou Yusin chides playfully. As Yang Lingchen slowly leans in for an embrace, he suddenly unleashes a powerful palm strike against Zhou Yusin's abdomen. Bang da da da, you scoundrel. You shall pay dearly for this. Zhou Yusin's words are cut short as she is met with a relentless barrage of blows from Yang Lingchen. Bang bang, banged in that moment, Zhou Yusin emits a series of anguished cries. Bang, die, you wretched woman, get out of my sight. Yang Lingchen delivers a heavy strike to Zhou Yusin, sending her flying away. At last, tranquility returns to the world. Ugh, ugh, ugh. After eliminating Zhou Yusin, Yang Lingchen's ranking ascends to 5th place. Chapter 52. The Brother-in-Law. Nangong Xiaodan on the outskirts of Beishan Peak, the assembled crowd is left in a state of astonishment. For many years, this marks the first occasion when individuals from other factions have breached the top 10. Just moments ago, the spectators believed Yang Lingchen would succumb to the charm of the princess. Who could have predicted such a swift reversal of fortune, with Yang Lingchen audaciously slaying the princess? Bang to at that moment, Zhou Yusin is teleported out, her eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury. Without a moment's hesitation, she charges toward the direction of the Dian sect. Feng Wujie, you must deliver Feng Zijuan to my residence tonight, or you shall face my wrath. Zijuan, when did you become involved with the 19th princess? Feng Wujie inquires. Father, I truly do not know. Feng Zijuan responds, his expression one of utter bewilderment. This, Zijuan, tonight. Feng Wujie gazes at his son. Father, you cannot do this. If you send me to the princess's residence, I will be utterly ruined. Feng Zijuan exclaims, Terror etched across his face. He is well aware of the princess's peculiar inclinations. Many talented young men have been forcibly taken to her residence, none of whom have met a favorable end. The most infamous incident involved Wu Tianxin, the young master of the Tianyi sect, who was renowned as an extraordinary talent, but ended up renouncing worldly ties shortly after a visit to the princess's abode. Zijuan, as long as you serve the princess well tonight, our Dain sect will undoubtedly soar to great heights. Feng Wujie urges his son earnestly. Within the illusion, as time ticks away, Yang Lingchen's points have risen to third place. At this moment, he encounters a young man clad in the robes of the Jianyuanche. This individual possesses strikingly handsome features and an ethereal aura, bearing a resemblance to Nangong Yin, that he is none other than Nangong Shao, the foremost talent of Jianyuanche. Young man, are you Yang Lingchen? Nangong Shao inquires, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Lingchen. Jianyuanche. Nangong Shao. He introduces himself that, my esteemed brother-in-law, what a pleasure to meet you. Yang Lingchen responds with a smile. Young man, if you wish to marry my sister, you must first pass my test, Nangong Shao declares with a serious expression. Surely, there is no need for such formality, dear brother-in-law. We are all part of the same family. Yang Lingchen replies with a chuckle. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us engage in combat. Nangong Shao commands firmly. Very well, dear brother-in-law, I shall make my move. Before his words have fully settled, Yang Lingchen lunges forward, swinging his staff like an arrow loose from a bow. Nangong Shao, possessing formidable strength and having reached the third layer of the entry realm, does not dare to underestimate the situation and promptly opts for a proactive offensive. As Yang Lingchen unleashes his rapid-fire strikes, Nangong Shao counters with his sword, launching a fierce assault against Yang Lingchen. Dong dong dong. Well done, young man. You truly possess remarkable skills. No wonder Yin Yin speaks of you so often. Nangong Shao remarked. Elder cousin, it seems we are at a stalemate. Why not join forces to hunt other talents? Whoever claims the most victory shall be the victor, that I wonder if you dare. Yang Lingchen suggested with a smile. Very well. Let us unite and see who can achieve more kills, Nangong Shao replied, his competitive spirit igniting that I end the ensuing illusionary trial. Two frenzied individuals appeared, mercilessly hunting down members of other factions. Outside the illusion, the leaders of the other factions wore grim expressions, deeply troubled. This competition had unexpectedly birthed a dark horse, Yang Lingchen of Tianyuan Palace. Without him, Tianyuan Palace would likely have languished at the bottom once more. As it stood, all others from Tianyuan Palace had been eliminated, leaving only Yang Lingchen to persevere. Although he stood alone, his accumulated points far surpassed those of other factions. Father, how did my brother end up allied with Yang Lingchen? Nangong Yin inquired with confusion. These two must have struck some sort of agreement to collaborate, Nangong Ting explained. Meanwhile, on the side of Tianyuan Palace, Dongfang Yunbing's tightly furrowed brows finally began to relax. Over the years, Tianyuan Palace's situation had grown increasingly dire, and the pressure on Dongfang Yunbing had become immense. Hours slipped by in the blink of an EYE. At this point, Yang Lingchen had climbed to second place in points, while Nangong Shao had risen to eighth. Their alliance had drawn the attention of countless onlookers, even causing a slight frown to crease the brow of the northern king, Zhou Xianjing, within the illusion. Yang Lingchen spoke with a serious demeanor. Elder cousin, do you dare to hunt members of the royal family? You can't be serious about hunting princes and princesses. Nangong Shao exclaimed in astonishment. That deal you dare or not? Just one word, Yang Lingchen declared with unwavering resolve. After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Zhao's eyes suddenly filled with determination as he responded, as long as you dare, I shall accompany you to the end. Thus, we shall approach from this side. You will draw their fire while I strike from behind to eliminate that royal princess, Yang Lingchen proposed. Why must I be the one to draw their fire? Nangong Shao retorted, visibly displeased. Elder cousin, have you not noticed how handsome you are? This royal princess clearly indulges excessively. Only someone of your striking appearance can lower her guard. Yang Lingchen replied earnestly, that am I truly that handsome? Nangong Shao said, playfully adjusting his bangs. Absolutely. Your family lineage ensures that the men are handsome and the women beautiful, Yang Lingchen affirmed. Indeed, Yang Lingchen's words held merit. Nangong Shao was quite handsome. Very well, I shall take on the princess. Only someone of my looks could keep her in check. However, for the next round, you must attract fire. It must be one round each, or else I shall be at a disadvantage, Nangong Xiao stipulated. No problem, elder cousin, but do be cautious. She is a formidable opponent at the fourth layer of the Xian realm, Yang Lingchen reminded. They then proceeded, one in front and one behind, to encircle the 26th princess. The 26th princess, named Zhou Yutong, had reached the fourth layer of the Xian realm and was currently ranked 6th in points to AT that moment. Zhou Yutong was vigorously hunting illusionary beasts. Just then Nangong Xiao, with a flourish, tossed his bangs aside and swaggered over to her. I am Nangong Xiao. At your service, Princess Yutong, he declared with an air of utmost confidence. Zhou Yutong, troubled by her low points, brightened at his approach, her smile blossoming. Could it be that I am truly this handsome? Seeing the joy on Zhou Yutong's face, Nangong Xiao reveled in his own self-satisfaction. However, just as he basked in his triumph, Zhou Yutong suddenly struck out with a palm. Catching him off guard, bang. Nangong Xiao was sent flying by the unexpected blow, barely rolling away in time to evade her follow-up attack. Inwardly, he cursed Yang Lingchen vehemently. Bang, bang, banged, and in no time, Nangong Xiao found himself battered and bruised. Just as Zhou Yutong prepared to finish him off, Yang Lingchen burst forth from the side, delivering a precise strike that severed Zhou Yutong's throat. You scoundrel! Why did you only show up now? My face! Nangong Xiao roared in fury. Elder cousin, there was no other choice. Her power was overwhelming that if you hadn't drawn her attention, I wouldn't have been able to take her down so swiftly, Yang Lingchen chuckled. Unable to contain his laughter at the sight of Nangong Xiao's battered visage, Yang Lingchen found the moment utterly amusing. Chapter 53. The Misfortunate Feng Zijuan. Outside the illusion, the northern king Zhou Xianzheng furrowed his brow in deep concern. For just moments ago, Yang Lingchen and Nangong Xiao had once again joined forces to hunt several members of the royal family. Such an occurrence had never transpired in previous competitions. Yang Lingchen's points had now surpassed those of the 18th prince, Zhou Yuming. Despite the vast gap in total points between Tianyuan Palace and the Northern Xian Empire, Yang Lingchen had successfully claimed the top spot in individual points. This was, without a doubt, a stinging blow to the Northern Xian Empire. For countless ages, no one had managed to wrestle away a position in the top 5 from the Northern Xian Empire, yet Yang Lingchen had done so, and in the most dazzling manner possible. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen and Nangong Xiao, fueled by their bloodlust, showed no mercy to any faction they encountered. The other princes of the Northern Xian Empire had opted to abandon their pursuit, for confronting them head-on was an arduous task. At this juncture, Yang Lingchen's points had soared far above Zhou Yuming's, while Nangong Xiao had successfully climbed to 5th place. Finally, after a lengthy day, the first round of the illusionary trial came to a close. When Yang Lingchen and Nangong Xiao were teleported back, the participants they had hunted glared at them with fury, as if they wished to devour them whole. According to the overall faction points ranking, the Northern Xian Empire retained its 1st place, while Tianyuan Palace miraculously secured the 2nd position, with the 3rd going to Jianyuan Pavilion. Dongfang Yunbing felt immense satisfaction with this outcome, at that moment. Her gaze towards Yang Lingchen was filled with pride, for he was not only her disciple, but also her man. Though he was still relatively weak, Dongfang Yunbing firmly believed that given enough time, Yang Lingchen would undoubtedly become the most exceptional man in the Northern Xian region, perhaps even the entire Tianwu continent. Well done, young man. This king has high hopes for you. I look forward to your performance in tomorrow's individual ranking battle. At that moment, Zhou Xianzheng approached. Greetings, Northern King. Dongfang Yunbing respectfully bowed. Greetings, Northern King. Yang Lingchen and the others followed suit in reverence that I never expected the palace master of Dongfang to train her disciple to such excellence. Zhou Xianzheng laughed heartily. At such a young age, possessing such power, you undoubtedly deserve my praise. After a few casual exchanges, Zhou Xianzheng took his leave. Just then, Nangong Xiao and Nangong Yin approached, smiling as they said, Brother-in-law, you are incredible. I never imagined your points would rank 1st. I thought you wouldn't surpass mine. Nangong Yin even embraced Yang Lingchen's arm, gazing at him with admiration. It's all luck, just luck, Yang Lingchen replied with a chuckle. Luck my foot. Strength is strength, but I accept you as my brother-in-law, Nangong Xiao laughed. Meanwhile, not far behind Yang Lingchen, Lin Yiru softly spoke to Ling Yinyun, Sister Yinyun, if you don't take the initiative, Lingchen might just be snatched away. If he gets taken, so be it. Who cares for such a fickle man? Ling Yinyun bit her lip in frustration. An exceptional man will always attract a variety of women, but if you don't act soon, the number of women around him will only grow, and one day he might completely forget you. Lin Yuru advised. As evening descended, that moment, at the residence of the 19th princess, Feng Wujing arrived with the unwilling Feng Zijuan in tow. "Are you Feng Zijuan?" Zhou Yusen inquired, her brow furrowed. Zhou Yusen was at a loss. Everything had been prepared, just waiting for the evening to deal with Feng Zijuan. Who would have thought that he was not the person she was seeking? This realization left her feeling quite vexed. "Princess, I am Feng Zijuan," he said nervously, bowing deeply. "That you've infuriated me." Zhou Yusen's expression darkened in an instant. However, her anger could not be contained, and she needed someone to vent her frustrations on. This lad doesn't seem too bad. He'll do." Zhou Yusen scrutinized Feng Zijuan for a moment before seizing him and dragging him into the room. The following morning, Feng Zijuan emerged from the princess's residence, his legs trembling incessantly, embodying a visage of despondence. Simultaneously, the news of Yang Lingchen's triumph in the first round of the individual championship spread like wildfire throughout the entire Beixian imperial city. At last, Zhou Yusen and Zhou Yutong became aware of Yang Lingchen's true identity. Particularly, Zhou Yusen found herself increasingly intrigued by Yang Lingchen, vowing silently to herself that she must possess this man. After a night of cultivation, Yang Lingchen stepped out of his chamber, invigorated. Under the guidance of Dongfang Yunbing, the group once again ascended to the peak of Beixian Mountain. The summit was teeming with spectators today, far exceeding the numbers from the previous day. This was due to the commencement of the individual ranking battles for the younger generation of the Beixian domain, an event of unparalleled popularity compared to the initial round. At this moment, the formidable Zhen Tinwang, Zhou Xian, strode to the center of the arena, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "The rules for today's individual ranking battles are as follows. Once you step onto the stage, your fate rests with the heavens. However, should your opponent concede, no lethal force may be employed. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences that a total of 70 participants would engage in the ranking battles, with final standings determined by their win rates. Each contender would thus face 69 bouts, with the individual achieving the highest win rate crowned as the champion. Given the extensive duration required for 69 battles, the ranking event was scheduled to unfold over 7 days, averaging approximately 10 battles per day for each participant. As Yang Lingchen meticulously reviewed the rules, he suddenly felt as though he were under the predatory gaze of a ferocious beast. That he quickly lifted his gaze, only to find Zhou Yusen in the distance, wearing a sinister smile as she fixated on him. The sight of her pronounced overbite sent shivers down his spine. "Brother Lingchen, does Princess Yusen harbor feelings for you? It seems she has been watching you intently," Lin Yuro inquired with curiosity. "That is because I eliminated her in the illusion. Thus, she regards me in such a manner," Yang Lingchen explained. "That I see. You must tread carefully. Zhou Yusen is notoriously brutal, and man marked by her gaze has met with a favorable outcome." Lin Yuro cautioned. That moment, Feng Zijuan approached Yang Lingchen with a sinister expression. "Yang Lingchen, you despicable scoundrel." He spat coldly. "What troubles you, brother Feng? After a night apart, you appear as if you have been struck by frost," Yang Lingchen remarked, intrigued. Once a handsome figure, Feng Zijuan now trembled as he walked, his entire being unsteady, as if he might collapse at any moment. "That it is you. This is all your fault. Had you not impersonated me before Zhou Yusen, I would not be in this wretched state." Feng Zijuan glared at Yang Lingchen with venomous resentment. Cough, cough. "Brother Feng, you didn't spend the night at the princess's residence, did you?" Yang Lingchen teased, provoking Feng Zijuan to the brink of fury. "That I shall kill you, you shameless wretch." Feng Zijuan was nearly driven to the point of spitting blood, unable to endure any longer. Last night had been the darkest of his life, all due to Yang Lingchen's interference. That in a fit of rage, Feng Zijuan lunged at Yang Lingchen with his sword. But he was no match for Yang Lingchen's prowess. With a resounding thud, Feng Zijuan was sent flying by a single kick from Yang Lingchen. Chapter 54. The clouds converged. The highly anticipated individual ranking battles had finally commenced. At the peak of Beixian Mountain, 10 enormous arenas were erected, allowing multiple matches to occur simultaneously, significantly enhancing the event's efficiency. Morningstar, regarding this individual ranking battle, I have but one request of you. Prioritize your safety. Dongfang Yunbing admonished with grave sincerity. And you all, If you encounter an overwhelmingly powerful foe, do not hesitate to concede. Do not let pride lead to folly. Her gaze shifted to the others. Yes, Your Highness. The group responded with utmost respect to at this juncture. The much-anticipated ranking battles officially began. Yang Lingchen's first opponent was a disciple from Lingshu sect, at the initial level of the entry realm. Fortune smiled upon Yang Lingchen in this opening bout, as all 5 members of the Tianyuan Palace emerged victorious. Notably, Lin Yuro and Ling Yinyan faced opponents of lesser strength, ultimately claiming their victories after arduous struggles. Soon, the second match commenced, and to Yang Lingchen's surprise, his adversary was none other than Feng Zijuan. Unexpectedly, Feng Zijuan chose to concede without a fight, denying Yang Lingchen the opportunity to settle scores. In the third match, Yang Lingchen faced Zhang Zichen from the Tantian sect. This opponent was at the pinnacle of the third level of the entry realm, possessing strength comparable to Nangong Xiao. However, the disdainful look in Zhang Zichen's eyes suggested he bore ill intentions. "Brat, today you'll learn the grave consequences of offending Miss Qiming," Zhang Zichen declared icily, his gaze haughty and dismissive. "Foolish child, why choose to be a pitiful sycophant?" Yang Lingchen retorted with irritation. "You seek death." Zhang Zichen's expression contorted with rage upon hearing Yang Lingchen's words that he had long pursued Luo Qiming. Yet her ambivalence left him feeling like a mere sycophant. With a swift motion, Zhang Zichen swung his sword at Yang Lingchen, the blade slicing through the air with lethal intent. Yang Lingchen, fully aware of his own limitations, understood he could only match Zhang Zichen's strength at best, unless he resorted to powerful techniques like the Immortal Devil Sword or Soul-Devouring Strike. Defeating his opponent swiftly would be a challenge, as their swords clashed. A torrent of fierce energy surged between them. "Is this the serious consequence you spoke of, sycophant?" Yang Lingchen seized the opportunity to taunt. "Impudent wretch, you dare mock me?" Zhang Zichen, undeterred by Yang Lingchen's jibe, continued his relentless assault. As the battle raged on, Zhang Zichen's relentless strikes began to wear on Yang Lingchen's patience. Recognizing his opponent's refusal to relent, Yang Lingchen unleashed a soul attack. In an instant, an invisible soul-devouring strike surged toward Zhang Zichen's essence. Boom! Zhang Zichen fell into a momentary stupor. In that fleeting moment, Yang Lingchen executed a swift sword strike, a blinding arc of light slicing through Zhang Zichen's throat. Thud! Zhang Zichen collapsed to the ground, lifeless, as the master of Tantian sect, Duamusu, watched with icy eyes. Zhang Zichen had been his most exceptional disciple, and now lay dead in the arena. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. No one had anticipated a death so early in the ranking battles. Meanwhile, Luo Qiming, observing from the sidelines, displayed little reaction, her gaze still fixed coldly on Yang Lingchen. Originally, Yang Lingchen had no intention of taking a life. Yet Zhang Zichen's murderous intent left him no choice. As the battles continued, Yang Lingchen achieved 7 consecutive victories, concluding the first day's events ahead of schedule. On the Tianyuan Palace side, Ling Yinyan and Lin Yuro each recorded 3 wins and 7 losses, while Dongfang Jie and Xikong Jie remained locked in fierce combat. Noticing Ling Yinyan appeared slightly injured and resting nearby, Yang Lingchen hurried over, producing several healing elixirs. "Yinyan, are you all right?" he inquired with concern. "I do not require your insincere concern, you heartbreaker," Ling Yinyan replied coldly, dismissing him entirely. "How have I earned the title of heartbreaker?" Yang Lingchen's voice wavered, lacking confidence. "I have sworn to be yours. Why then do you pursue Nangong Yin?" Ling Yinyan's gaze bore down on him with a hint of sorrow. "Yinyan, that vow was made in jest. You need not take it so seriously." Yang Lingchen felt overwhelmed, realizing he had merely intended to tease her. "Did you not compel me to swear?" Ling Yinyan's eyes glinted with discontent as she scrutinized him. Feeling unnerved under her intense gaze, Yang Lingchen conceded, "Yes. Since you forced me to swear, what do you intend now? Do you wish to cast me aside?" Ling Yinyan's eyes glimmered with moisture as she fixed her gaze upon him. "And no, I would never." Yang Lingchen whispered, "How could I possibly abandon you? Do you harbor feelings for me?" Ling Yinyan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she inquired, "Did I do?" Yang Lingchen admitted after a moment's contemplation, "That I the most enchanting beauty of Tianyuan Palace." Ling Yinyan possessed a captivating allure that enchanted countless and Tio claimed that he is not fond of such a beautiful woman would undoubtedly be a falsehood. Yet, at this moment, Yang Lingchen finds himself in quite a predicament. Uncertain whether Dongfang Yunbing will take action against him for his affections that are in his heart, he is simultaneously enamored and apprehensive towards Dongfang Yunbing Tso, who holds the greater status between me and Nangong Yin. Ling Yinyun pouted playfully. This matter weighs heavily on her, as a woman standing in this world is intrinsically linked to her rank and prestige. Sister Yinyun, let us discuss this later. First, consume the healing elixir. Then you must feed it to me. Ling Yinyun's voice was soft and delicate. Very well. Yang Lingchen had not anticipated how endearing Ling Yinyun would appear when she feigned innocence. Shortly thereafter, the battle between Dongfang Jie and Sikong Jie concluded, with both combatants achieving a record of 5 victories and 5 defeats to everyone's surprise. All the while, Ling Yinyun had been sweetly clinging to Yang Lingchen's arm. Upon returning to their quarters, as Yang Lingchen prepared to immerse himself in the Haotian jade space for cultivation, a stunning figure unexpectedly materialized in the room. Master. Yang Lingchen stammered, feeling a surge of anxiety. Just moments ago, Ling Yinyun had been in close proximity to him, and now Dongfang Yunbing's expression was decidedly frosty, leaving him to wonder if she would reprimand him. What are you so anxious about? Dongfang Yunbing's voice was icy and nothing. Yang Lingchen quickly lowered his gaze. Come here at once. Dongfang Yunbing's eyes glinted with severity. Her tone frigid. Why yes. Yang Lingchen approached with trepidation. Suddenly, Dongfang Yunbing reached out and grasped him. Master, spare me. I was wrong. In an instant, beads of cold sweat trickled down Yang Lingchen's forehead. Although Dongfang Yunbing had not exerted herself with much force, her aura was undeniably formidable, and he feared that any displeasure on her part would lead to dire consequences. Chapter 55. A savage beatdown of Zhou Yusin. Dongfang Yunbing's gaze was piercing. Her tone, unsympathetic. This is all the disciple's fault. Yang Lingchen bowed his head, his expression rife with regret and guilt, embodying a figure of wrongdoing. This time, I shall spare you, Dongfang Yunbing huffed. But remember, you are my man. Should I discover you trifling with other women, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Her voice was frigid, capable of freezing the very air. The disciple will remember this. Master, could you please loosen your grip? Yang Lingchen spoke cautiously. You are still young. Your focus should be on cultivation. Excessive romantic entanglements will not serve you well. Dongfang Yunbing's tone softened slightly, yet her authority remained unquestionable. That I will heed your teachings. Master, Yang Lingchen promptly responded. Though you are currently weak, I believe one day you shall become the most exceptional man in this world, Dongfang Yunbing declared. You hold such faith in me, master? Yang Lingchen could not help but ask. Of course, for you possess the pure Yang physique and are my man, she affirmed resolutely. Master, I also possess a technique that should surpass your dual cultivation method, Yang Lingchen murmured. This was a godly dual cultivation technique he had discovered within Ling Juechen's memories. Is that so? Then what are you waiting for? Unbeknownst to him, Dongfang Yunbing's veil had silently slipped away, her jade-like hand gently caressing Yang Lingchen's handsome visage. Stunned, Yang Lingchen could no longer resist, kissing her fervently as if he were a wild beast. Dongfang Yunbing, unyielding, waved her hand, instantly shredding Yang Lingchen's garments to tatters, then gracefully seated herself upon him like a sinuous serpent. In that moment, an atmosphere of intimacy flooded the room like an unstoppable tide. The next morning, a visibly astonished Dongfang Yunbing inquired, "Morning, what kind of technique is this? It allowed me to break through a small realm." Not long ago, she had only just ascended to the second layer of the Gui Xian realm. Yet to her surprise, she had now advanced to the third layer. This, I am not entirely certain about. Is a technique I acquired during my last expedition, and today marks my first usage. Yang Lingchen kindly fabricated a lie. Master, I too am on the verge of a breakthrough. Could you please rise? At that moment, Yang Lingchen felt the energy within him reach its critical threshold. Swiftly, Dongfang Yunbing sprang up, hastily donning her attire before silently exiting Yang Lingchen's chamber. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen sat cross-legged upon his bed, fervently channeling all of his energy towards the fifth layer of the Wensu realm. Boom, da boom, da boom, da boom, da. As a resounding cacophony erupted, Yang Lingchen successfully advanced to the fifth layer of the Wensu realm. Subsequently, he retrieved an abundance of Wensu pills, consuming them without hesitation. By dawn, he had once again elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the fifth layer. Only then did Yang Lingchen rise to tidy his room, which had become a chaotic mess after a night of intense activity that, if left unattended, it would be all too easy for the observant to discern the truth. After freshening up, young Lingchen exited his quarters. "What were you doing last night? I knocked on your door for ages without a response." Ling Yinyan pouted, her tone laden with dissatisfaction. "I apologize, Sister Yinyan. I was deeply engrossed in a crucial moment of cultivation and did not hear you." Young Lingchen hastily explained that in truth, he had heard her, and her incessant knocking had nearly startled him into a panic. "No matter. Let us hurry. The palace master is waiting for us," Ling Yinyan declared, entwining her arm with Yang Lingchen's as they made their way downstairs. Once again, they set forth towards the North Xian Peak, which was bustling with activity and thronged with people. They settled in their designated area at Tianyuan Palace. Soon, the day's battles commenced. However, to Yang Lingchen's dismay, his first opponent was none other than Zhou Yusin. As soon as Yang Lingchen stepped onto the stage, he staggered to the edge of the platform, retching violently. The cause of his distress was Zhou Yusin's laughter, which had revealed a few unsightly gaps in her teeth, adorned with some unidentifiable, revolting substance. "Damn it. I care not if you are a princess or a prince. Today, I shall pound you into a pulp." Yang Lingchen's eyes widened with fury as he brandished his staff, unleashing a ferocious assault upon Zhou Yusin. Had this encounter occurred prior to last night, he might have doubted his ability to prevail against her. Fortunately, he had engaged in a night of dual cultivation with Dongfang Yunbing. Although Zhou Yusin's appearance left much to be desired, her strength and talent were undeniable. Yang Lingchen's savage strikes rained down upon Zhou Yusin. She adeptly countered, displaying remarkable composure. Meanwhile, Ling Yinyan watched anxiously. She had only just secured Yang Lingchen's affections and had yet to fully explore their relationship. What if the princess made her move first? The thought sent her heart racing. The exchanges continued. Yang Lingchen and Zhou Yusin found themselves locked in a fierce struggle, neither willing to relent. His staff swung with unrestrained ferocity, while Zhou Yusin's sword met his blows with precision and vigor. In that moment, Yang Lingchen unleashed a soul attack, the soul-devouring slash striking deep within Zhou Yusin's essence. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, Zhou Yusin fell into a momentary stupor, her gaze dull and unfocused. Bang, 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 bang. "I'll strike you down. You wretched woman." Yang Lingchen swung his staff with unbridled rage, transforming Zhou Yusin into a grotesque visage, barely recognizable. Zhou Yusin's piercing shrieks echoed throughout the arena. Shao. Bang. Finally, tranquility returned to the world as Yang Lingchen delivered a final, devastating blow, sending Zhou Yusin sprawling. Given her royal lineage, he dared not take her life. Ugh, Lingchen, are you all right?" Ling Yinyan inquired with concern, her face etched with worry. "Sister Yinyan, I'm fine. I was merely revolted by that vile woman." Yang Lingchen took a deep breath, striving to compose himself that moment. Nangong Yin approached, her eyes narrowing as she beheld Ling Yinyan clinging to Yang Lingchen's arm. "Who are you? Why are you holding on to my Yang Lingchen?" Nangong Yan's voice dripped with hostility. "I doubt I am Yang Lingchen's first wife." "And you are?" Ling Yinyan retorted, her tone equally unfriendly. "How shameless of you to steal my man." Nangong Yin fumed, her complexion flushed with indignation. "Then ask Yang Lingchen whose man he truly is," Ling Yinyan replied coolly, turning to Yang Lingchen. "Enough of your quarrel. It is my turn to fight," Yang Lingchen interjected, swiftly ascending to the platform. This battle was a timely distraction. Otherwise, he would surely be overwhelmed by the two women. His opponent this round was a prodigy from the Mo Yun sect. Regarding those from the Mo Yun sect, Yang Lingchen showed no mercy, swiftly executing a strike that severed his opponent's throat without offering a chance for surrender. Since he has become an unyielding adversary, Yang Lingchen's principle is to kill whenever possible. If he cannot, he will strive to do so nonetheless. Meanwhile, Huang Dingtian in the audience glares furiously, his teeth grinding in rage, wishing he could flay Yang Lingchen alive on the spot. Chapter 56. Transformation of thought time swiftly passes, and another day has gone by. Once again, Yang Lingchen achieves an impressive record of 10 consecutive victories in fierce battles, bringing his total to an astonishing 20 wins, including yesterday's triumphs. Throughout this streak, whenever Yang Lingchen encounters individuals from the Diyin sect, the Luo Sha Palace, or the Mo Yun sect, he shows no mercy, offering them no chance to concede. To Yang Lingchen's surprise, Ling Yin Yun and Nan Gong Yin do not engage in the fierce combat he had anticipated. Instead, they resort to subtle skirmishes, indulging in a battle of jealousy. In that moment, Yang Lingchen feels overwhelmed, burdened with vexation. Within the stronghold of the Mo Yun sect, Huang Dingtan erupts in fury. That little bastard Yang Lingchen has killed so many of our disciples. Can you all really tolerate this? His face darkens ominously. What choice do we have? Feng Wuji responds heavily, his brow furrowed with helplessness. For some unknown reason, Dongfang Yunbing's strength has surged, and I am no match for him at present. You are right. Feng, to contend with Tianyuan Palace, we must unite our forces. Otherwise, we will be systematically defeated by Dongfang Yunbing, Luo Tianming. The master of Luo Sha Palace remarked slowly, his gaze filled with deep concern. I believe we can approach it this way. Tan Tianmin Master Duan Musu begins to outline his plan in detail. Haha, let us proceed as Brother Duan Mu suggests. The others chime in agreement. Time swiftly reaches the final day of the grand competition. Over the course of these 6 days, Yang Lingchen, armed with astonishing strength and indomitable spirit, not only secures an impressive record of 60 consecutive victories, but also defeats Nan Gong Shao and several members of the royal family. On this particular morning, under the leadership of Dongfang Yunbing, everyone ascends once more to the summit of Bei Xian Peak. Today marks the final day, and Yang Lingchen's heart swells with excitement. With just 9 more victories, he could claim the championship of this grand competition. The rewards for the champion are exceedingly generous. Alongside a bounty of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, the champion will also receive a Xianling fruit. This rare and precious fruit can elevate a practitioner in the Xian realm by 1 tier unconditionally. And for those in the Void realm, it can instantly enhance them by 3 minor tiers. In that moment, Yang Lingchen silently vows that he will spare no effort, even risking everything, simply for the sake of this Xianling fruit. Soon, Yang Lingchen embarks on his first battle of the day, facing Princess Zhou Yutong, in stark contrast to the unattractive Zhou Yuxian. Zhou Yutong possesses an ethereal beauty. Her features are exquisitely crafted, her skin as pale as jade, and her figure is both slender and graceful, captivating all who lay eyes upon her. I end the illusion. It was you who ambushed this princess, wasn't it? Zhou Yutong's delicate face is frosty, her beautiful eyes glinting with fury. Indeed. And what can you do about it? Yang Lingchen replies nonchalantly, refusing to show mercy simply because she is a beauty. Seeking death. Today, I shall surely slay you. Zhou Yutong's voice is icy as she lunges forward like a flash of lightning, her sword aimed menacingly at Yang Lingchen, and no one has ever dared speak to her in such a manner, and her anger has reached its peak. How dare you, you wretched princess, if it weren't for your status, I would strip you bare. Yang Lingchen mutters under his breath, swinging his staff to meet her attack, unleashing a torrent of powerful strikes that rain down upon her. The resonant clanging of their clash reverberates throughout the arena. Faced with Yang Lingchen's frenzied assaults, Zhou Yutong finds herself retreating repeatedly, struggling to maintain her defense. Moments later, seizing a prime opportunity, Yang Lingchen delivers a heavy strike to her chest. However, Zhou Yutong is no ordinary opponent. Her reflexes are remarkably swift as she raises her sword to block. With a resounding bang, Yang Lingchen's full-force strike sends her staggering backward. Yet he does not relent, launching a sudden soul attack that leaves Zhou Yutong momentarily dazed. Devoid of the ability to resist, seizing the moment, Yang Lingchen charges forward without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon Zhou Yutong. You think your beauty spares you from my wrath? Zhou Yutong's anguished cries fill the air. Die, you insufferable witch. Yang Lingchen kicks fiercely, landing a powerful blow to her chest that sends her flying. To hell with you, you wretched princess. If it weren't for the fact that we are on the territory of the Bei Xian Empire, I would hang you naked at the city gate for all to see. Yang Lingchen feels an exhilarating sense of relief wash over him. In that moment, the arena falls eerily silent, as countless spectators are left in shock. Rendered speechless by Yang Lingchen's audacity to them, he appears as a madman, daring to strike the princess of the Bei Xian Empire. A display of sheer recklessness. At that moment, from the direction of the Bei Xian Empire, the king of Jintian's eyes flash with a fierce light. Yang Lingchen's actions undoubtedly challenged the authority of the entire Bei Xian Empire. Had this grand competition not been hosted by the Bei Xian Empire, Zhou Xian would have relished the opportunity to strike this arrogant youth down. Meanwhile, other princes and princesses cast glances at Yang Lingchen, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Yet, Yang Lingchen pays little heed to their hostility. His sole focus is on obtaining the Xianling fruit, which would allow him to break through 3 minor tiers in quick succession, that he believes that as this grand competition is hosted by the Bei Xian Empire, they would not dare retaliate against him over a single princess. Otherwise, who would be willing to participate in future competitions? Once he acquires the Xianling fruit, Yang Lingchen is confident he can swiftly break into the Xian realm, at which point he would be an invincible force within that realm. Chiner, you are still far from being able to contend with the Bei Xian Empire. Do you understand the precariousness of your situation? Dongfang Yunbing remarks sagely, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Master, I apologize that I will not cause you trouble again. One day, I will stand before you as a man and protect you. Yang Lingchen vows earnestly, his eyes filled with determination, that he recognizes that he may have been overly arrogant in his previous actions. After all, in his past life on Earth, he was merely an ordinary individual, having never faced the harsh realities of society. Now, with newfound strength, he has become somewhat reckless. However, following Dongfang Yunbing's admonition, Yang Lingchen begins to reflect deeply. All along, it has been Dongfang Yunbing who has shielded him from the consequences of his actions. As a man, he ought to stand before her and protect her, rather than recklessly inviting trouble. I shall await that day. Dongfang Yunbing's gaze softens, revealing a rare look of appreciation. Of course, this does not mean he will become a coward. Rather, he will strive to remain low-key until he has absolute confidence. The grand competition continues. In the subsequent battles, Yang Lingchen adopts a more subdued approach. He encounters several princes, all of whom seem intent on eliminating him. Yet, Yang Lingchen exercises restraint, merely knocking them off the platform without inflicting severe harm. Soon, the grand competition reaches its final match, the championship showdown. Yang Lingchen has amassed an impressive record of 68 consecutive victories, while the 18th prince, Zhou Yuming, also boasts the same record. This final battle will determine the ultimate champion, and the title of champion in the Bei Xian realm signifies the foremost genius among the younger generation. Thus, this climactic confrontation garners the attention of countless spectators. Despite Yang Lingchen's ongoing winning streak, no one seems to favor him in this final battle. The 18th prince has grown up challenging those above his level. He has always faced opponents who were stronger, and never has anyone dared to challenge him in the same manner. Moreover, Yang Lingchen's cultivation is merely at the 5th layer of the Void Realm, while Zhou Yuming has already reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the Xian Realm. Chapter 57. Second layer of the Xian Realm, the championship battle officially commences. At this moment, Yang Lingchen wears an expression of utmost seriousness, for his opponent is Zhou Yuming, the undisputed genius of the Bei Xian royal family. Under the age of 20, you are quite arrogant. Zhou Yuming says coldly, you are the first to dare provoke the authority of the royal family in many years. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Submit to me, or face death. His expression is frigid, filled with menace and pressure. Go to hell. Don't act tough in front of me. I, lousy, solemnly swear that one day I shall bring the northern Xian Empire to its knees beneath my feet. Yang Lingchen silently vowed. Were it not for my prior promise to Dongfang Yunbing, I would have relished the opportunity to eliminate the arrogant Zhou Yuming, who stood before me with such haughty bravado. Given Yang Lingchen's strength, had he unleashed all his hidden cards, he could have easily slain Zhou Yuming in an instant. Yet he refrained from doing so. That he understood all too well that should he take Zhou Yuming's life, not only would he be unable to escape unscathed, but the entire Tianyuan palace and the Yang family would also suffer devastating consequences. Such a foolhardy creature, this prince had intended to keep you as a loyal hound, given your commendable talent. But since you have shown ingratitude, then death shall be your fate. As Zhou Yuming's words fell, the sword in his hand erupted with radiant brilliance, unleashing an immeasurable and fierce sword aura that surged towards Yang Lingchen with alarming speed. With that declaration, Yang Lingchen mused, one day, I shall make the entire Zhou family my subservient dogs, wagging their tails in submission. With such thoughts, he swiftly executed a ghostly movement, while simultaneously drawing his immortal demon sword and launching a fierce strike toward Zhou Yuming. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted, and a terrifying aura of destruction enveloped the area. At the same time, Yang Lingchen communicated telepathically with the spirit within the immortal demon sword. In perfect synchrony with the spirit, the sword unleashed a tempest of sword energy, striking forth like a bolt of lightning, wave after wave, toward Zhou Yuming. Zhou Yuming, renowned as the foremost genius among the youth of the Northern Qian Empire, displayed remarkable dexterity, countering Yang Lingchen's ferocious onslaught with relative ease. Were it not for the powers of the immortal demon sword and his soul attacks, Yang Lingchen would indeed find himself outmatched. At this juncture, Yang Lingchen disregarded all caution and unleashed the god-slaying sword technique, paired with his phantom movement technique, while simultaneously executing a soul-devouring slash. Boom. Zhou Yuming found himself momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. Just as he did, a swift kick from Yang Lingchen landed squarely on his face. Collapsing it inwards, the bang that I in an instant, Yang Lingchen transformed the immortal demon sword into the celestial staff, wielding it like a tempest. Raining blows upon Zhou Yuming. Zhou Yuming screamed in agony, his cries hauntingly pitiful. Bang. Zhou Yuming continued his lamentations. Are you not a prince? How can you wail so pitifully in the arena? Yang Lingchen mocked as he continued to swing the staff. I concede. Zhou Yuming, finally unable to withstand the relentless barrage from Yang Lingchen, declared his surrender. Apologies, 18th Prince. I thought your resilience was substantial, hence my excessive strikes. Yang Lingchen said with a smile. You are as good as dead. Boy. Zhou Yuming glared at Yang Lingchen with a face resembling that of a swine, his eyes filled with cold malice that if you rely solely on yourself, I do not mean to belittle you, but you will never be able to exact revenge for eternity. Yang Lingchen leaned closer to Zhou Yuming's ear, chuckling coldly. 18th Prince, be cautious. I shall assist you down. Yang Lingchen feigned concern as he helped the furious Zhou Yuming off the stage. To the onlookers, Yang Lingchen appeared quite dignified. After all, he had emerged victorious and personally assisted the 18th Prince down from the arena. Although Zhou Yuming bore the marks of defeat, resembling a battered pig, his internal injuries were minimal, consisting mostly of superficial wounds. At that moment, the atmosphere was one of shock. For over a millennium, no other sect had successfully claimed victory from the Northern Qian Empire's grasp. In that moment, Yang Lingchen achieved the impossible, that he was destined to become an idol among the youth of the Northern Qian domain, having etched his name into history by overturning the long-standing dominance of other factions. The news of Yang Lingchen's triumph in the Northern Qian domain competition spread rapidly throughout the Northern Qian Empire and would soon reach every corner of the Northern Qian domain. Under the declaration of the King of Heaven, Zhou Xianzheng, Yang Lingchen was awarded the substantial prize for this competition, 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones and a Xianling fruit. At this moment, the most elated were Nangong Yin and Ling Yinyun. As Yang Lingchen stepped down from the platform, the two women flanked him, one tenderly wiping the sweat from his brow, while the other gently offered him water. Upon witnessing this scene, Dongfang Yunbing's eyes nearly sparked with flames. Meanwhile, the four major factions, Moyun Sect, Tantan Gate, Dian Gate, and Luocha Palace, each cast icy glances toward Yang Lingchen. Upon returning to his quarters, Yang Lingchen locked himself in his room and entered the Haotian Jade space. It is worth noting that a single mid-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. That he frantically activated the Haotian technique, dedicating himself to the full refinement of these mid-grade spirit stones. The spiritual energy contained within mid-grade spirit stones far surpassed that of their low-grade counterparts. Boom. Initial stage of the 6th layer of the questioning void realm. Mid-stage of the 6th layer of the questioning void realm. Late stage of the 6th layer of the questioning void realm. At that moment, Yang Lingchen was consumed by the desire to continue, his mind fixated solely on the fervent refinement of spirit stones. His cultivation was steadily ascending. Boom. 7th layer of the questioning void realm. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. By this time, the tens of thousands of spirit stones had dwindled to a mere 20,000. At this juncture, Yang Lingchen's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the questioning void realm, but he then retrieved the Xianling fruit. Yang Lingchen planned to consume the Xianling fruit. Striving for a momentous breakthrough to the 2nd layer of the entering Xian realm, As he sensed the pure spiritual energy radiating from the Xianling fruit, excitement surged within him. Without hesitation, he swallowed the fruit whole. Boom, dot boom, dot boom. The energy from the Xianling fruit surged through Yang Lingchen's body, prompting him to sit cross-legged and channel the Haotian technique, directing this energy toward the bottleneck of the entering Xian realm. Yang Lingchen bellowed, "Break for me!" Boom, dot boom, dot boom, dot boom. First layer of the entering Xian realm. Finally, a breakthrough. The energy from the Xianling fruit had only been slightly depleted. Within a mere 10 minutes, his cultivation successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the second layer of the entering Xian realm. Why cultivation has finally surged. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, a jubilant expression spread across Yang Lingchen's face. After taking a refreshing shower and donning a clean outfit, he made his way toward Dongfang Yunbing's room. Chapter 58. A storm approaches. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Lingchen's demeanor was somewhat anxious as he gently rapped on the door of Dongfang Yunbing's room, his heart racing with mounting excitement. That moment, his inner turmoil was akin to a tempest, for he had no clear gauge of Dongfang Yunbing's true level of strength. "Come in." At that moment, Dongfang Yunbing's soft, melodious voice echoed from within. "Cough, cough. Master, I missed you." Yang Lingchen's eyes shone with an uncontrollable fervor. Without a second thought, he eagerly reached out and embraced Dongfang Yunbing's delicate waist tightly. Upon meeting Yang Lingchen's fervent gaze, Dongfang Yunbing did not resist. She could clearly sense the depth of his infatuation, and she too harbored a heart full of joy for this exceptional disciple. After all, her disciple was not only strikingly handsome, but possessed astounding talent and a rare physique, making him one of the finest in the world. How could she remain unmoved by such a near-perfect man? Suddenly, there was a loud bang, 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 da-da. "Master, I was wrong." Yang Lingchen cried out in despair, quickly beginning to plead for mercy. "You little rascal, merely having improved your cultivation a bit. You dare to act presumptuously before me. Now do you realize your folly?" Dongfang Yunbing's brows furrowed in annoyance, and she immediately began to rain down unrelenting blows upon Yang Lingchen. "That I was wrong. Disciple, I shall never again disrespect you." Yang Lingchen exclaimed in terror, hastily begging for forgiveness, but he had initially believed that having reached the pinnacle of the second layer of the entering Xian realm, he could at least hold his ground against Dongfang Yunbing without facing such a dire beating. Little did he expect that Dongfang Yunbing's cultivation had already reached the third layer of the returning Xian realm. "You little brat, until your strength surpasses mine, it would be wise for you to remain obedient." Dongfang Yunbing helped Xiao Ruoqing to her feet, her tone softening somewhat. "Does it hurt?" "Not at all." Yang Lingchen gritted his teeth, forcing himself to respond despite the pain. "You shall spend the next few days accompanying me." After saying this, Dongfang Yunbing gently leaned against Yang Lingchen's chest. "Certainly, master." Yang Lingchen nodded emphatically. After this lesson, he had finally resolved to be completely honest. He deeply understood that Dongfang Yunbing was a woman of strong character. If he wished to win her over entirely, he must swiftly elevate his own cultivation in the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed. During this time, Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing remained in their room, immersed in the sweetness of love, as they were currently in the throes of a passionate romance. The following morning, Yang Lingchen had also left behind a considerable number of exquisite elixirs for Nangong Yin, earnestly advising her to focus on her cultivation. That very evening, the entourage from Tianyuan Palace boarded the flying vessel once more, hurtling toward Tianyuan Palace at breakneck speed. Simultaneously, the 4 major forces, Moyun Sect, Tantai Gate, Dean Gate, and Luocha Palace, were fervently rallying their respective factions in the main hall of Tianyuan Palace. The master spoke gravely. "Master, something significant is about to happen." Elder Zhuge Mo, the elder of heavenly mechanisms, stood with a solemn expression, stroking his grizzled beard. "Elder of heavenly mechanisms, what has transpired?" Dongfang Yunbing inquired with a furrowed brow, her demeanor serious. She was well aware of Zhuge Mo's character. He would not treat matters lightly unless they were of utmost importance. "That a few days ago, I divined that we are about to face a life-and-death crisis within our palace," Zhuge Mo replied, his voice low and grave. "That a grave crisis. Is this true?" Dongfang Yunbing's expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness. "Does the elder have a solution to avert this predicament?" she asked, her beautiful eyes filled with expectation. "This," Zhuge Mo hesitated, a troubled look crossing his face. "Elder, please speak freely," Dongfang Yunbing urged. According to my divination, the only one capable of resolving this crisis is the future husband of the palace master. If he can appear in time, not only can we navigate this peril safely, but under his leadership, Tianyuan Palace may even have the chance to dominate the entire continent, Zhuge Mo stated emphatically. I understand that he will come, Dongfang Yunbing said, a faint smile gracing her lips at Zhuge Mo's words, that I also believe he will appear because he is right here in Tianyuan Palace. Zhuge Mo wore an inscrutable expression. Enough of this, Dongfang Yunbing chastised him with a fierce glare. Cough, that I shall take my leave. Zhuge Mo chuckled heartily before striding out of the main hall. That old man must have calculated everything. Dongfang Yunbing thought, her fair face flushing beneath her veil. This situation made her feel somewhat embarrassed. She began to regret taking young Lingchen as her disciple. Master, something is amiss. At that moment, a dark guard from Tianyuan Palace rushed in, his expression frantic. What is it? Dongfang Yunbing inquired, her voice laced with authority. You may leave. I am aware, she commanded coldly, devoid of any trace of emotion, that in an instant, Dongfang Yunbing vanished from the hall, reappearing in the Qian pavilion. Master, what brings you here? Yang Lingchen asked, a hint of surprise crossing his face upon seeing her sudden arrival. The Dian Gate, Luocha Palace, Moyin Sect, and Tandai Gate are coming for us. You must prepare and leave Tianyuan Palace at once. Dongfang Yunbing replied calmly, though concern flickered in her eyes. Her words were also a test of Yang Lingchen. Upon hearing this, Yang Lingchen furrowed his brow slightly, urgently asking, how many of them are coming? Where are they now? The four sects have mobilized their forces and should be nearing. Dongfang Yunbing noted, disappointment flashing in her gaze at Yang Lingchen's anxious demeanor. In a flash, Yang Lingchen vanished from his spot. Dongfang Yunbing did not attempt to stop him. Instead, she stood there, her expression filled with disappointment. In that moment, it felt as though her heart had been hollowed out. Of course, Yang Lingchen was not fleeing. He was meticulously setting up a grand formation around Tianyuan Palace, point one by one. Mid-grade spirit stones were swiftly embedded in various corners of the palace. After circling the palace, Yang Lingchen finally completed the formation. With a single incantation, this formidable array could be activated at any moment. That moment, the four major forces converged at the foot of Tianyuan Palace. Meanwhile, upon learning of the impending attack, many within the palace turned pale, gripped by fear. Although the enemy is exceptionally strong, we still have a fighting chance if we give it our all. I will lead the charge, Dongfang Yunbing proclaimed, her voice ringing with undeniable authority. Master, this situation was caused by your disciple Yang Lingchen. Why not hand him over instead of sacrificing us all for him? At that moment, Grand Elder Wang Batian stepped forward, his tone cold and filled with discontent. Speak another word, and you shall regret it. Dongfang Yunbing's voice turned icy, a palpable aura of menace emanating from her. Yunbing, Batian is not wrong. This incident was indeed instigated by your disciple. We cannot allow the entire sect to pay the price for his actions. Elder Sikong Guan interjected. Where is he, by the way? Elder, this is not the time for such discussions. Our immediate priority is to repel the enemy. Dongfang Yunbing replied sharply, her eyes resolute. How conveniently you speak. Your disciple Yang Lingchen caused this mess, yet you expect the entire sect to perish for him. Given the current crisis, do you believe you still have the right to remain as palace master? Sikong Guan asserted, stepping to the center of the hall, his voice commanding and cutting. The elder speaks the truth. Dongfang Yunbing, for the sake of your disciple, you have put us all in jeopardy. You are unworthy of continuing as the master of our Tianyuan Palace. Chen Yinling, the Grand Elder of Tianxian Peak, chimed in, a smug satisfaction evident in his tone. That moment, he felt elated. Yang Lingchen had killed his disciple, Li Tianxing, and he had long sought revenge. Suddenly, a sharp flash of white light cut through the air as Chen Yinling was cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere, creating a scene of utter carnage. Who else believes I am unworthy of the position of palace master? Step forward. Dongfang Yunbing's eyes glinted with a chilling light, her voice echoing with an icy ferocity that sent shivers down spines. Dongfang Yunbing, who would have thought you could be so ruthless? Elder Chen merely spoke a word, yet you took his life. That a person like you is utterly unfit to lead Tianyuan Palace. Grand Elder Wang Batian trembled behind Elder Siko, fear evident in his voice. I too believe you are unworthy to be the master. For For you only have eyes for Yang Lingchen and disregard the rest of us, Sikong Jie declared coldly. His gaze filled with disdain. In that moment, a fierce sword light flashed, and Sikong Jie's head was severed from his shoulders. Just then, a tall, handsome figure appeared in the hall. It was Yang Lingchen, who had just completed the formation. Chapter 59. Surprise attack beast, you seek death. How dare you kill my grandson? Elder Sikong roared, brandishing a shimmering sword that glinted with lethal intent, unleashing a torrent of sword energy toward Yang Lingchen. Ignorant old fool, Yang Lingchen replied, his eyes narrowing as he unleashed a soul-chilling strike that left the elder momentarily stunned. Die. Yang Lingchen's eyes glinted coldly, and the mysterious Shima sword emitted a flurry of razor-sharp sword energy. In an instant, Elder Sikong was torn asunder, blood spilling everywhere. How could Elder Sikong, who had only reached the first layer of the returning Void Realm, possibly contend with Yang Lingchen? Gasps of disbelief filled the air. As everyone stared in shock at them, the elder had always been a godlike figure, yet he could not withstand a single strike from Yang Lingchen. You were supposed to leave, weren't you? Dongfang Yunbing's voice remained cool. But her heart raced with excitement. Master, I wish to cultivate alongside you for a lifetime. Yang Lingchen grinned cheerfully. Then where were you just now? Dongfang Yunbing inquired, her tone sharp. She had thought he had fled. I was setting up the formation. There is no need for concern now. They shall not breach our defenses, Yang Lingchen replied, confidence radiating from him. You can set formations? Dongfang Yunbing asked, astonishment evident in her eyes. There are many things I can do. Otherwise, how could I be your man? Yang Lingchen boldly declared, that moment. He decided to no longer conceal their relationship, seizing the opportunity to reveal it now that the upper echelons of Tianyuan Palace were present. Prepare to face whatever consequences might follow. Whoa. The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. They are indeed master and disciple. How can this be? Especially Dongfang Jie, whose eyes are almost popping out of his head. How can he seek revenge now? That fellow has become his uncle by marriage. Meanwhile, Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuruo covered their mouths, staring in disbelief at the two. Dongfang Yunbing shot a fierce glare at Yang Lingchen. Then coldly declared, from this day forth, Yang Lingchen shall no longer be my disciple, for he is now my man. And I oppose this. Dongfang Jie stepped forward, looking utterly aggrieved, being raised by Dongfang Yunbing. He held deep feelings for her. Over a decade ago, the Dongfang family faced a vicious enemy and was annihilated overnight. Only 12-year-old Dongfang Yunbing managed to escape with her 5-year-old nephew, Dongfang Jie, to Nanzhou. With her extraordinary talent, Dongfang Yunbing became the palace master of Tianyuan Palace at the age of 20. And now she is merely 26. Opposition is futile. If you continue to whine, do not blame your uncle for giving you a good beating, Yang Lingchen admonished in a condescending tone. You, Dongfang Jie glared with fiery eyes, feeling as if his lungs would burst from anger. Yang Lingchen, come with me to assess the situation, Dongfang Yunbing said, her figure vanishing in an instant from the grand hall. Remaining here had become quite awkward for her. The crowd stood there, bewildered at this moment. The grand formation surrounding Tianyuan Palace had been activated, enveloping the entire mountain gate in layers of mist. Even if the enemy attempted a fierce aerial assault, they would be unable to penetrate. Brother Huang, we cannot break this formation. What shall we do? Feng Wuji furrowed his brow, expressing concern. Strange, according to my knowledge, Tianyuan Palace should not have a defensive formation. Huang Dingtian replied. Perplexed, what do we do now? We cannot just wait idly. Luo Tianming said in a deep voice. No worries, said the master of Tanmen, Duanmusu. This type of formation requires countless precious spirit stones to sustain it. With Tianyuan Palace's meager resources, it likely won't last more than a few days. Duanmusu then smiled. By then, with the cooperation of Sikong Guan, as long as we capture Dongfang Yunbing alive, the Crown Prince will surely reward us handsomely. How astute! Brother Duanmu, your strategy is truly exquisite. I wonder if the Crown Prince's experts have arrived. Huang Dingtian smiled slightly and gave a thumbs dash up to do not worry. The Crown Prince's men have already arrived. Duanmusu replied. Yang Lingchen, this formation cannot be maintained for long. Can it? Dongfang Yunbing inquired with a slight frown. Well, that I spent 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones on this. Yang Lingchen said, feigning distress. Master, you must reimburse me. How could I possibly provide 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones? Dongfang Yunbing scowled. that if not, then the next disciple will have to pay. Smack! Before young Lingchen could finish, he received a slap that if a man lacks strength, he should obediently stay below. Understand? Understood. Young Lingchen quickly changed the subject, saying, Master, how about we sneak out and eliminate Feng Wuji and Luo Tianming? Wouldn't that be too risky? Dongfang Yunbing responded. Then do you know how to disguise yourself? She asked. Of course. Yang Lingchen performed a technique and instantly transformed into a rugged man of about 30. What kind of technique is this? It's astonishing. Dongfang Yunbing exclaimed, astonished. Do you want to learn? Yang Lingchen grinned. I do. Dongfang Yunbing nodded. Then tonight. What do you want to do tonight? Dongfang Yunbing said coldly. Tonight, I will teach you. Yang Lingchen quickly corrected himself. How can I leave in my current state? Dongfang Yunbing asked. I have a solution. This is a disguise pill. Just apply it to your face, and I'll assist you. Yang Lingchen produced a peculiar disguise pill, removed Dongfang Yunbing's veil, and carefully applied it to her face. All done, now just change your clothes, Yang Lingchen announced. You little rascal, I will not let this go. How dare you leave my face covered in blemishes? Dongfang Yunbing scolded angrily. Master, do not be angry. I did this for your safety. Yang Lingchen hastily explained. Soon, the two had changed clothes and stealthily slipped out of the back mountain of Tianyuan Palace. Given their current strength, it was challenging for most to detect them. They soon reached the foot of Tianyuan Palace, where thousands had assembled at the mountain gate. All disciples of the four major sections Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing were allowed near because he claimed he could break the formation. Chief, there is a man and a woman who say they can break the formation. A disciple of the Mo Yun sect reported to Huang Dingtian. Bring them over, Huang Dingtian commanded. Yes, Chief. The disciple led Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing forward. You can break the formation, Huang Dingtian asked, frowning. Rest assured, we've studied formation techniques for decades. This formation is child's play for us. Yang Lingchen replied nonchalantly. Excellent. If you can break the formation, I will reward you greatly. Huang Dingtian laughed heartily. Under Huang Dingtian's guidance, Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing arrived at the mountain gate of Tianyuan Palace. Brother Feng, Brother Luo, let these two formation masters give it a try, Huang Dingtian said at that moment. Feng Wuji and Luo Tianming were engrossed in their study of the formation. Fine, let them give it a shot. Feng Wuji replied solemnly. Suddenly, the air filled with the clash of swords as Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing sprang into action, mercilessly slitting the throats of Feng Wuji and Luo Tianming. Feng Wuji and Luo Tianming wore expressions of disbelief as they slowly fell to the ground, utterly shocked that they had met their end so unexpectedly that in an instant, Yang Lingchen swung his sword, fiercely charging at Huang Dingtian. Not far away, Duanmu realized something was amiss and rushed towards Dongfang Yunbing. To their surprise, Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing overpowered and struck them down with ferocity. Just as Dongfang Yunbing was about to crush Duanmu's Su, a terrifying sword chi struck from the distance. Dongfang Yunbing swiftly dodged, allowing Duanmu to escape with his life. You seek death, a furious shout echoed. As two menacing masked figures rushed toward them with overwhelming pressure. Hurry! Dongfang Yunbing urgently called, her voice laced with desperation. Yang Lingchen unleashed a flurry of swift sword strikes. Then, like a phantom, he and Dongfang Yunbing vanished into the formation. Huang Ding, you better keep your neck clean. One day, I shall sever your head and use it as a ball to kick around. Yang Lingchen shouted angrily from within the formation. You little brat. If it weren't for those two shameless figures saving you, I would have killed you already. Huang Dingtian roared in fury. Fool, if you had the ability, come out. Yang Lingchen sneered, his words dripping with disdain. You little punk, you're courting death. The two masked figures were furious, striking the formation with a powerful blow. The formation erupted with a deafening roar. Pathetic fools, just wait. With his extraordinary mastery of formation techniques, no one in Tianwu continent could break the carefully arranged formation he had set up. Subsequently, Dongfang Yunbing convened an urgent high-level meeting, instructing everyone to prepare for battle and informing them of the shocking news regarding the deaths of Feng Wuji and Luo Tianming. In an instant, hope rekindled in everyone's hearts. They had never anticipated that just over a month ago, Yang Lingchen had only been at the third level of the illusory realm. Yet he had now reached the second level of the profound realm and could effortlessly slay Feng Wuji, who was at the returning realm. Master, do you know the background of those two masked figures? Yang Lingchen inquired. His brow furrowed, and he was deeply curious about the two, for their strength clearly surpassed that of Huang Dingtian and Duanmu Su. "They are from the Crown Prince's estate, and I recognize them, which is why they wear masks," Dongfang Yunbing replied, her expression grave. "The Crown Prince's estate?" Yang Lingchen's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. He still vividly remembered Zhou Yuxiang's fervent gaze towards Dongfang Yunbing. To Yang Lingchen, Dongfang Yunbing was a forbidden existence. Anyone daring to covet her would become his mortal enemy. "What level of strength do they possess?" Yang Lingchen pressed on. "They are at the 3rd level of the returning realm." "Just like me," Dongfang Yunbing said slowly. "Master, please rest for a moment, that I will refine some returning realm pills for you, hoping to help you break through to the 4th level of the returning realm soon." Yang Lingchen quickly produced a pill furnace and began to concentrate on alchemy. "You conduct refined pills." In the depths of Dongfang Yunbing's eyes, an expression of utter astonishment emerged. "Is it truly so strange? Without a modicum of skill, how could one hope to be your man?" Yang Lingchen chuckled softly, deftly concocting elixirs while engaging in light-hearted conversation with Dongfang Yunbing. Observing Yang Lingchen's fluid and masterful alchemical techniques, Dongfang Yunbing found it increasingly challenging to fathom the depths of this enigmatic young man. Before long, a furnace of exquisitely crafted Gui Xiandan was produced, that a superior-grade Gui Xiandan. Dongfang Yunbing could not suppress a gasp of awe. "Master, take this to cultivate. Strive to break through to the 4th layer of the Gui Xian realm as soon as possible to that time. We shall emerge and eradicate them," Yang Lingchen declared with unwavering conviction. Dongfang Yunbing, showing no reluctance, accepted the Gui Xiandan and commenced her rigorous cultivation within the tranquil confines of the Tian Pavilion. Subsequently, Yang Lingchen prepared several Ru Xiandan and other precious elixirs. "Huang Xiong, instruct the others to hold on for a few more days." Given the scale of this grand formation, the consumption of spirit stones is alarmingly rapid. They should not be able to endure for much longer. Duanmu stated grimly. "Duanmu Xiong, my disciples of the Mo Yun sect may endure, but the Earthine sect and the Rakshasa Palace are already in disarray, each vying madly for the positions of Palace Lord and Sect Master." Huang Dingtian replied helplessly. "First, calm them down. Once we have annihilated the Tianyuan Palace, we shall deal with them. At that time, the territories of these 3 major sects will belong to us alone." "Huh?" Duanmu chuckled ominously. "Duanmu Xiong, your insight is indeed commendable. Ha!" Huang Dingtian smirked, a sinister grin curling his lips. On that morning, Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru hurriedly arrived at the Tian Pavilion. Lingchen shitty. "Lin Yuru, mind your words. You ought to address me as Shigong now." Yang Lingchen teased with a smile. How could you think that? This young lady would never call you Shigong." Lin Yuru retorted angrily. "Sister Yinyun, here are some elixirs for you. Take them and strive for an early breakthrough to the Ru Xian realm." Yang Lingchen carefully handed out several elixirs to Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru. "You incorrigible flirt, confess, when did you and the Palace Lord become involved?" Ling Yinyun chided playfully. In truth, she was already my woman before I entered the Tianyuan Palace. I simply did not know she was the Palace Lord," Yang Lingchen admitted candidly. "Then shitty, how did you manage to win over our master when you were so weak back then?" Lin Yuru asked. Curiosity piqued. It wasn't me who won her over. Rather, she found me handsome and took the initiative," Yang Lingchen declared with mock seriousness. "Our master took the initiative with you?" Lin Yuru exclaimed in astonishment. "Don't believe me? You can ask her," Yang Lingchen replied with an air of nonchalance. "Master, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Lin Yuru said, hastily darting out. "Palace Lord, I take my leave." Ling Yinyun bowed and quickly followed suit, primarily because Dongfang Yunbing's aura was too overwhelming for her to withstand. "Yinyun, you may stay," Dongfang Yunbing instructed. "Yes, Palace Lord," Ling Yinyun complied. "Yinyun, when we are alone, you may call me Sister Bing," Dongfang Yunbing said gently. "Sister Bing?" Ling Yinyun's voice trembled slightly. "From now on, we are family. If Yang Lingchen dares to bully you, just let me know," Dongfang Yunbing replied with a warm smile. "Thank you, Sister Bing," Ling Yinyun said joyfully. "Master, may I also call you Sister Bing?" Yang Lingchen asked, his voice quivering. "Call as you wish. We are hungry. Shouldn't you go prepare a meal?" Dongfang Yunbing replied coldly. "Oh, I shall do so at once," Yang Lingchen exclaimed, dashing into the kitchen in a flurry. Days swiftly passed, and with Yang Lingchen's assistance in dual cultivation, Dongfang Yunbing successfully broke through to the 4th layer of the Guixian realm. Yang Lingchen also achieved a breakthrough to the 3rd layer of the Ruxian realm. During this time, Ling Yinyan endured the most torment, for Dongfang Yunbing insisted she remain at the Tiyun Pavilion. Due to the tumultuous activities of Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing, Ling Yinyan found it impossible to rest peacefully. However, with the support of Yang Lingchen's elixirs, Ling Yinyan also advanced to the 1st layer of the Ruxian realm. That night, at the Palace Lord's Hall, Yang Lingchen stood resolutely beside Dongfang Yunbing. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall initiate a full-scale assault now that I intend to annihilate all invading foes in one fell swoop," Dongfang Yunbing declared, her eyes gleaming with a cold light. "Yes, Palace Lord," the crowd responded in unison. Under the leadership of Dongfang Yunbing and Yang Lingchen, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace surged forth with fierce determination towards the mountain gate. Chapter 61. Yang Lingchen's ambition at that moment. The disciples of the 4 major sects were drowsily dozing off. Having kept watch for several days without incident, their initial vigilance gradually waning. Suddenly, Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing surged forward like phantoms, silently striking from the shadows. Behind them, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace brandished their gleaming swords, ruthlessly reaping the lives of their enemies without uttering a sound. As tens of thousands of Tianyuan Palace disciples surged forth like a tidal wave, the 4 major sects finally took notice. However, those just awakened from slumber would undoubtedly possess diminished combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, the Tianyuan Palace forces waited with bated breath, pouncing like a pack of ferocious tigers. Especially Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing. Each strike they made resulted in clusters of enemies being felled. Huang Dingtian bellowed angrily and charged at Yang Lingchen with a sharp sword, while Duan Musa lunged at Dongfang Yunbing with his glinting blade. Simultaneously, 2 masked figures of the 3rd layer of the Guixian realm lunged fiercely at Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing. Given Yang Lingchen's current strength, confronting the masked figures was quite a challenge. Thus he knew he must swiftly eliminate Huang Dingtian before they could close in. The Shinma sword, imbued with a chilling aura, cleaved through the vast sky, aiming directly at Huang Dingtian. The fierce sword energy sliced through the air as if intending to rend the very fabric of reality. At the same time, Yang Lingchen executed his movements to their utmost precision. "Ah!" Huang Dingtian let out a wretched cry as his limbs were severed in an instant. Just then, the masked figures reached Yang Lingchen, and facing their ferocious onslaught, he opted for a nimble, evasive strategy rather than a head-on confrontation, skillfully dragging out the engagement. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yunbing grew more formidable with each clash, completely overpowering Duan Musu and the masked figure Duan Musu had no means of resistance as Dongfang Yunbing's sword pierced through his dantian, leaving him weak and sprawled on the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. How could you possibly be this strong? The masked figure's eyes were filled with sheer terror. He was utterly bewildered. He had encountered Dongfang Yunbing half a year ago when she had only reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Ruxian realm. Yet now she had ascended to the 4th layer of the Guixian realm. This was simply unfathomable. To go to hell to seek your answers. Dongfang Yunbing scoffed coldly, her sword flashing with radiant brilliance as it mercilessly sliced through the masked figure's throat. "No, you can't kill me. I am of the Crown Prince's residence." The masked figure's eyes widened in disbelief, revealing a hint of unwillingness, before he slowly collapsed. "Sister Bing, hurry, I can barely hold on." Yang Lingchen called out urgently while dodging frantically. The masked figure, witnessing the demise of his comrade, panicked and desperately attempted to flee. "You think you can run after tormenting me for so long?" Yang Lingchen swiftly positioned himself in front of the masked figure. Although he was no match for him, entangling him was certainly feasible. "Kid, get out of the way!" The masked figure, now utterly frantic, launched a reckless assault on Yang Lingchen. The masked figure cried out in agony. Unbeknownst to him, Dongfang Yunbing had rapidly arrived from behind, ruthlessly severing both of his legs. At that moment, the disciples of the 4 major sects were already stricken with fear. With both Huang Dingtian and Duan Musa rendered incapacitated, they had lost all will to continue fighting and began to flee in all directions. Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing pursued relentlessly. "Wen Xiong, Lady Qiming, where are you headed in such haste?" Yang Lingchen intercepted the two as they fled in panic. "Yang Lingchen, spare me. I promise I will never seek revenge again." Upon encountering Yang Lingchen's sudden appearance, Feng Zijuan was so terrified that he immediately knelt down, trembling uncontrollably. Do you wish to die, or do you wish to live? Yang Lingchen's voice was laced with a chilling laughter, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped him. That I wish to live. I beg for mercy. Feng Zijuan hastily bowed his head in supplication. Good, take this. Then release your consciousness, and I assure you, you shall not perish at that moment. Yang Lingchen produced a soul-devouring pill and presented it before Feng Zijuan. I will eat it. I will eat it. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Zijuan swallowed it whole. Da-da. His screams echoed, relentless and unceasing, continuing until he was on the brink of fainting, at which point he finally fell silent. And oh dear. Brother Feng, I forgot to mention, this is called the soul-devouring pill, which contains my spiritual essence. Should you harbor even a trace of discontent in your heart, it will react, and if you fail to carry out the tasks I assign you, it will also react. Yang Lingchen stepped closer to Feng Zijuan, forcibly implanting a soul mark into his consciousness, thus ensuring double security. From that moment on, he would no longer harbor any hatred towards Yang Lingchen. Rather, as time passed, his loyalty would only deepen, to the extent that even if Yang Lingchen commanded him to die, he would do so willingly. At this juncture, Luo Qiming gazed at Yang Lingchen as if he were a demon, slowly retreating. Master, such a perfect woman as Luo Qiming. Why not take her as a slave? Feng Zijuan hastily ingratiated himself. Zijuan, do I appear to be such an evil person? Yang Lingchen replied with utmost seriousness. No, master is not evil at all. Feng Zijuan immediately knelt, his expression filled with trepidation, but that's more like it. Come, Miss Qiming, partake of this. Yang Lingchen smiled warmly at Luo Qiming, casually offering her a soul-devouring pill. Yang Lingchen, you devil, even if it means death, I will not consume it. Luo Qiming glared at him with venomous eyes. Slap. What an ungrateful wretch. Yang Lingchen swiftly struck her several times, rendering her powerless. Since you refuse to eat, I shall have to feed you myself. Open your mouth. Yang Lingchen grinned wickedly. Woo. Luo Qiming tightly closed her lips, her gaze icy as she regarded Yang Lingchen. Since you lack sensibility, do not blame me for being ruthless. Yang Lingchen forcefully pried her mouth open and administered the pill. Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful soul attack, sealing her soul at its very core. Instantly, Luo Qiming fell into a state of stupor, after which Yang Lingchen inscribed a soul mark within her consciousness. From then on, he would be the man she could never resist. Only then did Yang Lingchen lift her restrictions. Young master, Luo Qiming, like a docile kitten, complied. You are quite pleasing to the eye. From now on, stay by my side and serve me. Yang Lingchen gently cupped her chin that he never showed mercy to his enemies. Moreover, given that she was now his slave, any actions he took were merely natural. Yes, young master. Luo Qiming responded with utmost reverence, daring not to resist. Everyone rise. Follow me to the Celestial Yuan Palace for a meeting. Yang Lingchen commanded. His intention was clear, to strengthen the Celestial Yuan Palace in order to confront the Northern Xian Empire. Feng Zijuan and Luo Qiming were pivotal figures for controlling the Earth-Een sect and the Rakshasa Palace. Meanwhile, the four major sects, lacking a leader, were akin to headless flies, swiftly decimated by Dongfang Yunbing and the higher-ups of the Celestial Yuan Palace. At that moment, Dongfang Yunbing also arrived at Yang Lingchen's side. Sister Bing, they are my key pieces for controlling the Earth-Een sect and the Rakshasa Palace. Yang Lingchen elaborated on his plans. That is well. However, you must not engage in any lewd acts with her, lest I become unkind. Dongfang Yunbing spoke coldly. Sister Bing, am I that sort of person? Yang Lingchen sheepishly replied. Chapter 62. Departure to Sword Yuan Pavilion in the Grand Hall of the Celestial Yuan Palace. Dongfang Yunbing proclaimed, I hereby announce that henceforth, Yang Lingchen shall serve as the Vice Master of the Celestial Yuan Palace. To see him is to see me. He will now outline our upcoming battle plans. Yang Lingchen strode confidently to Dongfang Yunbing's side, though we pay our respects to the Vice Master. The crowd bowed in unison, showing utmost respect. They all recognized Yang Lingchen's strength, and given his close relationship with the Master, no one dared to voice opposition. Elder Sun, Elder Ling, you two shall each lead a team to assist Feng Zijuan and Luo Qiming. Ensure that the Earth-Een sect and the Rakshasa Palace are firmly under our control and transformed into branches of the celestial Yuan Palace. Yang Lingchen commanded with a steady and powerful voice. Yes, master. Elder Sun Tiancheng and Elder Ling Chanzi responded respectfully. Subsequently, Yang Lingchen made a series of arrangements regarding the defenses of the celestial Yuan Palace and dispatched dark guards to meticulously monitor the entire southern province. This way, should any external forces attempt to infiltrate, he would be alerted at the earliest opportunity that I in the dungeons of the celestial Yuan Palace, Lei Huang Dingtian, whose limbs have been severed, Duan Mu Su, whose Dantian had been destroyed, and a masked man with his legs amputated. It turned out that before the four major sects launched their attack on the celestial Yuan Palace, individuals from the prince's mansion approached them and sent two masked men to assist. The mission assigned to the four major sects was to deliver Dongfang Yunbing and Scathe to the prince's mansion. Those who dare to lay a hand on my woman shall face my wrath. I will obliterate the northern Xian Empire. At this moment, Yang Lingchen's eyes gleamed with fierce determination. Observing Yang Lingchen's fury, Dongfang Yunbing remained silent, though warmth blossomed within her heart. Without hesitation, Yang Lingchen sent Huang Dingtian and the others to their doom. In the northern Xian Empire, Prince's Mansion, Your Highness, trouble is afoot. The soul tokens of Tian Sha and Di Sha have extinguished, and news from the southern province indicates that the celestial Yuan Palace has annihilated the Earth-Een sect and the Rakshasa Palace. A middle-aged man spoke urgently. Have any other forces aided the celestial Yuan Palace? Zhou Yuxiang's voice was calm as still water. By all accounts, with Dongfang Yunbing's strength, she should not be able to contend with the four major sects, especially with Tian Sha and Di Sha assisting her. Zhou Yuxiang furrowed his brow in confusion. Your Highness, I have received some news, though I am uncertain whether to disclose it. The middle-aged man hesitated. Speak freely. Zhou Yuxiang replied. Clatter. What did you say? Repeat that. Zhou Yuxiang's cup shattered instantly, his gaze piercingly fixed on the middle-aged man. Your Highness, please calm your fury. This news has spread throughout the southern province. As it was publicly announced by Dongfang Yunbing, it should be credible. The middle-aged man spoke with a trembling voice. That wretched woman, what do I lack compared to that boy, since she is so ungrateful? Do not blame me for being ruthless. Zhou Yuxiang's expression darkened. Your Highness, how shall we proceed? The middle-aged man inquired that we need not take action ourselves. Now that the celestial Yuan Palace has eradicated two major sects and even slain the Demon Cloud sect master and the Tan Tian sect master, other forces will certainly be filled with trepidation that we need only sow discord, inciting other factions to confront the celestial Yuan Palace. Zhou Yuxiang chuckled sinisterly. Time flew like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Under Yang Lingchen's meticulous orchestration, the entire southern province, save for the Sword Yuan Pavilion, had been fully brought under his control. Simultaneously, he dispatched numerous experts to Hanyang City to protect his family. At Xian Pavilion, after a fierce battle, Dongfang Yunbing lay softly in Yang Lingchen's embrace. Her voice as gentle as flowing water. Chinner, what are your plans next? I intend to visit the Sword Yuan Pavilion to propose marriage, striving to gain their support and subsequently launch an offensive against the Demon Cloud sect to the east and the Tan Tian sect to the north. Yang Lingchen's voice was deep and resolute. Are you aware of the consequences of such actions? Dongfang Yunbing asked softly. The consequence is that I will unify the northern Xian domain, that a hint of disdainful ambition shone in Yang Lingchen's eyes. Truly worthy of being my man. I am enamored with your boundless ambition. Dongfang Yunbing smiled seductively. If you lacked ambition, I would find ways to create trouble for you, compelling you to become ambitious. A man without ambition is destined for failure. Dongfang Yunbing spoke slowly, her crimson lips parting. That I in truth, my ambition was ignited by you. Yang Lingchen replied slowly. Why me? Dongfang Yunbing's beautiful eyes blinked, filled with curiosity. Naturally, it is primarily due to that detestable prince who dares to set his sights on you, and with the northern Xian Empire backing him. To vanquish him, I must cultivate greater ambition. Yang Lingchen's gaze was unwavering. Do you truly care for me so much? Dongfang Yunbing asked with a teasing smile. That of course, you are my woman. Anyone who dares to covet you shall face my wrath. Yang Lingchen resolutely spoke. When do you plan to visit Jianyuan Pavilion? Dongfang Yunbing inquired. That I shall set off early tomorrow morning. Yang Lingchen replied after a brief contemplation. Would you like me to accompany you? Dongfang Yunbing offered. No need. You should remain in the palace to oversee matters. I will return promptly. Yang Lingchen asserted that yes, you say, but you must exercise utmost caution. Dongfang Yunbing advised with care. Indeed, Tianjin Palace required Dongfang Yunbing's presence to guard against potential ambushes from rival factions. Moreover, having suffered such a significant loss, the Crown Prince's residence would certainly not let the matter rest. The following morning, Yang Lingchen departed from Tianjin Palace alone, riding the meticulously trained Chihua bird. The speed of the Chihua bird was extraordinary. Although those in the Xian realm could manage short-distance flights, long journeys would still consume a considerable amount of their Xian energy. At that moment, Yang Lingchen secured Hao Qianyu onto the back of the Chihua bird. Before entering Hao Qianyu's spatial realm to devote himself to cultivation, the Chihua bird, being a creature of notable intelligence, would fly in the direction of the indicated destination and would stop autonomously upon arrival. 3 days swiftly passed. The Chihua bird halted outside Jianyuan City, and Yang Lingchen emerged from Hao Qianyu's space, subsequently storing the Chihua bird back within. Jianyuan Pavilion was located within Jianyuan City, where nearly all inhabitants were disciples of the pavilion. Jianyuan City was renowned as the foremost metropolis in Nanzhou, its splendor far surpassing that of Tianjin City located at the foot of Tianjin Mountain. Upon entering Jianyuan City, Yang Lingchen steadily proceeded according to the map towards Jianyuan Pavilion. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of Jianyuan Pavilion, which was an expansive and imposing architectural complex. After presenting his visiting card, Nan Gongyan excitedly rushed out shortly thereafter. Yang Lingchen, you finally arrived. I thought you had forgotten about me. Nan Gongyan exclaimed with fervor, tightly embracing Yang Lingchen's arm. How could I forget you? I have come to propose. Yang Lingchen's face revealed a hint of apology. At least you have a conscience. Come, I shall take you inside. Since confirming their relationship with Yang Lingchen, Nan Gongyan had often been plagued by insecurity, fearing that he might abandon her. Chapter 63. Persuading Nan Gongting, Yang Lingchen greeted Nan Gong's uncle with a deep bow. After all, this individual was to be his future father-in-law, and the proper etiquette must be observed. Welcome, welcome, Master Yang. Nan Gongting greeted Yang Lingchen with enthusiasm. Uncle, you may simply call me Lingchen, Yang Lingchen replied. Etiquette cannot be neglected. You are now the vice master of Tianjin Palace and the husband of the Eastern master. Your status is indeed comparable to mine, Nan Gongting stated. Although he wore a smile, Yang Lingchen discerned a subtle sense of distance in his demeanor. Yang Lingchen, this is my mother. At that moment, Nan Gongyan began to introduce the beautiful woman beside her. Lingchen pays his respects to aunt. Yang Lingchen quickly bowed, not daring to show any negligence towards his future mother-in-law. Good child, come, sit down. Zheng Xian warmly beckoned. That it was said that mother-in-laws grow fonder of their sons-in-law the more they see them, and Zheng Xian was indeed quite pleased with Yang Lingchen. Over the past few months, Nan Gongyan had often mentioned Yang Lingchen in her presence, so Zheng Xian had eagerly anticipated meeting the young man her daughter spoke of so frequently. How, brother-in-law, you've arrived. Tonight, we must drink until we drop. At that moment, Nan Gongxiao strode in from outside. For a moment, Nan Gongting found himself momentarily sidelined by his wife and children. Ahem. Master Yang, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today? Nan Gongting asked with a light cough. Uncle, I have come today to propose, and I hope that, considering the mutual affection between Yin and myself, you will grant me her hand in marriage, Yang Lingchen said, bowing once more. This matter, I cannot agree to. Nan Gongting's expression darkened, his voice low. Father, whether you agree or not, I intend to marry Yang Lingchen, Nan Gongyan declared with a playful pout. Father, I truly think my brother-in-law is quite wonderful. He is already the top genius of the North Xian domain at such a young age, Nan Gongxiao added in support. Be quiet. Both of you, madam, escort them outside. I have matters to discuss privately with Master Yang. Nan Gongting instructed Zheng Xian that I will not leave. I am marrying Yang Lingchen, for I am already his. Nan Gongyan insisted, her cheeks puffed up in defiance. Nonsense. Nan Gongting trembled with anger. Yin, you go out first. Trust me. I will marry you, Yang Lingchen comforted. Old man, I warn you, if you bully my Yang Lingchen, I will not let you off easily. Nan Gongyan retorted fiercely. Husband, I think this child Lingchen is quite good. He is so handsome, Zheng Xian softly remarked. Having been drawn to Nan Gongting's appearance in their youth, she found herself quite satisfied with her dashing son-in-law, Yang Lingchen. Yet all of you, get out. You are driving me insane. At that moment, Nan Gongting was thoroughly exasperated. What is so great about this young man? Why does everyone side with him? Uncle, please calm down. Once we are wed, I will certainly persuade Yin to honor you well. Yang Lingchen said earnestly. You that I have yet to agree to Yin marrying you. Nan Gongting replied. That is but a matter of time. In this lifetime, Yin shall marry no one but me, Yang Lingchen proclaimed with a smile. Do you understand the perilous situation Tianjuan Palace currently finds itself in? Nan Gongting's expression turned grave. Regardless of how dangerous it may be, I will protect Yin at all costs, Yang Lingchen stated resolutely. What will you use to protect her? Though you possess some strength now, do you truly know who your enemies are? Nan Gongting asked coldly that no matter who the enemy may be, victory shall ultimately belong to me. Yang Lingchen asserted, confidence radiating from his countenance. Humph. Ignorant youth, do you have any idea how many returning to the Xian realm experts there are in the North Xian Empire? What could Tianjuan Palace possibly use to defend itself against such a formidable power? Nan Gongting scoffed derisively. Uncle, could you have foreseen that I would slay Huang Dingtian and Feng Wuji just a month ago? Yang Lingchen countered. You are indeed the most outstanding genius I have ever encountered. While you may have vanquished Huang Dingtian and Feng Wuji, I doubt you can triumph over the North Xian Empire, Nan Gongting replied. Uncle, life is akin to a grand gamble, should you believe in me. You shall become the future father-in-law of the Tianjuan Empire. Yang Lingchen's eyes shimmered with an air of authority. With Haotian Yu as a cultivation aid and the divine Haotian art in his possession. Should he fail to conquer even a minor empire in the lower realm, he would rather perish. You little rascal, do you think you can fool me with such childish tricks? Nan Gongting scolded grumpily. Ahem, dear father-in-law, please do not be angry. This is merely my sincerity as a prospective son-in-law, that if you agree to grant me Yan's hand, these exceptional returning to Xian pills shall be yours, Yang Lingchen said. Producing 100 premium returning to Xian pills and 500 premium entering Xian pills from Haotian Yu's space. This is premium returning to Xian pills. Where did you acquire such a substantial quantity? Nan Gongting's face displayed profound astonishment. Because I am a premium alchemist, which explains my rapid advancement, Yang Lingchen explained. Are you certain you possess the confidence to face the upcoming challenges? Nan Gongting scrutinized Yang Lingchen with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, dear father-in-law, the North Xian Empire will not act against me in the near term, as we have not yet offended them, and most we have merely antagonized Zhou Yuxiang, Yang Lingchen reassured. And Zhou Yuxiang, considering his position, will likely refrain from taking direct action against me. The most he can do is incite other sects to create trouble. Do you believe you can handle these other sects? Nan Gongting inquired, his tone sombered. I have no concerns whatsoever. I have come today solely to propose and have no intention of seeking assistance from Jianyuan Pavilion, as long as Jianyuan Pavilion does not stand against Tianjuan Palace. I am satisfied, Yang Lingchen replied, that I can assure you of this. Under any circumstances, Jianyuan Pavilion will never take a stance against Tianjuan Palace, Nan Gongting stated with a grave expression. And what of my marriage to Yin? Yang Lingchen pressed. Since the rest of the family has been won over, what use is my dissent? Nan Gongting replied with irritation. Thank you for your understanding, dear father-in-law. Yang Lingchen once again bowed respectfully. However, I must warn you, should you dare to bully my precious daughter, I will risk everything to eliminate you, Nan Gongting declared. Fear not, dear father-in-law. Since our acquaintance, it has been Yin who has been bullying me. I would never dream of doing so to her, Yang Lingchen assured. Should other factions launch an assault on Nanzhou, Jianyuan Pavilion will do its utmost to assist you. However, if you initiate an attack, I will be unable to support you, Nan Gongting stated after a moment of contemplation. Thank you, dear father-in-law. Your words provide me with great reassurance, Yang Lingchen replied. Subsequently, Yang Lingchen lingered at Jianyuan Pavilion for a few more days before departing with Nan Gongyin. Yang Lingchen, do you think Dongfang Yunbing will bully me upon the back of the blazing phoenix? Nan Gongyin timidly inquired. Yang Lingchen gently pinched her cheek and smiled, reassuring her, do not worry. As long as you keep our clothes clean and prepare our meals, she shall not harm you. Yang Lingchen, if she dares to strike me, I shall have words with you, Nan Gongyin retorted, squeezing Yang Lingchen's waist firmly. Chapter 64. The Avatar of Smoke and Cloud within the Qin Pavilion. Yang Lingchen had just arranged a room for Nan Gongyin when he was hastily summoned to the kitchen by Dongfang Yunbing. Shall I not be cooking? Nan Gongyin asked, her voice faint. This scoundrel deceived you. How could I be so fierce? Dongfang Yunbing laughed. From this day forth, we are family. You may simply call me Sister Bing. Sister Bing, your smile is truly enchanting. You always wore a veil before. Today is the first time I behold your true visage, Nangong Yin remarked. Before long, young Lingchen had prepared a lavish feast and brought forth the red wine he had personally brewed. After the meal, the bond between the three women grew significantly closer. With Dongfang Yunbing as the elder sister, Ling Yin Yun and Nangong Yin became considerably more docile, no longer competing for Yang Lingchen's affection as they had before. That evening, Ling Yin Yun finally gathered the courage to draw Yang Lingchen into her chamber. Among the three, she alone remained untainted, and now that Nangong Yin had arrived, if she did not take the initiative, her position in Yang Lingchen's heart might become precarious. Sister Yin, you are truly beautiful. Yang Lingchen gazed at Ling Yin Yun with deep affection. This evening, she appeared especially radiant, her attire and makeup breathtakingly exquisite. That if I do not take the initiative, will you never touch me? Ling Yin Yun teased, her voice playful. How could that be? In my heart, you have always been my most cherished woman. Yang Lingchen replied, slightly embarrassed. Regardless, in this lifetime, I shall marry none but you. Do not let me down, Ling Yin Yun murmured softly, leaning gently against Yang Lingchen's embrace. Rest assured, even if I were to betray the heavens, I could never betray you, Yang Lingchen affirmed, his tone earnest as he tenderly enveloped Ling Yin Yun. That night, the two engaged in conversation, doing nothing more than sharing words, truly nothing else. They traversed many topics, and Yang Lingchen's wit and humor kept Ling Yin Yun enveloped in laughter throughout the night. In the Tianfeng world, a woman of unparalleled grace and beauty, adorned in exquisite garments, sat cross-legged in meditation within her cave dwelling. She was a vision of perfection, with lustrous black hair cascading like a waterfall upon her shoulders, her figure possessing an alluring curvature, and her finely sculpted chin and lips exuding an ethereal quality. Her captivating eyes ensnared the soul, compelling anyone who gazed upon them to fall into a profound enchantment. How could this be? At that moment, the enchanting woman abruptly opened her stunning eyes, a faint blush gracing her otherwise flawless visage. What audacity to disturb my reincarnated avatar! Moments later, her eyes widened with a chilling glint, emanating an aura of imminent danger. You are doomed. The woman's voice resonated with a deadly allure, her gaze sharp as a blade, and an overwhelming killing intent radiated from her, causing the surrounding air to grow frigid. Before long, the mesmerizing woman absorbed the memories of her avatar. At that moment, a strikingly handsome youth vividly appeared in her mind. Pfft. Just then, the stunning woman spat out a mouthful of blood, her voice cold as ice. Yang Lingchen, after a millennium of cultivation, I have been so easily taken advantage of by you. This is utterly preposterous. At that very moment, within the Qin Pavilion, Ling Yin Yun's aura suddenly waned, as if she were on the brink of losing consciousness. Sister Yin, what troubles you? Yang Lingchen sensed something amiss and hurriedly held her close. Junior brother Lingchen, listen to me. Ling Yin Yun struggled to speak. What ails you, Sister Yin? Please tell me. Yang Lingchen implored anxiously. At that moment, Dongfang Yunbing, having heard the commotion, rushed in. Junior brother Lingchen, I must confess that I am but an avatar. My true self hails from the Tianfeng world, being the sovereign of the Haoyue Demon Palace. Ling Yin Yun, an avatar cannot lose its purity, and just now, I awakened the memories of my true self. Junior brother Lingchen, knowing you has been a joy. Though I am merely an avatar, I have no regrets in this life. Furthermore, before you possess sufficient strength, do not appear before my true self. Otherwise, she may very well kill you for disrupting the arduous effort it took to condense this reincarnated avatar. Ling Yin Yun's final words faded as her form gradually dissipated in Yang Lingchen's embrace. Sister Yin, Yang Lingchen reached out desperately but could not grasp the vanishing figure of Ling Yin Yun. Morning, child, are you well? Dongfang Yunbing's eyes glistened with concern as she approached Yang Lingchen. Sister Bing, Sister Yin has departed. Yang Lingchen's face was etched with anguish, and as he spoke, he fainted. Morning, child. Dongfang Yunbing softly called, cradling him in her arms, feeling the surge of Yang Lingchen's internal energy. A hint of perplexity crossed Dongfang Yunbing's features. Soon, Yang Lingchen's cultivation broke through to the fourth level of the entry to the profound realm. Yet it did not stop there. His power continued to escalate. Fifth level of the entry to the profound realm. Just as he reached the pinnacle of the fifth level, his cultivation surged to the sixth level. That moment, Yang Lingchen finally regained consciousness, promptly sitting cross-legged to continue his cultivation. Sister Yin, wait for me. I will surely find you. In that instant, Yang Lingchen vowed silently within his heart. Sister Bing, Yin, I am well. Just then, Yang Lingchen opened his eyes. Having stabilized his cultivation at the pinnacle of the sixth level of the entry to the profound realm. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Lingchen was finally ready to embark on a new journey, the conquest of the North Xian domain. Under the leadership of Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace advanced toward the Demon Cloud sect and the Pillar Heaven Gate. Among the 12 major sects, the strongest generally resided at around the second level of the return to the profound realm. At this moment, however, Yang Lingchen's strength was already comparable to that of a fifth-level expert, allowing Tianyuan Palace to charge forward with unstoppable momentum, successfully seizing control of the Demon Cloud sect and the Pillar Heaven Gate. With the assistance of the soul-devouring pill, Yang Lingchen swiftly brought the upper echelons of these two sects under his complete control, establishing them as guardians of the South Province. The formidable presence of Tianyuan Palace soon aroused the vigilance of other factions. In the North Xian Empire, within the prince's residence, Your Highness, we have a grave situation, a middle-aged man exclaimed. What has caused such alarm? Zhou Yuxiang inquired. Just now, scouts reported that Tianyuan Palace has taken the initiative. The Demon Cloud sect and the Pillar Heaven Gate have been successfully subdued by them, the middle-aged man replied in a somber tone. Who would have thought that Yang Lingchen harbors such ambition? Zhou Yuxiang scoffed. Your Highness, what shall we do next? The middle-aged man asked. Yes, Your Highness, he responded before retreating. Chapter 65. The battle begins in the North Xian Empire, within the Empress's chambers. Shuanga. Has Yang Lingchen's physique been confirmed? A woman of alluring figure and icy elegance, draped in an opulent phoenix robe, inquired. Keep a close watch on Zhou Yuxiang. Do not allow him to kill Yang Lingchen. He is the key furnace for my breakthrough. The woman in the phoenix robe commanded. 7 days swiftly passed. Under the formidable might of Tianyuan Palace, the South Province had become an impregnable fortress. Any faction that dared to enter would find themselves ensnared by Yang Lingchen's keen perception. The upper echelons of the Pillar Heaven Gate and the Demon Cloud sect were entirely under Yang Lingchen's control, serving as the dual protectors of the South Province. In Tianyuan Palace, Morning Child. The intelligence from the Shadow Guards indicates that the allied forces of other factions have assembled. How shall we respond? Dongfang Yunbing asked, her expression fraught with worry. Sister Bing, there is no need for concern. I have meticulously arranged a grand formation at the entrance of Tianyuan Palace, awaiting their arrival. Yang Lingchen declared confidently. He had long since laid out his plans for the future. The first step was to assimilate all sects, ultimately employing a strategy of surrounding the city from the countryside to annihilate the North Xian Empire. That if he did not achieve significant accomplishments in this world, how could he justify his unique status as a transmigrator? Just then, Luo Qiming rushed in, bowing as she said, Master, the other factions have launched their attack. We are struggling to hold them off. Yes, Master. Luo Qiming received her orders and exited. Meanwhile, the coalition of the 7 sects was advancing towards Nanzhou with great momentum, wreaking havoc along the way without encountering any resistance. Elder Ing, is it truly necessary for you to personally eliminate a mere Tianyuan Palace? Shui Tianming, the leader of Tianyi's sect, inquired with a smile. Sect Master Shui, I am merely following orders. Even if Tianyuan Palace is but an insignificant ant, we must exert our utmost efforts. If we delay His Highness's grand plans, none shall escape unscathed, Elder Ing replied with a somber expression. You speak wisely, Shui Tianming responded with a bow, acknowledging Elder Ying's authority, recognizing that he was but a junior in comparison. Given the vast disparity in their strengths, relay the orders to advance at full speed. We must reach the gates of Tianyuan Palace by tomorrow. Elder Ing commanded decisively that I end the main hall of Tianyuan Palace. Dongfang Yunbing was systematically issuing commands. With the abundance of explosive poison pills, the disciples below gained an added layer of security. The following morning, the coalition of the 7 sects finally arrived at the gates of Tianyuan Palace. under the leadership of Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing. All disciples of Tianyuan Palace stood ready, prepared to confront the impending battle. Dongfang Yunbing, Yang Lingchen, you have wantonly slaughtered other sects. It is not too late to surrender now, or you shall face my wrath without mercy. Shui Timing declared sternly that a bunch of fools. If you wish to fight, then do so quickly. I have no time for your nonsense, Yang Lingchen retorted unapologetically. You insolent brat, so you are Yang Lingchen? Shui Tianming's expression darkened. Indeed, I am your father, Yang Lingchen scoffed. You are courting your own demise. Shui Tianming's face contorted with rage. After all, he was a renowned sect leader in the northern region and had never endured such humiliation. Calm yourself, brother Shui. Once we capture this little rascal, we shall have ample means to deal with him. Mo Juanhao, the leader of Lingchen sect, advised with a grave demeanor. Brother Mo speaks the truth, Shui Tianming bellowed. Everyone, follow me. Let us annihilate Tianyuan Palace. As soon as Shui Tianming's command was given, the coalition surged forward towards Tianyuan Palace with ferocity. Make sure to eliminate them all, Yang Lingchen shouted, leading the charge alongside Dongfang Yunbing. The higher-ups and disciples of Tianyuan Palace wielded their swords bravely, charging toward their adversaries in an instant. As the two sides clashed, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace hurled countless explosive poison pills at the opposition. Boom! Boomed out in a moment. Numerous disciples from the coalition were grievously injured, with many succumbing to the toxins of the pills. There's poison. Hold your breath, Shui Tianming shouted. At that moment, Yang Lingchen had already infiltrated the ranks of the coalition. Meanwhile, the leaders of the seven sects banded together to confront Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing. However, the combined might of these sect leaders proved ineffectual against Yang Lingchen, who dispatched several of them within mere breaths. Suddenly, a terrifying sword aura slashed through the air. Yang Lingchen swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack, only to find a frail figure materializing before him, accompanied by dozens of cloaked figures entering the battlefield. Old fool, I thought you were merely a coward hiding in the shadows. I did not expect you to show your face, Yang Lingchen remarked with a grin. You sharp-tongued brat, provoking me will yield no favorable outcome. Eldering intoned coldly, ha. I was merely waiting for your appearance. Otherwise, how could I activate the grand formation? Yang Lingchen laughed heartily, gesturing to initiate the array in an instant. A mysterious force enveloped the battlefield, pressing down upon the coalition as if they were burdened by immense stones. The weaker fighters found their movements significantly hampered, while the disciples of Tianyuan Palace remained unaffected. Consequently, countless members of the seven sects fell to the blades of Tianyuan Palace's disciples. You seek your own demise, Eldering roared, lunging at Yang Lingchen, with the cloaked figures charging towards Dongfang Yunbing. The strength of these cloaked figures hovered around the first level of the returning to the source realm, while Elder Ying's power had reached the sixth level of the same realm. In an instant, Yang Lingchen found himself forced to retreat repeatedly. Facing a sixth-level powerhouse proved challenging, yet he maintained his composure, continuing to engage in evasive tactics. Seizing an opportunity, Yang Lingchen consumed an explosive Xian pill, causing his aura to surge dramatically to the peak of the seventh level of returning to the source realm. Old wretch, witness how I bring your end. With swift motions, Yang Lingchen wielded his immortal demon sword, unleashing dozens of strikes in rapid succession. The surge of his energy forced Elder Ying to retreat repeatedly. In no time, Yang Lingchen had inflicted multiple wounds upon him. After exchanging a dozen more blows, Yang Lingchen finally pierced Elder Ying's chest with a single strike, sending him crashing to the ground. Devoid of combat capability. What pill did you consume earlier? Elder Ying managed to ask, struggling for breath. Once I finish dealing with the others, I shall inform you, Yang Lingchen replied with a cold smirk, then soared towards Dongfang Yunbing's direction. At that moment, Dongfang Yunbing was on the verge of collapse, besieged by dozens of cloaked figures. Although her strength surpassed theirs, the overwhelming numbers proved too much to handle, especially with the leaders of several sects attacking her as well. Just as she was about to be overwhelmed, Yang Lingchen arrived, alleviating her burden. Under Yang Lingchen's relentless assault, the cloaked figures fell like lambs to the slaughter, each dispatched with ease. The disciples of Tianyuan Palace grew bolder with each kill, causing the coalition to disintegrate under the weight of their losses. Before long, Shui Tianming and Mo Juanhao found themselves captured by Yang Lingchen. While he desired to eliminate them, He recognized the need for oversight in the territory they had just conquered. "Spare us, Oriental Palace Master. We were compelled into this," Shui Tanming and Mo Juanhao exclaimed in terror. Kneeling before Yang Lingchen at that moment, Yang Lingchen dragged Eldering before them. His gaze icy as he addressed the trio. "You have but two options, die or submit. The choice is yours, submission, we choose submission," Shui Tanming and Mo Juanhao declared, bowing fervently in desperation. Yang Lingchen produced two soul-devouring pills, stating coldly, "Excellent. Now, release your consciousness and consume these that we will eat." The two replied without hesitation, hastily swallowing the pills. Their screams echoed, "Ah! Let me advise you. Harboring any resentment towards me would be unwise. For this pain shall persist until death," Yang Lingchen warned with a smirk. Hearing his words, the two dared not harbor any hatred, and the agony gradually subsided. Yang Lingchen then embedded a soul mark within their consciousness, fully establishing his control over them. "And you, old man, what is your choice?" Yang Lingchen asked with a grin. "You insolent brat. Do you know who I am?" Eldering replied, his expression dark, "That a mere dog of the prince's manor, is it not? Why not make a better choice?" Yang Lingchen scoffed disdainfully. "I would rather die than submit." "You can abandon that hope," Eldering declared vehemently. "How dare you speak to the master so boldly?" Shui Tanming exclaimed, striking Eldering without hesitation. "Shui Tanming, you seek death." Eldering roared, but he could only glare furiously at Shui Tanming, having already fallen under Yang Lingchen's control. "Old man, I advise you to submit. It will spare you some suffering. Furthermore, by serving me, you will not only have an endless supply of premium returning to the source pills, but also the chance to ascend to the spirit Xian realm." Yang Lingchen articulated slowly. "You boast well." Eldering scoffed derisively. "What is this? Surely you recognize it." Yang Lingchen produced over 100 returning to the source pills. Premium returning to the source pills. "How could you possess so many?" Eldering exclaimed in astonishment. "A mere returning to the source pill. If you submit to me, acquiring spirit Xian pills in the future will not be out of reach." Yang Lingchen continued, "If you can truly provide returning to the source pills, I see no reason not to submit." Eldering conceded after a brief contemplation. Having been a servant of the prince's manor, he was accustomed to receiving regular compensation. Thus, with Yang Lingchen offering better terms, he found it hard to refuse, especially since he was now his captive. "Then release your consciousness and consume this." Yang Lingchen tossed a soul-devouring pill to him. Eldering, having witnessed the effects of the pill earlier, did not hesitate to consume it that moment. Yang Lingchen inscribed a soul mark deep within his consciousness. "These returning to the source pills are a gift on our first meeting. Follow me, and you shall not regret it," Yang Lingchen proclaimed. "Thank you for the generous gift, master," the three replied, bowing deeply. "Gather the herbs on this list whenever you encounter them. They are vital materials for alchemy." Yang Lingchen instructed, handing them a list. The next task was to clear the battlefield at the same time. Yang Lingchen dispatched Mo Juanhao and Shui Tanming, instructing them to seize territories from other sects while keeping a vigilant watch on the movements of the North Xian Empire. Currently, among the 12 major sects of the North Xian, all except the Jian Yuan Pavilion had been annihilated. Thus he had to remain cautious of the North Xian Empire. After plundering the remaining sects, Yang Lingchen found himself wealthy once more, as all the territories of these sects had been absorbed into the influence of Tianyuan Palace. That on this day, Yang Lingchen once again immersed himself in cultivation, entrusting all matters of Tianyuan Palace to Dongfang Yuanbing in the North Xian Empire's court. A woman of enchanting beauty, clad in an opulent phoenix robe, sat gracefully upon the throne. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, and her curvaceous figure exuded allure. The exquisitely sculpted chin and lips, akin to carved ruby, appeared almost ethereal, while her captivating eyes ensnared the souls of those who dared to gaze upon her. This lady was none other than the Empress of the North Xian Empire, Xiao Qingyun. "Mother, please allow your son to lead the troops to suppress Tianyuan Palace," Zhou Yuxiang implored eagerly. "Mother, the reason Tianyuan Palace has developed to this point rests squarely on the crown prince's shoulders," added the third prince, Zhou Yuhao. "Yuhao, what does this matter have to do with the crown prince?" Xiao Qingyun inquired, her voice laced with an alluring tone. "Who would have thought that all four major sects would be utterly defeated? Yet he remains infatuated and sends his subordinate Ing Zhenghua to lead dozens of shadow guards in a joint assault on Tianyuan Palace. His missteps have led to the downfall of the sects. Thus, I believe the crown prince lacks the capability to eliminate Tianyuan Palace, Zhou Yuhao stated methodically. Zhou Yuxiang's anger boiled over. Crown prince brother, is my third brother wrong? Zhou Yuhao then turned to Xiao Qingyun, bowing respectfully. Your son requests permission to lead the expedition against Tianyuan Palace. Mother, I possess extensive knowledge of Tianyuan Palace. If I were to lead the charge, our chances of victory would be greatly enhanced. Zhou Yuxiang interjected hastily. Since both princes wish to march against Tianyuan Palace, it would be unwise to send either of you alone. Instead, let King Jin Tian command the full army, with both princes serving as his deputies. How does that sound? Xiao Qingyan proposed, her voice melodious and pleasing to the ear. I shall not disappoint the Empress's trust and will eradicate all of Tianyuan Palace in one fell swoop. King Jin Tian, Zhou Xianzheng declared with conviction. Your son obeys, both Zhou Yuxiang and Zhou Yuhao echoed in unison to Titian Pavilion. Young Lingchen had been fervently cultivating, and on this day, he finally grasped the threshold of the seventh layer of the entry into the profound realm. As spirit stones were continuously refined, his cultivation reached a critical point on the verge of breakthrough. Boom, boom, boom. Upon achieving the pinnacle of the seventh layer, Yang Lingchen opened his eyes and exited the Haotian Jade space. Morning, you have finally emerged from seclusion. The North Xian Empire's army has already entered the territory of Nanzhou, Dongfang Yunbing announced. Who is leading the North Xian Empire's forces? Yang Lingchen inquired, frowning that he had not anticipated such a swift deployment without any provocation. This time, the army is led by King Jin Tian, Zhou Xianzheng, with the crown prince and the third prince serving as deputies. What is the strength of Zhou Xianzheng and Zhou Yuxiang? Yang Lingchen asked. Although he had seen Zhou Xianzheng a few times before, his previous cultivation level had prevented him from accurately assessing the latter's prowess. Zhou Xianzheng is at the seventh layer of the return to the profound realm. While Zhou Yuxiang hovers around the fourth layer, that I can handle him, Dongfang Yunbing replied coldly, that I understand, Bingjie. Here are some explosive profound pills that can elevate one's cultivation by a minor realm in a short time. Yang Lingchen said, handing over several pills. You possess such pills? Dongfang Yunbing exclaimed, astonished. What is so surprising about that? I also have Yihuan pills. One of those will leave you bedridden for half a month. Do you believe me? Yang Lingchen teased with a mischievous grin. Scoundrel, Dongfang Yunbing retorted, shooting him an exasperated glare. Chapter 67. The fall of King Jin Tian. The following morning, the North Xian Empire's army surged forth, menacingly approaching the gates of Tianyuan Palace. Compared to the previous coalition of 7 sects, the North Xian Empire's forces were far more formidable, consisting entirely of well-trained regular troops that at once, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace became tense. For they faced the terrifying might of the North Xian Empire. Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing stood tall at the entrance of Tianyuan Palace. Oriental Palace Master, if you surrender willingly, in light of our acquaintance, I can spare your life, Zhou Xianzheng said darkly. Jin Tian, has Tianyuan Palace ever provoked the North Xian Empire? Dongfang Yunbing's tone was icily resolute that so, the North Xian Empire is the one instigating this conflict. Intent on annihilating Tianyuan Palace, Dongfang Yunbing replied with a chilling smile. Dongfang Yunbing, I have given you a chance. Since you refuse to be sensible, do not blame me for being merciless, Zhou Xianzheng warned, his expression darkening. Old fool, if you want to fight, then hurry up. I have no time to waste on your prattle, Yang Lingchen scoffed disdainfully. Yang Lingchen, since you are eager for death, I shall grant your wish. Zhou Xuanzheng's face darkened, anger boiling within him. 18, not yet 40 years old, he was insulted by being called old man by Yang Lingchen, which infuriated him. Uncle, stop wasting time with him. Let us directly annihilate Tianyuan Palace and capture them alive. The third prince Zhou Yuhao said coldly. All troops, charge, kill. All of you, follow me and wipe out this rabble from the North Xian Empire. Yang Lingchen roared, instantly leading the charge like an arrow released from its bow. Dongfang Yunbing and the disciples of Tianyuan Palace followed suit. Joining the fray, that in terms of numbers, Tianyuan Palace held its ground, for it had now gathered the strength of all sects, and even Jianyuan Pavilion firmly stood by Tianyuan Palace at this moment. Yang Lingchen wielded the immortal demon sword, slicing through the enemy ranks like a wolf among sheep, leaving only death or injury in his wake. Meanwhile, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace hurled explosive poison pills into the throngs of the North Xian Empire, engulfing the battlefield in smoke, with severed limbs scattered about, creating a scene of horror. Dongfang Yunbing single-handedly faced several formidable warriors from the North Xian Empire, all possessing cultivation around the fourth layer of the return to the profound realm. Yang Lingchen matched up against Zhou Xianzheng, for Zhou Xianzheng was the strongest figure in the North Xian Empire. Normally, Yang Lingchen would be no match for Zhou Xianzheng, but he had taken an explosive profound pill prior to the battle. Sword energy surged as Yang Lingchen swung the immortal demon sword, unleashing a relentless barrage of fierce sword strikes upon Zhou Xianzheng while simultaneously tossing explosive poison pills around him. At this moment, Zhou Xianzheng grew increasingly alarmed, having never encountered such a terrifying genius capable of challenging beyond their level, and the speed at which his opponent's cultivation was rising was astonishing. At that instant, Zhou Xianzheng began to worry for the North Xian Empire, questioning whether it was worth offending such a prodigy. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in an intense battle for hundreds of exchanges, with Yang Lingchen employing the god-slaying sword technique alongside agile footwork, resulting in a fierce clash that left them evenly matched. As time passed, Yang Lingchen grew more anxious, for explosive profound pills had a time limit. If he could not swiftly subdue Zhou Xianzheng, he would face a devastating counterattack. That moment, Yang Lingchen disregarded everything else, fighting with desperation, unleashing the god-slaying sword technique with unrelenting ferocity against his opponent. Zhou Xianzheng became increasingly alarmed, while Yang Lingchen's courage only swelled. Just then, Yang Lingchen seized a rare opportunity and unleashed a soul-cutting slash. Zhou Xianzheng hesitated for a moment, and without hesitation, Yang Lingchen swiftly slashed the immortal demon sword across Zhou Xianzheng's neck, sending his lifeless body flying with a kick. King Zhentian was dead. With Zhou Xianzheng's demise, chaos erupted within the North Xian Empire's army. That moment, Zhou Yuxiang and Zhou Yuhao, who were besieging Dongfang Yunbing, were also shaken by Yang Lingchen's overwhelming power. King Zhentian was the third strongest in the North Xian Empire. If he fell at Yang Lingchen's hands, how terrifying must Yang Lingchen's strength be? In that instant, Zhou Yuxiang and Zhou Yuhao lost all will to continue fighting. Just then, Dongfang Yunbing found an opening, and with a swift stroke of her sword, she severed Zhou Yuhao's neck. Seeing this, Zhou Yuxiang retreated in a panic. That moment, Yang Lingchen surged forward, delivering a palm strike that knocked him unconscious. With the combined efforts of Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing, they soon annihilated the upper echelons of the North Xian Empire that had come to battle. The next step was to clean up the battlefield. Yang Lingchen stripped Zhou Xianzheng of his storage ring. Then he approached Zhou Yuxiang, who had merely been knocked unconscious. Yang Lingchen struck Zhou Yuxiang's calf with a club. Crack! Yang Lingchen, how dare you injure this crown prince? You are doomed! Zhou Yuxiang screeched, waking from his stupor in agony, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at Yang Lingchen. Feeling comfortable now, Your Highness? Yang Lingchen replied with a cold smirk. You wish to do what? Zhou Yuxiang inquired, filled with dread. Yang Lingchen offered a faint smile before bringing his stick down with force upon Zhou Yuxiang's other leg. Crack! Zhou Yuxiang let out another agonizing scream. Why must you, instead of properly fulfilling your role as the crown prince, seek your own demise? With that, Yang Lingchen struck Zhou Yuxiang's right hand with yet another blow. Crack! Spare me. I swear I shall never dare again. I beg you, have mercy. Zhou Yuxiang cried out desperately. In that moment, he was engulfed by profound regret for provoking Dongfang Yunbing. Yang Lingchen looked at him with a cold smile and casually struck him twice more, shattering all of Zhou Yuxiang's limbs, even rendering his Dantian incapacitated with a swift kick. Crack, crack. Yang Lingchen, you fiend, may you meet a wretched end. Zhou Yuxiang bellowed hoarsely. Bang. Yang Lingchen sent him flying with a single strike, choosing not to kill him, for he had already become a mere shell of that time. The news of Tianyuan Palace's victory over the Northern Xian Empire spread like wildfire throughout the Northern Xian domain. Yang Lingchen's name, too, became widely known, as countless young talents yearned to join Tianyuan Palace in the Northern Xian Empire. Within the Queen's chambers, the Sainess had just received the news that the Jin Tianwang and the third prince had perished in battle. The crown prince had been rendered useless, and the Northern Xian army had been utterly decimated. I understand, Shuang spoke. It is time for me to seek my furnace. Xiao Qingyun's lips curled into a seductive smile. Chapter 68. Homecoming. News of mother given that he had already offended the northern Xian Empire. It was imperative to ensure the safety of his family, lest they fall victim to the empire's machinations. Although he had dispatched numerous experts to protect his family in Hanyang City, a lingering unease remained within him. Thus, he planned to relocate the entire family to Tianyuan Palace, where he could finally feel at ease. Hanyang City prohibited flying, so he summoned the Chihuahua bird to hasten to the residence of the Yang family. The massive wings of the Chihuahua bird hovered in the air before gracefully descending onto the martial arts square of the Yang family's inner courtyard. At that moment, the family disciples training on the martial stage noticed Yang Lingchen's return. The Yang family servants shouted with excitement. Quickly racing towards Yang Dalin's courtyard, that a graceful figure swiftly approached Yang Lingchen like the wind and wrapped her arms tightly around him. Little Ruo has grown quite a bit. Yang Lingchen chuckled, inhaling the fragrant scent of the girl in his embrace, that he held a fondness for little Ruo, though it was purely a sibling affection. As they had grown up together, and she was his child bride, raised by Yang Daolin. Young master, you are becoming increasingly mischievous, little Ruo playfully chided, her cheeks flushed at a tea that moment. Many of the younger disciples of the Yang family came over to greet Yang Lingchen, who reciprocated their warmth by distributing precious elixirs from his storage ring. The young disciples of the Yang family had never encountered such valuable alchemical treasures, and they expressed their gratitude profusely. Meanwhile, Yang Daolin approached with palpable excitement. His steps hurried as he made his way toward Yang Lingchen, that a loving smile graced Yang Daolin's face, for he had been deeply concerned about his son during their time apart. Yang Lingchen felt a deep longing for Yang Daolin. Perhaps due to the merging of his previous soul, this place felt like home, and Yang Daolin was truly his father. Yang Daolin's smile radiated pride, for he had missed his son dearly. As the saying goes, a father worries when his son travels 1,000 miles. Throughout the year, he had been constantly worried about Yang Lingchen. Now, with Yang Lingchen's name echoing throughout the northern Xian domain, even in remote Hanyang City, his fame was undeniable. To celebrate his son's return, Yang Daolin declared a grand banquet for the entire family that would last 3 days. Even the Xiao and Lin families, who had grievances with Yang Lingchen, sent gifts, for Yang Lingchen's prowess had reached a level that left them in awe, extinguishing any desire for revenge. These family heads were astute. They would shower you with flattery when you were in the limelight, yet revel in your downfall when you faced adversity. Such is the harsh reality. The most awkward presents at the gathering belonged to Han Tianling and Han Ruoxua. Han Tianling wished to slap herself for having rejected such an outstanding son-in-law, while Han Ruoxua felt a pang of regret, lamenting that had she not called off the engagement, she would now be the happiest woman in the northern Xian domain. Witnessing his son's remarkable growth filled Yang Daolin with immense pride. Morning, you have grown up now. It is time I tell you about that matter, Yang Daolin said, a hint of sorrow etched on his face. Noticing his father's melancholic demeanor, Yang Lingchen inquired, "What is it?" "Father, your mother has not passed away," Yang Daolin replied, his tone tinged with a touch of helplessness that in Yang Lingchen's memory. The term mother was both familiar and foreign. Throughout his life, he had never seen her image. Even in his past life on Earth, he was an abandoned orphan. Where has she gone? Yang Lingchen managed to keep his voice calm. Once, he had yearned deeply for a mother's love and had dreamed of her several times. Morning, do not harbor resentment towards her. Your mother loves you dearly. That it was due to certain special circumstances that she had to leave us. Yang Daolin sighed. Father, please tell me more about mother. Yang Lingchen urged solemnly. Your mother is named Su Wanyun. That I met her in Fenghan City when she was being pursued and gravely injured. I rescued her. She was the most beautiful and gentle woman in the world, and the days spent with her were the happiest of my life. After you were born, all her thoughts were dedicated to you, always by your side, and she even crafted clothes for you from the age of 1 to 18. As Yang Daolin spoke, he rummaged through a wardrobe and produced a collection of garments, many of which Yang Lingchen had worn as a child. You are already 16. Take these and wear them. They were all stitched by your mother, Yang Daolin said. And what happened afterward? Where did mother go? Upon hearing this, Yang Lingchen's eyes involuntarily welled with tears as he carefully stored the clothes his mother had made for him in the Haotian Jade space. Su Wanyin had crafted numerous garments for him, nearly dozens from ages 15 to 18. Though what happened next? Haha. Yang Daolin let out a bitter laugh and continued, but the good times were short-lived. When you were just 3 months old, A group of extraordinarily powerful beings arrived in Hanyang City. Their strength was unfathomable. Each one possessed the capability to annihilate an entire city. They had a connection to your mother? Young Lingchen asked. Yang Daolin sighed deeply before answering. When those individuals learned that your mother had given birth in such a remote place, they even contemplated exterminating our Yang family. Your mother, before leaving, instructed me to take good care of you, not to worry about her, and to never seek her out. I will never forget the sorrowful look on her face as she departed. Mourning, please do not blame your mother. She truly loves you, Yang Daolin lamented. Yang Lingchen softly remarked, Father, you must have missed Mother greatly all these years. He could see the profound love his father harbored for his mother. But what good would it do? It was merely the fault of a powerless father who could not protect her. Yang Daolin's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. For the first time in many years, Yang Lingchen witnessed his father in such profound sorrow. Mourning, I share this with you not to urge you to seek her out, but simply to convey that your mother loves you dearly. She only wishes for you to grow up safe and happy. To marry and have children, Yang Daolin expressed. Afterward, he shared his plans to relocate their family and provided them with ample resources and secrets. Now that he was the master of Tianyuan Palace, he had the means to facilitate the Yang family's move to Tianyuan City for greater opportunities. Yang Daolin readily agreed to Yang Lingchen's proposal. 3 days swiftly passed, during which Yang Daolin discussed the family relocation with the clan members, gaining unanimous consent from the higher-ups. Subsequently, Yang Lingchen arranged for experts to guard the Yang family as they journeyed to Tianyuan Palace. Chapter 69. The arrival of Xiao. He then beamed at his father, saying, Please wait a moment. I will soon bring my daughter-in-law to pay her respects. Upon hearing that he would soon meet his daughter-in-law, Yang Daolin could hardly contain his excitement, reflecting on how, after all these years, his son had finally grown into a man. Within the cooling pavilion, Dongfang Yunbing and Nangong Yin had spent several hours meticulously preparing for this meeting that as Yang Lingchen calmly sipped tea nearby. Patiently awaiting the moment, a sense of nervous anticipation gripped her heart as she thought of meeting her uncle. She was at a loss for words. Dongfang Yunbing, wearing a tense expression, fixed her gaze intently on Yang Lingchen. Aren't you usually the imposing and dignified master of Tianyuan Palace? Why do you seem so apprehensive now? Yang Lingchen reassured her with a smile. Rest assured, my father is a kind-hearted man and easy to get along with. Nangong Yin, do you think my attire is appropriate? Is it formal enough to meet my uncle? Nangong Yin, too, appeared slightly anxious, her eyes filled with expectation as she turned to Yang Lingchen. You both look like celestial beings. My father will surely be very fond of you. Let's not delay any longer. Let's be on our way. We wouldn't want to keep him waiting. Yang Lingchen urged with a smile. Wait, let me compose myself and take a deep breath. Dongfang Yunbing said, inhaling deeply and encouraging herself. Let's go. It's just meeting my father-in-law. Nangong Yin and I are not unattractive, so what is there to fear? Yang Lingchen silently chuckled, amused that these two young ladies could also feel trepidation about meeting their future in-laws. Under Yang Lingchen's guidance, the three of them arrived at the courtyard where Yang Daolin was temporarily residing. Father, this is Dongfang Yunbing, the master of Tianyuan Palace, your future daughter-in-law. You may call her Binger. And this is Nangong Yin, the daughter of the master of Jianyuan Pavilion, also your future daughter-in-law. You may call her Yinner. Yang Lingchen introduced the two ladies to her father with great care. Dongfang Yunbing greets uncle. Yinner greets uncle. Both Dongfang Yunbing and Nangong Yin bowed respectfully to Yang Daolin. A glimmer of astonishment crossed Yang Daolin's eyes as he pondered. Indeed, they are two extraordinary beauties. My son is incredibly fortunate. Yinner, please take a seat. Since this is our first meeting, I haven't had time to prepare any gifts, but I promise to make it up to you when you both wed. Yang Daolin said with a warm smile. Subsequently, Yang Lingchen introduced Xiao Ruo to the two ladies. The family enjoyed a joyous meal together, and Yang Daolin's satisfaction with his future daughters-in-law was evident. His affection palpable. In the days that followed, Tianyuan Palace refrained from further expansion, as the Northern Qian Empire still had an emperor and empress whose strength far surpassed that of the current Yang Lingchen. Now, Tianyuan Palace had already become the foremost sect in the Northern Qian domain, and with a prodigy like Yang Lingchen, it held immense allure for the younger generation. Before long, 3 days had passed. Under Yang Lingchen's meticulous arrangements, The most gifted members of the younger generation from the Yang family successfully entered Tianyuan Palace. The older generation remained in Tianyuan City to manage family affairs, while Yang Lingchen allocated abundant resources to the family, enabling rapid growth and development. That on this day, a massive flying vessel hovered steadily above Tianyuan Palace. Soon after, two ethereal figures gracefully descended from the sky. Landing softly before the Master's Hall Point, one of the women seemed to emerge from a realm of immortals. Her flowing, lustrous black hair cascading over her snow-white shoulders, her exquisite features, particularly her captivating eyes, drawing anyone who gazed upon her into a mesmerizing trance. For a moment, none dared to approach her. That moment, Dongfang Yunbing happened to be inside the Master's Hall. Upon hearing such a commotion, she hurriedly stepped outside. "You are Dongfang Yunbing." Xiao Qingyun's voice was enchanting, as if imbued with a mysterious allure. "May I inquire what brings you to Tianyuan Palace?" Dongfang Yunbing's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. In terms of grace and beauty, Dongfang Yunbing was in no way inferior to Xiao Qingyun. The only disparity lay in their strength. "I have come today solely for Yang Lingchen," Xiao Qingyun replied slowly, her lips parting delicately. "Who is she, sister?" Yang Lingchen, sensing the commotion, swiftly appeared before the Master's Hall. Upon hearing Dongfang Yunbing's question, he quickly coughed to clear his throat and responded, "I can clearly sense that this woman possesses unfathomable strength, far beyond my current capabilities. Little brother, what is your name?" Xiao Qingyun asked, her alluring gaze fixed on Yang Lingchen. "My name is Dongfang Jie," Yang Lingchen replied, forcing the words out. That moment, Shuanger, following Xiao Qingyun, couldn't help but smile. "Dongfang Jie, what a lovely name. Come here, sister wants to have a chat with you." Xiao Qingyun beckoned Yang Lingchen with her delicate hands. "This beautiful sister, I have a rather strong body odor, so I need to go freshen up first," Yang Lingchen said weakly. That moment, he felt overwhelming pressure. Xiao Qingyun radiated an almost magnetic allure. Were it not for his training in the Haokyan Sutra, he would have surely succumbed to her charm. "Is that so? How delightful. Sister loves men with body odor. Come closer," Xiao Qingyun said, her gaze unwavering on Yang Lingchen. "Dongfang Jie, may I ask what business you have with Yang Lingchen?" Dongfang Yunbing inquired, her brows slightly furrowing. "Actually, it's nothing particularly important. If he is not here, then it's fine. I can just talk to this little brother," Xiao Qingyun replied with a playful smile. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Sister?" Yang Lingchen asked, mustering his courage. "Come here. I want to harm you," Xiao Qingyun coaxed sweetly. That moment, Yang Lingchen realized he could not escape. Even if he could flee, Tianyuan Palace could not simply vanish with him. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly approached Xiao Qingyun. "Yang Lingchen, I didn't expect you to be not only handsome, but also quite clever." Xiao Qingyun chuckled lightly, then swiftly clapped her hands in front of Yang Lingchen. Instantly, he felt his entire aura sealed away. In a flash, Dongfang Yunbing, wielding her sword, fiercely struck at Xiao Qingyun. In response, Shuanger, appearing in a blur, swiftly intercepted Dongfang Yunbing, sending her flying backward. "Yang Lingchen, if I wanted to destroy Tianyuan Palace, it would be effortless. Do you understand?" Xiao Qingyun's voice turned chillingly cold. "This beautiful sister, let us converse civilly. There is no need for violence," Yang Lingchen hastily interjected, realizing he was at her mercy. "Xiao Qingyun, what is your true intention? If you have grievances, direct them at me," Dongfang Yunbing replied angrily. "Hey, the renowned Ice Queen of the Northern Xian domain can indeed fall helplessly in love," Xiao Qingyun remarked with a teasing smile. "But fear not. As long as this little trickster serves me well, I have no intention of harming him. Xiao Qingyun, should you dare to harm him, I will not let you off easily," Dongfang Yunbing warned coldly. "How foolish to threaten me," Xiao Qingyun retorted, her gaze sharp as she raised her hand and struck violently towards Dongfang Yunbing. With a resounding crash, Dongfang Yunbing was thrust back several paces, a trace of crimson spilling from her lips. "Stop. If you have any grievances, direct them at me." Yang Lingchen urgently stepped forward, placing himself between them. That moment, he felt utterly helpless and despondent. He had thought his strength was sufficient to navigate the Northern Xian domain, but today he realized he had vastly underestimated the world around him. "Yang Lingchen, you care for her, do you not?" Xiao Qingyun mocked. "Between me and Dongfang Yunbing, who do you think is more beautiful? From an objective standpoint, both of you are celestial in beauty. But from an emotional perspective, I find Bing even more enchanting, young Lingchen replied, his tone somber. Come. I happen to need a chief eunuch. Xiao Qingyun's voice was frosty. What? Yang Lingchen was taken aback. Sister, after careful observation, I must say you are slightly more beautiful. There's really no need for the eunuch position. Yang Lingchen, you. Dongfang Yunbing chided. Dongfang Yunbing snorted coldly, choosing not to speak further. Unwilling to see Yang Lingchen harmed by Xiao Qingyun. Giggling that I like hearing that. Let us start with you pretending to be a eunuch. Whether you truly become one depends on your performance, Xiao Qingyun said with a playful laugh. Then grasped Yang Lingchen's hand, swiftly making her way towards the flying vessel above. Hearing Yang Lingchen's words, Xiao Qingyun wore a barely perceptible smirk. She had never intended to let him leave, for his fate was destined to be entwined with hers. Xiao Qingyun refrained from killing Dongfang Yunbing, fearing it would provoke Yang Lingchen's resentment, as a furnace with emotional responses was far more intriguing than a mere lifeless vessel. This is an extraordinarily opulent spaceship. After Yang Lingchen was taken aboard, the vessel swiftly surged towards the direction of the northern Xian Empire. In the days that followed, under the rigorous tutelage of Shuang, Yang Lingchen memorized nearly all the duties expected of a eunuch. Shuang's prowess, standing at the 7th level of the returning Xian realm, left Yang Lingchen astounded. The strength of a mere maidservant could rival that of the king of the north at this moment. However, Yang Lingchen's own abilities had been entirely sealed, with even the strength of his physical form subjected to limitations, rendering him almost indistinguishable from a frail scholar incapable of defending himself. Chapter 70. Little Chenzi. The Eunuch. Tianyuan Palace. Tianji Peak. Elder Zhuge, I beseech you to divine once more. Will Chener truly be unharmed? Dongfang Yunbing inquired, her face etched with worry, brows knitted tightly, her gaze filled with concern, her voice urgent. Rest assured, my lady, I have already performed the divination thrice. The Vice Master's journey poses minimal risk, even. Elder Zhuge Mo stroked his beard thoughtfully, revealing a hint of a mysterious smile, deliberately leaving his statement incomplete. Even what? Dongfang Yunbing pressed eagerly, her eyes alight with anticipation. The secrets of the heavens must not be disclosed, Zhuge Mo replied, his gaze profound and calculating, exuding an air of control over the situation that in the northern Xian Empire. Within the royal palace. Have you heard? A young eunuch named Little Chenzi has recently captured the queen's favor. Indeed, I have heard that I encountered him just yesterday. He is quite handsome. It seems we must cultivate a good rapport with this Little Chenzi from now on. The eunuchs within the palace gathered, exchanging words filled with envy and flattery that in the Empress Dowager's chambers. Little Chenzi, I am feeling rather fatigued. The enchanting voice of Xiao Qingyun drifted languidly, tinged with a blend of languor and allure. Please wait, Your Majesty, I have recently developed a Thai massage technique. I shall arrange it for you immediately. Upon hearing this, Yang Lingchen, filled with trepidation, hurriedly approached, his hands gently kneading Xiao Qingyun's shoulders. Any lapse in service would incur Shuang's wrath, which he dreaded. Vile wretch, just wait. There will come a day when I make you pay. Yang Lingchen silently cursed. Little Chenzi, your technique is quite adept. You must often attend to Dongfang Yunbing, I presume. Xiao Qingyun teased with a playful laugh. As he uttered this, a tumultuous wave surged within his stomach, and he felt an overwhelming sense of nausea. Yet he had no choice but to don the guise of a sycophant. Otherwise, he could expect a beating. As time swiftly passed, 3 days elapsed. Under Yang Lingchen's meticulous management, all affairs in the Empress Dowager's quarters were organized to perfection, leaving no room for criticism. One day, while Yang Lingchen visited the treasury to procure aromatic herbs for Xiao Qingyun, he fortuitously encountered Zhou Yusin, who was also there to exchange treasures. Giggled, oh, if it isn't Little Chenzi. I've heard of the new head eunuch favored by the queen. I never expected it to be you. Yang Lingchen, this time, there's nowhere for you to escape. Zhou Yusin's lips curled into a sinister smile, her prominent overbite on full display, a sight most unappealing that I have met the 19th princess. Yang Lingchen quickly bowed in greeting. Feeling dazed by fear, for he had long been aware of Zhou Yusin's notorious reputation. That the queen truly has a heart of stone, such a handsome man, and she has allowed him to be castrated. Zhou Yusin circled Yang Lingchen, scrutinizing him with a predatory gaze. 19th princess, the queen is awaiting the aromatic herbs. Yang Lingchen feigned calmness, attempting to divert attention. Not to worry. I shall have someone deliver them. You should come to my residence first. Zhou Yusin replied with a chilling smile that sent shivers down his spine. Princess, I am already a eunuch. Please spare me. Young Lingchen pleaded, drenched in cold sweat. His voice trembling, and own need for concern. What I desire is your face. Even if you are a eunuch, you still possess hands and feet, do you not? Zhou Yusin declared, seizing Yang Lingchen without a moment's hesitation and dragging him toward the princess's residence. Help! Help! Yang Lingchen cried out desperately, hoping the queen would come to his rescue. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Call all you want. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. Zhou Yusin replied with a sinister grin, her expression brimming with arrogance. Before long, Yang Lingchen found himself forcibly taken to the opulent bathing chambers of the princess. Everyone out! I shall personally bathe little Chenzi. Zhou Yusin commanded imperiously. Yes, princess, the maidservants replied, retreating while casting sympathetic glances at Yang Lingchen. For over the years, they had witnessed countless young talents reduced to mere shadows of their former selves by the whims of the princess. Little Chenzi, will you undress yourself, or shall I assist you? Zhou Yusin asked with a mischievous smile. Princess, I bathed just last night. Surely it isn't necessary, Yang Lingchen stammered, attempting to find an excuse to evade her intentions. Such audacity! I am personally attending to you, and you still dare to refuse, Zhou Yusin retorted, calling out, Green Creeper, bring me my whip and candles. Yes, princess, came the respectful voice from outside the door. Surely, my illustrious reputation is not to be tarnished here? Just as despair began to engulf Yang Lingchen, the door to the bathing chamber was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash. In strode Xiao Qingyun, her expression icy, radiating an aura of fury. Your Majesty, save me! Yang Lingchen exclaimed, nearly bursting into tears at the sight of his savior. Without hesitation, Xiao Qingyun delivered a resounding slap to Zhou Yusin's face, her voice cold as ice. You dare to provoke my people? If this occurs again, you shall bear the consequences. Zhou Yusin, caught off guard by the sudden blow, was left dazed and speechless. The thought of what had nearly transpired filled Xiao Qingyun with trepidation. Had she not intervened in time, her carefully prepared furnace would have been sullied by that ugly woman, Zhou Yusin. Yang Lingchen wasted no time in following Xiao Qingyun as she departed. Come to my side. Little Chenzi, Xiao Qingyun's voice was soft and alluring. Your Majesty, how may I serve you? Yang Lingchen approached cautiously, his heart racing. Do you wish to regain your strength? Xiao Qingyun inquired, a sly smile gracing her lips. Yes. Yang Lingchen's eyes brightened as he nodded eagerly. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity, Xiao Qingyun replied, her smile tinged with ulterior motives. Will you truly lift my restrictions? Yang Lingchen gazed at her in astonishment, filled with both skepticism and hope. While I possess the ability to lift your restrictions, you must not attempt to flee. Should you do so, I will destroy Tinyuan Palace and annihilate your family. Xiao Qingyun warned, her tone icy and threatening. Your Majesty, rest assured, to be in the presence of such a transcendent beauty, how could I ever think to run? Yang Lingchen replied, though inwardly he cursed foul woman. Just wait. One day I shall make you kneel in submission to go wash yourself. I shall await you in my chambers, Xiao Qingyun said with a seductive smile. What? Wash? What does she intend to do? Yang Lingchen stood frozen, utterly bewildered. Why are you still standing there? Do you wish for me to end you? Shuang'er glared fiercely at Yang Lingchen, hands on her hips to Shuang'er. Please calm down. I shall go in at once, Yang Lingchen replied, feeling a twinge of fear towards her, for she was known to resort to violence without hesitation. Gently, he pushed open the door to Xiao Qingyun's chamber. The room was resplendent, adorned with exquisite decorations and luxurious furnishings. At that moment, Xiao Qingyun was draped in a thin veil, her alluring figure partially concealed, exuding a deadly temptation. Her lips, resembling ripe cherries, curled into a beguiling smile, and her captivating eyes were fixed intently on Yang Lingchen. Surely she cannot be serious. Yang Lingchen stood there, stunned, his mind a blank slate. Taking a deep breath, he gradually approached her. Xiao Qingyun glided toward him like a delicate butterfly, her body nearly pressing against his. Yang Lingchen felt his breath quicken, his heart racing uncontrollably, that he had to admit. Few could withstand the allure of Xiao Qingyun when she chose to entice. Chapter 71. Lifting restrictions. This is your final opportunity. Should you squander it, I shall bestow you upon Zhou Yusin. Xiao Qingyun teased playfully, her alabaster hand gently lifting Yang Lingchen's chin. Please, I shall comply. Yang Lingchen wore an expression of utter helplessness, pondering to himself that if he were truly bestowed upon Zhou Yusin, his fate would undoubtedly be lamentably tragic beyond imagination. This was somewhat more bearable. Xiao Qingyun's lips curled slightly, sketching a hint of alluring charm and a delicate smile. Faced with such a predicament, Yang Lingchen felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Deep down, he knew he had no room left for choice. Upon entering the room, Yang Lingchen dared not delay for a moment, but he swiftly submerged himself into the Haotian Jade space, dedicating himself entirely to his cultivation. He was acutely aware that only by rapidly elevating his own cultivation could he hope to dismantle the dire situation before him. The days without cultivation were exceedingly arduous, and now that the restrictions on him had finally been lifted, he wished to waste not a single instant. He quickly produced spirit stones, striving with all his might to break through to the 8th layer of the Ruxian realm. That as he incessantly refined the spirit stones, he soon felt himself subtly graze the threshold of the 8th layer. With each vigorous attempt, a minute crack finally appeared in the barrier of that realm. Boom, boom, boom. The 8th layer of the Ruxian realm. As the arduous barrier within him was successfully breached, Yang Lingchen finally achieved a breakthrough to the 8th layer of the Ruxian realm. Damn you. This time I shall see how I can bring you to ruin. Yang Lingchen gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. He swiftly produced a burst Xian pill and swallowed it without hesitation, then strode forcefully towards the exit. To AT that moment, Xiao Qingyun was quietly seated in her room, meditating with her legs crossed, strands of pure spiritual energy swirling around her like dancing ribbons, which she gradually absorbed into her being. Suddenly, an incredibly terrifying and powerful aura emanated from her body without warning, indicating that her cultivation had successfully broken through. The holy maiden had finally transcended the shackles that had plagued her for years, reaching the Lingchen realm. That a satisfied smile graced Xiao Qingyun's lips. When Yang Lingchen arrived at her door, he was mercilessly blocked by Shuang. You little rascal, the Empress has not summoned you. What business do you have here? Shuang's voice was as cold as frost, her gaze piercing through Yang Lingchen with disdain and loathing. Damn you, I've endured your antics for far too long. In a fit of rage, Yang Lingchen swung his hand fiercely. Shuang let out a piercing scream as her body was sent flying by the force. Her face reddened and swollen. Wretched woman, dare to provoke me again, and I shall end you. Yang Lingchen snorted coldly, filled with fury as he kicked open the door to Xiao Qingyun's room, striding in with an air of arrogance. Xiao Qinzi, what brings you here? A glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Qingyun's eyes, and her lips curled slightly, hinting at a teasing playfulness. You little wench, today I shall deal with you. Yang Lingchen's fury erupted, and with a swift motion, he drew the immortal demon sword, slicing it towards her without hesitation. The fierce sword energy carrying unparalleled power, striking heavily towards Xiao Qingyun. You fool! In that instant, a glimmer of extreme coldness flashed in Xiao Qingyun's eyes, and an incredibly terrifying aura instantly radiated from her without reservation. She then swiftly swung her jade palm, unleashing a powerful gust akin to a surging, unstoppable wave, crashing towards Yang Lingchen like a torrential storm. Boom! With a deafening roar, Yang Lingchen felt a blur before his eyes, as if struck by lightning, and he was immediately sent flying by the overwhelming force. Cough. Your Majesty, it's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Yang Lingchen coughed up blood, hastily pleading for mercy. To AT that moment, he was engulfed in frustration. Having previously discovered that Xiao Qingyun was at the 9th layer of the Guixian realm, he had consumed a burst Xian pill, believing it sufficient to subdue her. Yet he never expected her to have broken through to the Lingchen realm. Misunderstanding? While a hint of alluring amusement lingered on Xiao Qingyun's lips, a bone-chilling cold light flashed in her eyes as she spoke slowly. Is it truly a misunderstanding? Absolutely a misunderstanding, Yang Lingchen stammered, trembling in fear. Come here. Xiao Qingyun's gaze turned stern, beckoning Yang Lingchen with a finger, her demeanor exuding an overwhelming pressure. Your Majesty, how may I serve you? Yang Lingchen approached with trepidation, feeling the temperature in the room plummet drastically, sending shivers down his spine. Bang, bang, bang. I was wrong, Your Majesty, please spare me. Yang Lingchen cried out in despair. That moment, Xiao Qingyun extended her jade hand. firmly grasping Yang Lingchen's throat, coldly declaring, "Were it not for your slight usefulness, I would have long since ended you. Cough, cough, spare me. I shall never dare again." Yang Lingchen gasped for air, terror etched across his face. "Xiao Chenzi, this is the final warning. Should there be a next time, you shall bear the consequences." Xiao Qingyun's voice was icy as she lightly patted Yang Lingchen's cheek. I promise there will be no next time." Yang Lingchen hastily assured, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Consider yourself fortunate. Now leave." Xiao Qingyun cast a disdainful glance at Yang Lingchen, filled with contempt. "Yes, your majesty." Yang Lingchen emerged from the room with a face resembling a pitiful pig. Feeling exceedingly dejected yet utterly helpless, resigned to endure in silence that I end the days that followed, Yang Lingchen exhibited considerable restraint, primarily due to Xiao Qingyun's terrifying strength, which was far beyond his current ability to contend with. One day, Yang Lingchen emerged from Xiao Qingyun's chamber with a sullen expression. "Damn it, this wretched woman actually takes me for a mere tool. No wonder her strength has been increasing lately." Yang Lingchen mentally cursed. Faced with such circumstances, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Currently, he was nothing more than a pure tool. Should he fail to serve well, he would face punishment in the North Xian Empire, within a mysterious underground chamber of the palace. I have finally broken through to the Lingchen realm. Xiao Qingyun, you wretched woman. Now I shall see how you refuse me." An exceedingly cold laugh echoed, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a golden dragon robe, his face exuding an air of sharpness. He was none other than Zhou Xintian, the emperor of the North Xian Empire, who had secluded himself for a long time. "Congratulations, your majesty, on your successful emergence." An elderly eunuch hurriedly bowed, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. "Prepare for me. I wish to bathe and change, then proceed to the Empress's palace." Zhou Xintian commanded with authority. "Yes, your majesty." The eunuch responded with utmost reverence before slowly retreating. At this moment, Yang Lingchen was in the Empress's palace, cautiously massaging his shoulders. Just then, Schwanger's voice came from outside. "Your majesty, the emperor has emerged and is approaching us. The emperor is coming." Yang Lingchen's brows furrowed, a wave of unease washing over him. "Hold him back. I'm not in the mood to deal with him right now." Xiao Qingyun decisively replied, then turned to Yang Lingchen, saying, "Do not engage with him." "Yes, your majesty," to Schwanger acknowledged, and then turned to leave that moment. A loud voice from the eunuch rang out. "The emperor has arrived." Upon seeing Zhou Xintian approaching, Schwanger quickly bowed respectfully. "Schwanger greets your majesty." "Where is the empress?" Zhou Xuantian's voice was exceedingly authoritative, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Schwanger quickly replied, her voice trembling slightly, engaged in cultivation. "Then I shall wait here for the empress." Zhou Xintian frowned, subsequently finding a spot to sit down. The reason Zhou Xintian did not leave was primarily because he sensed two presences in the room, prompting him to observe who was in the empress's chamber. Chapter 72. The Infinite Holy Land. After a considerable time, Xiao Qingyun and Yang Lingchen finally tidied everything up and slowly exited the room. "Qingyun, who is he?" Zhou Xuantian's gaze was piercing, locking onto Yang Lingchen. "He is a eunuch by my side, Xiao Chenzi." Xiao Qingyun replied calmly, her tone indifferent. Is he truly a eunuch? Zhou Xuantian's gaze grew, increasingly frigid, akin to a chilling pool, fixated on Yang Lingchen. "What the hell? Why are you staring at me like that? I am also a victim here." Yang Lingchen felt utterly speechless, secretly cursing that he is indeed a eunuch. Xiao Qingyun stated coldly, her tone firm. "Xiao Shunzi, go check." Zhou Xintian let out a cold snort, a smirk of disdain revealing itself upon his countenance. "It is His Majesty," Xia Shunzi hastily replied. Subsequently, Xia Shunzi swiftly approached Yang Lingchen. Without a hint of hesitation, he reached beneath Yang Lingchen, only to be taken aback by the startling realization that he grasped nothing at all. At this moment, Zhou Xintian couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had always held unwavering confidence in his instincts, which just moments ago had distinctly informed him that Yang Lingchen did not resemble a eunuch in the slightest. "Everyone, depart. I have matters of great importance to discuss with the Empress," Zhou Xintian commanded. "Yes, your majesty," the assembly responded in unison, then retreated. Yang Lingchen followed suit, exiting alongside the others. The earlier incident had been fraught with peril, yet his swift reflexes had spared him from exposure. And no sooner had Yang Lingchen stepped outside than a fierce clamor of combat erupted from behind. He hastened towards the source, only to witness Xiao Qingyun and Zhou Xintian engaged in a fierce battle. Concurrently, Xuanger suddenly sprang into action, her sword slicing through the air, delivering a fatal blow to Xia Shunzi's neck. Zhou Xintian, what manner of creature are you? Do you dare to covet the attention of this holy maiden? Xiao Qingyun's expression was frosty as she spoke with fierce indignation. Vile wench, today I shall have my way with you. Zhou Xuantian's voice dripped with malice, his eyes glinting with menace. Zhou Xintian, you seek death. Xiao Qingyun's face was a mask of fury as she swung her sword with ferocity towards him. Faced with Xiao Qingyun's relentless assault, Zhou Xintian dared not exhibit any complacency, countering with his own sword. In the blink of an eye, dozens of exchanges occurred. Xiao Qingyun's vigor only intensified, exuding a formidable aura, while Zhou Xintian grew increasingly alarmed, unable to fathom how swiftly her cultivation had escalated. Just then, Xiao Qingyun seized a prime opportunity, unleashing a cutting edge of sword energy that pierced Zhou Xuantian's chest. With rapid precision, she followed up with 2 more strikes, severing his neck, that in his final moments. Zhou Xintian unleashed a desperate palm strike, the force of which sent Xiao Qingyun hurtling backward. Witnessing her injury, Yang Lingchen brandished the immortal demon sword, dashing towards her without hesitation. This was an unparalleled opportunity. If he could eliminate Xiao Qingyun, no one in the entire Beishan Empire would pose a threat to him again. As Yang Lingchen neared her, Xiao Qingyun's gaze sharpened, her voice icy as she admonished. Xiao Qingzi, what do you intend to do? Coughed out a misunderstanding. Your Majesty, I'm here to assist you. I never anticipated you would resolve matters so swiftly. Yang Lingchen coughed lightly, hurriedly sheathing his sword, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. In that moment of proximity, he keenly sensed that Xiao Qingyun bore only minor injuries, prompting his wise decision to withdraw. Did you not presume that I am unaware of your ulterior motives? Were it not for your remaining usefulness to me, I would have long since delivered you to Zhou Yusin. Xiao Qingyun's expression remained frigid, her tone laced with threat. That my lady, you must be mistaken. I am utterly devoted to you. Yang Lingchen hastily bowed, his face a mask of obsequiousness. From this day forth, you shall refer to me as your mistress, Xiao Qingyun declared, her demeanor unyielding. Yes, person. Yang Lingchen bowed. Slap. Without hesitation, Xiao Qingyun struck him, her voice seething with fury. Do you dare to question me? My mistress, there was a misunderstanding. I was merely speaking in my native tongue. Yang Lingchen quickly explained, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The Shuang, annihilate all those above the 4th layer of the Beishan Empire, and return to me. Xiao Qingyun ordered, her expression devoid of emotion. Understood, holy maiden, Shuang replied promptly before swiftly departing. Xiao Qingzi, the Beishan Empire no longer poses a threat to Tianyuan Palace. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the Wujishengdi. Xiao Qingyun stated firmly, her voice leaving no room for dissent. Must I go? Yang Lingchen meekly inquired, his desire to avoid the sacred grounds evident. That of course. You must, Xiao Qingyun replied with a mocking laugh. Really? Yang Lingchen's eyes lit up, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Indeed, but before you leave, I shall strip you of your cultivation and hand you over to Zhou Yusin. Xiao Qingyun's smile was cold, her gaze filled with derision. Mistress, after careful consideration, I believe if you were to go to the Wujishengdi without anyone to attend to you, I would be quite concerned. So please allow me to accompany you. Yang Lingchen said sheepishly, his face brimming with indignation. Do you not find that burdensome? Xiao Qingyun inquired, a slight smile gracing her lips. Not at all, he replied. Damn you, wretched woman, I have played along with you for so long. And now you wish to take me with you. Just wait. Yang Lingchen silently cursed within, thinking of Dongfang Yunbing. Xiao Qingyun's voice turned cold, a hint of mockery in her eyes. Tomorrow, I shall grant you 1 day to bid her farewell, she stated. Thank you, mistress, Yang Lingchen said gratefully. There is no need for thanks. This will be your last opportunity to meet, so cherish it. Xiao Qingyun's smile was laced with frost, her gaze devoid of compassion. At that moment, Shuang approached, her attire stained with the scent of blood. How did it go? Xiao Qingyun inquired. Well, prepare yourself. We shall depart at dawn, she replied. Yes, holy maiden, Shuang acknowledged, then withdrew. Xiao Qingzi, accompany me to the national treasury. Xiao Qingyun said indifferently. Yes, mistress, Yang Lingchen replied. Under Xiao Qingyun's guidance, they arrived at the treasury of the Beixian Empire. With Zhou Xintian now deceased, the entire empire lay firmly under Xiao Qingyun's control. She could empty the treasury without fear of reproach. As Yang Lingchen beheld the myriad treasures within, he was secretly astonished. Truly, the treasury of an empire was abundant with riches. Xiao Qingyun casually selected several exceedingly precious herbs and turned to Yang Lingchen, saying, Take whatever pleases you. As long as you remain loyal to me, I shall not treat you poorly. Can I truly take these? Yang Lingchen asked, his face alight with excitement. Take as much as you wish. After all, we leave tomorrow, Xiao Qingyun replied nonchalantly. Thank you, mistress. With that, Yang Lingchen began to sweep through the treasury without reservation, collecting precious spirit stones and rare medicinal ingredients, all of which he hastily stored in his space. The following morning, Yang Lingchen, alongside Xiao Qingyun and Shuanger, boarded the opulent flying vessel once more. The vessel sped forth towards Tianyuan Palace. The Grand Hall of Tianyuan Palace. The magnificent flying vessel landed gracefully before the entrance. Xiao Qingzi, I grant you but a day. Should you attempt to flee, I shall annihilate the entire Tianyuan Palace. Xiao Qingyun's voice was chilling, her eyes glinting with a warning that sent shivers down one's spine. Rest assured, holy maiden. It is my privilege to be by your side. I would never dream of escaping, Yang Lingchen assured her, his face a mask of ingratiation. Go. I shall await you aboard the vessel. Should I not see you by this time tomorrow, do not blame me for unleashing my wrath, Xiao Qingyun stated coldly, her tone laden with menace. Understood, Yang Lingchen nodded, then descended from the vessel. No sooner had he disembarked than Dongfang Yunbing rushed over, enveloping him in a tight embrace, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Yang Lingchen's expression turned grave. After exchanging pleasantries, he led her briskly towards Tian Pavilion. Upon entering Tian Pavilion, Nan Gongyan's eyes glistened with moisture as she beheld Yang Lingchen's return, her face a portrait of distress, her voice tinged with a sob. Yin Yin, I am sorry for the troubles you have endured. Yang Lingchen pulled Nan Gongyan into his embrace, guilt etched across his face, his heart heavy with remorse that he felt profoundly guilty towards both Dongfang Yunbing and Nan Gongyan, particularly Nan Gongyan, as he had scarcely spent time with her since bringing her into his life. There is nothing. She intends to take me to the Holy Land. Yang Lingchen sighed, his expression filled with helplessness. The Holy Land. Dongfang Yunbing's face revealed a flicker of reluctance, her eyes glistening with tears. Indeed, if I refuse, she threatens to destroy the entire Tianyuan Palace. Yang Lingchen's countenance darkened, his heart brimming with fury, that he then recounted the events concerning the Beixian Empire and handed over the spoils of their conquest to Dongfang Yunbing. Why don't we confront her? Dongfang Yunbing's brows furrowed slightly, her expression resolute. It is utterly futile. She has already reached the Lingchen realm. Even the entirety of Tianyuan Palace combined would not stand a chance against her. Yang Lingchen's brows knitted tightly, his demeanor heavy with resignation. Will you be in danger if you accompany her to the Wuzhishengdi? Dongfang Yunbing's face reflected concern as she clutched Yang Lingchen's hand tightly. Fear not, Bingjie. There will be no danger. Once I enhance my cultivation further, she will no longer be able to control me, Yang Lingchen asserted, his gaze resolute. How long can you stay? Nan Gongyan opened her mouth to inquire, her voice tinged with a hint of reluctance. With only a day's time remaining, if she were to not see me by this time tomorrow, she would unleash a massacre. Yang Lingchen spoke up, his face filled with helplessness. Chinner, regardless of the circumstances, once you arrive at the Wuzhishengdi, you must ensure your safety and absolutely avoid provoking her, Dongfang Yunbing said with deep affection, her eyes brimming with concern. Indeed, that woman is exceedingly fierce. Do not incite her wrath. Nan Gongyan hastily echoed, her expression fraught with worry. Rest assured, I shall be fine, Yang Lingchen affirmed, his gaze radiating confidence. Subsequently, Yang Lingchen took it upon himself to prepare a lavish feast. Additionally, he imparted some invaluable techniques and secrets he had mastered to them, urging them to diligently cultivate and elevate their skills as swiftly as possible. The following morning, Chinner, once you arrive at the Holy Land, be sure to prioritize your safety, that I have heard it is teeming with prodigies, so you must maintain a low profile. Dongfang Yunbing gently admonished as she meticulously adjusted Yang Lingchen's attire, her demeanor exceptionally earnest. Do not worry, Even for you and Yin Yin. I will take good care of myself, young Lingchen replied, his tone imbued with deep emotion and unwavering resolve. Young Lingchen, you must not indulge in any romantic entanglements. Nan Gong Yin pouted, her face adorably sulky. Yin Yin, fear not. With both of you by my side, how could I possibly stray? Yang Lingchen hastily reassured. Following this, the trio shared numerous heartfelt words, filled with reluctance and affection, before parting with heavy hearts. Moreover, Yang Lingchen's heart brimmed with anticipation for the Wuzhishengdi, for it represented the true sovereign of the Beixian domain. Only in such a place could he seize greater opportunities for swift growth. In a certain sense, the Beixian Empire and the Tianyuan Palace were merely ordinary forces within the secular realm. The Holy Land, however, stood in stark contrast. It was a genuine sanctuary for cultivation, largely uninvolved in worldly disputes, with all focus directed towards the pursuit of enlightenment. Once the flying vessel set sail, it soared at great speed that in the blink of an eye. Half a month swiftly passed that on this day, the vessel finally entered a mysterious and unfathomable mountain range. Shortly thereafter, it came to a halt before an imposing and magnificent mountain gate. The scenery here was picturesque, with towering peaks and an abundance of spiritual energy, truly a paradise on earth. Under Xiao Qingyun's guidance, Yang Lingchen completed a brief registration and smoothly entered the W. To Yang Lingchen's astonishment, even the gatekeeper disciples had reached the 9th level of the Wushu realm, in the Tianyuan Palace. One could become a holy son at that level. Dongfang Jie and Xikong Jie were both at the 9th level of Wushu when they first entered. Little Chinner, from this day forth, your identity in the Wuzhishengdi will be that of this holy maiden servant. Do you understand? Xiao Qingyun's voice was exceedingly cold, laced with an undeniable authority. Servant. How about you just say, I am your tool instead? Yang Lingchen cursed inwardly. Before long, he followed Xiao Qingyun to an isolated peak. Little Chinner, this mountain peak is the domain of this holy maiden. Feel free to find a spot to settle. However, without my permission, do not leave this mountain peak, lest you meet a dreadful fate. Xiao Qingyun warned icily. Understood. Yang Lingchen replied that am I to be kept as a pet. He thought, feeling a profound sense of frustration and indignation that in the days that followed, Yang Lingchen found his life relatively leisurely, aside from offering tributes daily. What troubled him, however, was that Xiao Qingyun's cultivation seemed to progress at an astounding rate. Just moments ago, while accompanying her, he noticed she had suddenly broken through to the 2nd level of the Lingxian realm. I must devise a strategy, otherwise I shall never be able to contend with her. He mused silently that in the ensuing days, Yang Lingchen concocted various excuses to evade Xiao Qingyun's requests, even coming close to claiming he was indisposed. Little Chinner, should you dare to concoct any more absurd excuses today, do not blame me for being ruthless. Xiao Qingyun glared at him with a chilling gaze. Come here this instant, she commanded coldly. Yes, Yang Lingchen responded as he slowly approached, secretly channeling his energy to maintain composure. Upon his arrival, Xiao Qingyun gently cupped his chin. I hope you understand your place. Otherwise, you shall suffer a grim fate. Sighing softly, Yang Lingchen ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce. Time flew by, and soon another 10 days had passed that on this day, an elderly man with a deep, ocean-like aura and a youthful countenance arrived at Xiao Qingyun's peak. This man was none other than Xiao Qingyun's grandfather, Xiao Zishan. Grandfather, what brings you here? Upon seeing her grandfather, Xiao Qingyun's face broke into a rare, sweet smile. Grandfather, I have been busy with my cultivation lately. I intended to visit you once I finished this period. Xiao Qingyun pouted playfully to tea that moment. Yang Lingchen entered, carrying tea, a task he typically managed. Girl, where did you find this young man? He has reached the 9th level of the Rushuan realm at such a young age. Xiao Zishan inquired, his curiosity piqued. He is merely a servant I found outside. Xiao Qingyun replied casually to, this young man is actually a pure young body. Xiao Zishan's eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. Kid, what is your name? Would you be willing to take me as your master? Xiao Zishan gazed at Yang Lingchen with uncontainable excitement and joy, for such a pure young body was a rarity that appeared once in a millennium. At last, the opportunity for my rise has arrived, Yang Lingchen thought, his heart swelling with elation, fully aware that this was his unique chance for transformation. Without hesitation, he knelt down respectfully and declared, Disciple Yang Lingchen. pays his respects to the master. Good, good. Rise from today onward. You shall be my final disciple. Xiao Zishan beamed with delight, helping young Lingchen to his feet. At this moment, Xiao Zishan was overwhelmed with joy, having finally found a suitable successor after so many years. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyun stood there, utterly bewildered. By the time she grasped what had transpired, young Lingchen had already completed the apprenticeship rites. Grandfather, how can you steal my servant? Xiao Qingyun exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with anger. It's just a servant, my dear, that I can bring you a few more later. Xiao Zishan chuckled amiably, that I truly must thank you. Without you, I would not have found a successor for my Daon divine art. Absolutely not. He is my man. If he becomes your disciple, won't that put us at different generations? I vehemently oppose you taking him as a disciple. Xiao Qingyun insisted urgently that at this critical juncture, she resorted to claiming young Lingchen was her man, hoping her grandfather would refrain from taking him away. Young Lingchen turned to Xiao Qingyun with a smile, knowing full well he would not allow her to sabotage this opportunity. Then my dear, what young Lingchen says is reasonable. You two can handle your matters. I shan't interfere. However, I will take this disciple, and you wouldn't want to see our lineage's legacy end with me, would you? Xiao Zishan asserted firmly. Rest assured, master, your legacy will not falter. I will diligently follow you and learn earnestly. Young Lingchen pledged, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. That ha. Good, good. Let's go, my dear disciple. Xiao Zishan laughed heartily. Yes, master, young Lingchen replied, filled with excitement as he followed Xiao Zishan. Before departing, he playfully stuck out his tongue and rolled his eyes at Xiao Qingyun. You can't escape my grasp, he thought, inciting her near fainting from frustration. Yet, she understood well that once her grandfather made a decision, it was difficult to alter. The only recourse left for her was to secure a marriage arrangement with her grandfather, thus making young Lingchen her rightful husband, allowing her to keep him close. Following Xiao Zishan, young Lingchen arrived at a peak saturated with ethereal energy. Lingchen, from today onward, you shall cultivate here under my guidance, Xiao Zishan announced. Yes, master, young Lingchen replied respectfully. The title of disciple was of little consequence to him. What mattered was finally breaking free from Xiao Qingyun's control. In the days that followed, young Lingchen devoted himself to rigorous cultivation on this mountain peak, and Xiao Zishan took a sincere interest in his progress. Not only did Xiao Zishan impart his most profound and powerful techniques without reservation, but he also visited regularly to personally guide young Lingchen's training. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, young Lingchen successfully advanced to the first level of the Guixian realm. Xiao Zishan was exceedingly pleased with young Lingchen's remarkable progress. Throughout this month, young Lingchen also became aware of Xiao Zishan's esteemed status within the Wujishengdi. It turns out that Xiao Zishan is the second elder of the Wujidi Holy Land, and indeed a true elder with substantial authority within the faction. On this day, Xiao Qingyun and a middle-aged man arrived at Xiao Zishan's residence. Father, I have heard that you have taken in a talented young man. The middle-aged man spoke. This is Lingchen, your senior brother Xiao Bidong, who is also the son of my unworthy self, Xiao Zishan introduced. I have met my senior brother, young Lingchen said, clasping his hands together in a gesture of respect, a humble smile gracing his face. Indeed, junior brother is remarkably talented, and to achieve the returning to the Void Realm at such a young age is truly extraordinary. Xiao Bidong remarked with a smile, his eyes brimming with admiration. You flatter me, senior brother, young Lingchen replied with a smile. Let us all dine together today. It is a rare occasion for us to gather. Xiao Zishan said with a grin, his face radiating a sense of contentment. Grandfather, the dishes prepared by young Lingchen are quite delectable. Why not let him cook while I assist him? Xiao Qingyun suggested. Is that so? Lingchen, can you cook? Xiao Zishan inquired, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Well, that I shall prepare the meal now, young Lingchen responded helplessly. Young Lingchen stepped out, heading towards the kitchen, and before long, Xiao Qingyun followed suit. Upon entering the kitchen, just as young Lingchen was about to scrub a pot, the door swung open, and Xiao Qingyun promptly locked it behind her. Qingyun, what are you planning to do? Young Lingchen retreated a couple of steps, fully aware of the formidable strength of this woman, realizing he was not her match at present. Little Chenzi, can you guess what this holy maiden desires? Xiao Qingyun said with a flirtatious smile, her eyes glinting with mischief. How would I know what you intend? Young Lingchen retorted, feeling a surge of unease. Enough chatter. Hurry over here, dear aunt. Xiao Qingyan declared, shedding her shawl. This is the kitchen. I am in the midst of preparing food. Yang Lingchen replied, utterly speechless and feeling quite helpless. What of the kitchen? Xiao Qingyan pressed with a charming smile, closing in on him. That my body has been somewhat unwell these past few days, Yang Lingchen said, attempting to find an excuse to evade her. Why don't you just say you are on your period? Xiao Qingyan replied coldly, her gaze filled with disdain. That I am indeed recovering from an injury. And I have yet to fully recuperate, Yang Lingchen stated, his expression awkward. Enough of this nonsense. I will count to 3. If you do not obediently come over, this holy maiden will take action against Dongfang Yunbing. Xiao Qingyun warned, her tone laced with threat. At 1 to 2, I no need to count. I will come. Yang Lingchen, feeling cornered, reluctantly approached her, genuinely fearing for Dongfang Yunbing and Nangong Yan's safety. An hour later, Yang Lingchen busied himself in the kitchen. And before long, a lavish spread was laid out on the table. Lingchen, your culinary skills are quite impressive. I have never tasted such delightful dishes, Xiao Zishan exclaimed, his face a picture of satisfaction. Junior brother, your cooking is truly exceptional. After having tasted your food, how could I ever eat anyone else's meal? Xiao Bidong said, showering him with praise. Just then, Xiao Qingyan suddenly stood up and implored, Grandfather, Lingchen and I are mutually willing. Please officiate our marriage. What? Who is mutually willing with you? I am clearly being coerced. Yang Lingchen silently cursed, feeling utterly reluctant. Lingchen, what do you think? Xiao Zishan turned to Yang Lingchen. Master, I wish to focus solely on my cultivation and do not wish to be entangled in romantic affairs. Qingyun is so beautiful and will surely find someone better in the future, Yang Lingchen hastily replied, unwilling to be ensnared by this woman, fearing it would ruin his life. Chapter 75. The Chronicles of Tianwu Smack. Yang Lingchen, do you wish to have your fill and then cast me aside? Xiao Qingyun suddenly slammed her palm on the table, the sound causing the dishes to rattle, her face a mix of anger and grievance. So, he has spent a few months with me, and now wants to abandon me. How pitiful. Tears streamed down Xiao Qingyun's face, her expression one of profound sorrow. She would make a splendid actress. Such talent is truly wasted. Yang Lingchen felt a wave of irritation and disbelief. You slept with my daughter and now refuse to take responsibility. I will deal with you. Xiao Bidong's fury erupted, his eyes wide and his aura surging, as if he were ready to strike in the next moment. Father, stop. Xiao Qingyun quickly intervened, fearing that her father might truly kill Yang Lingchen, which would leave her at a great loss. Bidong, cease. At that moment, Xiao Zishan spoke, his voice low, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Xiao Zishan then turned to Yang Lingchen, asking, Lingchen, let me ask you this. Do you and Qingyun have any marital ties? Well, there have indeed been occasions, but that was all her doing. Yang Lingchen began, but was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Zishan. Since you have already engaged in marital relations and have been together for several months, as a man, you must take responsibility. But Yang Lingchen attempted to protest but was cut off once more. There are no buts. Today I shall officiate your marriage. The 15th of this month is an auspicious day. Let us arrange the wedding then, Xiao Zishan declared firmly, his tone leaving no room for rebuttal. Thank you, grandfather. Lingchen and I will be sure to honor you well in the future. Xiao Qingyun beamed with joy, her tears replaced by a radiant smile. That haha. One is my esteemed disciple, and the other is my most beloved granddaughter. I am truly delighted that you two can be together, Xiao Zishan remarked, his expression filled with warmth. Grandfather, please enjoy your meal. Lingchen and I will step outside to talk, Xiao Qingyun said, pulling Yang Lingchen away. Haha, to go on. Xiao Zishan chuckled, watching the two depart with a gaze full of blessings. Once they were a good distance away, Yang Lingchen stopped and asked, Xiao Qingyun, what exactly do you want? His voice was cold, confusion and irritation evident in his eyes. That, of course, to be your woman. Xiao Qingyun replied with a playful grin. You simply wish to exploit my pure young body for your cultivation, don't you? Yang Lingchen shot her a mocking glance. Yes, initially, I did view you as a mere tool for cultivation, but over time, I have come to realize that I have developed feelings for you. Xiao Qingyun confessed with a flirtatious tone, a glimmer of sincerity in her eyes. Feelings for me? You must be joking, Yang Lingchen retorted. Disbelief etched across his face. Do I look like I am jesting? Xiao Qingyun asked, her gaze firmly locked onto Yang Lingchen. Will you still hit me in the future? he inquired, a flicker of hope in his eyes. As long as you deliver your daily offerings, how could I bear to strike you? Xiao Qingyan said, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Deliver daily. I hardly have time for that. The most I can manage is once every half-month. Yang Lingchen asserted, his expression resolute in no way. It must be at least once every 2 days. Xiao Qingyun insisted, her tone equally firm. That's impossible. During my seclusion, I need at least 7 days, Yang Lingchen argued. Attempting to negotiate for more time, 0.3 days is my final bottom line. If you keep complaining, don't blame me for being impolite, Xiao Qingyun warned coldly, a threatening glint in her eyes. Fine, 3 days it is. But you must not call me Little Chinzi anymore. Otherwise, I will quit, Yang Lingchen replied, exasperation evident in his tone. Giggle. But I'm used to calling you that. Little Chinzi is such a cute name. Xiao Qingyun teased, her face lit with mischief. Cute my foot. Little Chinzi is a term for eunuchs. Do you wish for me to become one? Yang Lingchen snapped, feeling utterly helpless. That if you refrain from calling me Little Chinzi, that's acceptable. But you must deliver your offerings every 3 days without fail. Otherwise, the penalty is severe, Xiao Qingyun stated, her expression grave. What does the penalty entail? Yang Lingchen asked, his brows furrowing, sensing impending doom. That it means if you are late by a day, you will owe me 10 days' worth, Xiao Qingyun said, a triumphant smile on her face. That's ruthless. If I am 3 days late, won't I owe you a month's worth? Yang Lingchen thought to himself, his expression darkening. The two conversed a while longer before parting ways. In the days that followed, Yang Lingchen immersed himself in intense cultivation, acutely aware that in this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, only with formidable strength can one dictate the rules, while the weak are left to abide by them. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyun softened her previously domineering demeanor, treating him with increased gentleness, a shift that left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Am I truly so masochistic as to enjoy being mistreated by her? Yang Lingchen shook his head internally, feeling baffled by his own thoughts. That on this day, Yang Lingchen ventured to the library of the Wujidi Holy Land, intending to explore some books on the Tianwu continent. Having become a core disciple under the tutelage of the second elder Xiao Zishan, he was granted access to the library. After registering his identity token, Yang Lingchen entered the library and soon found a book titled Chronicles of Tianwu. This tome chronicled the origins of the Tianwu continent and its historical transformations. Yang Lingchen began to study it earnestly. The Tianwu continent, vast and boundless. However, since Yang Lingxing's arrival in this realm, he has only been acquainted with the North Xian domain, remaining utterly oblivious to the whereabouts of other regions. That it is said that 1,000,000 years ago, the celestial exterminator, the god of war, engaged in a life-and-death battle against the demonic clans from beyond the realms, ultimately clashing with their leader above the skies of the Tianwu continent. That battle ravaged the heavens and earth, shattering mountains and rivers, and eventually leaving the Tianwu continent in ruins, splitting it into 5 distinct parts. Today, the Tianwu continent is divided into 5 segments, the largest of which is the central domain of Shenzhou, its area vastly exceeding that of the other 4 segments combined. The remaining 4 segments are known as the North Xian domain, East Xian domain, West Xian domain, and South Xian domain, each scattered in the depths of the ocean, separated by tens of millions of kilometers. Legend has it that whoever can gather the 5 Tianwu divine pearls will be able to unify the Tianwu continent, restoring it to its former completeness. In the sacred land of Wuli, within the grand hall of the Holy Master, a chilling yet melodious voice resonated. And you, have you determined who possesses the Tianwu divine pearl? This voice belonged to a woman of voluptuous stature and exquisite grace, appearing to be around 30 years of age, with eyes harboring a hint of coldness. Dressed in a resplendent robe, she emanated an air of supreme authority. However, after years of investigation, her subordinate discovered that the Tianwu divine pearl was not in the hands of Zheng Shouqing, and it was currently most likely in the possession of Xiao Zishan. That a figure clad in black respectfully spoke, his voice deep and hoarse. Yang Lingxing, your grandfather seeks you, Xiao Qingyun declared, her expression tinged with urgency. What does my master require of me? Yang Lingxing inquired, his heart brimming with curiosity. The Grand Elder took on a new disciple 6 months ago, and I've heard that grandfather has also accepted a new disciple. He intends to bring his disciple over to embarrass grandfather, so do not bring shame upon him. Xiao Qingyun cautioned, her eyes filled with concern. Rest assured, if I were to lose, then punish me by forbidding me from seeing you for a month. Yang Lingchen responded, a confident smile gracing his face. You wish. If you lose, not only will you not get to rest for the month, but you shall also face my wrath, Xiao Qingyun teased, wrapping her arm around Yang Lingchen as they proceeded outside. Chapter 76. The turn of events. Greetings, Master, Grandfather, and Grand Elder. Yang Lingchen and Xiao Qingyun bowed respectfully, their expressions solemn and filled with reverence. Brother Xiao, I have long heard that you have taken on a talented young disciple. Upon meeting him today, it is indeed a well-deserved reputation. The Grand Elders and Shoqing laughed heartily, his jovial tone tinged with a hint of intentionality. Brother Zeng, you flatter me. Lingchen is still young and cannot withstand too much praise. Compared to your disciple, there remains a significant gap. Xiao Zishan replied with a humble demeanor, though a subtle confidence flickered in his gaze. Brother Xiao, do not be modest, since both young talents are present today. Why not let them spar a bit to foster camaraderie? Zeng Shoqing suggested, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was at that moment Yang Lingchen noticed the youth beside Zeng Shoqing, a tall boy with prominent brows and striking eyes. Exuding a powerful aura, his cultivation at the 5th level of Gui Xian realm. Brother Zeng, this seems inappropriate. Lingchen has just entered the 1st level of Gui Xian realm, while your disciple is already at the 5th level. How can they possibly spar? Xiao Zishan furrowed his brow, a look of incredulity on his face, contemplating that Zeng Shoqing had always been antagonistic toward him. And now, with Lingchen as his disciple, Zeng Shoqing was deliberately bringing his new disciple to spar, clearly intending to humiliate him. Brother Xiao, you worry too much. Sparring among the youth is beneficial, especially with us present. What harm could come to him? Zeng Shoqing countered, a sinister smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. Very well. Lingchen, you may spar with him under my watchful eye. I assure you, no harm shall come to you. Xiao Zishan deliberated for a moment before encouragingly looking at Yang Lingchen. Yes, master, Yang Lingchen affirmed, stepping forward with resolute strides to the center of the arena de Rome. Be lenient. Do not injure him, understood? Zeng Shoqing chuckled, a triumphant expression adorning his face. Yes, master. One hand will suffice to deal with him, Xiao Rong proclaimed arrogantly, sauntering towards Yang Lingchen with one hand tucked behind his back, exuding an air of disdain as if regarding Yang Lingchen as a mere insignificant insect. Grand Elder, is this truly appropriate? Your disciple only uses one hand. Should I accidentally injure him, do not blame me. Yang Lingchen retorted with a smirk, a glimmer of provocation in his eyes. You dare seek your own demise. Xiao Rong glared furiously at Yang Lingchen, his anger boiling over. Had it not been for the Grand Elder's standing, he would have lunged at the audacious youth immediately. Mind your manners. I am conversing with your master, Yang Lingchen scoffed, coolly fixing his gaze upon Xiao Rong, as if his stare could freeze him in place. You Xiao Rong, seething with rage, felt his chest heaving, his face flushed crimson. Grand Elder, your disciple appears rather lacking. He seems unable to maintain his composure. Such recklessness will lead to significant misfortune in the future. Moreover, his only skill lies in boasting. To think he dares to demand I use but one hand, Yang Lingchen remarked, shaking his head in disappointment, his expression rife with mockery. Lingchen, perhaps you should take it upon yourself to teach him a lesson on my behalf. Zeng Shoqing's eyes gleamed with a cold light, his voice low and ominous. If I truly do strike, I shall not hold back. Yang Lingchen declared, a glimmer of eagerness flashing across his face. Fear not. As long as you can injure him, I shall not hold you accountable. Zeng Shoqing replied, his tone brimming with confidence. Swish, bang. Before Zeng Shoqing's words had fully escaped his lips, Yang Lingchen transformed into a streak of white light, darting forward like a specter, and landed a resounding slap on Xiao Rong's face. You little wretch, how dare you sneak attack me? Xiao Rong shrieked, his right cheek swelling visibly. How dare you insult me? Yang Lingchen barked, his method of combat ignited, as he charged toward Xiao Rong like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a flurry of slaps that smacked, in mere moments. Anguished cries filled the air as Xiao Rong's visage transformed into that of a pig's head. How could a mere 5th-level Gui Xian realm cultivator withstand Yang Lingchen's onslaught? If Yang Lingchen had desired to kill him, a single slap would have sufficed to send his head flying. Grand Elder, I apologize for leaving your disciple in such a state. I assure you it was unintentional. Yang Lingchen said, halting his actions, feigning a look of contrition, though his eyes sparkled with pride. Not at all. Ronger has always been arrogant, and today serves as a lesson for him. This, too, is a good thing, Zheng Shouqing remarked, his expression dark and menacing, his cold eyes brimming with murderous intent, though he refrained from acting out of respect. You little brat, how many times have I told you to be modest? Look at what you have done to Xiao Rong. Xiao Zishan feigned anger, though his lips couldn't suppress a slight upward curve. That I was wrong, master. Next time I shall surely be more gentle. Yang Lingchen quickly feigned remorse, wearing a smile meant to appease. Brother Xiao, I shall refrain from prolonging this discussion. I shall visit again, Zheng Shouqing said, clasping his fist before taking his leave with Xiao Rong, their retreat marked by a palpable sense of humiliation and fury. Haha, well done, my boy. At least you haven't brought shame upon me. Xiao Zishan laughed heartily, his face radiating pride and satisfaction. The more he regarded Yang Lingchen, his disciple and future grandson-in-law, the more he found himself pleased. Following this, Xiao Zishan offered Yang Lingchen a few words of encouragement, urging him to prepare diligently, for the 15th day was fast approaching, the day of his marriage to Xiao Qingyun. The mere thought of this filled Yang Lingchen with dread, as he had previously sworn to eliminate this woman. Now, being betrothed to her felt like a slap in the face. Yet after spending significant time together, he had come to realize that Xiao Qingyun was not as terrible as he initially thought. At least he had never witnessed her commit any malevolent acts. The only aspect he found distasteful was her treating him as a cultivation furnace. However, recently, her attitude toward him had noticeably softened. Days passed swiftly on this particular night. As Yang Lingchen and Xiao Qingyun were engaged in important matters, a sudden cacophony of battle erupted outside, nearly startling Yang Lingchen into dropping his weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, they hastily donned their garments and rushed outside. That moment, they beheld Xiao Zishan and Xiao Bidong besieged by several individuals. Judging by the auras emanating from these assailants, their strengths were all at least at the Spirit Xian realm level. Such a caliber of combat was beyond Yang Lingchen's capability to intervene. Xiao Zishan, surrender the Tianmu Divine Pearl, and this holy master shall spare your life, proclaimed a woman of stunning beauty, her icy voice laced with potent authority. Wang Yuyin, as the leader of the sacred land, how dare you ambush a subordinate? How utterly ridiculous! Xiao Zishan retorted with a cold laugh, his eyes aflame with fury and disdain. Since you remain obstinate, do not blame this holy master for being merciless. Wang Yin's gaze was cold and piercing, an invisible pressure emanating from her presence, causing the very air around to seem as if it had solidified. Grandfather! Xiao Qingyun cried out anxiously, her voice laced with concern and terror. That moment, Xiao Zai was forcefully hurled away by Wang Yin's palm, while Xiao Bidong found himself restrained by others. Foolish girl. What are you staring at? Yang Lingchen exclaimed, seizing Xiao Qingyun and urging her to flee into the distance. However, just as the two had barely escaped, they were intercepted by Wang Yuyin. Fortune favors me, for I have encountered the pure yang body. Wang Yuyin purred, her sensuous tongue flicking at the corner of her mouth, her eyes gleaming with insatiable greed, as if she beheld a table laden with exquisite delicacies. Wang Yuyin, you wretched harlot, I shall fight you, Xiao Qingyun declared, raising her sword and charging forward, her eyes ablaze with fury and resolve. Without hesitation, Yang Lingchen swung his immortal demon sword, joining Xiao Qingyun in her assault on Wang Yuyin. Exuding an indomitable spirit, ignorant of your impending doom, Wang Yuyin's eyes narrowed, and with a flick of her hand, a powerful wave of energy surged towards Yang Lingchen and Xiao Qingyun. Boom, boom, boom. The two were sent flying several dozen meters.